Chapter 241 The Standard Pig's Feet. The Grandfather's Ship Skyship counterattacks the 4th level. The Blood Tea floating continent is divided into 5 major realms. Among them, the Blood Tea realm is in the middle. It is also the most powerful realm in the Blood Tea floating continent. There is a force that calls itself the Blood Tea Divine Kingdom, and there are more than 10 4th level Blood Tea people. In addition, there are the Blood East, Blood West, Blood South, and Blood North realms divided by East, West, South, and North. Among the 4 realms, the Blood North realm is the weakest, and there are only 2 4th level Blood Tea people. Song-Chi did not choose the Blood North realm, but the Blood East realm, which ranks second to last in strength. The strength of the Blood North realm is too weak, and the number of low and middle level Blood clan members under it is also the least. In addition, many members of the family and the Golden Lion Earl family should take that place as the starting point. So Song-Chi took the initiative to choose the Blood East realm. In the vast mountains in the north of the Blood East realm, the sky, covered with the void membrane parts, quietly landed in this boundless mountain range. This blood clay floating land is a 4th level floating land, which is not comparable to the soul floating land that only touches the threshold of the 4th level floating land. This wild mountain range alone has a length of more than 10 million kilometers, which is even longer than the entire diameter of the soul floating land. With such a mountain as a hiding place, Song-Chi became more and more unscrupulous. He released a 4th level void demon and 35 void shadow killer soldiers at the first time, rushing to the most densely populated settlement of the Blood Tea clan in the Blood East realm, Yin Song City. As a large Blood Tea clan settlement in the Blood East realm, has more than 3 million Blood Tea clan living in the city. On this day, 36 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Yin Song City, just when the Blood Tea clan in the city were still at a loss. The hunting team led by the 4th level Void Demon had already taken action, because they didn't need to worry about the 4th level Blood Cultivator who might come. The Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers were unrestrained. Every time they slashed with the soul-breaking dagger in their hands, they could take away dozens or even hundreds of 1st and 2nd level Blood Cultivator. When the 35 soldiers worked together, the hunting speed was even more amazing. Hundreds of low-level Blood Cultivator died almost every second. After hunting down these Blood Cultivator, they didn't need to waste time cleaning up the battlefield. Nearly 300 humanoid aliens followed closely behind, and under the leadership of the Totem Spirit Beast Cold Moon Snow Python, they quickly cleaned up the bodies of the 1st dash, 2nd dash, and even 3rd level Blood Cultivator. In this way, without wasting time cleaning up the battlefield, the speed of the 35 Void Shadow Killer clan Terracotta Warriors and a 4th level Void Demon was even more amazing. In just a few days, a city of 3 million Blood Clan was cleared out. Of course, this cleanup refers to those Blood Clan of the 1st, 2nd, and even 3rd levels. As for the more than 90% of the 0-level Blood Clan, Song-Chi did not pay attention to them. First of all, the family clearly stated that the 0-level Blood Clan must not be harmed. In the future, the harvest every 50 years will still depend on them. After a city, Song-Chi quickly ordered the Void Shadow Killer clan's Terracotta Warriors to turn to another city of 1,000,000 miles. However, the helpless thing was that the blood land under his feet was too big. He roughly estimated after passing through the crack in the floating land shield that the diameter of this floating land was at least 0.1 light years. Such a terrifying floating land. Even if it was just the Blood East realm, the distance it stretched out was also tens of billions of miles, which also made the distance between the medium and large cities extremely far. Even if the Void Shadow Killer clan's Terracotta Warriors and the Void Demons could perform Void Escape, it would still take a long time to travel, not to mention the hundreds of humanoid aliens following behind. Thus, Song-Chi's plan to hide behind the scenes failed. The sky could only swoop out from the vast mountains and try to use space jump to quickly rush to other medium and large cities with the Void Shadow Killing clan soldiers and humanoid aliens. Of course, every time he arrived at a new city, Song-Chi would let the sky disappear again after releasing the Void Shadow Killing clan soldiers, Fire Sunflower soldiers and humanoid aliens. He knew that if the sky took action, the hunting speed would only be faster. But the faster the hunting speed, it did not mean that the speed of collecting blood booty would be faster. If the sky makes a move, it will simply fire with the main gun and the secondary gun. However, once the main gun and the secondary gun upgraded to the 4th or 3rd level fire, let alone whether a large number of zero-level Blood Tea people will be injured by mistake. Even if the zero-level Blood Tea people are not affected, those Blood Tea people killed by the main and secondary guns will most likely not be able to retain the blood bodhi in their bodies. The energy attack of the main and secondary guns of this intensity will directly melt the bodies of the Blood Tea people and the blood bodhi in their bodies, evaporate them, and there is no way to collect them. Because of this, Song-Chi did not let the sky join the attack. In this way, in the process of Sky's hunting, collecting, and transferring, time passed quickly, and more than 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Song-Chi, or the Sky, passed through more than 10 medium and large cities, including 12 million level cities and one 10 million level city. In this way, more than 2 million Bloodly clan members were killed by the Void Shadow killing clan soldiers and Void demons, and thousands of third-level Bloodly clan members. And the corresponding number of blood bodhis was naturally the same. With this number, Song-Chi already believed that no matter whether he would make another move next time, his current harvest would be enough to put him in the top 10 of the 18. Of course, he would not stop there, and he would need to collect more blood bodhi, whether for his daily use or to hand it over to the family. After all, it only happens once every 50 years, and he would not be easily satisfied. However, just as the Sky was about to rush to another million-level city, the urgent prompt from the radar map on the side forced him to put down his actions and shift all his attention to this matter. Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, the Magic Energy Detection feature captured that, at this moment, a creature emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations was approaching rapidly, and in front of it, there was a faint second-order energy fluctuation. Obviously, this creature, whose energy intensity could not be determined in detail by the Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, was chasing a second-order Shinhua warship. And the specific strength of this creature, which could not make the LV-39 third-order peak orange radar detect the results in detail, clearly could only be a fourth-order existence. Which member of the tribe, or the captain of the Philip family angered a fourth-level blood tile clan? After pondering for a moment, Song-Chi decided to go over and join in the fun. First, his initial goal had been completed, no matter what. He would not fail, at least there would be no problem in passing this first stage. Second, he also lacked a clear understanding of the specific combat power of the skyship at present, and wondered if he could use the fourth-level peak blood tile clan blessed by the origin rules of the floating land to see if it would pose a fatal threat to the skyship. Finally, and most importantly, this fourth-level void demon was not far from the current position of the team, and it would not waste much time. As soon as they said it, the Sky rushed out quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the Sky arrived near the two parties involved. What surprised Song-Chi was that this Blood Tiger clan, which was blessed by the floating land rules and obviously controlled the fourth-level peak strength, actually had a serious wound on its body. In this regard, his first suspect naturally fell on the frigate belonging to the family that was trying its best to escape from the pursuit of the fourth-level Blood Tiger clan. After some observation, he had a certain understanding of this frigate named Beifang. The captain of this Beifang frigate was named Song Bei, who was one of the 18 candidates for the family. He had originally performed mediocrely, and the other people in the family basically did not pay much attention to him. Now, Song-Chi was surprised. If his judgment was correct, based on this short period of time, this Beifang frigate had at least one orange quality energy shield and one orange quality engine, if we count the terrible damage it caused to the fourth-level blood cultivator in the rear, and infer the possible existence of the orange main gun. There would be 3 orange quality shipborne components. Song-Chi was shocked by this. This was his initial conclusion, not including other special shipborne parts that he didn't know about. How could he not be surprised? You have to know that according to the information provided by his grandfather, Song Bei was only from the 5th direct lineage, and there was no 4th-level elder behind him to endorse him. But he still had such a configuration, which was enough to show that he must have had quite a lot of luck in the past. Sure enough, the clan members who were approved by the upper echelons of the family to be included in the sequence candidate list, regardless of their origin, were definitely not ordinary people. Just as Song-Chi's mind was racing, the 4th-level blood cultivator in the distance finally caught up with the north. At this moment, the blood-colored mysterious power permeated his body, and the power of the floating land rules was manifesting above the sky, and the blessing he received was the greatest. On the contrary, the north, which belonged to the foreign invaders, was restricted in all directions. With the addition and subtraction of the two, the 4th level Blood Raft tribe easily flew to the north, with a height of nearly 4 kilometers. The result was that the Blood Raft tribe's arms were also astonishingly long. Under the amplification of the infinite blood runes, the sky-covering arm slammed towards the north. This almost full-strength attack, the power it carried was earth-shattering. In the sky, Song Chi's eyes flickered, hesitating whether to attack. But the 4th level Blood Clan's north, which was approaching, had already taken the lead in responding. A faint light flickered on the hull, and soon a layer of dark obsidian armor condensed on the surface of the hull, which activated the active defense characteristics of the hull armor itself. In the main control room of the north, an old voice sounded. "North boy, your brother doesn't seem to have the intention to help you out." Hearing this, the young man's face remained unchanged, and his eyes were fixed on the blood-colored arm that was slapping in the sky. The blood-raising clan is different from most creatures that follow the law of force. After entering the 4th stage, they follow the rare law of blood. This makes their movements not as simple and rough as those of ordinary 4th stage melee creatures, but more weird and hard to defend. Boom! The terrifying force hit the obsidian armor layer, which suddenly broke into pieces, and then the blood-colored arm directly hit the North's hull armor through the energy shield. This terrifying attack caused the North, which was only 110 meters long, to smash hard into the ground below. Boom! Soon a dull crash sounded. Luckily the North's hull armor was also strengthened to the 4th level, otherwise it would have sunk directly. Even so, the situation of the North was not optimistic at the moment. Warning, hull armor damaged by 68%, hull damaged by 40%, please repair as soon as possible. Affected by unknown energy, corroding 1% of hull armor, and 1% of hull per second, please purify the unknown state as soon as possible. 10,000 meters away, Song Chi, who saw the scene, did not continue to hide. The engine roared, and the sky flew straight to the battlefield. After all, they were all talented members of the family. It would be bad to die here. As for the competition for the sequence, Song Chi had said long ago that he would definitely get the 7th sequence. Now he had obtained a silver-quality energy shield. To be honest, the competition for the sequence was just a matter of his words. So for the rest of the family, he had no burden at all. Swish. 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 The external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher, the pure yang sword-like cannon, the electromagnetic lightning cannon, and the cold light sky frost cannon fired at the same time, drawing the hatred of the blood giant, who was about to attack again. This series of attacks landed on the wounds of the 4th level Blood Tiger clan, which had already been seriously injured. The pain made the blood-colored mysterious power permeating the 4th level Blood Tiger clan even more intense. Seeing this, Song Chi quickly fired the 2nd special cobalt bomb, and at the same time, the warship engine roared, and was about to move backward. The silver energy shield and the red hull armor were indeed hard, but it was unnecessary to directly confront the 4th level creatures head-on. The basic combat advantages of the warship still had to be used well. However, Song Chi now understood the situation of the North. The surrounding world was restricted by the rules of floating land. The blood-colored streams that appeared below at some point tightly bound the sky, making the light energy aggregation engine and phantom thruster both move at a snail's pace no matter how they operated. Clang, clang, clang. The violent metal slapping sound fell on the hull of the sky, but the impact on Song Chi was extremely limited. Warning, the warship is damaged. The hull armor is damaged by 12%. And the hull is damaged by 1%. This is when Song Chi has not used the active characteristics of the hull armor, which is enough to show the strength of the 4th level neutron star core armor. Song Chi didn't care about these. At the moment when the 4th level blood cultivator attacked, it revealed a huge flaw. Seeing this, Song Chi, who had been prepared for this, clicked the firing button of the sky. The mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light that had been ready for a long time suddenly burst out and rushed straight to the 4th level blood cultivator in front of him. However, Song Chi still underestimated the blessing of the origin rules of the floating land under his feet, and the reaction speed of the 4th level creatures themselves. Although he seized the perfect opportunity, the speed of the 4th level blood cultivator was faster. When the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light was about to approach, it flew back at a high speed. Even with the frost characteristic restriction of the cold light sky frost cannon, the effect of the 3rd level characteristic is extremely limited for the 4th level unit. Seeing that the 4th level blood cultivator was about to exit the attack range of the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Intention Divine Light, the North, which had initially recovered in the distance, also took a new step. A green light shot out from its hull, and soon fell on the back of the 4th level blood cultivator on the sky, whose attention had been turned to. The next second, the 4th level unit, which was extremely agile a moment ago, suddenly paused. It was during this brief pause that the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Light landed directly on the original wound on his body. The Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Light, which had been strengthened to level 40, left a wound on the chest of the 4th level blood tiger that almost tore half of his body apart. But it still could not completely kill him. Do it! Song-Chi suddenly called out in his heart. At the same time, a figure with dark red spiral horns appeared in the void, holding a giant blade of the law of space, and flew towards the 4th level blood tiger, who was already at the end of his strength. Buzz buzz buzz, violent space fluctuations emerged. Because of the 4th level floating land origin core that stabilized the floating land space, there were no abnormalities such as space cracks this time, but the cutting force of the blade of the space law was extremely amazing. In the distance, in the North frigate, the old voice sounded again. A 4th level void demon, TSK, your brother is really hidden. The slave parts on his ship are probably of red quality. Hearing this, the young man also looked surprised. Red Epic? How do you know? The old voice replied calmly. What kind of creature is the void demon? It is the top star sea race below the peak creatures. What's more, this is a 4th level void demon. Among the 4th level components, it is impossible for the orange slave component to complete its enslavement without hundreds or thousands of times. Since this kid can do this at the 2nd level, it is likely that the red slave component can do it. Song-Chi naturally didn't know about the conversation in the North. If he could really hear it, he would probably say something subconsciously at this moment. An old man on board? Isn't this a perfect start? In the sky, as the void demon holding the giant blade of the law of space fiercely cut towards the 4th level blood tiger clan. The blood tiger clan, whose body was fixed by unknown means, could not dodge at all, and could only resist the attack with their flesh. Ding! Received a strand of the 3rd level floating land origin. When he heard this sudden account entry prompt, Song-Chi was slightly startled. He originally thought that there would be some other twists and turns, but he didn't expect that this 4th level peak blood tiger clan was really killed like this, which made him a little unresponsive for a while. Chapter 242. The Treasure House of the Divine Palace, Level 5 Floating Land Origin. It's not Song-Chi's fault. After all, before this, the only 2 times he faced level 4 units were those level 4 creatures that were not in their prime. Even so, he still had to use all his skills. Now that he could easily deal with a level 4 creature, which was blessed by the level 4 floating land origin rule, and had a combat power close to the peak of level 4, it was reasonable for him to have some illusions in his heart. Of course, the reason why he could kill this level 4 blood raft so easily this time was that, in addition to the fact that it had suffered some injuries under Song Bei's Northern No, the most important thing was the ray of green light stimulated by the Northern No. The next is the mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Intention Divine Light, and the 4th level Void Demon's full strength law attack. The green light pinned the 4th level Blood Clan for a moment, which allowed the 2 super powerful attacks triggered by Song-Chi to play the greatest effect, which can definitely be called the first merit. As for what kind of component this green light is capable of, Song-Chi has various guesses in his mind, but it can only be a personal guess and cannot be confirmed. But one thing is certain. The component that triggered this green light is most likely an orange quality component that has been strengthened to the 4th level. Ordinary purple parts, even if they are strengthened to the 4th level, can hardly affect a 4th level creature with the blessing of the 4th level floating land origin core rules. Only tidal parts can do that. Well, in this way, there are at least 4 orange parts on the other side of the North. His eyes changed, and the North had already approached, bringing Song-Chi, who was thinking a lot, back to reality. After receiving the communication request from the other side ship, Song Bei took the initiative to thank him. Thank you for your help. Brother Chi, I am really grateful for your kindness today. Song-Chi nodded lightly, and while communicating with the other party with a smile, he activated the proportional zoom device component on the ship. When the size of the 4th level blood vine was reduced to about 20 meters, he pulled it into the warship without hesitation. Although the 4th level blood vine was killed this time, the other party also made a great contribution. But this was related to a 4th level blood bodhi, and a drop of 4th level biological blood. And Song Chi had no intention of sharing them with the other party. In the final analysis, he took the initiative to save the other party once. Even if the other party must have a life-saving trump card, even if he did not take action, he could ensure that he could retreat safely. However, the time buffer of this method is bound to be long, and it is a good thing to be able to keep it. Moreover, even if the other party has a way to save his life, it has nothing to do with killing this 4th level blood vine. In any case, the body of this 4th level blood vine should be his. Seeing the body of the 4th level blood vine being gradually pulled into the sky, Song Bei did not have much reluctance in his eyes, but was more interested in the part of the sky that could infinitely scale the body. In response, Song Chi briefly introduced the proportional zoom instrument components to him, and then the engine of the sky roared again, indicating that it was leaving. This action seemed to prompt Song Bei to make up his mind, and he took the initiative to ask him to stay. Brother Chi. Wait a minute. Song Chi was puzzled, but he stopped, wanting to hear what this brother, who was also very secretive, had to say. Song Bei was a few months younger than him, and awakened the seed of the fire a little later than him. In less than 3 years, his ship could have such a configuration, and Song Chi was still very curious about it. Seeing that the sky had stopped, Song Bei quickly organized his words, and then said simply, Brother Chi, are you interested in visiting the territory of this 4th level blood turtle clan? Song Chi raised his eyebrows. The territory mentioned by the other party reminded him of the ignorant self-proclaimed claims of these 4th level blood turtle clan in this blood turtle floating land. And a sneer flashed in his eyes. He almost forgot that these 4th level blood turtle clan, who claimed to be blood turtle gods, each of them had established a divine kingdom. Although after knowing this, he always held a sarcastic attitude of a small 4th level creature, daring to call himself a god. But it must be said that the kingdom of a 4th level creature still had great appeal to him. These creatures don't have that kind of storage space, props or abilities, like mustard seed space. Generally everything is stored in their own territory. Territory? Are you sure there is no second 4th level blood rape clan there? Song Chi has actually made up his mind. Even if there are other 4th level blood rape clan, as long as there are not more than 3, he is confident that he can escape unscathed with the skyship, so he naturally has to go and take a look. It just so happens that he is currently lacking 3rd level and 4th level floating land origins, as well as nodes for various resources, but the information about the divine territory still needs to be confirmed first. Song Bei responded quickly. There are only 3 4th level Blood Tea people in the Blood East region, 2 of whom jointly founded the Blood East Divine Kingdom, and this one is not the god of the Blood East Divine Kingdom. Hearing this, Song Chi already understood the meaning. This 4th level Blood Tea is the only lone ranger among the 3 4th level Blood Tea people in the Blood East realm. In that case, then let's go and see the so-called Blood Tea god's territory. The 4th level Blood Tea that Song Chi and the others killed was named Tiyu, and the territory he established was located in the northern part of the Blood East realm, and the area covered was only about 1/10 of the Blood East realm, and it was quite far away from the Blood East Divine Kingdom. Even so, Song Chi and the other 2 had great expectations. As far as they knew, this Tien spirit had entered the realm of spirits for more than 1,000 years, and had established a country for 800 years. A 4th level peak creature with a 1,000-year fortune. Of course, the 2 2nd-level Shinhua captains were jealous. The speed of the 2 frigates was not slow, because they would leave in a few days, and they did not waste time, and all activated the space jump components at the first time. The only 4th level unit had died in their hands, and of course the 2 had no scruples, and the jump landing point was directly above the capital of the Tien country. As the capital of a Blood Tea god, the number of Blood Tea people in this Tien capital is over 100 million, which is frightening. Seeing this, Song Chi summoned the Void Demon with brainwave imprints without hesitation, and 35 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors, and started hunting in the giant city below, with hundreds of humanoid aliens following closely behind. After doing this, he and Beifang quickly rushed into the Tien palace. As one of the few gods in this Blood Tea land, the palace built by Tien for himself was extremely luxurious. Big is only one aspect. The key is the large number of obedient guards. With the entry of the 2 warships, these guards were quickly alarmed. There are many 3rd level guards among them. Under the blessing of the origin rules of the floating land, these guards have the combat power of half-step 4th level. although it is difficult to pose any fatal threat to the two warships. It has greatly delayed the exploration of the amazing palace. In desperation, Song-Chi could only recall the Void Demon, although the main guns of the warships can easily kill these half-step 4th level guards. They are no match for the Void Demons that come and go without a trace in terms of speed. With the help of the Void Demon, the two frigates pushed forward towards the depths of the temple. Outside a sealed warehouse made of unknown metal, Song-Chi and Song-Bei looked at each other. The next second, the two frigates retreated a certain distance. When they retreated to a safe position, the main guns of the two warships fired at the same time, venting their firepower at the warehouse door that looked quite impressive. This unknown metal material has amazing hardness. Song-Chi and his team did not have a specific method to open the warehouse. Song-Bei took the initiative to enslave a 3rd level guard. But the answer he got was that only Tien himself could enter and exit the warehouse freely. Therefore, they could only use this most primitive method. In front of the two orange main guns that were strengthened to the 4th level, no matter how hard the metal used to build the warehouse was, it would be blasted open after a few hours. After confirming that the gap was large enough, the Sky and the North stopped attacking. Two Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors and the Gargoyle warriors summoned by Song-Bei rushed into the gap one after another. After confirming that there was no danger, the two warships entered through the gap. It is indeed the treasury of the Divine Palace. Looking at the densely packed items neatly arranged around, Song-Chi and the others had different expressions on their faces. The 1,000-year collection of the 4th level peak creatures, plus the buff of the Divine Kingdom treasury that spans nearly 10 billion miles, the various items in this Divine Palace treasury, the resources are innumerable. At a glance, Song-Chi actually felt dazzled. 1,000-year-old red fruit, 10,000-year-old with spirit flower, 100,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, mercury crystal, iron mother, floating land origin, star-sea wonders of various qualities, and so on. Although most of them are useless to the Xinhua warship, even the small part of mineral resources, floating land origin, star-sea wonders, are also amazing enough. Song-Chi and the others were even lucky enough to find a small pile of titanium crystals. Although there were only more than 2,000 of them, it was definitely a pleasant surprise. The second was the floating land origin. Needless to say, the low-level floating land origins such as 0 level, 1st level, and 2nd level were in the millions. However, the two of them focused their attention on the 3rd level and 4th level floating land origins. Among them, the 3rd level floating land origins exceeded 10,000 strands, and even the 4th level floating land origins had hundreds of strands. The two even saw 20 strands of the 5th level floating land origin. When they saw the 5th level floating land origin, they were both stunned for a while, but they quickly came back to their senses. The blood-tipped floating land under their feet was a level 4 star sea floating land. It was not surprising that it could occasionally produce some 5th level floating land origin. In addition to the floating land origin, the most eye-catching thing was the hundreds of star sea wonders that exuded various colors of light. The two of them quickly counted them. There were a total of 402 star sea wonders, including 362 white wonders, 35 blue wonders, 4 purple wonders, and finally 1 orange glory quality wonder. Unfortunately, among all the strange objects, nearly 100 pieces could not be transformed into shipborne parts, and even 2 of the 4 purple strange objects could not be transformed. The good news is that the only orange strange object can be transformed, and it is a strong ship armor. As for this ship armor, Song-Bei cast a fiery eye at the first time, but the two did not intend to divide the spoils on the spot, but were eager to move the things in the treasure house first. In fact, there was an unexpected surprise in the end. That is, there were a large number of blood bodhisattvas piled up in the treasure house of the temple, and the number was more than 10 million. Although more than 80% of them are 0 level and 1st level blood bodhi, the number of 2nd level and 3rd level blood bodhi is more than 2 million. For Song-Chi and the others, this is undoubtedly a huge fortune, which makes them very excited. Apart from the ones they need to hand in for the sequence competition task, the other extra blood bodhi can be actively exchanged for family merit points. Such a large amount of blood bodhi will definitely provide them with an astonishing number of merit points. On the Beifang, Song-Bei's eyes were full of helplessness. Although his ship was already loaded with a high-quality space expansion component, it was dwarfed by the vast amount of resources in the astonishingly large treasury of the Divine Palace. Before long, his north was completely filled up and could no longer hold any other items. He could only watch the continuous work of the loading and unloading trucks on the sky. After about 2 days, just when he was already somewhat numb, the resources in the entire treasury were finally emptied. In the communication projection, Song Bei asked in a low voice, "Brother Chi, I'd like to ask, how big is the storage space of your ship?" Song Chi shook his head and smiled without saying anything. In fact, the cultivation secret realm is not even 1/3 full at the moment. But he can't say that there is a ship-mounted secret realm on his warship. Right? But what he didn't know was that, from an angle that he couldn't perceive, the old voice had already sounded in Song Bei's ears. I think your brother's warship is connected to a secret space. Otherwise, even if it is equipped with 2 orange-quality space expansion components and all upgraded to the 4th level, it is impossible to have such a space. After all, it is just a frigate. North Boy, if I were you, I would quickly hold on to this man's thigh. Your brother's opportunity is probably hard to imagine, let alone what happened on the Beifang. After the two of them emptied the treasure house of the temple, they carefully searched the Tishio temple again. After confirming that the good things in it were basically looted, they left the temple and began to massacre the Tishio god capital. After all, it is a divine capital with over 100 million Blood Tea tribe members. Even though a big riot happened 2 days ago, there are still many Blood Tea tribe members above level 1 staying in the divine capital. Song Chi and his companions will naturally not miss this excellent hunting opportunity. These are all walking family merit points. Time passed quickly. Before they had finished clearing out the Blood Tea tribe members who met the requirements, they had to stop their actions. It was time to return. 30 days had passed. If they did not leave, when the crack on the floating land shield closed, they would have to wait until the next time the Tien tribe elders took the initiative to activate the ability of this position component. And no one knew when that would be. Chapter 243, the second phase of sequence competition, Evil Buddha Continent. The 2 frigates flew towards the sky at a high speed. In order to save time, Song Chi and the other person activated the space jump device one after another, in order to reach the crack at the end of the sky as soon as possible. As for the distribution of the harvest from the God Palace Treasury, neither of them mentioned it, or not for the time being. There is plenty of time for the follow-up. The most critical issue at the moment is the sequence competition. At the time when the 2 frigates rushed out of the crack, nearly 30 warships had gathered outside the floating land shield, including dozens of warships from the Song family and the Golden Lion Earl family. Before the 2 returned to the fleet, the voice of the clan elder Song Tianmeng was heard from the Zhulu ship in front of them. The Jingtao Chimeng. Come over and hand in the blood bodhi first. You can control the specific number of blood bodhisattvas. If you fail to rank in the top 10 in the end. The Tianmeng clan elder did not finish his words. But it was precisely these unclear words that made all the clan members who handed in the blood bodhisattvas hesitate. After struggling, most of them could only hand in all the blood bodhisattvas in their hands in order to bet on one of the 10 places. As for the reason, it has to start from the previous sequence competition. In the previous multiple sequence tasks, the submission of blood bodhi has been repeated. Some can be submitted twice to determine the overall ranking, and some have only this one chance. If the number of submissions in the first round does not fall within the specified quota, they will be automatically eliminated. Therefore, this made many clansmen hesitate. However, Song Chi was not included. He directly took out 2 million first, second, and third level blood bodhis. With this number of blood bodhis, it is absolutely no problem to rank in the top 10. After him, Song Bei finally handed in 2 million coins. He naturally didn't get so many coins himself, but he withdrew about 400,000 coins from the treasure of the Palace of God in advance. When the two of them divided the spoils later, these 400,000 coins would naturally be counted. After dozens of minutes, the crack on the shield of the bloody land below was completely closed. There were 18 people on the Song family side. All of them came out. But there was a surprise on the side of the Earl of Golden Lion family. Only 18 Xinhua warships came out. This means that the other 2 people either died in the bloody land, or were unable to return due to an accident. In response to this, the faces of all the members of the Philip family were not very good. In this way, the gap between the 2 families was instantly revealed. The Song family did not ask more about this matter, otherwise it might be considered as gloating over misfortune. Everyone quietly waited for the result from the Tianmeng clan elders. The head of the family, Song Xuansong, left quickly after sending them there a month ago. Now the subsequent first stage sequence competition is entirely the responsibility of Song Tianmeng. The elders of the Tianmeng clan were not the type to waste time, and they quickly announced the results one by one. There were no surprises on Song Qi's side. He was ranked 7th in this mission after handing in 2 million blood bodhisattvas of various levels. Song Bei ranked behind him, just 8th. In addition, Song Zhe and Song Gang also successfully entered the top 10, with Song Zhe 3rd and Song Gang 1st with 5 million blood bodhisattvas. Once the results were announced, the 18 members of the family were happy and worried. Those who successfully ranked in the top 10 were particularly excited, while those who did not rank in the top 10 were regretting that they should not have been greedy and held back. Soon, the 11th and 12th ranked tribesmen respectfully asked the Tianmeng elder at the same time, "Tianmeng elder, can I submit it again?" As soon as this was said, the face of the 10th ranked tribesman suddenly tightened. He was just ranked 10th, and the gap between him and the 11th and 12th rank behind was not big. Yes, because of this word, there were some small changes in the field again. 2 minutes later, the original 10th ranked tribesman was squeezed out and replaced by the 12th ranked tribesman. Song Qi and others were not affected, as the 10 places were completely confirmed. Song Tianmeng's voice rang in everyone's ears. Okay, this first stage of the competition has come to an end for now. Those who enter the top 10 will prepare for the second stage of the competition. As for the 8 people who failed to be selected, don't be discouraged. Your status in the family will not be bad in the future. Thinking back to the past, I was also one step away from the family sequence. Everyone had different expressions. Then someone was about to ask for information about the second stage of the sequence competition, but only got a simple reply from the elder of the Tianmeng clan. You will know this when you return to the family tomorrow. The family's actions were very fast. Just after coming out of the Bloody Land, the next day, the 18 people had already boarded the returning transit warship, Longji Divine Mountain, the ancestral temple of the family. The 18 people a month ago are now only 10 people. At this moment, a long projection screen is projected in front of Song Qi and the other 10 people. As they check the information on the screen, everyone's face is full of solemnity and worry. Evil Buddha Continent. Evil Buddha Clan. Evil Fall. Evil Spirit. Level 7 Life-type Floating Land. The key information on the projection screen in front of him kept echoing in his mind. And Song Qi's face was not much better. With the current combat power of the sky, he thought that this sequence position was just a piece of cake. But now it seems that he thought too simply. A level 7 life-type star sea floating land. Let alone the current sky. Even if it advances to the 4th level in the future, he has no confidence to say that he can ensure his absolute safety. Above the hall, the head of the family, Song Xuansong, who had turned back into a projection, saw the changes in the expressions of the 10 people under the hall clearly. He only heard him explain softly, "Don't worry. Your second stage sequence mission this time. The target is only a very remote state on the evil Buddha continent, where the Buddhist sect has limited power, and there will be no evil spirits above the 5th level." At this point, Song Xuansang paused, and then continued, "Of course, if someone is lax because of this, and then becomes the blood food of the evil or the fetus of the evil Buddha, don't expect the family to save you. After all, on the evil Buddha continent, our Song family is just a slightly larger ant." Hearing these suddenly cold words, the hearts of the 10 people in Song Qi suddenly trembled, and their minds, which had just relaxed a little, tensed up again. But at this time, Song Xuansong's voice turned soft again. "Okay, you have a week to make follow-up preparations. You will officially go to the evil Buddha continent in 7 days. Now go down. By the way, I would like to remind you that the evil Buddha clan, the evil fallen and the evil spirits are all extremely good at mind pollution and mind temptation. Remember to equip your ship with a part that can protect the mind." All 10 people nodded. There was no need for Song Xuansong to remind them. After reading the basic information of the evil Buddha continent, everyone noticed this. They would try their best to make targeted preparations in the next 7 days. The group of 10 people left the family ancestral hall one after another. Under the ground of Longji Mountain, the family opened up a battleship summoning room. Under the ground of Longji Mountain, Song Qi and Song Bei rented a battleship summoning room as soon as possible, and then began to divide the spoils. The first to be distributed were the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level floating land origins. There is nothing much to say about this. The two of them divided it equally. Song Chi received 5,000 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin, 200 strands of the 4th level, and 10 strands of the 5th level floating land origin. 0 level, the 1st level and 2nd level floating land essence add up to more than 1 million. After the floating land essence is the Star Sea Wonders. Before the distribution, Song Bei took the initiative to say, "Brother Chi, I wonder if you have any demand for this orange quality ship armor?" Song Chi's eyes flashed, but finally shook his head truthfully. Seeing this, Song Bei's eyes were even more delighted, and knowing his idea, Song Chi took the lead in saying a distribution method that he had been brewing for a long time. "Brother, otherwise, the wonders that cannot be transformed into shipborne parts, and the herbs and spiritual fruits that Captain Xinhua basically does not use, all belong to me. If you agree, this orange ship armor is yours, and the other titanium crystals, blood booty, and mineral resources. We will divide them equally." Song Bei pondered for a moment, but did not hesitate for long, and nodded in agreement. Song Chi was naturally very happy about this. One piece of orange ship armor was exchanged for more than 100 star sea treasures, plus 1,000-year-old red fruit, 100,000-year-old lightning wood, and 10,000-year-old wood spirit flower. For other Xinhua captains, this would be at most an equal transaction. But in his eyes, who controlled the Zhutian market, this was a very profitable transaction. Not to mention anything else. Just the 100,000-year-old lightning wood must be a very valuable item in the prehistoric continent behind Zhouping. Song Chi estimated that just this lightning wood might be able to exchange for an orange-quality star sea treasure from the Luofu sword sect. Lightning-struck wood has always been a good material for refining equipment for cultivators. Not to mention the 100,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. Therefore, apart from the lightning-struck wood, the other things can basically be considered pure profit for him. Not to mention the 2 purple wonders that can also be exchanged for other purple parts. The 1,000-year-old red fruit and the 10,000-year-old wood spirit flower are also extremely scarce in the prehistoric continent. After these miscellaneous items are distributed, the distribution of other things such as blood booty, titanium crystal, and mineral resources is much simpler, all according to the principle of equal distribution. Of course, Song Chi had 400,000 more blood booties. After all, the other party had already withdrawn the same amount in advance. After all the things were distributed, Song Bei could hardly hide the smile on his face. The resources distributed this time were an amazing harvest for him. Not only did they fill the last shortcoming in the defense of the North, but the various resources were also amazing. The two separated, and Song Chi rushed straight to the family merit building. He left behind 1,000,000 blood booties, and the 4th level blood booty was also in his hand. As for the other 5 million, he was going to hand them all over to the family to exchange for family merit points. The 10th direct lineage now has only tens of thousands of members, most of whom are ordinary people who have not yet awakened. There is basically no value in using the blood booty, leaving 1,000,000 pieces, plus the ones distributed by the family later, is enough for the lineage to use for a long time. On the 31st floor of the merit building, when Song Chi took out all the blood booty that was piled up like a small mountain, all the members of this floor were almost completely stunned. After about 10 minutes, the member in charge of the merit exchange completed the inventory. After counting, for 32 3rd-level blood booties, 10, 800 2nd-level blood booties, for 10, 000 1st-level blood booties, for 0.7 million 0-level blood booties, the merit points that can be exchanged are. Before the other party finished speaking, Song Chi raised his hand to interrupt him. Can these merit points be exchanged for gold merit? For this request, the tribe member immediately looked embarrassed, scratched his head at first, and then apologized. Sorry, I have to ask for instructions from my superiors. Song Chi shook his head, indicating that he had no objection. Such a number of blood bodhisattvas. If all of them were exchanged for ordinary merit points, it would start at least tens of millions of points. What use would he have with such a large number of ordinary merit points? Unless he was willing to deposit all of them into the public property account of the Pulse. But although he was willing to help the Pulse, he would not play like this. Holding the Zhutian market, he had a lot of assets in his hands. But he was not enough to act as a boy who gave away money. Soon, the reply was given behind the exchange counter. Brother, there are 2 choices above. You can choose one from the 2. First, 300 points of gold merit plus 10 million points of ordinary merit. Second, 200 points of gold merit plus 100 law stones plus 20 strands of 4th level floating land origin plus 1,000 titanium crystals for these 2 choices. Song Chi did not need to hesitate at all, and directly chose the second one. As for ordinary merit points, the Mahjong side still owes him 1,000,000 points. What can he do with another 10,000,000 points? Will it just sit there and collect dust? Soon, Song Chi received 200 gold merit points in his account. At the same time, he also got 100 law stones, 20 strands of 4th level floating land essence, and 1,000 titanium crystals. After careful calculation, plus the previous gains from the treasury of the Divine Palace, he now has more than 5,000 strands of 3rd level floating land essence, 220 strands of 4th level floating land essence, 10 strands of 5th level, plus 100 law stones, 2,000 titanium crystals, which can be said to be a huge profit at one time. Song Chi sighed. Until now, he completely understood the true meaning of the phrase. Killing people and setting fires to get a golden belt. The harvest this time, I am afraid it is equal to his total income in a few years. Of course, this excludes the situation of high-level Star Sea wonders such as Neutron Star Core armor appearing in the Shutian market, and also excludes the harvest from the super giant three-eyed flagship. This time, we can carry out another round of major enhancement. Thinking, Song Chi forcibly suppressed the urge to enhance on the spot, and stepped towards the upper level of the merit building. Compared with the current strengthening of the various components of the sky, the more important thing at the moment is to quickly get a high-quality mind protection component. If it doesn't work, a negative state purification component will also work. As for the abnormal state purifier, its quality is too low. Although it has been strengthened to the limit of LV39 early, the evil Buddha continent is a 7 star sea floating land. At this level of floating land, the blue component can't really give Song Chi a sense of security. Chapter 244 Orange Shadow Devil Breaking Cannon. Song Chi's goal was clear, above the 60th floor of the meritorious building. He had already visited the 1st to 60th floors of the meritorious building several times before, and there were no mind protection parts of purple quality or above, nor had he seen any negative state purification parts. Originally, he had always thought that it was the impact of the previous Soul Floating Land expedition, but now that he had learned about the relevant information of the evil Buddha continent, he realized that things were far from that simple. However, because of this, he did not hold much hope for the merit building above the 60th floor. The resources in the 7th level life-type floating land are unimaginable. Facing such a floating land, the attitude of the elders in the tribe is needless to say. After all, if they can really gain something from it, they may be able to use it to attack the 5th level battleship in one fell swoop. Based on this, the parts related to the mind protection in the tribe must have been exchanged out long ago, and it is unlikely that there are any in stock. All the way to the 60th floor of the merit building, as seen before, there are no parts related to mind protection on the entire 1st to 60th floors. With a little bit of trepidation, Song Chi stepped onto the 61st floor. The gold merit required for this floor is 150 points, which is just enough for his account at the moment. Walking into the 61st floor, and taking a look around, a hint of obvious surprise flashed in his eyes. Compared to the 51st to 60th floors, which are smaller than the previous one, the 61st floor clearly has traces of space folding technology. Its area is much larger, and the number of exchange counters placed is far more than expected. After checking all the way, he soon understood. Item name, Vampire Marquis Blood. Exchange price, 100 gold merit points. Item name, Golden Armor Giant Beast Blood. Exchange price, 120 gold merit points. Item name, Vampire Duke Blood. Exchange price, 1,500 gold merit points. Most of the items in these counters are the blood of 4th level or even 5th level creatures. Song Chi even saw the blood of the Golden Armor Giant Beast. However, he did not care about these source bloods that were extremely attractive to other Shinhwa captains. He just looked at the drop of 5th level Vampire Duke source blood counter for a while. In addition to these source bloods, Song Chi also saw a wood attributed law crystal, the lowest level, and some orange and even red parts, but most of them were main guns, energy shields, etc., which were useless for the sky. With his brows furrowed, Song Chi felt a bad feeling in his heart. Later, facts proved that his sixth sense was not wrong. He walked all the way to the 69th floor, but still did not find any parts related to the protection of the mind. With the last bit of hope, he stepped onto the 70th floor of the merit building. 2 minutes later, as expected, there were still no parts for the protection of the mind. But this time he did not lose a little. In front of a counter on the 70th floor of the merit building, Song Qi stopped. Inside the counter in front of him, there was a part emitting a blazing orange light. An orange shipborne secondary gun. Shadow Devil Cannon LV0. Quality, orange. Features, Shadow Devil. Feature 2, secondary gun power increased by 45%. Consumption, 5/shot psionic points power, 6.2. No buffering and charging required. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin level 0, 1000 psionic points, 10 kg Shadow Stone Shadow Devil. Each attack of the secondary gun has a 1% chance to trigger the Devil effect, temporarily weakens the current shield value of the enemy unit's surface energy shield by 1%. The same energy shield can be weakened by up to 10% of the maximum shield value. At first glance, 1% is too low to be true, but if you think about it carefully, it's not true. First of all, this is only the attribute of level 0. Once the enhancement level is raised, the value will definitely increase significantly. Secondly, don't forget that this is a secondary gun. There is no buffer time limit. Under continuous shooting, the triggering probability is actually not as low as imagined. He looked down at the exchange price. 110 gold merit points. Seeing this number, Song Qi thought for a while, and then decided to exchange. It has been 2 years since the Sky was promoted to the second level. The 4 secondary guns are still only loaded with 2, which does look a bit shabby. Of course, before the exchange, Song Qi did not forget to try to go to the 71st floor. But the result was obvious. Even if the gold merit points in his account exceeded 200 points, he was still stopped. To continue to the 71st floor, the gold merit points must be above 500 points. Knowing this, Song Qi lost interest instantly. He could not collect 500 gold merit points in a short time. Although there were still dozens of ancient corpses comparable to the peak of the 4th level in the ancient battlefield of the Starry Sky, it was not an easy task for the Sky to collect them. It was necessary to open up a series of safe routes in advance. And this was not a one-day job. Even though the order to continue exploring the safe route had been issued to the half-step 4th level humanoid alien, there were also a large number of humanoid aliens who were continuing to explore with the asteroid belt creatures. But if he wanted to open up more than 10 safe routes, Song Qi estimated that it would take at least 2 years. After all, the farthest ancient corpse of 10,000 meters was nearly 100,000 kilometers away from the exit of the space wormhole. No longer thinking about these, after exchanging the Shadow Devil breaking cannon, Song Qi did not stop, left the Merit building, and returned to Qingma Manor. He only had 7 days left, and he had no time to waste. In the freestall area of the market, inside the Sky, load the Shadow Devil cannon, and then start to strengthen it. He spent hundreds of 0-level, 1st level and 2nd level floating land essences, and 120 titanium crystals, and this orange secondary cannon was strengthened to level 30. Because the 2nd level floating land essences in his hand already exceeded 6 figures, Song Qi did not delay the strengthening of the first 3 levels. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he decided to continue strengthening. After using hundreds of 3rd level floating land essences plus 420 titanium crystals plus 2 strands of 4th level floating land essences plus 1 law stone, this component was finally strengthened to level 40. As for the attributes, Song Qi only cared about its Shadow Devil breaking feature. Shadow Devil breaking, each attack of the secondary gun has a 20% chance of triggering the magic breaking effect, temporarily weakening the current shield value of the enemy unit's surface energy shield by 10%. And the same energy shield can be weakened by up to 50% of the maximum shield value. As expected, with the strengthening to level 40, the effect of this feature finally became extremely impressive. As long as luck is not too bad, basically every 5 shots can reduce the enemy unit's current shield value by 10%. When fully triggered, the enemy unit's energy shield will always have only half the shield value in front of the Sky. This effect may not be very excellent, but it is definitely not weak. Song Qi is also satisfied enough. He did not pay too much attention to it, but turned to the electromagnetic lightning cannon component. This blue secondary cannon is the first secondary cannon on the Sky, and it is also the first component to explore the ruins of the Nebulo civilization. Although it can no longer keep up with the pace of the Sky, it does not need titanium crystals after all. In addition, Song Qi now has enough 3rd level floating land essence. And he also has the 3-eyed solid soul ring component when he replaces it in the future. So there is no need to waste strengthening resources. So he directly raised it to the limit of blue components. LV39. As for the cold light sky frost cannon, This thing needs to consume titanium crystals. After thinking about it, Song-Chi still did not move. 2,000 titanium crystals seemed to be a lot. But in the process of strengthening 3rd and 4th level components, it really can't withstand a few rounds of consumption. His sight shifted from the secondary gun component to the Totem Spirit Pillar component. This component is only enhanced at level 30, and cannot be effective against 4th level creatures. How can Song-Chi, who has a 4th level Void Demon as his slave, be satisfied? The Void Demon's own attack capability is very good. If it can be enhanced with the Totem pattern and the Totem's true body, its combat power will increase again. Therefore, just like the previous Shadow Devil cannon, it was also enhanced to level 40 after spending hundreds of 3rd level floating land essence plus 420 titanium crystals plus 2 4th level floating land essence plus 1 lost stone. After LV40, the belief pool of the component was increased to 300,000. At the same time, Song-Chi also transformed the 4th level Void Demon into a worshipper of the Hanwha Snow Python, and successfully engraved the Totem pattern on his body. In the future, as long as he is within the coverage of the Totem Spirit Pillar, he will be able to actively activate the ability of the Totem pattern or the Totem body, allowing his own combat power to surge a lot, which is equivalent to having an additional explosive ability. However, in addition to this, Song-Chi discovered something. With the Totem Spirit Pillar being strengthened to the 4th level, and a formal 4th level worshipper being contracted, the Hanwha Snow Python, a half-step 4th level Totem Spirit Beast, seems to have undergone unknown changes. On the shoulder, a miniature snow-white snake was constantly spitting out its tongue, and a hissing sound was constantly coming out of its mouth. Sensing its restlessness, Song-Chi took the initiative to ask through telepathy, "What's wrong?" The Hanwha Snow Python still hissed, but this time it was transmitted through the characteristics of the Bridge of Mind. Song-Chi understood what it meant. Is it going to advance? His face lit up. This news made him very happy. After dozens of seconds, his face returned to calmness. As a creature that could touch the 4th level on a 3rd level floating land, Song-Chi never had any doubts about the potential of the bloodline of the Hanwha Snow Python. So he was actually prepared for this advancement. But after calming down, Song-Chi frowned again. Of course, he was happy that his slave creatures were promoted to the 4th level. But the problem now was that there was an obvious conflict in time. He had to rush to the evil Buddha continent in 7 days. And a short 7 days was obviously not enough for a 3rd level creature to complete its transformation to the 4th level. For a moment, Song-Chi had a headache. After thinking for a long time, he finally used telepathy to let the Snow Python suppress the urge to advance. He had 2 choices at the moment. First, let the Snow Python stay in the Dragon Ridge continent, and report to the family at the same time. Let it occupy a 4th order origin eruption eye, and then try to reach the 4th order on its own. Second, stop its urge to advance this time, and wait until it completes this trip to the evil Buddha continent. The result of the first choice is obvious. Without the Totem Beast, the Totem Pillar will naturally fall into a temporary scrap state. Don't think of relying on this component for the next operation in the evil Buddha continent. As for the second option, although it would waste this promotion opportunity in a short period of time, with the talent of Hanwha Snow Python, plus the resources controlled by Song-Chi himself, the chance of secondary promotion in the future would definitely not be small. After such careful consideration, Song-Chi chose to let it suppress the impulse of promotion this time, and wait until the trip to the evil Buddha continent. After strengthening this Totem Spirit Pillar, the next one is the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar component. This orange radar is currently still at level 39, and Song-Chi has always been a little uncomfortable with this. As the eyes of a Xinhua warship, its importance is self-evident. How can the strengthening level lag behind other basic components? After the light flashed, this component was officially strengthened to the 4th level, and the attribute increase was not small. As these parts were strengthened one by one, the other resources were fine, mainly because there were only about 1,000 titanium crystals left, of which at least 600 should be reserved for the high-quality mind protection parts that might be obtained later. There were not many left. After thinking about it, Song-Chi thought of Plasma Guardian. After all, it was a single shield that could save his life. Now, every time he recalled or left the sky, he would bless himself with one. However, the 3rd level was still too low, and it would be safer to strengthen it to the 4th level. Soon, another 265 titanium crystals, a strand of 4th level floating land origin, a law stone, plus hundreds of strands of 3rd level floating land origin. This component was strengthened to level 40. The number of shields it can generate reached 50-50, and the shield value of the plasma shield was increased from the previous 306,000 to 3,230,000 points. Song Chi was very satisfied with this shield value. He calculated that even if the main gun of the 4th level purple battleship hit it head-on, this single shield would never be destroyed instantly, which could give him a little reaction time to enter the market. With the end of the strengthening of this component, it also means that the strengthening of the current round of the sky has come to an end. Song Chi took back the sky and strode to the fixed point delivery platform on the inside of the market. In the previous month's trip to the Blood Bodhi land, in order not to waste time collecting Blood Bodhi, he did not open the market for trading, but now he can't delay any longer. He is still thinking about whether he can get the mind protection component he wants from the Luofu sword sect behind Zhou Ping. As for the transaction item, it was naturally the 100,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. The fixed-point delivery platform, which had been strengthened to level 27, was quickly activated. Soon, nearly 100 void portals were condensed at the entrance of the market, waiting for the alien races of the Star Sea to discover and enter. On the second floor of the inn, for this market transaction that lasted for nearly 20 days, the Goblin Luke, who could not wait any longer, rushed out of the guest room at the market gate in a hurry, and came to the mineral resource exchange shop with a loud voice, anxiously wanting to conduct a new round of transactions of 2 million Terra stones. Yes, as the transaction time between the two parties gradually increased, the Viscount mansion behind it gradually expanded in secret, expanded the sales channels, and the monthly purchase volume gradually increased. In just over 2 years, its monthly purchase volume increased from 500,000 to 2 million today. And just from this single transaction, Song Chi and the 10th straight vein behind him could earn nearly 1 million strands of zero-level floating land origin. It must be said that this is a cross-border transaction. Chapter 245 Orange Glory Tai Soul Calming Monument. Compared to the impetuous Goblin Luke, Zhou Ping, who has now reached the peak of the initial stage of foundation building, seems to be much calmer. Well, there is a saying, he already has a bit of the feeling of being out of this world, and immortal. But this is only before he enters the newly opened grocery store by Song Chi. Not long after entering this store with a variety of items, Zhou Ping's eyes were fixed on several items in the most conspicuous position of the store. It was the 100,000-year-old lightning-struck wood that Song Chi had just put on the shelf, the 10,000-year-old with spirit grass, and other items obtained from the treasury of the Divine Palace. Perhaps Zhou Ping knew that his expression could not be hidden from the great existence behind the market, so he did not deliberately hide anything, but quickly asked, "Sir, how can I exchange this 100,000-year-old lightning-struck wood?" The projection screen in the middle of the grocery store changed rapidly, and finally turned into a line of text. Exchange. Soul defense items are preferred. Seeing this line of text, Zhou Ping first urged the mana in his body to open the storage bag on his waist, and at the same time, his consciousness sank into it, and quickly checked it. After a while, his face darkened. Among the various items prepared by Luofu's sword sect this time, there was no soul defense item that met the requirements. He was silent for a long time, and then he spoke again after reorganizing his words. "Sir, there is nothing that meets the requirements among the items I brought this time. I wonder if I can reserve this piece of lightning wood first, and when the transaction opens next month, I will definitely bring the appropriate soul defense item." Song Chi would naturally not agree. It would be 7 days before he set off for the evil Buddha continent, and he could not wait for a month. After a while, the font on the projection screen changed. "No need to bother. I'll lend you this market walk order." After this line of font appeared, a silver-white light flashed in front of Zhou Ping. He didn't even feel any spatial fluctuations. This market walk order seemed to appear out of thin air. Ripples flashed in his eyes. Zhou Ping's heart was unsettled. He had coveted this market walk order for a long time, but he had never been able to get it. He didn't expect to come across it today, even if it would be taken back immediately after using it this time. It was enough to make him excited. After all, compared to the market guest order, this market walking order is much stronger. However, he was a little smart. He did not leave in a hurry, but stayed in the market for several hours. When the number of alien races in the market exceeded 2,000, he recorded the most popular minerals, spiritual herbs and other resources in detail, and then returned to the market guest room and took the initiative to leave the market. Hongwang Continent, Luofu Domain, Luofu Sword Sect. Since nearly 3 years ago, Luofu Sword Sect has changed the decline of the sect's Supreme Elder and began to refine a variety of rare elixirs that are extremely rare because the spiritual herbs required are almost extinct. The market under its command has attracted many customers. First, the scattered cultivators came. And then even the disciples and elders of the major sects came to purchase elixirs. In this way, the sect's finances, which were almost collapsing, gradually stabilized. And as time went by, the refinement of equipment and the sale of minerals also steadily improved, making the sect gradually prosperous and attracting the attention of many immortal sects in the prehistoric continent. Today, in the Chongjian Peak of Luofu Sword Sect, the cave area for true disciples, with a wave of prohibition, Zhou Ping, who was at the peak of the initial stage of foundation building, walked out of a cave. This abnormality immediately attracted the attention of several core elders of Chongjian Peak. As the magic power surged, Zhou Ping only felt a breeze blowing in front of his eyes. And then 3 old men with white hair and beard appeared. Peak Master, Elder. Before Zhou Ping finished speaking, the Peak Master of Chongjian Peak, an old man who was a Yuanying stage cultivator in the Hongwang continent, said solemnly, "What happened? It's only been less than 5 hours. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the Shutian market?" Seeing that the Peak Master and the 2 elders were anxious, Zhou Ping did not dare to be careless, and explained it quickly. 100,000 years old lightning wood, really? The eyes of the Master of Chongjian Peak flashed. If it is really 100,000 years old lightning wood, then as long as the Master carefully refines it for 100 years, it can be transformed into an extremely powerful spiritual treasure. If the subsequent refinement time is extended, and some other rare materials are added, it is even possible to evolve into a Taoist weapon. Seeing Zhou Ping nodded seriously, it didn't seem to be fake. The Master of Chongjian Peak waved his hand lightly, and then the scene in front of everyone changed, and in the blink of an eye, they had appeared in the sect's main hall. In the sect's blessed land behind the main hall, feeling the changes in the main hall, the Luofu Sword Sect's sect master, who had reached the level of God transformation, quietly appeared. When he saw Zhou Ping, the change in the sect master's eyes was exactly the same as the 3 old men from Chongjian Peak before, but after hearing the explanation from the Chongjian Peak sect master, he nodded lightly, and then his face became serious again. Soul defense type natural treasures. This is a bit troublesome. Soul defense type magic weapons are easy to say, as a 5th level weapon refiner, plus the Luofu Sword Sect's profound weapon refinement heritage, he can still refine 2 soul defense magic weapons, but natural treasures, this thing is really rare, even for the Luofu Sword Sect, the God Transformation Sect, it is not necessarily collected in the sect's treasury. Then let's go and have a look together. I hope there are such items in the treasure house. After saying that, the 5 people disappeared in the sect hall. A few minutes later, when the 5 people reappeared, they already had 3 more items in their hands. One of the 3 items was emitting purple light, and the other 2 were orange. The few people looked at each other, and then the sect leader said, 100,000 years of lightning wood. Purple quality natural treasures may not be enough. Zhou Ping, you can take these 2 orange natural treasures back to the market to see which one can catch the eye of the market owner. Yes, sect leader. In the market, just when Song Qi was getting a little impatient, Zhou Ping finally walked out of the 3rd floor of the inn. Coming to the grocery store again, he didn't hesitate, and directly tapped the storage bag. And then a strange object emitting a strong orange light appeared in his hand. Outside, in front of a stall in the freestall area, while pretending to select goods, Song Qi, who looked like a humanoid alien, murmured in his heart, "It is worthy of being a 5th level Taoist sect. The Huashan sect. And the orange quality soul defense strange object is used." As he said, he was also quite excited. With an orange mind protection component as a backup, the subsequent trip to the evil Buddha continent will be much safer. However, when the power of the law surrounded this star sea wonder, his heart suddenly chilled. Wonderful item, Soul Requiem Stone. Quality, orange. Transformable, none. Note, a piece of wonder or bred in the special environment of the prehistoric continent. Its use is extremely single. Cannot be transformed into shipborne parts. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Song Qi's helplessness at this moment can be imagined. He originally thought that he would get a guarantee that would allow him to move safely in the evil Buddha continent. But he didn't expect that it would be nothing in the end. Not in compliance. After a simple reply, the power of the law circulated in the shop, and he was ready to take back the market walking order in Zhou Ping's hand. But at this time, he quickly took out another strange object that also emitted orange light. Compared to the first soul-soothing stone, this second strange object emitting orange light was larger, and more like a special stone pier. After Song-Chi probed the power of the law, this time he finally gave him a big surprise. Strange item. Soul-soothing stone eye. Quality, orange. Transformable. Tai soul-soothing monument. Note: the eye-soothing stone of the Tai sect's soul-cleansing formation in the prehistoric continent suppressed the soul-cleansing formation for thousands of years. Under the baptism of the infinite soul-cleansing power, it finally turned into a rare orange glorious strange object. Along with the power of the law, Song-Chi's psionic energy also quickly touched this stone pier, and at the same time obtained the corresponding ship-borne component attributes. Tai Soul Calming Monument LV0. Quality, orange. Feature, Soul Calming Monument. Feature 2, Soul Calming Seal. Consumption, 10/S psionic points effect. After loading, a soul calming aura corresponding to the enhancement level will be automatically generated inside the warship, which can defend against most methods targeting the spirit mind, soul type. Required for upgrading, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 1000 psionic energy points, 10 kg soul crystals soul calming monument. The captain of the warship will automatically condense an illusory soul calming monument in his ancestral orifice. This monument has the ability to guard the mind and resist external mental attacks. Soul Calming Seal. Consumes 2000 psionic energy points. Casts a soul calming seal on a designated target within a range of no more than 3 meters. Seals the target's mind. Slightly affects the target's reaction speed. There is no doubt that this Tai Soul Calming Monument is what Song-Chi wants, but its second characteristic is a bit useless. Targets within a range of 3 meters. In the era of starship bombardment, what the hell is 3 meters? And the subsequent growth value of this characteristic is estimated to be not very high, after all. Its starting point is here. Song-Chi only felt a little regretful. If the second characteristic was a little better, this component would obviously be of the best quality. However, he did not refuse. After all, the possibility of finding another orange quality mind guarding component in a short period of time was very small. Moreover, compared with the second characteristic, the first characteristic was the exact opposite. It was definitely a top-quality characteristic. Originally, the effective range of this Tai Soul Calming Monument was limited only inside the battleship. Once the battleship was recalled or far away from the battleship, the captain himself could no longer enjoy the effect of soul guarding. The first characteristic is irrelevant to the others. As long as he is still the master of the sky, the illusory soul-soothing monument left in his mind will never disappear. With the blessing of the Seed of Fire, the protection effect will be far beyond the ordinary. Although Song-Chi has agreed to this in his heart, he has not given a clear answer. As a novel fan in his previous life, he knows the importance of lightning struck wood in Taoism and immortal sect. Not to mention the lightning struck wood with a terrifying age of 100,000 years. Therefore, his reply was very concise. Not enough. These 2 words contain many meanings, the most important of which is that although this soul calming stone eye meets the requirements, it is not valuable enough. To put it simply, you have to pay more. In response to this, Luofu's sword sect had already made arrangements. Zhou Ping quickly took out a large black cloth bag from the storage bag. Compared to the cloth bag that held 50 titanium crystals in the past, this bag was obviously too bulging. When the power of the law passed by, Song-Chi's eyes lit up slightly. 1,000 titanium crystals. Sir, 1,000 titanium crystals plus this soul calming stone eye. How about it? Song-Chi was silent for a moment. Finally, he controlled the projection screen to give a reply. Yes. In addition, Zhou Ping exchanged the 10,000-year-old with spirit flower and the 1,000-year-old red fruit. This time, he did not use titanium crystals, nor the Star Sea Wonder, but what the prehistoric continent called Lingji, which is the floating land origin collectively referred to as the Broken Star Sea. 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin, plus 5 strands of the 4th level floating land origin. After the other party exchanged these 3 items in succession, Song-Chi, who was watching from a god's perspective, suddenly had an idea in his mind. And suddenly another new trading channel emerged in his heart. Judging from Zhou Ping's exchange choice, the prehistoric continent was basically the same as the novels he read in his previous life. They urgently needed various spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits to refine various magical pills. although more than 99% of these pills can only be taken by themselves and are ineffective for outsiders. This does not hinder their demand for various spiritual herbs. This is also the new trading channel that Song-Chi mentioned. Ordinary elixirs cannot be resold, but the various spiritual herbs and fruits that the other party urgently needs are unlimited. The Dragon-Ridge continent is so large, and there are countless flowers and plants in it. In addition, how many low-level floating lands are under the jurisdiction and control of the Song family, if we can really plant and collect the spiritual herbs and fruits that are extremely scarce in the prehistoric continent on all the floating lands, and then trade with the other party, then this will definitely be a trading channel with amazing potential, even better than the monthly Terra Stone trade of the Goblin Luke. The Viscount mansion behind the Goblin Luke has been in decline for a long time. The energy behind him is limited, and the amount of Terra Stone he can consume each time is also limited. However, the Luofu Sword sect is different. It is a real sect of the God of Transformation, a 5th level sect. The sect occupies the entire Luofu area. The energy, sales channels, and demand it has are far beyond the reach of the Viscount mansion behind the Goblin Luke. If this sustainable trading channel can be promoted, his income in the future will be even more amazing. And there is another key point. That is, Zhou Ping has a record of the spiritual herbs and fruits that he deliberately purchased in the past. In this way, he can collect and price these things more specifically to maximize his profits. Chapter 246 Genetic Bloodline Enhancement Excellent Life Forms in the Star Sea. Keep this in mind, Song-Chi has decided, after this transaction is over, he will immediately put this matter on the agenda. Not only in the vein, he will list the corresponding herbs, spiritual fruits and other detailed purchase posts on the entire Dragon Ridge continent forum, including purchase price, detailed pictures, purchase restrictions, etc. In this way, not only their 10th direct vein, the 10 direct veins of the family, the 2 direct veins, the ancestral vein, and the huge collateral clansmen all may respond and accept the task he issued. The number of family members is astonishing. Even in the best developed ancestral lineage, there are still people who live in poverty. These people are different from those who are supported by their elders. The configuration of their ships is ordinary. Every exploration of alien star regions is a gamble with their own lives as chips. In comparison, this kind of material collection work that is risk-free and can earn a lot of resources is definitely what these people are eager for. Thinking about it, Zhou Ping has already left the grocery store. And like the Goblin Luke, Star Source Empire Aaron and others, he walked all the way into the strange item exchange shop. And it was difficult to turn around. All the alien races that entered the rare item exchange shop, their eyes all stayed on the rare item counters at the highest point of the shop, and were attracted by the red and orange lights emanating from them. Red quality natural treasures. Zhou Ping's heart was pounding. If it were in the past, as a mere outer disciple, he might not understand the meaning of red quality natural treasures, but now it is different. He has long been listed as a true disciple of Chongjin Peak, and his vision is certainly not what it was more than 2 years ago. As far as he knew, even the Luofu Sword sect, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, could hardly store red quality natural treasures. Natural treasures of this level were too rare. The only information he had heard about silver quality natural treasures was from the Tai Immortal sect. It had always been rumored in the world of immortal cultivation that the Tai Immortal sect had a sect-protecting immortal weapon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, called the Tai Hongwang Tower. It was rumored that the Tai Hongwang Tower was a supreme immortal weapon made of red-quality natural treasures. As for the Tai Immortal sect, it was undoubtedly the leader of the immortal way in the entire Hongwang continent. It was said that it had been passed down for nearly 100,000 years. The Tai domain occupied by the Tai Immortal sect was the largest domain in the entire Hongwang continent. Sure enough, the great existence behind this Yutian market has an amazing background, and the red-quality natural treasures can be taken at will. Thinking in his heart, Zhou Ping shook his head heavily, trying his best to retract his fiery gaze, and then quietly left the strange item exchange shop. When he returned to the market walking room on the 3rd floor of the inn, while the market walking order in his hand had not been taken back, he left the market again and hurried to report to the sect leaders. In the freestall area, Song-Chi, who saw the whole scene, raised his mouth slightly. The red and orange items in the item exchange shop were the space attribute law crystal and gold attribute law crystal that he had just acquired. Did he really want to sell them? Of course not. He had only one purpose in exposing the 2 crystals of law. which was to further enhance the mysteriousness and power of him as the lord of the market. To put it simply, he wanted to use it to improve his own status and the market's status. Just imagine, if someone could easily take out red items for exchange. How powerful could he be? But that was it. Song-Chi would not really trade the two crystals of law. He would use it as a gimmick to improve the reputation of the Shutian market and the quality of transactions. And Zhou Ping's stuff, naturally, was exactly what he wanted. Time passed quickly, and after Zhou Ping, there were no other episodes. Song-Chi was still buying storage capsules with Aylin, and the number of storage capsules he had accumulated had exceeded 6 figures, but he still had no intention of selling them. According to his consideration, he would successfully obtain a position in the family sequence, and wait until the Angry Lion was successfully promoted to the Chasing Deer ship, and then announce the storage capsules. A product with great potential, so that the possibility of the family interfering would be infinitely reduced. After all, whether it is the family sequence, or the grandson of the 4th level elder, these two identities are extremely high. After more than 10 hours, this market transaction ended. Originally, he was going to summon the sky as soon as possible to load the Tai Soul Calming Monument component as soon as possible. But Song-Chi suddenly focused his attention on the market's secret realm under his feet. It actually meets the conditions for promotion to LV28. Song-Chi was a little surprised. It has been a long time since the market was promoted to the 2nd level. But compared with the 1st level, the difficulty of upgrading has obviously increased a lot. This has always made him feel helpless, as he is particularly looking forward to the changes in the market after the 3rd level. However, if the market is promoted to LV28 now, it means that if it is promoted by one more level in the future, the market can try to be promoted to the 3rd level. Thinking of this, Song-Chi was of course excited. Compared with the strengthening of the various components of the sky, the market's major level promotion is obviously more important. In addition to the practice of its own guidance technique, there is another important reason. That is, every major level promotion of the market will have great changes. Remember that when it was promoted from level 0 to level 1, it gained 2 new abilities: Market Guest Order and Space Anchor Point. When the 1st level is promoted to the 2nd level, there are 2 abilities: Market Walking Order and Spiritual Synthesis Platform. Now thinking about it, which of these 4 new abilities is not extremely amazing? That is why Song-Chi has always had great expectations for the market to be promoted to the 3rd level. I hope it can be promoted as soon as possible. He casually strengthened the market itself. All Attribute Training Room, Ultra Long Range Space Gate Random Release Platform, and Phantom Energy Protection Array to level 28. And Song-Chi came to the freestyle area again. The sky was summoned again. 2 minutes later, the orange quality Tai Soul Calming Monument component was enhanced all the way to level 40. Looking at the properties again, the Soul Calming Aura it exudes has officially reached the 4th level, and the illusory Soul Calming Monument that can be condensed in his ancestral orifice by the Soul Calming Monument property has also reached the 4th level, enough to resist the 4th level soul attack and invasion. In addition, there is the Soul Calming Seal property. After being enhanced to the 4th level, its effective distance has increased from 3 meters to 300 meters. For Starry Sky combat, this is still dispensable, but it is much stronger than before, and it can only be said that something is better than nothing. I was thinking of strengthening this component, but after counting the remaining titanium crystals in my hand, I stopped thinking about it. Although he still has more than 1,000 titanium crystals in his hand, including the 1,000 pieces that Zhou Ping took out before. The problem is that the light energy aggregation engine component needs to be further strengthened in order to meet the energy supply balance on the sky. This component has been strengthened to level 44. However, with the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar component strengthened to the 4th level, coupled with the previous Tai Soul Calming Monument, the energy supply is a bit insufficient at the moment. So I can only continue to strengthen this orange engine component. Anyway, the 4th level Floating Land Origin and Lost Stone are enough for the time being. Song-Chi simply strengthened the light energy aggregation engine to level 49, the upper limit of the current ship body. After strengthening to level 49, the energy supply efficiency of this component is greatly improved, and there is no need to worry about the energy supply problem of the warship in the short term. However, Song-Chi was not too happy about this, because the current energy surplus was only based on the premise of not continuing to add new high-level components. In other words, if high-quality, continuous energy-consuming shipboard parts are obtained later, they cannot be loaded at will. Even if they are loaded, they cannot be upgraded to too high a level. Otherwise the sky will face the problem of insufficient energy supply. Thinking of this, Song-Chi frowned. Either speed up the promotion of the sky to a cruiser and upgrade its own seed of fire to orange, or start the acceleration of the Shikong 004 cultivation secret realm as soon as possible, so that the 6th level silver apple can be completely restored. His mind was spinning, and two solutions emerged in his mind. As long as the sky is promoted to a cruiser, and its own seed of fire reaches orange quality, the various components on the warship can continue to be strengthened to the 5th level, so that the energy supply problem can be solved naturally. And the large 6th level silver apple can upgrade the light energy aggregation engine component from orange to red. At that time, even if the enhancement level remains unchanged, the energy supply efficiency will be greatly improved. Song-Chi rubbed his forehead and found that both of them actually needed to be put on the agenda. As long as the sky is not promoted to a cruiser, and the seed of fire is not upgraded to orange, the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree component will not be able to be strengthened to the 5th level. In order to continue to explore the wreckage of the Three-Eyed Clan flagship, he must hurry up. As for the acceleration of the cultivation secret realm, it is free acceleration, and the cooling time is fixed. The sooner you use it, the sooner it will cool down. Every day you delay is a waste of time. However, the acceleration of the secret realm in the Dragon Blood secret realm is about to end, and the second one will be officially open soon. He pointed at the resources in his hand. There were less than 700 titanium crystals left, more than 100 4th level floating land origins, and only 25 law stones left. After thinking about it, for the sake of safety, Song-Chi strengthened the Tai Soul Calming Monument several times, and strengthened it to level 44. Although the Soul Soothing Aura and the Soul Soothing Tablet he radiated were both of the 4th order, there were differences between the 4th order and the 4th order. After LV44, this Soul Soothing Aura and the illusory Soul Soothing Tablet were already able to resist the influence of all ordinary 4th order souls. As long as it was not a 4th order peak soul attack, it would be difficult to cause him harm. Qingwei Manor, the courtyard where his uncle and his wife lived. Song-Chi met his aunt again. He was originally planning to use the blood bodhi and the soul tempering fruit as soon as possible in the next few days. But thinking of the millions of low and medium order blood bodhi on his body, he felt that it would be better to give them to the pulse first. Xiao Hongxue was not too surprised to receive the pile of blood bodhi, because Song-Chi would do such a big thing from time to time, and she was already used to it. But it was not for nothing. After all, it was the public property that Song-Chi handed over to Maizhong. Although Maizhong had nothing to compensate him now, the contribution of Maizhong was still indispensable. For example, the hundreds of titanium crystals that Song-Chi had withdrawn from the public property before were deducted from the contribution. Looking at the millions of points of Maizhong contribution on his body, Song-Chi did not care. Now that Maizhong had just opened, and the promotion of the Angry Lion had withdrawn a lot of items, there were not many good things in the public secret library now. Song-Chi estimated that his millions of contributions would not be used in a short time. However, he still went into the secret library and took a look around. Unexpectedly, he found a small surprise. He actually found a useful item in the secret library. A palm-sized Tianlong crystal. This thing is one of the 4 special resources that may be used when a frigate is promoted to a cruiser. It is a relatively rare one. It has never been seen in the family merit building. In response, Song-Chi directly exchanged it for 30,000 contribution points, including this Tianlong crystal. 2 of the 4 special resources that the Sanqiong may use to upgrade to a cruiser are collected, namely this Tianlong crystal and the 10,000-year volcanic lava iron mother. The 2 missing ones are the eyesore stone and the level 3 blood core. For the remaining 2, Song-Chi also started to purchase them in the market early, but there has been no result. Among them, the level 3 blood core is okay. It is a kind of crystal that may condense in the body of a living creature that follows the path of blood. It is said that the ancestral line of the family controls a blood continent, and the dominant race is the vampire, a famous blood race. As long as he takes the initiative to ask the ancestral line later, there is a chance to get it. However, the eyesore stone is different. It can only be found on a special extremely cold continent. It is considered an extremely rare material. After leaving the courtyard where his uncle was, Song-Chi returned home. He did not dwell too much on the eyesore stone. Although it was rare, it was not so rare that it would only appear once in 100 years. He only needed to continue to increase the stakes in the market transactions. It would not be a big problem to acquire it. The most important thing at this moment was to use the blood bodhi and the 2 spirit tempering fruits that he had obtained for a long time as soon as possible. The use of blood bodhi is very simple. Just swallow it directly. It melts in your mouth. And it has a hint of sweetness. Song Chi is now a 2nd level life. And he can only use 2nd level blood bodhi. The first blood bodhi in his mouth was like drinking a mouthful of natural spring water with a hint of sweetness. But this was only the first feeling. Soon Song Chi found that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. In just half a minute, his body temperature doubled. This situation lasted for about 2 minutes. When the boiling feeling subsided, Song Chi became normal again. And he could only use the second one. Just like that. After taking 5 in a row, Song Chi began to feel pain all over his body. And a thick layer of black viscous substance accumulated on his body's surface. His intuition told him that this was the limit of his body's endurance. And if he continued to swallow the blood bodhi, it would be harmful to himself. Although it felt like a tiger's head but a snake's tail. Song Chi, the person involved, had a different feeling. Although he only swallowed 5 blood bodhisattvas, he could clearly feel that he had a comprehensive strengthening. This feeling is difficult to express in words. In short, it was like he had changed his body. If before taking the 5 blood bodhisattvas, his body was that of a middle-aged man in his 50s, then now Song Chi felt like he was back to his 30s, when his body was at its peak. Of course, the above descriptions were based on ordinary people on Blue Star in his previous life. Is this the body of the excellent races in the Star Sea? It is indeed much stronger than ordinary races. Muttering, Song Chi simply washed his body and hurried back to the market. He wanted to try practicing the art of guiding the psychic energy to see what changes would occur. Chapter 247, 1 Mind. 7 Uses. 100 Arms Domain. In the full attribute training room, after assuming the standard training posture of the Dalian technique, the whole body's phantom energy began to circulate, and at the same time, the rich phantom energy in the entire full attribute training room was continuously injected into Song Chi's body. The training process lasted only a quarter of an hour, and once he determined the speed of the phantom energy in his body, he immediately withdrew from the gradual practice of the Dalian technique. Now is not the time to practice the Dalian technique. There are more important things waiting for him later. Walking out of the full attribute training room, Song Chi's eyes were filled with joy. After this short period of testing, he basically determined the change in his training speed after his gene lineage was increased from the normal 20 points to more than 30 points. Overall, the training speed was increased by about 25% compared to the training speed before the gene optimization. Don't underestimate this 25%. This is the improvement of his original training speed. And the combination with the bonus of the full attribute training room is not a simple addition, but a proportional multiplication. Take the training speed he used to use the full attribute training room as an example. The LV28 full attribute training room has a bonus of 1960% for psionic training. And now, with this 25% bonus, the actual training speed is actually 2,450% of the original, not 1985%. The difference is obvious. After the joy, Song Chi thought about whether to sell the blood bodhi in the market. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and gave up the idea temporarily. After all, the blood bodhi is a unique resource of the Bloody Land, and the Bloody Land is strictly controlled by the family and the Golden Lion Earl's mansion, so it is difficult to maintain a continuous supply. In addition, the family itself does not have enough of this thing, and it is strictly prohibited to circulate it outside. So it is really unnecessary. And as mentioned before, blood bodhi has a lot of restrictions. Except for the lowest common Star Sea creatures. Only creatures or tribes whose bloodline is at a certain limit can play a certain role. The market is actually limited. As for the fact that ordinary creatures account for more than 80% of the Star Sea tribes, facing this kind of ordinary alien races, it is actually difficult for him to set a price. If he sets it too low, he will be thankless. If he sets it too high, ordinary creatures like this can basically not afford it. Based on all these reasons, Song Chi gave up the idea of taking back some of the 1 million blood bodhis. After exercising his hands and feet in the freestyle area, he slowly adjusted his state and gradually adapted to the changes in his body. Half a day later, when his state was restored to its peak, Song Chi took out a soul tempering fruit from the storage capsule beside him. This thing is the same as a normal fruit, Just eat it directly. Compared with the slightly sweet blood bodhi, this soul-tempering fruit is a bit sour. But overall it is not bad. Of course, Song-Chi didn't have time to dwell on this matter. After swallowing the soul-tempering fruit, he sat cross-legged on the ground as soon as possible. His mind sank into the depths of his mind, and began to visualize the projection rubbing of the dragon-backed tyrant whale and the mythical Mecca. Although normal waiting is fine, it would be better with the help of the visualization map, and he would not waste this opportunity. With the cultivation secret realm, the spirit-tempering fruit can be obtained continuously in the future. But no matter what, the effect of the first spirit-tempering fruit is the best. So he still has to seize the opportunity. The 6 minds were all gathered on the Mecca projection above his head. Song-Chi clearly felt that his mental power was being consumed rapidly. However, before long, a huge soul power poured into the Shinhua Zuchio from his body, and Song-Chi suddenly felt his mind was extremely clear. Feeling this, knowing that the clearer the projection of the mythical Mecca was at this moment, the greater the effect of the spirit-tempering fruit would be, he activated the limit-breaking state without hesitation. When he officially entered the limit-breaking state, his mind, which was used to do 6 things at once, instantly increased to 7 things at once. In this way, the consumption of his mental power became more and more amazing. But the huge soul power provided by the spirit-tempering fruit continued to replenish him. That is, under this reduction and increase, Song-Chi could clearly feel that his mental power was continuously and steadily improving. It was unknown how long it had passed. When Song-Chi came back from the state of visualization, the effect of the spirit-tempering fruit had already disappeared, and his own breaking limit state had also ended. But at this time, he also happened to discover something. His thoughts had increased from 6 to 7. This was not due to the overload in the breaking limit state, but the 1 mind 7 function state in the normal state. 1 mind 7 function, as expected. Song-Chi's joy at this moment could not be expressed in words. He could only suppress his joy, and quietly feel, and get familiar with the 1 mind 7 function state. At the same time, the 3 words divine mind state kept echoing in his heart. From 6 functions of 1 mind to 9 functions of 1 mind. These all belong to the 3rd stage of the ordinary mind state. If you want to enter the divine mind state stage, let your mind have the ability to comprehend the laws, or even control the mythical Mecca. You must achieve 10 functions of 1 mind. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes flickered. If you can use 7 functions of 1 mind now, after the 3rd life sublimation, you should be able to differentiate 2 more thoughts. That is, to achieve 9 functions of 1 mind. In this way, if you activate the limit-breaking state again, you can just touch the scope of the divine mind state. Although it can't last for a long time, at least he can do it just after entering the 3rd level. And he is very satisfied with this. I just don't know if I can use a few more soul-tempering fruits to separate my thoughts. With his fists clenched, Song-Chi suppressed his accelerated heartbeat and left the market. Although he had made a new breakthrough through the power of the soul-tempering fruit, he was extremely tired from maintaining the limit-breaking state before. He had to recover for a night first. This 2nd soul-tempering fruit could only be used tomorrow. The next day, Song-Chi woke up from a deep sleep and ate the 2nd soul-tempering fruit as promised. However, the result was just as he expected. The effect was far inferior to the first one. This effect was even beyond his expectation. The effect of the 2nd soul-tempering fruit was only 1/3 of the first one. Not even half. As soon as this result came out, Song-Chi was naturally not in a good mood. Sure enough, it is not realistic to rely on the high-level soul resource of soul-tempering fruit to improve the power of the mind many times. You should know that this is only the 2nd one. If he takes the 3rd and 4th ones later, the effect will probably be weakened to an unimaginable degree. In this way, even if he uses more soul-tempering fruits in the future, he will probably not be able to continue to improve the power of the mind. With a slight sigh, Song-Chi soon stopped thinking about it. He was actually mentally prepared for this matter. After all, if the power of the mind was so easy to improve, then the Shinhua captain who could control the power of the law at the 3rd level would not be so rare. For this matter, he could only think of other ways in the future. As for controlling the mind in the state of breaking the limit, he would never allow himself to stop at this step. Time flies, and a few days pass in a flash. It is still the White Jade Square under the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Compared with the huge crowds last time, there are much fewer tribesmen gathered this time. It's not that they lost interest in the subsequent sequence competition. But the family's top leaders did not take the initiative to disclose the relevant information of the second stage. The last crowded scene obviously stimulated the family's top leaders. The family was short of manpower, and the family's top leaders did not want to see people put down their affairs and come to cheer for the family's sequence competition. So this led to the current situation. Above the square, it was still the family owner's Song Mangwuji, the Zulu ship. But this time Song Chi and the 10 people did not enter the Zulu ship again, but summoned their own ships one by one, and quietly hovered around the Song Mangwuji. At this moment, 10 interlocking light bands shot out from the hull of the Zulu warship, and successively bound the battleships of Song Chi and his 10 companions tightly, and then started the charging of the alien star field. In the Sanqiong, Song Chi's eyes showed strange colors. 10 interlocking light bands were sent out at one time. The quality of this special interlocking device installed on the battleship of the head of the family, Song Xuansong, was probably not low. It should be more than purple. At least an orange quality battleship interlocking device. A severe dizziness came over him, and before he could think more, the 11 battleships disappeared together over the white jade square. Evil Buddha continent. 100 arms domain. Desolate state. As the most desolate state in the 100 arms domain. Desolate state is a rare desolate land on the 7th level floating land of the star sea of Evil Buddha continent. Due to its scarce resources, scarce population, and even scarce Lingji meat mountain, this state is seldom visited by living creatures. Even the ubiquitous evil spirits and evil spirits are very rare in this desolate state. Nearly 10,000 meters below the ground, in an extremely wide underground space, accompanied by violent space fluctuations, 11 Xinhua warships quietly appeared. After seeing the key points around them clearly, Song Chi and the other 10 people were surprised. From this point of view, they seemed to be teleported directly to the mountain or underground, which was obviously very different from being teleported directly to the starry sky. Although the space around them was not small, but compared to the starry sky, this limited space was obviously more dangerous. Knowing what everyone was thinking, the head of the family, Song Xuansong, explained, this evil Buddha continent is considered the top among the 7-level life-type floating lands. There are more than one great existences of the 7th level. In addition to the star destroyers of the Yaoan kingdom and the Violet kingdom above us, the number of 7th level existences gathered on this evil Buddha continent is probably close to 10. With such a terrifying lineup, let alone being teleported directly to the sky of the floating land, even if they were teleported outside the starry sky, once they officially enter the evil Buddha continent, they would still be discovered by those 7th level beings, and their lives and deaths would be controlled by others. Speaking of this, Song Xuansong swept his eyes around the enclosed space, and then continued. This underground space was specially built by the family with several layers of hidden spirit stones, which can isolate the space fluctuations caused by the alien star field, and thus avoid the possible attention of those 7th level beings. Hearing these words, the 10 people suddenly realized. Chapter 248. 7th Order Overlord Ganoderma listed of Meat Mountain. Song Chi and others certainly don't know what kind of magical powers the 7th Order Star Sea Masters have. Although their origins are considered good, the Dinghai Song family is only a 5th order power anyway, and the 5th order ancestors in the family are usually elusive, and their whereabouts are very mysterious. If it is difficult to even see the 5th order, how can we guess the existence of the 7th order? Existences of this level have long been named Overlords in the Broken Star Sea. They are superpowers that can overlook an endless river area. The abilities they can control are simply not understandable to ordinary people. Therefore, since the head of the family and the family leaders have such concerns, then it is naturally necessary, and no one will be too suspicious. Just when everyone was thinking differently, the voice of the head of the family Song Xuansong sounded again. Okay, don't worry about it. This is just a way for the family to avoid danger. In fact, even if it is directly released into the sky of the continent, the possibility of being discovered by them is not great. The 7th level dominant creature is indeed powerful. But this evil Buddha continent is not just talk. The 7th-level floating continent is enough to accommodate countless of our dragon-rich continent. Hearing this, Song Chi and the other 10 people's eyes flickered a little, and their hearts were stirred by great waves, especially Song Chi. What does it mean to be able to accommodate countless dragon-spine continents? As a citizen of Blue Star in his previous life, with the preconceived notions of decades of life experience, the terrifying 10 light-year diameter of Dragon Spine continent was enough to overturn his original cognition. A 10 light-year star sea continent, who would dare to believe it in his previous life? And now, Listening to what his own family had said, the area of this evil Buddha continent seems to be far beyond imagination. Originally, he guessed that it was at most 1,000 light years, but now it sounds like it should be far more than that. I'm afraid it's at least tens of thousands of light years. Tens of thousands of light years. What does this mean? The Milky Way, where the blue star was located in the previous life, was only 100,000 light years in diameter. When Song-Chi thought that a continent floating in the sea of stars could be as terrifying as the Milky Way in the previous life, he could hardly calm down. But before he could think too much, the voice of the head of the family, Song Xuansong, sounded again. Even the perception range of a seventh-order creature is just a drop in the ocean for the entire evil Buddha continent. So, there is no need to be timid in subsequent actions. This 100 Arms domain is an extremely remote area on the evil Buddha continent. The nearest seventh-order master is thousands of light years away. The little noise you make cannot reach their eyes. After saying this, when the faces of the 10 people on the projection screen eased, Song Xuansong brought the topic back to the task of competing for the sequence. Okay, this is the mission information for your second phase of the sequence competition. Let's take a look. After saying that, the 10 people in Song-Chi's ship received a piece of information almost at the same time. After clicking on the information, everyone quickly got the information in it. Sect, Evil Zen Temple. Location, Blood Zen Prefecture in Baibi Great Domain. Practice method, 8-armed Arhat Blood Zen Gong. Members, 2 half-step 4th level Evil Buddhas, half-body Blood Arhats, more than 23rd level Evil Buddhas, more than 1,000 second level and below Evil Buddhas. Surprisingly, there is not much information in this document, only an introduction to the Evil Buddha Zen sect in the Baibi Great Domain. Just when everyone was confused, Song Xuansong's explanation came at the right time. This Yuechan Temple is a branch of the 100 Arms Buddhist sect, the largest evil Buddha clan in the 100 Arms domain. There is an evil Buddha relic left by a 5th level ghost bodhisattva in it. Your mission this time is to take care of this bodhisattva relic that is turned into an orange-colored top-quality wonder. Hearing this, the 10 people narrowed their eyes at the same time, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Although Song-Chi's expression did not change, his heart was a little solemn. According to the information provided by the family, there are 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas in this evil Zen temple, which is also the most worrying thing. Although the current defense of the sky has been verified to have the ability to barely resist the 4th level head-on, can it be the same in this evil Buddha continent? These evil Buddhas are creatures born and raised in the evil Buddha continent. They are favored by the evil Buddha continent, and have the blessing of the origin rules of the 7th-level Shanghai floating land under their feet. Can they really be regarded as ordinary half-step 4th level? The answer is obviously no. How can the previous 4-level floating land rule blessing be compared with the origin rule blessing of a 7-level floating land? You have to know that even if it is the 5-level dragon-rich continent, with its origin rule blessing, the elders of the Song family have the ability to fight the 5th level with the 4th level, not to mention the 7-level floating land of the evil Buddha continent, even if the main owner is only half-step 4th level. Although this is related to the powerful single-unit combat power of the Xinhua civilization Xinhua battleship itself. According to Song-Chi's speculation, with the blessing of the evil Buddha continent, the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas of the evil Zen temple have at least the combat power of the 4th level peak, and may even touch the threshold of the 5th level. It is not just Song-Chi at this moment. All 10 people present are aware of this, so they fell into silence for a while. In this regard, Song Xuansong did not say anything more. Without some real stuff, how can we force everyone to reveal their trump cards? How can we choose the truly suitable family sequence? These little guys are hiding more and more. In the previous bloodlifting floating land, few people revealed their true strength. Thinking of this, Song Xuansong's calm eyes accidentally swept across the illusory projections of Song-Chi and Song-Bei, and then continued, "Okay, you have 2 months next. No matter what method you use, the 3 people who contribute the most to obtaining the Bodhisattva's relic in the end will successfully pass the 2nd stage of the test." After that, the Tien Song Juri Julu ship floating above everyone began to shrink gradually. The nearly 4-kilometer-long warship finally turned into a miniature form, and was collected between the eyebrows of Song Xuansong, who was floating in the underground space. Without waiting for everyone to react, a circle of phantom flames around Song Xuansong suddenly spread out in all directions. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a corner of the underground space. That was the passage to leave this space. as Song Xuanzong's figure completely disappeared in the underground space. The remaining 10 people of Song Qi fell into a brief silence. About 10 seconds later, Song Zai's voice first sounded in the battleship communication group chat. Brothers and sisters, I believe everyone has their own trump cards. And the battleship also has extraordinary combat power. But this is a 7-level floating land under our feet. The blessing of the origin rules it can provide is far beyond imagination. The 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas must have the peak combat power of the 4th level. Hearing this, even if everyone had already guessed it in their hearts, the atmosphere at this moment was particularly solemn. What you need to know is that their current ships are still only level 2. Although they have cruisers, there are only 3 of them, facing 2 units that barely enter level 4. They may be able to fight, but if they are 2 level 4 peak combat forces, there is no doubt that this is impossible. Besides Song Zai, Song Gang, who was born in the ancestral lineage, said in a cold voice, "What do you want to say?" Song Zai did not continue to beat around the bush and expressed his thoughts. I don't think anyone can get the Bodhisattva relic under the noses of 2 evil Buddhas with level 4 peak combat forces. In this case, we can only cooperate. Anyway, there is not only one final quota for this mission. Everyone just show your own skills. As for the final contribution ranking, I think the family will judge it. There is no need for us to argue. How about it? Song Zai's words were recognized by the vast majority of people as expected. And Song Qi was the same. With the help of this guy, he was confident that he could hold out for a while under the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas. But if he was asked to split his attention to look for the Bodhisattva's relics, it would be a bit difficult. After all, the Evil Zen Temple still had dozens of 3rd level evil Buddhas, under the blessing of the floating land origin rules. These were all comparable to those who barely entered the 4th level. A 4th level void demon alone could not handle them. I think it's feasible. We can only act together. The peak combat power of the 4th level is not something any of us can confront head-on. After a few words, the people quickly decided on this joint action. And no one refused. After the joint action was confirmed, everyone discussed the more detailed action plan again. Apart from other things, at least for the subsequent battle against the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas, detailed arrangements must be made. For example, who will be responsible for the frontal entanglement? Who will be responsible for remote control, fire support, and who will be responsible for entering the Evil Zen Temple to search for the Bodhisattva relic, etc. All of these must be arranged in advance. It was still Song Zai who took the initiative to speak. His identity and strength, coupled with his good eloquence, made him unconsciously become the center of the 10 people. Of course, how much the other 9 people are willing to be a foil, only everyone knows it. Then let's make specific arrangements for the subsequent battles. Is there anyone whose ship is good at defense? In the projection group chat, everyone's eyes flickered, but no one took the initiative to speak. That's the peak combat power of the 4th level. Who would be willing to take this most dangerous link? Of course, everyone also knows that this head-on fight may be very dangerous, but it is definitely the link that is easiest to contribute. Because of this, after careful consideration, Song Qi took the initiative to step forward. Seeing his sudden expression, most people seemed extremely surprised. Taking the initiative to take on this task requires a lot of courage. In addition, everyone looked at Song Qi with different eyes. Being included in the candidate list by the family's top leaders, they believed that Song Qi's ship must have its own unique features. In addition, he took the initiative to step forward at this moment, which meant that Song Qi had a certain confidence to directly resist the attack of the 4th level peak level. This alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. However, even though Song Qi had taken the lead, no one else took the initiative to step forward. Song Zai did not seem surprised by this. He just smiled and said, "In that case, let me and Brother Qi go together. Since the immortal puppet's secret realm, I have been looking forward to fighting side by side with my brother. This time, I can finally fulfill my wish." Then he turned his eyes and looked at the communication projection of the other 8 people. "Brother Qi and I will be responsible for the first round of fighting. But we still need 2 more replacements. Our 2 frigates do not have the ability to fight with 2 5th level combat forces to the end." After this, the remaining 8 people were much more active. Soon, Song Gang and another member of the clan with orange ship armor took the initiative to take over, with Song Qi and Song Zai conducting the first round of tests. Everyone was able to have a detailed understanding of the two half-step fourth-level evil Buddhas of the evil Zen temple. And they could also make sufficient preparations. Compared with Song Qi and the others, it was obviously much easier. In addition to the 4 tribesmen who were engaged in the fight, the remaining 6 people were divided into 2 groups, 2 of whom were responsible for battlefield control and firepower support. Song Bei was among them. His ship had a special component for fixed point control, which was very suitable for field control. As for the last 4 people, 3 were responsible for dealing with dozens of third-level evil Buddhas, and the other went deep into the evil Zen temple to search for the Bodhisattva relic. Of course, the premise is that the Bodhisattva's relics must be in the Xiechan temple, and not carried by the 2 half-step fourth-level evil Buddhas. After all these things are arranged, the 10 people will not stay in this underground space for long. 2 months does not sound short, but strictly speaking, it is not enough. After all, they need time to travel along the way. When they arrive at the Xiechan state, they have to further understand the various conditions of the Xiechan temple. Time is not enough. As far as they know, this 100 arms domain stretches for nearly 0.1 light years, which is not much smaller than a 4-level star sea floating land. The desolate state under their feet is not close to the Xiechan state, and it takes a long time to rush there. Of course, the information provided by the family contains a suitable space jump landing point. They can jump to the area only 10 million kilometers away from the Xiechan temple first, which can save 99% of the travel time. 3 cruisers and 7 frigates were recalled one after another. The entrance to the underground space opened by the family is a gap with a width of only a few meters. It is impossible to drive the warship in and out directly. Walking in the dark passage, Song Qi and others frowned. They had just recalled the Xinhua warship not long ago, and they felt the extremely uncomfortable atmosphere coming from the surroundings. This smell is hard to describe with a single word. Fishy, cold, rotten, like a mixture of many negative smells. And Song Qi also felt that the surrounding environment seemed a little strange. The light around was particularly dim. It was not the kind of drowsiness near the night, and it had nothing to do with the fact that they were in the underground crack. It was more like the whole world was dark. Although this was just a special environment, and it did not cause any direct impact on them, but being in it, Song Qi always felt extremely depressed. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the 10 people who had been moving diagonally forward finally reached the end of the narrow passage. The view in front of them suddenly opened up, and they were already standing on a vast expanse of land. But as everyone looked around, they all felt a jolt in their hearts. Looking around, the dark red barren land stretched endlessly. The blood-red sun hung across the sky, and the blood-red sunlight enveloped the entire land, rendering the continent under their feet even more evil. At the end of the distant vision, strange meat mountains that looked like Ganoderma lucidum stood on the land. Fat-headed and big-eared creatures several thousand meters tall held Buddhist beads and sat around these meat mountains. Dark, mysterious runes flowed around them, just like dedicated guards, guarding these strange meat mountains from the prying eyes of foreign evil spirits. Seeing this scene, Song Qi and the other 10 people were shocked at the same time. Ganoderma lucidum meat mountain, 4th-order evil Buddha. They had a certain understanding of these from the information given by Song Xuansong, but seeing it with their own eyes still made them feel uneasy. After all, compared with the half-step 4th-order evil Buddhas to be dealt with later, these real 4th-order evil Buddhas are much more terrifying. Under the blessing of the origin rules of the floating land, they all have senior 5th-order combat power. Even if they attack from a distance, they may be able to directly destroy everyone's ship. Chapter 249 Reappearance of the Ruined Secret Realm. The crowd was unable to turn back for a long time. Although they had heard about what they saw in the past, it was a completely different feeling when they saw it with their own eyes. Song Qi's eyes fell on a blood-red meat mountain thousands of meters high at the end of the distance. More specifically, it fell on the 4th-level evil Buddha, who was sitting not far from the meat mountain, and looked like the image of Tathagata Buddha in the previous life of Journey to the West. Apart from the 3,000-meter body of the 4th level, its appearance was not much different from that of ordinary humans. That is, its belly, head, face, and ears were all a circle larger than those of ordinary people. It sat upright on the side of the blood-red meat mountain, with its hands folded on its knees, and a huge string of Buddhist beads in its left hand. What attracted Song Qi's attention was the bone-white string of Buddhist beads in its hand. Although it was called Buddhist beads, it was actually more like a fluorescent finger bone. Although these finger bones could fit its 3-kilometer volume, and were frighteningly large in themselves. Song Chi could still see that they were definitely human finger bones. These finger bones must not have been like this at first. But after being nurtured by the Buddha power in the body of this 4th level evil Buddha clan for a long time, they exceeded the scope of ordinary finger bones, and turned into spiritual finger bones that could change size freely. Song Chi even suspected that if they only had to wait for hundreds or thousands of years, these spiritual finger bones would transform again and become real rare finger bones. In this regard, not only Song Chi, but everyone felt a palpitation. They certainly knew that there were many human kingdoms in the evil Buddha continent, and they also knew that under the control of these evil Buddhas, the human race in the evil Buddha continent was in a very difficult situation. However, through this string of finger bone Buddhist beads, everyone realized that they had thought too simply before. This is more than difficult. I am afraid that all the human kingdoms on this continent are deliberately kept in captivity by these evil Buddhas, and can be used as blood food or materials for making some tools. After all, just this string of Buddha beads, the number of finger bones on it will not be less than 4 digits. And on the sides of the other meat mountains around, there are also many evil Buddhas, and they all hold a string of such Buddha beads in their hands. Thinking of this, the already depressing atmosphere became more solemn. But there was nothing they could do. The strange emotions of the crowd were all captured by the hidden existence. In the dark unknown space, a light laugh was heard. They are still children, and their experience is too shallow. Although they are all Shanghai people, how are they different from other races? Don't have such pity. The oldest of these little guys is only in his early 40s. When they have more experience in the future, they will know these things. But can this plan really work? Will the 100 Arms Buddha sect really take action? We have to try. Otherwise Ruzu alone can't deal with the 100 Arms Buddha sect. Be careful. Try not to look directly at those 4th level evil Buddhas. Although they have been controlled by the Ganoderma Lucidum Meat Mountain, their evil Buddha magical powers have not disappeared. In addition, with the blessing of the origin rules of the floating land, it is very likely. When he turned around, Song Zhe summoned a ship as soon as possible, and also called out to the people around him. But his reminder was still a little late. Angry, a strange curse came out from the mouth of the 4th level evil Buddha closest to them, crossing the long distance and resounding directly in everyone's mind. In an instant, the few people who had not yet summoned the warship were stunned in place. This curse seemed to have infinite magic power. While shocking their minds, it also began to condense quickly above their heart lakes. And once this curse is completely condensed, everyone will be completely transformed into the puppets of the 4th level evil Buddha in the distance. Of course, when they are puppets, they are controlled by the Lingji Meat Mountain. In the battleship, Song Zhe's face changed slightly. Of course, his battleship is equipped with a mine protection component, and it is as high as orange. Under the protection of this component, the evil curse from the outside world did not invade the interior of the battleship. But the problem is that his component has no external properties. Turning around, Song Chi, who summoned the battleship almost at the same time as him, was not affected. Brother Chi, do you have any solution? Song Chi could only shake his head. Whether it is the orange Tai Soul Calming Monument or the blue Abnormal State Purifier, both can only take effect inside the ship. As for the active Tai Soul Calming Monument characteristic, it can only take effect on him as the captain, and cannot be applied to others. With a change of mind, 8 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors rushed out of the sky, and walked towards the 8 people standing below. Song Chi was ready to try to wake them up directly. However, at this time, Song Gang, one of the 8 people, snorted lightly. His face turned slightly pale, but he successfully recovered from the soul-stirring state. Song Chi and the others were delighted. The mind-protecting component in their ship seemed to be able to work externally, without the need for the two to speak. Song Gang quickly summoned his own ship, and at the same time, with a change of mind, a circle of obscure halos spread out from his forehead, and soon enveloped the other 7 people. With the appearance of this halo, the gradually solidifying curse above the heart lake of the other 7 people was dispelled. When they recovered from the state of soul-stirring, everyone felt a sense of fear, and had a new understanding of the horror of this evil Buddha continent. Having received warnings from their families in advance, they naturally equipped their warships with corresponding parts. But they did not expect that they would encounter such an encounter in just less than 2 minutes of recalling the warships. This was obviously something they had never expected. After everyone quickly summoned their battleships, a communication group chat was established. Song Zhe said, "Everyone, If it is not necessary, try not to leave the battleship. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Buzz! The engines of 10 battleships were activated one after another, and they flew all the way to the direction of the Blood Zen state. No one dared to fly too high, and they all flew at low altitude. According to the information provided by the family, there are countless strange creatures in this evil Buddha continent. If it is not necessary, high-altitude flying is prohibited, which is likely to attract the attention of unknown beings. As they flew along, they could still see blood-red meat mountains of varying heights from time to time. However, Song Chi and his 10 companions no longer dared to look directly at the meat mountains that were thousands of meters high, fearing that they would accidentally trigger a response from the meat mountains or the evil Buddhas. In fact, they were not surprised by these strange meat mountains, as the information provided by the family had already explained them. According to the information provided by the family, this blood-red meat mountain was called Lingji Meat Mountain, and like the evil Buddhas, it was a representative species of the evil Buddha continent. That's right. This Lingji Meat Mountain is a living thing. It has its own consciousness, and can continue to grow and evolve. No one knows where they come from, but they know that this thing may grow on every inch of land in the evil Buddha continent. When it just emerges from the ground, it may only be a few meters high, but it will emit a special smell, attracting those unknown evil spirits or evil Buddhas to come, and then devour or control them, so as to continue to grow and evolve. What everyone is surprised about is the number of these Lingji Meat Mountains. The number of high-level Lingji Meat Mountains. In the sky, Song Chi controlled the battleship to follow the team, while distractedly checking the radar map beside him. His face was not good. On the radar map displayed by the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, there were strange meat mountains everywhere, some of which were thousands of meters high and emitted energy fluctuations up to the 4th level of medium and large Ganoderma meat mountains. Song Chi didn't even know what to say at this moment. The 4th level existence that he had always thought of as high and mighty could be seen everywhere in this evil Buddha continent. And this was still the extremely desolate 100 Arms domain. Is this the 7th level floating land? No wonder the family is so cautious here, fearing that they might make mistakes. The group avoided those Lingji Meat Mountains that were over 1,000 meters high and continued to head towards the designated space jump point. On this evil Buddha continent, even space jumps cannot be activated anywhere. After all, once activated, it takes a period of buffering before the jump. During this period, if it is affected by the outside world, the jump warship is likely to get lost in the jump void channel. As for why they didn't jump directly in the underground space before, no one asked about it. Everyone knew it in their hearts, since the head of the family didn't mention it actively, and marked 2 corresponding jump coordinates in the information. They were allowed to jump at these 2 coordinates. The reason was nothing more than to let them feel the environment of the evil Buddha continent in advance, so as not to be caught off guard later and affected around the underground space, so that the elders of the family hiding in the surrounding area could take action in time. After traveling tens of millions of miles, the 10 people did not encounter any other accidents, thanks to their tireless efforts to avoid the Ganoderma lucida mountains that were over 1,000 meters high. Just as they passed through a not-so-high Black Stone Mountain range, the fleet, which had a favorable wind, finally encountered another accident. What happened? Song Zhe and Song Wenbo's warships seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. In the warship communication group chat, the remaining 8 people looked gloomy and began to discuss one after another. Just now, the 2 warships that had been at the forefront of the fleet suddenly disappeared. Why? Your air patrol radars didn't detect anything unusual? Someone asked. But the answers were all the same. None of the air patrol radars on the 8 warships detected anything unusual, whether it was purple radar or orange radar. A frigate and a cruiser just disappeared out of thin air? Song Gang's face was gloomy, and his tone was gradually rising. In response, Song Chi ignored him. His eyes flickered, and 7 thoughts kept interweaving in his mind. He analyzed the reasons at an indescribable speed. It was impossible for him to disappear out of thin air. Either he entered the secret realm like he did before, or he was teleported away. The third possibility was that there was a special isolation array here, which divided the space into 2. Of these 3 possibilities, the second one could be ruled out. If he was teleported away, they would have been able to detect the fluctuations in space. But in fact, there were none. Thinking of this, Song Chi frowned again. If it was the first or third possibility, They had just controlled the terracotta warriors to explore the surrounding area several times. There was no reason why it would not be triggered again. Thinking about it, Song Chi's eyes suddenly flashed, and a flash of inspiration emerged in his heart. If it is really the second or third type, if you want to do it without actively triggering it, then this kind of secret realm or array means is actively controlled by the creature. So everything can be explained. Guessing this, he took the initiative to say in the projection group chat, who has a special domain component. The other people were not stupid either. After hearing what he said, they immediately figured it out. A brother from the second direct line took the initiative to activate a special component of the ship. Soon, a circle of white light film spread out from the ship, and then quickly spread around. Finally, the white light film turned into a special domain space of 10,000 meters. In this domain space, the 7 warships including the sky suddenly fell into a quagmire, and were suppressed by the domain space invisibly. As for the warship that actively activated this domain space, it seemed to have become the master of this space. Before everyone could speak, the bow of the warship had already condensed energy brilliance, which was the main gun accumulating energy. A few seconds later, a purple beam burst out from the muzzle of the main gun. Buzz! At the point where the beam landed, ripples began to emerge. And then, a vortex entrance that no one had been able to capture before quietly emerged. The entrance to the secret realm. In the sky, Song Chi's face did not change, but he secretly said in his heart, as expected. Soon, several terracotta warriors rushed out from the 8 warships one after another, and rushed straight to the huge entrance to the secret realm with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. As dozens of terracotta warriors disappeared at the entrance to the secret realm one after another, the remaining 8 people in the projection group chat had different expressions. But Song Chi, who captured this scene, had the answer in his mind at the first time. Does Song Gang also have remote control components? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Song Chi's attention quickly shifted to another brainwave perspective. It seems to be a broken secret realm. In the dim starry sky, an irregular floating land fragment was suspended. The area of this floating land fragment was not small, and its diameter was more than 1,000 kilometers. However, Song Chi didn't care about it this time. Above the floating land fragment, the ships of Song Zhe and Song Wenbo were being attacked by dense blood shadows. It had been less than 2 minutes since they came in from the outside world, but the energy shield on the surface of the 2-person ship had dimmed to the extreme, as if it would be completely broken in the next moment. Outside, Song Chi and Song Gang's voices sounded almost at the same time in the communication group chat. Quick! Go in and help! After saying that, regardless of whether the 6 people reacted or not, the Sky and Night Harbor rushed out first, heading straight for the entrance of the secret realm thousands of meters away. Afterwards, because they had lost contact with their own terracotta warriors, the 6 people who did not know what was going on inside the secret realm also guessed that Song Zhe and the others were probably in a bad condition, and hurriedly followed the Sky and Night Harbor. Chapter 250 Starry Sky Plants Blood Crow meets Sephora Japonica. After a brief space change, the Sky and Night Harbor were the first to appear in this not-so-large ruined secret realm. There was no time for them to look at the situation of this secret realm. The 2 frigates rushed straight to the floating land fragments not far below. Before approaching, the main and secondary guns of the 2 warships opened fire first, especially the electromagnetic lightning cannon on the Sky, which quickly bombarded the area around Song Zhe and his 2-man ship, helping the 2 to continue to clear the dense blood shadows around them. Every electromagnetic lightning ball with a lightning arc splashing feature can clear a large number of blood shadows. However, even so, it is still a drop in the bucket. The number of these strange blood shadows is too terrifying, as if they are endless. When the 2 warships gradually approached, Song Chi and the others finally saw the specific appearance of the blood shadows. It was not a blood shadow, but a blood-red crow. Of course, this was definitely not an ordinary flying crow. In addition to the extraordinary blood-colored body, what shocked Song Chi even more was that these blood crows had flesh buds on their bodies that kept jumping outwards. At a glance, it was simply numbing. Moreover, these granules are not static. As the amplitude of the beating increases, they will gradually break away from the bodies of the blood crows and rush towards the warship of Song Zhe and his accomplices. At this moment, under the dim energy shield of Song Zhe and his accomplices' warship, the armor of the ship is also covered with these strange granules. Beep beep. As it gradually entered the magnetic field of the 2 warships below, The sky received the communication request from Song Zhe and his accomplice's ship at the first time. After the connection was made, the two people with bad expressions reminded them urgently. Be careful. Don't get too close. The main body of these blood crows is a towering locust tree, which has a special domain ability. Once you are trapped in it, it is difficult to get out. Also, don't worry about these blood crows. Focus on attacking the fleshy locust tree below. We can still hold on for a while. After saying that, Song Zhe and the other person seemed to activate the special parts that repaired the energy shield and the ship's armor. The energy shield that had almost collapsed was recharged a lot. After hearing the two people's words, Song Qi and Song Gang had different expressions. Song Qi's expression did not change much. The magic energy detection characteristics of the Silver 3 Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar allowed the sky to detect the half-step fourth-order life energy fluctuation on the floating land fragment the first moment it entered the secret realm. He knew from the beginning that there was a big guy on this floating land fragment. But because of the large amount of blood shadows, he could not be sure what kind of creature it was. Now, after listening to what Song Zhe and the others said, it was obviously this towering fleshy locust tree. As for Song Gang, there was only surprise in his eyes, and he obviously didn't know it before. The two of them didn't hesitate, and the ship turned around quickly. All the ship guns were no longer aimed at the blood crows, but launched rounds of fire attacks on the coordinates set by Song Zhe and the others. The 6 warships that came from the rear also joined them. In this way, the 8 Xinhua warships were all aimed at a certain area of the floating land fragments, and launched a full range of fire coverage. Perhaps they received the order from the locust tree below. The blood crows that covered the sky were no longer only aimed at Song Zhe and the others, and began to divide most of them to besiege the 8 Xinhua warships, including the sky. Following this diversion, Song Qi saw for the first time the so-called towering fleshy locust tree that had been hidden by the endless blood crows. This first sight shocked Song Qi directly. In the display of the Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, it was clearly only a half-step 4th level existence, but what appeared before everyone was a bloated locust tree with a height of more than 10,000 meters. Not only was its size scary, its branches were also extremely luxuriant. Even each branch had a bloody flesh ball. The surface of the bloody flesh ball had cracks, and at this moment, a steady stream of blood crows were still flying out of it. What on earth is this thing? It's 10,000 meters in size. Could it be a 5th level starseed plant? Among the 8 warships, some tribesmen spoke in a low voice, with a tremor in their voice. Each of them may have combat power and character that surpass their peers, but their experience is limited after all. When they thought that this might be a 5th level plant, they unconsciously thought of retreating. They knew very well that if it was really a 5th level plant, and with the blessing of the floating land origin rules of this evil Buddha continent, they would have no chance of winning. Hearing these groundless words, Song Gang on the side was about to open his mouth to rebuke. But Song Bei, who had never spoken before, took the lead and said, "It's not that bad. This is a blood crow locust, which is indeed a kind of starry sky plant. Like the blood-sucking vine, it uses the blood and flesh of living things as nutrients to promote its own growth. The tumors on its branches are called blood crow meat nests, which are the places where blood crows are born from blood crow locust." Song Bei's sudden explanation made Song Qi and others look surprised. But he ignored it and continued, "Although this blood crow locust is 10,000 meters high, it is definitely not. It has reached the 5th level. Otherwise, Song Zhe and his 2 brothers would not be able to last even 10 seconds in front of it. According to my guess, this blood crow flesh locust tree should be limited by the secret realm under its feet. The broken secret realm with chaotic laws cannot support it to break through to the 4th level, and it is difficult for it to move. So it can only stay at the level of half a step to the 4th level. The reason why it has such a large size is that it has swallowed a lot of flesh and blood and cannot break through. So it has accumulated bit by bit." After this explanation, Song Qi and others finally had a certain understanding of this strange locust tree. On the other side, Song Gang looked at Song Bei meaningfully, and then asked, "Brother Song Bei, does this blood crow meat Sephora have any fatal weaknesses? What should we pay attention to?" In the Beifang, the old voice continued to echo in Song Bei's ears. "Blood crow meat Sephora. It does not have a developed root system like other starry sky plants, and its combat power is entirely maintained by these blood crows. If you knock down the blood crow meat nests on its branches, it will only become a hedgehog without thorns, and be slaughtered by others. By the way, it relies on the power of blood, and has a strong recovery ability. If you can't completely wipe out its vitality with one blow, you'd better deal with those blood crow meat nests honestly. Song Bei relayed these words to Song Qi and others intact, and finally added a sentence. In addition, the flesh granules dropped by these blood crows have properties such as corrosion and armor penetration. The more they are, the stronger the effect. If possible, try not to get too many of them. The two brothers Song Zhe should also get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be very troublesome later. In the communication group chat, everyone looked at each other, and finally nodded in unison, choosing to believe Song Bei, the brother whose presence was not strong. At the same time, Song Gang also said, in this case, everyone should try to target the blood crow meat nests and fire freely. The gun barrels of the Xinhua warships turned, and they all bombarded the tumor on the branch below. The size of this blood crow meat locust tree is amazing, and the range of its branches is also extraordinary, which makes the number of blood crow meat nests it has extremely amazing. However, no matter how many there are, they cannot withstand such concentrated fire. The frigates are fine. After all, they only have one main gun and 4 secondary guns, and some even have less than 4 secondary guns. But the two cruisers are different. As we all know, after the Xinhua warship is promoted from a frigate to a cruiser, although only one main gun slot will be added, the secondary gun slot will not change, and there will still be 4. But compared with the frigate, these 4 secondary gun slots are very different, although the number of slots remains unchanged. Each secondary gun slot will produce 10 module projections. In other words, as long as a cruiser is equipped with a secondary gun, it will immediately produce the same 9 projections, which is equivalent to 10 identical secondary guns. And if there are 4, it will be 40. In this way, even if only 2 cruisers can fire at the blood crow meat locust below, together with a group of frigates, there are hundreds of naval guns continuously attacking the blood crow meat locust below. So no matter how many blood crow meat nests it grows, it is not enough at this moment. As time goes by, the number of tumors on it is rapidly decreasing. At the same time, the number of blood crows above the floating land fragments is also continuously decreasing. Under such a threat, the bloody light flashed around the 10,000-meter tall flesh tree on the floating land fragment, and countless branches began to shake violently. Feeling the call of the mother body, the remaining blood crows, which were still an astonishing number, began to turn around, no longer chasing and attacking the Xinhua warships. In addition, Song Zhe and the other man, who had been restricted by the special domain power of the blood crow and flesh locust tree, seemed to be no longer restricted, and the 2 warships began to rise rapidly. In this short period of time, the blood crow and flesh locust tree underwent a great transformation, and countless blood crows hovered over its branches. At the same time, a special blood-colored hemispherical shield condensed above it, or shrank. There are blood-colored mysterious forces flowing on this blood-colored hemispherical shield, emitting strong fourth-order energy fluctuations, which is the domain ability that this blood crow meat locust had used before. However, it had previously maximized this domain to restrict and control hostile units, but now that it is under great threat, it has shrunk the domain power, turned it into a layer of means similar to the domain law shield, in order to resist the subsequent attacks of Song Qi and others. This blood crow meat locust is at the half-step 4th level, and has the blessing of the 7th-level floating land origin rule, with the combat power of a senior 4th level. Of course, the blessing of the origin rule cannot improve the degree of its perception of the law power, and it is still far from the true 4th level peak. In the communication group chat, Song Zhe, who had just returned to the team, couldn't wait to speak. But if it defends with all its strength, it will not be easy for us to kill it. I am afraid it will take at least several days. What do you think? Stay here and slowly kill it, or go to Zuakanzu first? After thinking for a long time, there were some differences in the final voting. 3 of the 10 people said they wanted to completely wipe out the blood crow and the meat locust tree before leaving, and the other 7 were more inclined to deal with the evil Zen temple first. To Song Qi's surprise, Song Bei was actually among the 3. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, Song Bei was being nagged by the old voice in his ear. "Bei boy, what are you hesitating about? Call someone quickly. This blood crow meat Sephora is very rare. Its blood Sephora wood heart is the best among the holy objects that prolong life. Even if this blood crow meat Sephora is only half a step to the 4th level, it can prolong life by about 100 years. If you meet someone who is in urgent need, sell it an orange best upgrade fire source, or even the price of the red part. Song Bei was a little confused about this. Teacher, is it necessary to be so anxious? This thing doesn't have legs. And it has been in this secret realm for countless years and can't leave. Are you afraid that it will run away in the past 2 months? Hearing his doubtful words, the old voice became even more angry. How could your teacher not understand this? The key is that the entrance to the secret realm outside has been revealed. And the breath of this blood crow meat locust can no longer be hidden. Whether it is the evil Buddha clan, or the evil and evil spirits derived from this strange continent, they will all be drooling over this blood crow meat locust. If you really wait for 2 months, you may not even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. Chapter 251 Six-Armed Blood Arhat. As Song Bei revealed the function of the blood crow meat Sephora tree heart, the crowd changed their strategy. They decided to first completely deal with the blood crow meat Sephora tree, and then go to the blood Zen temple. As for the subsequent blood Sephora tree heart, Song Bei will have the priority to choose, and if he wants it, he must pay the corresponding price difference. In the next few days, Song Qi and 10 others controlled the Xinhua warship to launch a full-scale concentrated fire on the law domain light curtain below, and the result is self-evident. The sky has a secondary gun called Shadow Devil Cannon that weakens the shield value. And the other 9 warships also have it, under various cannons with shield breaking and armor breaking properties. And the blood crow meat Sephora itself is only half a step to the 4th level. Even with the blessing of the floating land origin rule, it has a regular 4th level combat power. But the law perception cannot be faked. With the superposition of many factors, this blood crow meat Sephora can only be completely wiped out. The blood Sephora tree heart was naturally taken by Song Bei in the first place. And the difference was 126 strands of the 4th level floating land origin, plus 900 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin. The other 9 people each received 14 strands of the 4th level plus 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence. Everyone was quite satisfied with this result. According to the floating land essences that Song Bei took out, the price he gave was an orange top-grade upgraded fire source. In the family merit building, it was about 300 gold merits, which was not a small amount. In addition to this blood locust tree heart, there was also a half-step 4th level life crystal and a whole blood tree, but these were not very valuable, and they would be divided equally after being handed over to the family. Finally, there is one biggest gain, which is the secret realm under our feet. Although it is only a ruined secret realm, whether it is used as a hidden base for the family in this evil Buddha continent, or brought back to Longji continent as one of the family's heritage, it is a great contribution. And the family will definitely give out rewards later. Okay. The family has been informed through the Xinhua network, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's go directly to the Zuakanzu. The 10 people set off again. In the main control room of the Sanqiong, Song Qi felt a little emotional. The reason why they were able to kill this half-step 4th level blood crow meat locust so easily this time was that they actually had many invisible advantages. For example, the opponent cannot move. Under the innumerable blood crows that cannot cause serious damage to the fast Xinhua warship, it can only passively defend, which is the biggest advantage for the Xinhua warship, which has no shortage of long-range firepower attack methods. In addition, the laws in this damaged secret realm are not complete, and are much weaker than those in the Broken Star Sea. This also makes the trace of law power that the blood crow meat locust has comprehended also a weakened version, and its combat power is greatly reduced. Therefore, although Song Qi was happy in his heart, he did not despise the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas of the evil Zen temple. Those 2 statues are not fake goods, but they have the real 4th level peak combat power under the blessing of the original rules, although they cannot be compared with the real 4th level life in terms of law perception. Don't forget that they are also assisted by special Buddhist instruments, which cannot be ignored. In the fairy heroes and fantasy novels of the previous life, magic tools and treasures have always been an extremely important part. Zuakanzu is located in the southern part of Baibi Domain, and as the strongest evil Buddhist force in Zuakanzu, Xiachan Temple is located in the center of Zuakanzu. On the dark red mountain, there is an ancient suspended Buddhist temple that is completely carved into the mountain. The only thing that is visible outside the temple is a bluestone temple door engraved with ancient Buddhist texts. On the stone door, the 3 characters Evil Buddha Temple are engraved with the unique Buddhist texts of the Evil Buddha clan. which are faintly bloody. Thousands of miles away, 10 Xinhua warships disappeared into the void. Looking at the image of the evil Buddha temple that appeared on the projection screen, the 10 Xinhua warships were like 10 dormant hunters, quietly accumulating the most rapid means of attack. It has been 2 days since everyone arrived at the outskirts of the evil Buddha's temple. The reason why they did not rush to take action was that they were waiting for the search results from Song Gang. There is a special component called Curious Hunter on the Yegong, which can search for strange objects in the Starry Sea from a long distance. However, the activation time of this component is not long each time, and the area that can be searched at a time is also limited. In addition, the evil Buddhist temple in front is full of strong and strange Buddhist power. Under the interference of this Buddhist power, the search range of this Curious Hunter component is more limited each time. After 2 days, it can only explore 1/3 of the area inside the evil Buddhist temple. Song Qi and his companions were not in a hurry. If they could locate the Bodhisattva relic first, wasting some time would not be a big deal, as it would greatly increase the success rate of their subsequent actions. In addition, Song Zhe and his companions also had to make some other preparations. 5 days later, Song Gang's slightly high-pitched voice came from the Yegong. Found it. The Bodhisattva relic is placed at the coordinates of XXXX. XXXX on the left side of the temple. After getting the coordinates, everyone looked at the brother Song Wenbo. It was his task to enter the evil Buddha temple to search. Seeing Song Wenbo nod, Song Zhe in the middle of the 10 warships stopped wasting time, since the target position has been determined. Let's start tomorrow, so as not to have more troubles. Okay. The bright beam of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, and a colorful rainbow emerged above the dark blood-red sky. Om. Ma. And I. Ba. Me. Hum. The deafening Buddha sound continued to come out from the bluestone Buddhist gate thousands of meters high, and the cause and effect were surrounded, and it continued endlessly. In the main hall of the Buddhist temple, the 1,000-meter evil Buddha sitting on the human skin cushion suddenly opened his closed eyes, and at the same time a cursed seal condensed from behind it, and rushed straight to the temple gate behind it under the impetus of the infinite Buddhist power around it. Outside the gate of Qingshi Temple, the swastika Buddhist mantra, which rapidly expanded to several thousand meters under the blessing of infinite Buddha power, met the 3-digit artillery beams. The terrifying energy continued to pour out in all directions, and the entire void was distorted under the terrifying high temperature. No matter how powerful the swastika Buddhist mantra was, it could not withstand the simultaneous bombardment of hundreds of artillery fire, even with the blessing of the Buddha power that this evil Buddhist temple had accumulated for thousands of years. In the second of the stalemate between the two sides, it collapsed, and the remaining artillery power completely sank into the gate of Qingshi Temple. Rumble, granite splattered everywhere, followed by countless wailings. Even though the swastika Buddhist mantra offset most of the power, the residual power of the 3-digit artillery fire was not just talk. Buddha's light surged. 2,000-meter evil Buddhas rushed out of the Buddhist temple. They stood high in the sky. A large amount of Buddha power emanated from their bodies. The eyes that had been indifferent for thousands of years were now filled with anger. The bloody sun devours the Buddha, disturbing the peace of my temple, and shall be forever imprisoned in the Buddha's prison. The cold characters floated, following the sky clouds that began to surge. Under the influence of the infinite Buddha power, a bloody 6-armed evil Buddha phantom gathered on the bodies of the 2 half-step 4th-level evil Buddhas. Thousands of miles away, the ship of Song Qi, Song Zhe, Song Gang, Song Bei, and other 6 people who had already revealed themselves was shaking slightly. The temple was attacked inexplicably, and it seemed that the 2 evil Buddhas felt that their dignity was trampled upon. They wanted to make Song Qi and the other 6 pay the price. So they directly revealed their 4th-level peak pressure. Under this amazing pressure, even though they were thousands of miles away, the ship of Song Qi and the other 6 was disturbed. 6-armed blood Arhat golden body phantom. Be careful. They seem to have used all their strength directly. After speaking, the 6 warships seemed to have discussed it in advance, and the ships turned together and quickly swept towards the rear. Of course, even if they were running away, the guns on the 6 warships did not forget to fire, and continued to bombard the 2 evil Buddhas wrapped in the phantom of the Arhat's golden body. In the sky, Song Qi's eyes showed a trace of joy. As they expected, the 2 evil Buddhas were not willing to watch them leave. The Buddha power surged around them, and they turned into 2 afterimages and chased them all the way. After the 6 warships and the 2 half-step 4th-level evil Buddhas disappeared from sight one after another, Song Wenba and his 4 companions who were hiding in the dark did not rush to show up. They waited for more than 10 minutes. Until Song Chi and his 6 companions led the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas far enough away. And then the 4 warships rushed out quickly, heading straight for the evil Buddha temple. In addition to them, 6 3rd level strange evil spirits and evil spirits also walked out of the surrounding mountains and fields. They were the creatures that Song Zhe and others enslaved in the past few days. Next, they will work with the 4 warships to deal with the remaining dozens of 3rd level evil Buddhas in the evil Buddha's temple. Wu. Among the 6 enslaved creatures, there was a 3rd level revengeful soul girl, who was now making a sharp howl at the stone gate of the Buddhist temple. This revengeful soul girl was also a native creature of the evil Buddha continent, and naturally had the blessing of the origin rules of the floating land. Under this blessing, the sound of the howl had the power of soul stirring that barely entered the 4th level. This made the evil Buddhas in the evil Zen temple, even though they were protected by infinite Buddha power, still affected most of the evil Buddhas. After all, there were only a few 3rd level evil Buddhas in the evil Buddha temple, and there were more 1st level and 2nd level evil Buddhas. At the same time, Song Wenba and the other 4 released the puppet soldiers on their warships at the right time. These soldiers were all pseudo 4th level. When they rushed into the evil Buddha temple, they immediately began to slaughter the 1st and 2nd level evil Buddhas. Finally, the 3rd level evil Buddhas could no longer stay. Although the soul-sucking effect on them was limited, it could not eliminate the effect on the evil Buddhas below. The 3rd level evil Buddhas rushed out of the temple one by one, heading straight for the resentful soul girl. Seeing this, Song Wenba and the other 4 would not let them do as they wished. The 4 warships were divided into 2, and 3 of them stayed around the resentful soul girl, and engaged in a melee with the dozens of 3rd level evil Buddhas who rushed in. On the other side, Song Wenba activated a special component on his ship, and soon the warship suddenly disappeared from its original location, and when it reappeared, it had already rushed into the evil Buddha temple. Let's talk about the battlefield of the 6 warships, including the Sancheong and the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas. The Buddha's light shone, the Buddhist mantra law loomed in the void, and every time the 6-armed Arhat's golden body phantom blasted, it could dim the energy shield of the Xinhua warship in front of him. In the Sancheong, the warship was attacked. The current energy shield value is 52% remaining, and the hull armor was damaged by 18%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Because the 6-armed Arhat phantom is also condensed by energy, so their attack cannot ignore the energy shields of several Xinhua warships, which is undoubtedly good news for Song Chi and the other 6. But that was all. The blessing of the origin rules of this evil Buddha continent was more terrifying than they had imagined. The 4th order peak level attack could knock down a shield value far beyond their imagination every time. This was Song Chi's sky, with the silver quality Fairyland 5 elements Show Tien energy shield, and the recovery of the neutron star core armor characteristic, which allowed it to hold on for 2 minutes with 52% of the shield value remaining. Song Zhe's ship, who was in charge of the first round of the fight with him, had already activated the repair parts on the battleship 30 seconds ago, and at this moment, its energy shield value had reached the bottom again. The voice of him calling Song Gang to replace him just rang in the communication group chat. Here Song Chi, who was able to concentrate on 7 things at once, roughly deduced the 2 parts of Song Zhe's ship. It should be the orange energy shield above level 45 plus the purple ship armor of level 49. After getting the answer, his mind quickly returned, and he focused on controlling the sky and continued to fight with the half-step 4th level evil Buddha clan. Although he could have directly asked another member of the clan to take over, he did not do so, because the longer he persisted, the greater his contribution would naturally be. Of course, the key is that the sky is still strong at the moment, with a shield value of 52% and a red hull armor that is nearly 80% intact. It can hold on for a while. Not far to the side, the night harbor, which replaced Song Zhe's ship, did not do as Song Chi and Song Zhe did. Its bow suddenly turned, and a special ram replaced the main gun, and then rammed hard into the evil Buddha it was facing. This sudden head-on collision made the half-step 4th level evil Buddha a little confused, and it also caused some damage to it by surprise. Time passed, and soon more than 2 minutes passed. Seeing that the shield value of the Fairyland 5 elements Show Tien energy shield had dropped by 10%, Song Chi took the initiative to withdraw and replaced his brother with the neutron star core pulse feature. The energy shield value of the sky can recover 4% every 20 seconds. Even if he was only given 2 minutes, it could recover 24%. In addition to the previous retention, it can easily recover to more than 30%. Naturally, he would not let it overload easily. After 1.5 minutes, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The two half-step 4th level evil Buddhas seemed to have received a message from the evil Zen temple, or something. They didn't care about entangled with the 6 warships anymore. The Buddha power around them suddenly erupted, and the strong energy waves suppressed the 6 warships for thousands of meters. They flew back in the direction they came from regardless of anything. Seeing this, Song Zai's urgent voice came out in the communication group chat. Song Bei, brother, hurry up. No need for him to remind. Seeing that the 2 evil Buddhas were about to leave, Song Bei and another brother's warships each shot out a beam of light. The result is obvious, maybe under the influence of the origin rules of this evil Buddha continent. The effect is far less than before, but it can still restrain the 2 evil Buddhas in an instant. Chapter 252, the 3rd level mythical Mecca form. This moment of pause was enough for the Night Harbor to get entangled with each other again. Angry. The familiar mantra came from the mouths of 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas. If it was put when Song Qi and others just arrived at the evil Buddha continent, it might be effective. This mantra is enough to capture everyone's mind. But it doesn't work now. Now everyone is inside the warship, and they all have the protection of the mind defense parts that have been strengthened to at least the 4th level. In addition, the ones who issued this Buddhist mantra are only 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas, not the real 4th level ones before. So, this time the angry mantra has not affected anyone. The Night Harbor was still harassing the 2 warships. What Song Qi and the others didn't know was that, just as they were struggling, 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas received the second call from the Blood Zen Temple. It was this second round of call that made them completely lose the will to fight the 6 warships. The infinite Buddha light was boiling, and then the Buddhist beads inscribed with a large number of Buddhist mantras in the hands of the 2 suddenly flew out, and appeared in front of the 2 warships of the Night Harbor, at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Be careful. This sudden change made the 4 people following behind change their faces greatly, but this Buddhist bead string with a lot of Buddha's light didn't give them a chance to react at all. The finger bone bead suddenly shrank, and the 2 warships were bound by them tightly. In the Yegong, Song Gang tried his best to activate the warship engine, but it was completely useless. The binding force of the finger bone beads was amazing, and it was impossible to break free easily. I don't believe it. With a cold snort, Song Gang hurriedly activated another escape component on the Yegong, but this purple component that had saved him from danger many times in the past, even though it had been activated, still didn't cause any deviation of the Yegong at this moment. The space around the 2 warships seemed to be frozen. No matter what means they used, they could not escape. In a moment of anxiety, the 6-armed blood arhats above the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas in front raised their arms, and large energy light balls composed of Buddha light and Buddhist mantras appeared in the palms of the 6 arms. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 arms slapped, and 6 groups of law light balls, with the power of the 4th level peak, also bombarded at the same time. The Buddha's light shone everywhere. Under this terrifying method, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was shrouded in a piece of Buddha's light. In the Yegong, Song Gang's face had already become extremely gloomy. This terrifying attack method made his heart tremble instinctively. With the current defense of the Yegong, he could not guarantee that he would survive these 6 rounds of law light balls. However, no matter what, he had to try his best. With a change of mind, the orange hull armor of the Yegong, which was strengthened to the 4th level, activated the active defense characteristics. It can be clearly seen that a layer of shining and thick special armor layer quickly condensed outside the hull of the Yegong. Compared with the Yegong, the brother who replaced Song Qi beside him was even worse. He was pale at the moment. The Yegong at least had the 4th level orange hull armor, but his ship was only equipped with purple hull armor. Even though it has been strengthened to the 4th level, there is still an essential difference between orange and purple. The Night Harbor is only unlikely to be able to withstand this terrifying attack, but his ship will definitely not be able to withstand it. After all, its energy shield is only 20% left at this moment. However, at this moment, in the main control room of the sky, Song Qi's eyes narrowed suddenly. Now! He almost shouted these 4 words in his heart. At the same time, a subtle space fluctuation quietly spread in the void behind the 2 half-step 4th level evil Buddhas. The 2 evil Buddhas were startled, noticing something strange coming from behind them, and the Buddha power and Buddhist mantras around them flowed rapidly at the first moment, trying to react, but it was obviously too late. The Void Demon, with ancient totem patterns engraved on his body, holding the market walking order in his left hand, and a blade of space law in his right hand, suddenly burst out from the void, and directly hit one of the two evil Buddhas. With the 4th level plus totem true body plus market law blessing plus its own space law power, with multiple layers of blessing, the void demon is not far from the peak of the 4th level, and it was unexpected. How could this evil Buddha avoid this all-out attack? The target chosen by Song Chi was the one faced by the brother who replaced him. With the sudden attack of the void demon, the half-step 4th level evil Buddha, who did not make any defensive response, was directly hit hard, and a large amount of dark evil Buddha blood was spilled. Affected by its original body, the phantom of the 6-armed Arhat golden body condensed by this half-step 4th level evil Buddha clan also suddenly dissipated. This result naturally saved this clan brother from having to bear the direct attack. In the void demon that retreated after one attack received the command of Song Chi's brain waves, and was about to leave the void and attack again. However, a violent energy fluctuation came from the Night Harbor at this moment. The half-step 4th level evil Buddha clan here was attacked by the void demon and failed to complete the attack. But the Night Harbor did not change. At this moment, the Night Harbor was under unimaginable bombardment. Its outer energy shield was completely shattered in the first place, and was completely overloaded. Even the protective layer formed by the orange hull armor was gradually shattered with the bombardment one after another. After 6 explosions, the phantom of the 6-armed Arhat's golden body completed the final attack. Looking at the Night Harbor again, the originally streamlined and gorgeous armor layer was now shattered beyond recognition, and even the hull was bombarded with several holes. There is no doubt that the Night Harbor has completely lost its combat effectiveness at this moment. But it is still lucky. At least the battleship itself did not sink, and the rest can be slowly repaired. There is also good news. After this attack, the two warships finally broke free from the shackles of the finger bone beads and returned to the fleet. Song Chi's eyes moved, and he caught the coldness in Song Gang's eyes. If he was not mistaken, it should be directed at him. He could think of the reason. He did not choose to help him just now, but aimed at another half-step 4th level evil Buddha. He was resentful of him. He smiled and shook his head, and was too lazy to pay attention. In the situation just now, he just made the choice he thought was the most appropriate. If the other party hated him because of this, he could only say that you were happy. Of course, even if he didn't care, if the other party really targeted him later, he would never be polite. So what if he was born in the ancestral lineage? So what if his background was not worse than Song Zai's? Without thinking too much about it, Song Chi and Song Zai controlled the warship and moved forward, ready to continue to entangle the two evil Buddhas. Suddenly, the seeds of fire in the ancestral orifices between everyone's eyebrows trembled at the same time. Don't chase. When Bo has succeeded and retreated successfully, our mission is completed. In an instant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Song Chi's mind turned, and he had a different idea from everyone else. No one knew better than him that the half-step 4th level evil Buddha had been severely injured by the void demon. If he followed him now, he would most likely be able to kill him completely. But at this moment, a vast Buddha light came from the end of the sky on the side, and then an indescribable pressure spread all the way, even though they were inside the warship. With the isolation of the energy shield and the hull, everyone felt that their bodies were much heavier, as if they were carrying a huge stone on their backs. Song Chi was also like this. His body was extremely uncomfortable, although he had endured pressure that was countless times more terrifying than this many times in the supergiant ancient flagship of the Three-Eye Clan. It was all through remote control of puppets, and he had never faced it himself. In the battleship group chat, Song Zai said in a deep voice, 5-level pressure. That is from the direction of the 100-armed Buddha sect. It is likely that the 4th level evil Buddha clan of the 100-armed Buddha sect has arrived. Let's go! After speaking, he took the lead in controlling the ship to turn around, and headed towards the jump point behind without any hesitation. The others followed closely behind him, and Song Chi also had no other ideas. There was no way. If the 100-armed Buddha sect's 4th level evil Buddhas really came to support, they would definitely have 5th level combat power under the blessing of the floating land origin rules. And they were definitely not ordinary 5th level, but most likely senior 5th level. In this case, even if the sky was caught up by them, it would most likely sink. Of course, he would not take the initiative to encounter this bad luck. A million miles away, behind a fleet that was speeding all the way, In the main control room of the sky, Song Chi's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something incredible. The fact is the same. In another picture in his mind, in the direction of the 5th level life pressure, behind a towering mountain, the evil Buddha with a height of only 3,000 meters is standing on the sky. Unlike what Song Zhe said, this 4th level evil Buddha did not rush to the evil Zen temple, but just stood quietly on the sky, with Buddha light flowing on its body and above its head. There are completely condensed Buddhist mantras and spells. But Song Chi was not paying attention to these, but the area that the 4th level evil Buddha had been staring at. There was clearly nothing there, but the evil Buddha clan just stared at it, as if staring at some great enemy. The 100-armed Buddha sect is on a journey. The evil spirits and evildoers, please retreat, and I will offer you 100,000 fresh blood food afterwards. As he said this, as if to prove his identity, the infinite Buddha power flowed around him, and his body began to expand rapidly, and soon transformed into an 8-armed 5,000-meter-tall Arhat. As the Arhat's golden body was revealed, the 5th level energy pressure emanating from his body became more and more astonishing. Even if he was hiding in the deep void, Song Chi only felt that the void demon also had an extra layer of oppression. This is still not the point. In the area that the 4th level evil Buddha clan has been watching, a frost-white 1,000-meter warship slowly appeared. It's actually a Xinhua warship, Song Chi muttered. And the next second, the voice from the frost-white cruiser was even more surprising. The 100-armed Buddha sect will soon become history. As for you, whether you go to chase my brothers or return now, I'm afraid you can't do it. As soon as these words came out, Song Chi instantly understood that the Xinhua captain in this cruiser was probably also a member of his family. His mission should be to stop this 4th level evil Buddha from chasing the 10 of them, or to rush back to the 100-armed Buddha sect directly. However, Song Chi was puzzled by this. Where did his 3rd level brother get the courage to intercept a 5th level evil Buddha by himself? Or is this person a member of the family's current generation? Thinking of this, the 4th level evil Buddha in the sky had the same idea as him. He did not take an enemy who only emitted 3rd level energy fluctuations seriously. The 8 arms waved, and infinite Buddhist mantras were reflected around it. The next second, the space around the unknown cruiser was surrounded by a large number of Buddhist mantras. These Buddhist mantras were like a large mantra cage, which locked the cruiser inside. Om, Ma, and I, Ba, Me, Hum. Then, the 6-character Buddhist mantra came out of its mouth, and 6 blood-colored mantras were wrapped with terrifying 5th level power, rushing straight to the mantra cage to suppress it. Song Chi's heart tightened. But the next second, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The mantra cage suddenly broke into pieces, and the cruiser inside reappeared quickly. However, it had transformed from a streamlined 1,000-meter warship into a 1,000-meter giant Mecca. The giant held an ice blade, and a frosty white dragon-backed whale roamed around the Mecca. As the Mecca giant raised its arm, the frosty white dragon-backed whale suddenly rushed towards the 6 six-word mantras that were suppressing it. Boom! Under the terrible energy bombardment, Song Chi felt that the world was divided into 2 colors. One was the kingdom of ice and frost, and the other was the realm of the golden Buddhist mantra. Frost only accounted for 20%, and golden light accounted for 80%. In other words, the 4th level evil Buddha clan had an absolute advantage. Chapter 253: The conditions for mastering the form of the mythical Mecca in advance. Even with the void blocking, Song Chi could still see the large number of space ripples around through the sight of the void demon. That was the impact of the energy collision of nearly level 5 on the space of the evil Buddha continent. Even as strong as the 7-level Shanghai floating land, the space stability is amazing. It will also be affected by the energy impact of this level. Of course, it is only a small distortion of space. It is still far from the degree of tearing the space. To achieve this level on this 7-level floating land, I am afraid that at least the 6th level of means are needed. In the outer sky, the stalemate formed by the 2 completely different energies did not last long. In less than 10 seconds, the Frost Kingdom, which could only occupy 20% of the area, collapsed completely, and was completely swallowed up by the mantra Buddha field. Under the pressure of the mantra law, the frostwhite 1,000-meter-long Mecca giant fell with a bang, and was slammed into the ground. Witnessing this battle with his own eyes, even though he was thousands of miles away, Song Chi's heart was difficult to calm down. He was both amazed at how a 3rd-level cruiser could transform into a mythical Mecca, and frightened by the terrifying combat power of the 4th-level evil Buddha clan with 5th-level combat power. Even if it had transformed into a mythical Mecca form and mastered the law of ice, The Frostwhite Mecca obviously could not confront it head-on. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Before the Frostwhite 1,000-meter Mecca giant rushed out from the deep pit smashed in the ground. A Frostwhite ice crystal blade had already shot out first. This ice crystal blade was not the nearly 1,000-meter ice blade in the Mecca giant's hand before, but was more like a derivative of a special component. Its speed was amazing, and it was not restricted by the realm of the mantra law above. Before the 4th level evil Buddha in the sky could react, it had already shot in front of him. However, what surprised Song Chi was that this ice crystal blade was not an attack method. After approaching the 4th level evil Buddha clan, it suddenly turned into countless ice crystal fragments. And then these fragments quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, they gathered around the 4th level evil Buddha clan to form an ice crystal cage with a length, width and height of more than 10,000 meters. After this, Song Chi thought that the unknown 3rd level clan brother would take the opportunity to continue to attack the 4th level evil Buddha clan in the cage. However, he did not expect that when he rushed out of the deep pit, he immediately released the mecha form and turned back to the cruiser form. The battleship engine suddenly roared, and it instantly turned into a white afterimage and disappeared into the sky. Is this running away? This was a totally unexpected result, which made him a little stunned, but he soon figured it out. Although this brother's warship could transform into a 3rd-order mythical mecha that he had never heard of, it could be seen from the previous battle that he had initially mastered the law of ice. But no matter what, it was just a cruiser, and the evil Buddha clan, which had a 5th-order combat power under the blessing of the floating land origin rules, had a gap of 2 major orders, which could not be easily eliminated. After figuring this out, Song Chi still had other doubts in his mind. He looked up at the 10,000-meter ice crystal cage in the sky. It was shaking constantly at the moment. A large number of mantras surrounded it. It was obvious that the 4th level evil Buddha clan was attacking it with all their might. However, judging from its movements, the ice crystal cage would not break, at least in the short term. Enhanced to the 5th level control components? Using the brainwave beacon to let the void demon return. Song Chi himself took the initiative to ask in the battleship communication group chat after thinking for a while, by the way, is there any in the family sequence? After he briefly described the characteristics of the Frostwhite battleship before, Song Zhe quickly replied, the Frostwhite battleship, if nothing goes wrong, it should be the 2nd order one in the clan. Although Song Zhe answered quickly, he was a little surprised in his heart, but when he thought that Song Chi had just returned to the clan for 2 years, this surprise quickly dissipated. Song Chi didn't care about the strange looks around him. He continued to ask the question he was most concerned about. Brother Song Zhe, before a battleship is promoted to a chasing ship and has a certain degree of activity, is it possible to change its mecha form in advance? As soon as this question came out, not only Song Zhe, but also other people in the communication group chat changed color, and their eyes all looked at Song Zhe's projection. Transform into a mythical mecha form before the 4th stage. Obviously, this is the first time they have heard the statement, and they had no idea about it before. In front of the fleet, Song Zhe waited in his heart for a while, and finally said, since all the brothers and sisters are interested, then I will tell you, but this is just sporadic news from my great-grandfather. You can judge for yourself whether it is true or not. As far as I know, the battleship can transform into a mythical mecha form in advance before being promoted to the 4th stage Zulu ship, but there are 2 requirements. The first point is self-explanatory. The captain of the battleship must have the power of the mind state. Only the power of the mind state can do it. The absolute control of the battleship itself, including the transformation of the battleship into a mecha form. Speaking of this, Song Zhe paused, and then quickly continued, but it is definitely not to say that controlling the spirit and mind before the battleship reaches the 4th level, or letting a captain with a 4th level guidance skill control a cruiser, will enable the battleship to have the ability to transform into a mythical mecha form. It also requires a super strategic resource. Micro-spiritual activated metal. Everyone's eyes flashed, and their hearts were also surging violently. Except for Song Gang, who was born in the ancestral lineage. Almost all the others heard about this secret for the first time, which made everyone extremely eager at once. After all, there are many uses for mastering the ability to transform into a mythical mecha form in advance. The first one is that it can greatly improve the means of fighting against the enemy during the battle of the warship. After all, the warship form is not suitable for fighting in all areas. The second is that it can be used to comprehend and use secret techniques in advance to enhance the combat power of the warship. In addition, after transforming into a mecha form, Not only can the parts carried by the warship itself be used normally, but also the strange weapons that cannot be transformed into shipborne parts can be used, such as the green long sword in the hands of the family's original ancestor, the Taishian sword of the first lineage Xianfeng clan elder, etc. Compared with a single battleship form, the Xinhua battleship that can autonomously transform into a mythical mecha form is definitely more powerful than the same level battleship. It is precisely because of this that Song Qi and others are particularly excited. But Song Zhe quickly poured cold water on them. Don't pursue too much on this matter. Why do you think the family has not announced this matter? Don't want us to master the ability of the mythical mecha form in advance? No. It's that the micro-spiritual activated metal is too rare. It ranks among the top 3 in the recognized super-strategic resources of our Xinhua civilization. After this resource is integrated into the ship, it can not only make the warship active in advance, but also further enhance the combat power and duration of the warship mythical mecha form when the warship is promoted to the 4th level in the future. Looking at the entire Broken Star Sea, this special metal is pitifully rare. Hearing this, the excitement in everyone's eyes has dissipated a lot. The entire Xinhua civilization recognizes that this is an extremely rare material. Everyone does not think they will be the lucky one. However, some people took the initiative to further inquire about the micro-spiritual activated metal. In response to this, Song Zhe finally sent everyone a picture. According to him, the picture shows the micro-spiritual activated metal. Clicking on the picture, Song Qi looked at it very seriously. Although this thing is rare, he can control the Zutian market and trade with alien races from all over the Broken Star Sea every month. He still has great interest and expectations in this material. After all, although this material is a super strategic resource in the Xinhua human civilization, it may not be the case in other civilizations. It is possible to encounter it in the market in the future. In addition, he will also add the purchase information of this micro-spiritual activated metal to the market purchase shops as soon as possible, and whether the purchase price will be low, so as to increase the possibility of obtaining this material. However, when his eyes fell on this picture, his heart suddenly jumped. The metal with a faint fluorescent light in the picture made him feel inexplicably familiar. Soon, he trembled in his heart. That is actually micro-spiritual activated metal? After a slight surprise, Song Qi suddenly had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he had recently obtained 2 silver legendary items, and also obtained another super strategic resource, Han Yuan copper, which had greatly increased his tolerance. So although he was excited, he did not show any abnormality on the surface. As for this micro-spiritual activated metal, he had indeed seen it before, and not in other places, but in the rare mineral storage room of the Three-Eyed Clan flagship. Before, through the first Void Demon, he had already visited the rare mineral storage room. Although because of the enhanced alloy mecha guard, he was not able to record all the resources in it. However, he remembered clearly the mineral resources in the 3 storage cabinets at the innermost part of the cabin, and among them was the micro-spiritual activated metal. Song Qi saved the picture with a normal expression and continued to communicate with everyone. The promotion of the sky is really accelerated. In addition, the upgrade of the Seed of Fire is also imminent. The good things in the flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan must be obtained in advance to be assured, he said in his heart. And the fleet finally returned to the jump point. As for Song Wenba and the other 4, they had been waiting here for a long time. After a while, Song Qi and the other 6 saw the properties of the Bodhisattva relic one after another. After being baptized by the power of Buddha for a long time, the relic has turned into an orange quality wonder. Wonderful item, Bodhisattva relic. Quality, orange. Transformable, none. Note, the essence of a 5th level ghost Bodhisattva in the evil Buddha continent after his death. After a long period of gestation, it turned into an orange wonder. Cannot be transformed into a ship-borne component? Everyone was puzzled. Originally, they thought that this wonder could be transformed into a shipborne component with special effects, otherwise it would not be set by the family as the mission target for their 2nd stage sequence competition, but now the result is incomprehensible to them. Unable to figure out the family's intention, Song Qi and the other 10 people stopped thinking about it. Perhaps the family has other uses. When the Void Demon rushed back, the 10 people activated the space jump one after another. Desolate state. The family's actions were frighteningly fast. In just 10 days, the base had moved from the previous underground space to the ruined secret realm. Of course, the entrance to the ruined secret realm was actually moved to the underground space, and in fact, the location of the base did not change. In the ruined secret realm that had been renamed Yuehuai's secret realm by the family, the third-level Xinhua captain greeted the 10 people of Song Qi, the head of the family, the elders of the clan, and others were not in the secret realm. Wait a minute. The head of the family should be back in the next 2 days. In this regard, Song Qi and his 10 companions, who did not know what arrangements the family's top leaders had made, could only wait quietly. 3 days later, Song Xuanzang returned. He did not reveal much to Song Qi and his 10 companions. Everyone only knew that the head of the family seemed to be in a good mood. But that was all. Very good. You gave a perfect answer to this mission. As for the people who finally passed this stage, Song Gang, Song Qi, Song Zhe, following Song Xuanzang's call, Song Qi and his 3 companions stepped out, sweeping his eyes over the 3 people. Song Xuanzang said softly, after the unanimous evaluation by me and the elders, you are the 3 people who have made the greatest contribution this time. As the results were announced, compared to last time, the 7 people of Song Bei were obviously calmer this time, because before this, everyone actually had a rough answer in their hearts. Song Qi and Song Zhe, as the ones who took the initiative to fight in the first round. Needless to say, and although Song Gang was only in the second round, he accurately located the position of the Bodhisattva relic before the formal action. Okay, this evil Buddha continent is too dangerous. Everyone should go back to Longji continent directly via the transit warship. As for the sequence mission of the 3rd stage, this is simple. You don't need to prepare anything more. Just adjust your own state. Someone will take you there in 2 months. After saying that, Song Xuanzang took the Bodhisattva relic away first. Accompanied by a space fluctuation, Song Qi and the 10 people completely left the evil Buddha continent. Yuehuai's secret realm. After the 10 people left, Song Xuanzang played with the Bodhisattva relic in his hand, and his mind drifted away. Then he muttered to himself, with this one, we have collected 9 of these Bodhisattva relics. This should be enough to tempt the four-eared Arhat, as long as the slavery is completed. And with this secret realm, the component may be obtained. As he muttered, Song Xuanzang's eyes became deeper. The next second, the dark energy flowed around him, and he disappeared into the Yuehuai secret realm again. On the Dragon Ridge continent, Song Qi, who had returned, went to the Merit building as soon as possible. Now he can't wait to collect the remaining 2 special resources. In addition, he already has the 10,000-meter-old corpse in his hand. Once the sequence battle is over, he can start the battleship promotion mission immediately. But what is disappointing is that he still hasn't seen the Eyesore Stone and the 3rd-level Blood Core. Chapter 254, The Deer-Chasing Ship Raging Lion. After leaving the Merit building, Song Qi immediately rushed back to Qinghua Lake, revealing an urgency that was difficult to conceal between his words and actions. Although the trip to the evil Buddha continent was much smoother than expected, it took only 10 days to return successfully. But this would not change the fact that the 1-year promotion period on the Angry Lion was approaching. After careful calculation, the promotion mission of the Angry Lion has been launched for nearly 11 months, and there is only 1 month left. Buzz buzz buzz, the space changed, the Sangqiong returned to the sky of Qinghua Lake, and before it fell, several cruisers came first from below. It's not the Angry Lion or the mountain. Why do so many strange cruisers suddenly appear in the vein? Song Qi was puzzled at first, but then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Could it be from Grandpa's side? The sky was falling at a high speed, and as it got closer and closer to Qinghua Island, Song Qi soon saw more and more Xinhua warships. There were more than 30 third-tier cruisers alone, and the number of second-tier and lower warships was even more frightening. In addition, he saw 6 3-kilometer class chasing warships. In this way, Song Qi became more and more certain of his thoughts. Because the above warships were basically docked around Qinghua Lake, and there was only 1 warship on Qinghua Island, and it was also a 3,000-meter class Zulu warship. Looking at this familiar warship docked in the exclusive warship docking area of Qinghua Island, Song Qi's eyes were extremely bright. If he was not mistaken, this very familiar Zulu warship was the Angry Lion of his grandfather Song Ming Song. Although the ship's body had expanded many times, he could still identify it. The Angry Lion has really been successfully promoted. Mumbling, Song Qi's mind changed again. No, it can't be called the Angry Lion now, but should be the Angry Fighting Lion. After the cruiser was promoted to the Chasing Deer ship, the name of the warship changed from 3 characters to 5 characters. This is to distinguish the difference between the 4th level and the level before the 4th level, and also to show the style of the chasing deer ship. After all, it is a combat unit that can lift a civilization from the low level to the middle level by itself, and it can no longer be confused with low-level combat units. As for the origin of Raging Lion, Grandpa had said many times before that if the Angry Lion was successfully promoted, it would be called Raging Lion. The core members of the entire 10th Straight Vein knew this. Qingwen Manor, the reception courtyard. When Song Qi arrived, this not very large courtyard was already full of people. These people exuded the 2nd level life breath at the lowest level. And they were all Xinhua captains, who had practiced the guiding technique to LV20 or above. There were more than dozens of 3rd level Xinhua captains. And there were 6 4th level ones. And these 6 were undoubtedly the elders of the family. The first 3 direct veins, the 2 direct veins, and the most mysterious and powerful ancestral vein. Each of the 6 came. Grandpa Song Ming Song sat in the main seat, with a bright smile on his face. He seemed normal, but if you looked closely, you could find that the aura on him was far inferior to the other 6. The successful promotion of the Angry Lion to the chasing deer ship did not mean that Song Ming Song, its captain, was also promoted. His current guidance technique was still stuck at level 38. If he wanted to use the psychic training platform on the Angry Fighting Lion, which was also promoted to level 40, to improve his guidance technique to level 40, it would take quite some time. This also means that Song Ming Song is not yet able to bring the Raging Lion to its full potential, because he does not yet have a mind in the divine state. Although the warship itself has a certain degree of activity, the power of the mind is not enough to support the warship itself to transform into a mythical mecha at will. Of course, Song Ming Song is only over 200 years old now, and there is still enough time to raise the guidance technique to level 40 in the future. He is destined to become a true 4th level captain in the future. There is no doubt about this. This is one of the reasons why the various branches of the Song family would treat it so seriously. Otherwise, a pseudo 4th level Xinhua captain, who has no possibility of advancement in the future, would not be qualified to have a 4th level elder from each of the 6 major branches of the family come to congratulate him. However, regarding this point, Song Qi further associated it with something else. The family's plan on the evil Buddha continent must have made phased progress. And it happened in these 10 days. You must know that before this, the family's high-level combat power was very tight. Even when the sequence competition was officially launched, only the head of the family, Song Xuansong, came back once in person. And he left again soon. Now these 6 people are here in real bodies. Song Qi can't think of any other reason except that the matters in the evil Buddha continent have made some progress. On the main seat, Song Ming Song's smile became more intense when he saw Song Qi coming in. But this time he obviously suppressed his usual rough voice, and said in a calm voice, "Since you are back, why don't you come and meet the elders?" When Song Qi stepped forward quickly, Song Ming Song also introduced him in time. This is the elder Daijiang of the ancestral vein. The first person introduced was Song Daijiang, who was from the ancestral vein, and sat in the first guest seat. When Song Ming Song finished speaking, Song Qi bowed and said, "Meet the elder Daijiang. This is the elder Cha Ping of the Tianmai." After greeting one by one, several elders also smiled and spoke, and told some secrets of the evil Buddha continent in one breath, making Song Qi more certain of his previous guess. One of the last 3 candidates for the 3rd stage of the sequence competition. Ming Song, your 10th direct lineage has really produced an extraordinary genius. Little guy. The subsequent 3rd stage is the Pajua Inheritance Tower. Remember to go all out. Maybe you can get extraordinary gains. Song Qi would not take the praise of the 6 elders too seriously. What he was concerned about was the word Pajua Inheritance Tower mentioned by the elder of the Song Dynasty Jiang clan. According to him, the final 3rd stage of the sequence competition will no longer be a fight. And the final goal is the Pajua Inheritance Tower. This Pajua Heritage Tower is similar to the Taishang Xiankui Tower in the family Xiankui secret realm. It stands in an unknown star field, cannot be located, and cannot be sensed. No creature knows its specific location. Only through the path it actively deploys can you reach that unknown place. As for the mechanism of this Pajua Heritage Tower, it is also similar to the Taishang Xiankui Tower. As long as you can reach a certain number of levels in the challenge of this Heritage Tower, you can get the Heritage Reward. The higher the level you pass, the more precious the rewards issued by the Heritage Tower will be. Although the mechanisms of the 2 towers are extremely similar, you must not confuse them. The family's Taishang Xiankui tower is not bad, but it can only produce orange-quality puppet warrior parts at best. But this Posha Heritage Tower, according to the information collected by the family over hundreds of years, not to mention orange wonders, even red, silver, and even wonders of higher quality than silver have appeared several times, and the quality is frighteningly high. When I first heard the news, you can imagine how excited Song Chi was. For this guy, he was confident enough. Time passed quickly. 1 day later, all the tribesmen who came to congratulate left. However, this did not mean that the area around Qinghua Lake would calm down. The celebration of the entire 10th straight vein would continue for more than a month. The appearance of Wrath of the Mad Lion was not simply a deer-chasing ship. For the tribesmen of the entire 10th straight vein, it meant too much. The only straight vein among the 6 major veins that had a deer-chasing ship. The right to speak of the Elders' Council. The number of alien star domains under its jurisdiction would surely increase dramatically. No matter which one of them. For a straight vein that had only been rebuilt for a few years, the value was unimaginable. Although Song Chi knew about the affairs in the vein, he did not participate in it, because he had more important things to do at the moment. He tried his best to improve the reinforcement level of each component of the sky, since he knew the information of the Pajuo Heritage Tower in advance. He naturally had to make all preparations as much as possible. Only in this way could he make more possibilities for the subsequent challenge of the Pajuo Heritage Tower. Not to mention silver. Above silver, as long as he could get a red epic quality item, it would be enough to satisfy him. Although there are many silver and red parts on the sky, it does not mean that it is easy to obtain a red epic item. For example, the engine, patrol radar, main gun, and secondary gun on the sky are all orange or even lower. How about this, brother Song Chi? This peak 4th level ancient corpse counts as 120 gold merit points for you, minus the deduction from the family. How about 100 gold merit points? In the merit building, after many attempts, the last 10,000 meter ancient corpse in his hand was also exchanged by Song Chi for 100 gold merit points to the family merit building. Normally, Song Chi would not want to do this. After all, this would directly reduce the value by 1/6. The Angry Lion has successfully been promoted to the 4th level. As long as it takes some time, it can extract the blood from the ancient corpse by itself, without going through the family. But the problem is that it takes a long time, which is what Song Chi is currently lacking. If he wants to continue to strengthen the various components on the sky, he will naturally need more 4th level floating land origins, lost stones, titanium crystals, etc., which all require gold merit points to exchange. With the 100 gold merit points, Song Chi could continue with the subsequent preparations. In the following period, the core members of the 10th direct vein entered the family merit building many times, and used up all their 4th level floating land origin, titanium crystal, and lost stone. A few days later, the market secret realm, the freestall area. In the quietly docked Song Chiong, Song Chi looked at all the parts in front of him with satisfaction. In the previous week, the clansmen in the vein exchanged more than 50 lost stones, 2,000 titanium crystals, etc. for him. Although this also made his 3-digit gold merit points used up again, the improvement of Song Chiong was real. Fairyland 5 Elements Energy Shield LV40 LV42 Neutron Star Core Armor LV40 LV43 Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon LV40 LV49 Shadow Devil Breaking Cannon LV40 LV44 Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon LV30 LV40. The enhancement of these 5 parts has significantly improved the combat power of the sky, both in terms of defense and attack. However, this has also consumed all the high-level resources in Song Chi's hands again. Of course, even if there were some left, he would not easily strengthen it. The light energy aggregation engine, which had been strengthened to its current limit, had already reached the limit node of energy supply balance. Otherwise, he would most likely not strengthen the Shadow Devil Cannon, but continue to strengthen the 2 defense components. However, these 2 components are continuous energy consumption components. If they are further strengthened, the energy supply balance will be broken. Didn't you see that in addition to these 2 components, he did not dare to continue strengthening even the 3rd level escape orb, phantom thruster, and void gate components. So far, the strengthening of the sky has come to an end. Before the ship's engine components are further strengthened or replaced, there will basically be no more major strengthening. However, this does not mean that Song Chi's preparations are over. He still has more preparations to do. In the void space outside the market's secret realm, a crystal stone emitting dazzling light is quietly suspended. The brilliance it emits is particularly eye-catching in this eternal void, especially for the void demons, who are extremely sensitive to light. So the final result is that, in just a few hours, batches of void demons swarmed in following the light. And the sky, hiding behind the scenes, would immediately kill all the void demons as long as it did not sense the void demons above the 4th level, batch after batch. In just 20 days, Song-Chi had accumulated more than 200 void crystals in his hands, and nearly 10,000 void crystals of the 2nd level and below. In addition, there were 2 4th level void crystals. The void demons that contributed these 2 were killed by the void demon enslaved by Song-Chi. There is no origin rule blessing in this void dark space. With the help of the sky, it is not difficult to kill 2 void demons that barely entered the 4th level. Killing 2 void demons is not difficult, but it does not mean that the process is smooth. When killing the 2nd 4th level void demon, it once again alarmed a 5th level existence behind it, which posed a great threat to the sky. If Song-Chi had not been vigilant at all times and teleported back to the market at the first time, it is unknown what would happen next. This is also a sign that the sky has ended this hunt. In the Shutian market, looking at the void crystals worth more than 5 digits in his hand, the face that had been tense for 20 days finally showed a long-lost surprise. These void crystals will be the capital for him to trade with many high-level alien races in the Pajuo Heritage Tower in the future. In every 10,000 years, the paths that Pajuo Heritage Tower actively derives are limited, and pitifully few. However, this extremely mysterious ancient heritage tower has stood for endless years. In these long years, how can the number accumulated be small? The more paths there are, the more alien races in the Star Sea will naturally gather. Under gradual evolution, a unique trading market has long been formed around the Pajuo Heritage Tower. According to the elders, anything can appear in that trading market. Prepare more common trading currencies. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. What is the universal trading currency? Void crystals, level 3 or 4 and above floating land origins, high-level biological origin blood, Star Sea treasures, etc. These are all. And what Song-Chi prepared for himself are these void crystals. I hope to have these 2 resources, Ice Source Stone and level 3 Blood Core. It would be even better if I could have the orange top grade upgraded Fire Source. Chapter 255 Red Epic Fire Seed Wonder. But this is not enough. As the only thing that can accelerate the secret realm, the void crystal is indeed a resource that all medium and large forces and civilizations in the entire Broken Star Sea are willing to accept. But in fact, only the 4th level and above void crystals can be considered hard currency, and their value can be considered barely enough. Those void crystals of the 3rd level and below are not that valuable, and they must rely on huge quantities. Based on this, Song-Chi plans to go to the ancient Starry Sky battlefield again in the next 2 days, and get a few of those 10,000-meter ancient corpses as backup. After all, they were once 5th level creatures. Even if they had consumed too much life energy over a long period of time, their current value was much higher than that of 4th level void crystals. However, this was just his initial thought. He did not recognize these ancient corpses. Even the entire Shinhua human civilization had no records of them for hundreds of thousands of years. But how could a creature that could actively hunt down a fleet of 3-eyed royal family members be simple? Song-Chi was worried about the possible shocking involvement behind them. It would be best if there was no such thing. But if it really existed, it would be a big trouble. Once exposed, the entire Song family will be dragged into an unknown vortex of terror. Even if the broken stars are endless, the possibility of such a coincidence is almost zero. But Song-Chi has to be on guard. Over the endless years, the number of paths released by the Posha Heritage Tower is not small. And the number of alien races that can be gathered is also the same. Among them, there may be races or civilizations related to the 10,000-meter-old corpse. If there is no too rare material or strange object, there is no need to take out the ancient corpse. It is good to let the family digest it. Qingwen Manor, the courtyard where the uncle and his wife are. Song Ming Song, Bai Xiuqin, Song Shan, and Song-Chi gathered here. Song-Chi turned his gaze to his grandfather, with doubt in his eyes. He was just about to start a new alien domain deployment, but was called here midway. Before he could speak, Song Ming Song took the initiative to throw a bright red crystal core. Level 3 blood core. Song-Chi was overjoyed and recognized it at the first time. I guess your ship will be upgraded soon. And I got this from the ancestral vein. Thank you, Grandpa. After thanking him repeatedly, Song-Chi did not refuse, and directly accepted this special material that the skyship urgently needed to upgrade. He knew how rare this blood core was. The ancestral line controlled a vampire continent of high level. But he had mentioned it to the ancestral line many times before, but he never got a definite reply. There was no way. Not every vampire would condense this kind of thing in their body. The probability was very small. Adding to that, there was a limit of level 3, which made this thing even rarer. Seeing Song-Chi like this, Song Ming-Song smiled and said, "It's good as long as it's useful to you. But Grandpa reminds you that although your ship has good combat power, it's not a game to upgrade a frigate to a cruiser. Before starting the promotion mission, you must be fully prepared. As for the three-eyed soul-securing ring, I don't need to say much about how to use it." Song-Chi nodded. He understood what Grandpa meant. It's nothing more than telling him not to rely on the combat power of the sky, and to look at the light battleship promotion task. It's better to start it in the subsequent return pulse. With the Wrath of Mad Lion that has successfully promoted to the 4th level, it can't be said to be foolproof, but at least it can reduce the probability of accidents to the lowest level. As for the three-eyed soul-securing ring, this component can only be used when the battleship is determined to start the promotion. Otherwise it will definitely affect the combat power of the sky. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, don't worry. I know what's going on. Above the sky, after leaving Qingwen Manor, the sky immediately activated the latest alien domain deployment. In the ancient Starfield battlefield, several third-order peak-level humanoid aliens commanded a large number of asteroid belt creatures to continue advancing towards the surrounding ancient corpses. This was an order Song-Chi had issued several months ago, but the advancement speed was limited. The first 2 ancient corpses were not far apart, and it was not easy to open up a safe route to the 3rd ancient corpse in a short time. Song-Chi even guessed that even if this star field was completely swallowed up by the void crack, the 3rd route might not be opened. However, he did not place his hopes on these humanoid aliens and creatures in the asteroid belt. His target this time was the ancient corpses around the wreckage of several ordinary warships of the Three-Eyed Clan that he had explored before. A few months ago, the Void Shadow Killer Clan had already opened up a corresponding safe area around it. Now Song-Chi only needs to use the escape bead parts to teleport the sky to the corresponding safe area, and then scale and pull the surrounding 10,000-meter long ancient corpses. This process is naturally not as simple as it sounds. After all, it happened a few months ago. Whether those areas are still safe, the previous safe areas may need to be further expanded, etc. All these need to be further determined. However, with the 3 components of Brainwave Remote Control System plus Fixed Point Delivery Platform plus Void Shadow Killer Clan Warrior Tree, the above are not a big problem. The only problem is that the Fixed Point Delivery Platform is only of blue quality, and the maximum number of warriors can be delivered each time is 4, and the cooling time is not short. After only a few rounds of delivery and transmission, the 24-hour return time limit has arrived. However, this time the Space Beacon Launcher component has been cooled down, and the next time you come, you only need to set the space anchor point on the Dragon Ridge continent, and you will no longer be subject to the 24-hour return limit. Fortunately, I still got 2 ancient corpses of 10,000 meters. If I really encounter any items that I covet around the Posha Heritage Tower later, I still have some trading capital. It has been 2 days since I returned from the ancient battlefield in the starry sky. Today, Song-Chi is ready to start a new round of market transactions. On the inner side of the market's secret realm, in front of the LV-28 ultra-long-range space gate random release platform, as Song-Chi officially activated this configuration, hundreds of white lights instantly shot up from the release platform, and then the same number of space vortex portals appeared at the entrance of the market. The first person to appear in the market was, as expected, the Goblin Luke. After more than 2 years, he had already tasted the sweetness of market transactions. Now, it was not just the Terra Stone. He would also exchange a lot of various resources from the aliens in each market transaction. After completing the Terra Stone transaction, Luke came to the freestall area excitedly. In addition to the most important Terra Stone transaction, what interested Luke the most was the freestall area, because he could always pick up various leaks in it, which enriched his satisfaction and benefited him in a real way. Freestall area, after more than 10 minutes, many aliens have entered the market, and the number of stalls in the stall area has gradually increased. Compared to the excitement of the Goblin Luke, Song Chi seemed a little hesitant at this moment, at least on the surface. Please believe me, as long as I can get the blessing of the law, I can get at least 2 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruits, and one of them will be directly delivered to you as a reward. In front of him, a fire element life, with a fiery breath stood, and Song Chi actually heard a hint of solemnity in its strange voice. He did not answer in a hurry, but was thinking carefully. The other party wanted to borrow the market walking token. Apart from other things, the value of the token issued by the market itself. He had to pretend to be hesitant. Otherwise it would arouse the borrower's suspicion. First of all, one thing is certain. Since this fire element life is so eager to find him, and bluntly asked to borrow this market walking token, then the matter of the pyracantha fruit he mentioned is likely to be true. Otherwise Song Chi, who transformed into the four-armed blue blood clan, would have to pay a very high price for breaking the contract once he applied for the witness of the market lord. In addition, one thing that can be confirmed is that the pyracantha fruit must be just a bonus. This fire elemental life can only want something else. The pyracantha fruit is of no use to it. As for what it wants, it is unknown. His eyes flashed. I need to know your real purpose. The flames on the fire elemental life jumped quickly. But before it could speak, Song Chi said again, if you don't want this, then go find someone else. The frequency of the flames on the fire elemental life jumped more and more rapidly, and it can be seen that it is struggling in its heart at this moment. Song Chi was not surprised at all about this. There are only 2 market walk orders issued in the market at present. In addition to Song Chi's own slavery medal, and the one he directed and acted in as a four-armed blue-blooded man, the one that was from the Star Origin Empires alone who took out the neutron star core. But Alone has always kept a close eye on his market walk order. Let alone lending it out, he would not easily take it out even in this market. After a long silence, the fire element life finally spoke again. I can tell you this, but after hearing it, you must lend me the market walk order. Song Chi had been very greedy for the 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruit, so he would not refuse. He reached behind him, and the market walk order emitting silver light was handed to the fire element life. After receiving the market walk order, the fire element life immediately turned around, and Song Chi gave a final reminder. Remember that you only have 23 hours, and you must come back when the time is up. This sentence was actually just a pretense. Even if the other party did not come back, he could take back the market walk order at any time. However, since he had already pretended to be like this, he naturally had to pretend to be more realistic. When the fire element life left the 3rd floor of the inn, Song Chi was full of expectations. The 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruit. Isn't it like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy? After the guidance technique reached level 26, the progress was already slow, and the follow-up could only be slow work. He was even ready to spend 10 years, or even longer to slowly upgrade the guidance technique to the 3rd level. If he could have the assistance of one or more 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruit, this time would be greatly reduced. 1 year? Or even shorter? Thinking of this, Song Chi was already unconsciously excited. The 3rd level of the guidance technique, which means the 3rd level of the star sea life form, means a lifespan of 600 years. No one can remain indifferent to this. I hope it will succeed. He prayed for the other party secretly. But soon he exclaimed again. He sensed that the market guest token had been activated. The power of the law inside the secret realm of the Zutian market used the token as a medium to bless the fire element life far away, allowing the aura emitted by it to directly reach the 3rd level from the 2nd level. So fast. It seems that they have planned it well in advance. So the success rate should not be small. To be honest, Song Chi actually had great expectations for this market transaction. Whether it was ice or stone or other universal currencies in the Star Sea. As long as one of them appeared, it would be great. Unfortunately, this time, the luck was really bad. Most of the people who entered the market were orcs of primitive tribal civilization. In short, they were not special races. Not to mention those with unique resources. The potential was really limited. Forget it. You can't force it. Time passed. 20 hours passed in a flash. And just as this market came to an end, the fire elemental life that had been bothering Song Chi finally reappeared. When the other party appeared on the 3rd floor of the inn through the market walking order, someone breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? Did it succeed? As soon as the two met, Song Chi, who looked like a blue blood, asked impatiently, which perfectly matched the image of a broker who was anxious to get back the token and coveted the 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruit. In front of him, the fire element life first handed back the market walk order, and then took out 2 bright red fruits under Song Chi's expectant eyes. What else could it be but the 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruit? Successful, according to what was said above. One is the reward, and one you have to exchange with an equivalent fire attribute material. There is naturally no other explanation for this. After taking the 2 pyracantha fruits that were obviously a circle larger than the previous ones, Song Chi sensed the energy emitted by the 2. After confirming that there was not much difference between the 3,000-year-old ones, he said. He took out a large amount of fire attribute materials from the storage capsule. After the transaction of the 2 pyracantha fruits, Song Chi changed the topic. What else? What do you really want? Song Chi saw the fire element being hesitant for the first time. But in the end, he took out an object as agreed. The moment he saw the object the other party took out, Song Chi's heart trembled suddenly. Red fire. That's right. What the other party took out was a rare fire that emitted a blazing red light. Looking closely, the properties of this rare fire quickly emerged. Special item, Extreme Yang Flame. Quality, red. Transformable, fire seed upgraded to fire source. Note, a fire seed that has been nurtured in the extreme Yang land of the fire element world for tens of thousands of years, and finally successfully transformed into a red epic quality rare fire seed. Song Chi's excitement can be imagined. This is not only a strand of red rare fire seed, but also a fire seed that can be transformed into an upgraded fire source. Chapter 256 Treeman Tribe, Orange Wonder War Treeman Heart. If it was an ordinary red fire wonder, Song Chi would not have such a big reaction, but the red fire that can be transformed into a fire seed and upgraded fire source is completely different. Ordinary purple upgraded fire source can upgrade colorless fire to white. Top grade purple upgraded fire source is white to blue. Ordinary orange upgraded fire source, blue to purple. Top grade orange upgraded fire source, purple to orange. And this red upgraded fire source, although it has no distinction between ordinary and top quality, is enough to upgrade the orange quality fire seed to red. In the territory of the human civilization of fire, it can even be compared with the silver legendary quality treasures. How can Song Chi not be excited? He only has purple fire seed at the moment. But it does not mean that this extreme Yang flame cannot be used. The red fire seed can upgrade the orange fire seed to red, which is just its maximum effect. In fact, it can also be used to upgrade the orange fire, but it will be more disadvantageous. Song Chi was full of thoughts, but he remained calm on the surface. He just pretended to be surprised and said, "Red fire seed? It seems that the lord of the market has been actively seeking to buy it." Hearing this, the fire element life did not have any other reaction. Since it had been taken out, it was in the market of the heavens, and it naturally knew that it could not be concealed. Sure enough, the next moment, the power of the law in the market flowed, and soon a line of law text was condensed in front of the fire element life with the power of the law. This fire seed, do you have any idea of trading it? In front of him, Song Chi, who looked like a four-armed blue blood, saw the whole scene. Although he was very envious of this red fire seed, he didn't have much expectation for it. As a fire element life bred by the essence of the fire of heaven and earth, the fire seed is like a method of cultivation in the hands of immortals. The higher the level of the fire seed, the higher the limit of the immortal method, which determines their future limit. The subsequent recovery of the fire element's life also confirmed this. "Sir, this fire is extremely important to me. I have no intention of trading it, but if there is a fire of the same level in the future, I will let you arrange it." Song Chi sighed in his heart, but he was not surprised, and at the same time comforted himself that he could wait until he was promoted to orange fire in the future to try to trade this extreme Yang flame, so that the effect of this red fire can be maximized. The power of the law circulated again, and while calming his own state of mind, he did not forget to restore the fire element's life. "Yes, I will definitely give you some benefits then." The flames on the fire element life slowed down. Even though it had been able to understand this period of time, it was basically certain that the great being behind the market would never care too much about a red fire seed. As long as it refused, it would never force a sale. But now that it really saw the lord of the market talking about this matter, it still breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, it became more and more trusting of the Zhutian market under its feet. Although Song Chi didn't know the details of his specific thoughts, he could roughly guess it. He didn't intervene, but whispered, "Congratulations. If the transaction can be completed in the future, You only need to add something. And the third market walking order in the market may be yours. Hearing this, the flames on the surface of the fire element life form that had just calmed down began to jump rapidly again. It coveted the market walking order very much. The increase of a large level made it unforgettable. If it really had the opportunity to get one, it would definitely not give up. Compared to the Silver Goblin Empire, Luofu Sword Sect, Xingyuan Empire, etc., the fire element world behind it is more dangerous and lawless. This monthly law blessing method is too important for it. Looking at the rapidly jumping flames around it, Song-Chi can already imagine the possible big moves of this fire element life. For the market walking order, it will definitely take advantage of this time to obtain as many precious fire attribute wonders as possible in the fire element world. This makes him look forward to it. If possible, try to get more old pyracantha fruits. As long as they are old enough, I can exchange them with orange level star sea treasures. If you want the other party, a second level fire element life, to take out a second red treasure, it will be very difficult. The fire element life itself also wants to add a few orange quality treasures later to see if it can be traded for the market walking order. At this moment, Song-Chi took the initiative to throw out the orange quality treasure, which was naturally just right. And he also took the initiative. The fire element world behind this fire element life has great potential. Just because it can produce a large number of fire wonders, Song-Chi will never give up this fire element life. The third market walk order has actually been issued to the other party a long time ago. But he just hasn't found a good reason. The previous two walking orders were issued on the grounds of red and silver wonders. If this third one is too casual, it will not only arouse the suspicion of this fire element life, but it will also lower the value of the market walk order itself, which is definitely what Song-Chi does not want to see. But now is just right. Not only can I send it out, but I can also get higher pyracantha fruit, which can assist in the practice of the guiding technique, which is perfect. These two 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruits will most likely allow Song-Chi's guiding technique to directly reach the limit of LV29. If I only need one more year-old fruit, I'm afraid I can directly reach the third level. Knowing that too much is as bad as too little, after saying this, Song-Chi didn't say anything more to this fire elemental life. In fact, there is another reason. At the time when this transaction was about to end, Song-Chi suddenly found that a new creature had suddenly entered the market. Looking at the body made of tree trunks and vines, Song-Chi's mind raced. And soon, he found this rare creature in the complete data on Broken Star Sea civilizations and ethnic groups. Race name, Treeman race introduction, a kind of intelligent creature born in the endless primitive forest. Not common in the Broken Star Sea. Race advantage, a biological group that walks on the wood. With strong healing and healing abilities. Good at sustained combat and medium and short range control. Race weakness, slow movement. Difficult to fly independently in the void. It's this kind of creature. Let me think about it. What special resources does the tree people have? Life crystals, various herbs, special spiritual fruits. As creatures of the wood, the special resources of the tree people are naturally related to plants. Song-Chi frowned. Not very happy. First of all, the importance of life crystals to the tree people is like the fire seed to the fire element life. It is basically impossible to trade them. As for herbs, they are more valued by the immortal cultivators in the prehistoric continent. They are not very attractive to the Xinhua human civilization. However, you can ask if there is any sky star grass. This is the main material of the bodybuilding potion in the Xinhua civilization. It is quite valuable. Finally, you can ask about the spiritual fruits. If there is another spiritual fruit similar to the pyracantha fruit, it will definitely be of great value. While thinking, several tree people with vigilant faces also walked to the gate of the market. After looking at the regular light curtain at the gate, 3 first and second level tree people stepped into the market. For these 3 tree people, more than 2,000 aliens in the market were also very curious. They didn't have the ability to get the market visitor order and market walking order. And they probably only had this one trading opportunity in their lifetime. At this moment, they could have one more creature, which meant there might be more trading opportunities. Under the gaze of many aliens, the 3 tree people stopped in a corner very carefully. And soon a brand new stall appeared. There was no need for the 3 tree people to deliberately greet them. And in a short time, the stall was surrounded by alien creatures. Even Song-Chi quietly squeezed to the innermost side of the stall. Looking at the large number of flowers and plants displayed on the stall, and unknown fruits of various shapes, Song Chi's eyes showed a hint of assurance. First, he glanced at the amazing varieties of flowers and plants, and quickly shook his head. Although there were many kinds of flowers and plants, he didn't know many of them. Even if some of them had a certain value in the territory of Xinhui human civilization, they were not high, and there was no value for reselling. In addition, he didn't see the existence of extremely difficult to grow plants such as Tianxing grass, which disappointed Song Chi, who was full of expectations. Some are happy and some are sad. In sharp contrast to Song Chi is Zhou Ping. Many of the herbs displayed by the tree people are rare or even extinct in the prehistoric continent. He is buying them in large quantities. Fortunately, Song Chi can collect transaction taxes, otherwise he would be very unbalanced. He turned his sight and scanned those strange fruits again. This time, he saw many familiar ones, but the bad news is that the price of these fruits is not low, and even many are higher than the territory of Xinhui human civilization. There is no way. Song Chi can only give up the idea. The three tree men did not know about Song Chi's helplessness. Even if they knew, they would not care. They were very busy at the moment. Not only Zhou Ping, but also many orcs were buying the fruits on his stall. Song Chi also recognized the most popular ones. They were the ones that could temper the body. However, the tempering effect was too strong. Only orcs and fierce beasts could use them. Weak races like Xinhui humans could not use them. Among the three tree people, the only first-level tree person quickly stood up and headed towards the entrance of the distant market eagerly. They were the first batch of explorers, and they did not carry much. After a short period of sales, the inventory was almost exhausted, and they had to go back to restock. Moreover, Zhou Ping had already taken the initiative to inform the tree people of the information of the two tokens, Market Guest Token and Market Walking Token. So Song Chi did not need to speak up. Of course, he understood Zhou Ping's thoughts. After all, a big herb supplier came, so he would not be satisfied with this transaction. In this regard, Song Chi actually had some ideas in his mind. After all, he had already proactively issued a task to the family to collect various herbs, and the tree people could be considered his competitors. However, we have to wait and see for more details. If the forces behind these three tree people are not big, the number of herbs provided is limited, or if Luofu's sword sect has enough size, then don't worry about it for now. After all, he and the tree people did have deals to make. What the tree people wanted, in addition to life crystals, spiritual water from heaven and earth, special spiritual soil, there was another kind, that is, various powerful spiritual plant seeds. Song Chi might not be able to do anything about the first three, but the spiritual plant seeds were easy to deal with. The Dinghai Song family controlled countless floating lands in the Star Sea, among which there were many special plants with amazing combat power. Before this, these things were of limited value to the family, so no one in the family cared about them. But if he bought the seeds of these plants at a high price, then it would be hard to say. As long as the Treeman tribe can provide enough acquisition value later, this will definitely be a new trading channel with great potential. Unfortunately, the market transaction was already coming to an end, and after the delay just now, it was less than half an hour away from the end. Perhaps it was precisely because of this understanding that the Treeman tribe member who left in a hurry quickly returned to the market, bringing not only a large number of herbs and cultivated spiritual fruits, but also more than 10 second-level tree men behind him. Since there was not enough time left, these tree people did not bring too many herbs. After putting everything on the stalls, they walked to the inner side of the market and browsed in various shops. The first shop they visited was the Xingyuan Empire shop of Alan. Each tree person bought 3 grades of storage capsules. Storage devices are rare. Basically, they can take out the creatures corresponding to the origin of the floating land. Almost everyone bought one. After all, it is not a disposable thing. In addition to the Xingyuan Empire shop, finally, several tree people came to the item exchange shop. They first exchanged several items that could transform shipboard parts for several wood-type items of the same quality in the shop, and then turned their eyes and gathered on the projection screen in the middle of the shop. Great Lord of the Market, the tree people want to exchange for the market walking token. Hearing this, Song Chi was slightly surprised. Want the market walking token? That's a good idea. Originally, he thought that the other party might only want to exchange for the market guest token. After all, Zhou Ping had already explained the rules for obtaining the 2 tokens in full. However, this also made his eyes light up. If so, it means that the other party at least brought a trading item that can be comparable to the Red Epic Wonder. In the shop, Several tree people did not hesitate and directly took out an item emitting a strong orange light. The power of the law flowed. Song-Chi quickly obtained the wonder attribute of this item. Wonder, War Tree Heart. Quality, Orange. Chapter 257 Life System Medical Repair Cabin. Even though it was an orange quality Star Sea wonder, to be honest, Song-Chi was still full of doubts. He had heard clearly before, all the information about this market walking order. Zhou Ping had explained it very clearly stating that at least a red epic wonder could be exchanged. Or, do these tree people think that this orange wonder can match the red epic wonder? With doubts, he continued to check. Special item, War Treeman Heart. Quality, Orange. Transformable, Level 5 Treeman Life Fruit. Life System Medical Repair Chamber. Note, the heart of a treeman bred in the body of a Level 5 War Treeman contains a rich and gentle wood law power, and has many effects such as prolonging life and healing. After a long period of nurturing in the Treeman King's court, it has become an orange gory quality Star Sea special item. Suddenly Song-Chi understood. It turned out to be a life healing and life extension item. Its value is indeed much higher than that of the same level items. While muttering, pieces of information about level 5 Treeman life fruit began to emerge in his mind. Since the Xinhua human civilization has a detailed introduction to the Treeman tribe, it is natural that it also has a lot of knowledge about the Treeman life fruit. One of the specialties of this tribe. The Treeman life fruit is an item that will condense in the body of the Treeman after death. It often has the effects of prolonging life and accelerating the growth of low-level Treeman. The 5th level Treeman life fruit is said to prolong life by more than 200 years. Although Song-Chi was somewhat coveted for this, he was more concerned about the second transformation form of this strange object, which is also the only shipborne component form. He had been seeking components such as the medical cabin for a long time, but he never got any results. He did not expect that it would appear in this market transaction. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a huge surprise. Orange quality medical cabin parts, as long as they are not too badly injured, can basically save a life, and then slowly repair it bit by bit. It is what all Xinhua captains dream of owning. Life System Medical Repair Cabin LV0 Quality. Orange features. Treatment effect increased by 50%. Feature 2. Blessing of the War Treatment Consumption. 5000/time effect. Use life energy to fully heal and repair the creatures in the cabin. And the treatment effect is halved for toxins, viruses, spores, etc. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements. 10 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 1000 psionic points War Treeman's Blessing. Consume 10,000 psionic points. Use the power of the 5th level War Treeman to bless the creatures in the medical cabin with life. Seal all energy activities in their bodies. Maintain the last trace of life activity. Duration, 1 month. Cooling time, 10 years. After reading the attribute panel of the shipborne medical cabin in front of him, Song-Chi has already made a decision in his heart. This War Treeman's heart must be taken, the Life System Medical Repair Cabin, that it can transform into is too important for the current Sanqiong, let alone its specific healing effect. The War Treeman's Blessing feature alone is enough. The cooling time of this feature is indeed amazing, but it can help you survive at the critical moment. For example, if Song-Chi is infected by spores or toxins enter his body in the future, ordinary life energy treatment will not work. When he is dying, he can seal himself in the medical cabin with the War Treeman's Blessing. Then let the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence and the slave creatures under his command ask for help, or find a way on his own, although it may not necessarily save a life in the end. If such an accident really happens, it is always a way out, right? As for the sealing time, although it can only last for 1 month at present, it is only level 0. After the subsequent level is strengthened, this time will most likely continue to increase. Although he was quite satisfied with the War Treeman heart, Song-Chi did not think that this one item alone was enough to rival the red epic item. His reply was simple. Not enough. Looking at the reply from the projection screen in front, several second-level treemen looked at each other, and then reluctantly took out another item. A crystal that was emitting fluorescence and the size of a football. But there was no obvious brilliance of the item, so it was probably not a Star Sea item. Song-Chi was very familiar with this, because he had just seen a very similar one not long ago. It was the half-step 4th level life crystal bred by the half-step 4th level blood crow flesh locust tree. But this one was obviously much larger than the one bred by the blood crow flesh locust tree. The 5th level life crystal. Seeing this, Song-Chi fell into a brief thought. The value of the 5th level life crystal is unquestionable. If it is buried in the soil under the silver apple mother tree, the growth rate of the silver apple mother tree will be greatly improved. In addition, the 2 silver apples that have been partially extracted from their life energy will also recover to their peak at a faster speed. He had thought about this originally, but relying solely on the Secret Realm Accelerator feature of Cheat Song's number 00 for Cultivation Secret Realm, plus the 4th level Void Crystal and the Fairyland Spirit Soil, it was not enough to accelerate the Silver Apple Mother Tree by 1,000 years in 2 months. And it was impossible to restore the 2 silver apples, so he did not take any action. But now with this 5th level Life Crystal, it seems that it can be done again. Thinking of this, Song-Chi basically had the answer in his mind. Before challenging the Pajuo Heritage Tower, he dreamed of upgrading the Light Energy Aggregation Engine component to red quality, which would allow the sky to continue to strengthen the various shipboard components. In this way, it can also ensure that the sky will achieve better results in the subsequent challenge of the Pajuo Heritage Tower and get more precious rewards. If it can get a silver legendary reward, add 30 strands of the 4th level Floating Land Origin plus 10 Law Stones. Song-Chi gave the final reply, and several tree people were a little hesitant. In the end, it was a 2nd level tree person who walked in from the shop that broke the deadlock. There is less than a minute left before the market transaction ends. Hurry up and make a decision. This sentence made several 2nd level tree people in the shop make the final decision. They took out 30 strands of 4th level Floating Land Origin plus 10 Law Stones, and the War Tree Man Heart and the 5th level Life Crystal, and put them all on the counter in the middle of the shop. Seeing this, Song-Chi in the outside world changed his mind, and a silver token was suspended in front of several 2nd level tree people. When Xiaoxin took over the market walking order, a powerful repulsive force had already hit, and then the entire market space was quiet, which also announced the official end of this market transaction. In the freestall area, Song-Chi's figure changed rapidly, and he soon changed from a 4-armed blue blood to a normal one. His eyes flickered, and he was considering the specific arrangements for the follow-up matters. Secret Realm Acceleration, Component Strengthening, Use of Pyracantha Fruit, and purchase of seeds of various special plants. These are all urgent things to do. He had just made the decision to purchase seeds of special plants. Since the tree people could even take out the 5th level tree people's heart and life crystal, the energy behind them could not be small. And the demand for special plant seeds must not be a small amount. You can rest assured to purchase a large amount from the family. However, the most important thing at the moment is to start accelerating the Cheat Song's number 00 for Cultivation Secret Realm as soon as possible. Only in this way can the combat power of the sky be raised to a higher level before heading to the star field where the Pajuo Heritage Tower is located. Qingwen Manor, Underground Secret Room. Song-Chi and Song Ming-Song stepped into the Dragon Blood Secret Realm together. The 4th level Void Crystal acceleration of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm just ended 2 days ago. In addition, Song-Chi had mentioned the transplantation to Song Ming-Song early, so Song Ming-Song did not hesitate much. After arriving at the location where the Dragon Blood Tree and the Tempering God Fruit Tree were placed in the Secret Realm, the two of them started to work one after another. After just a few dozen minutes, the Fairyland Spiritual Soil, 10 Dragon Blood Trees, and the Tempering God Fruit Trees were all transplanted into the Cultivation Secret Realm by Song-Chi. With the transplant bonus of the Fairyland Spiritual Soil and the Cultivation Secret Realm itself, there was naturally no transplant failure. After 5,000 years in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, the actual acceleration of 6,000 years, except for the previous 8 mature Tempering God Fruits. The new round of 20 Tempering God Fruits have borne fruit again. Only 2,000 years are needed to get another 20 mature Tempering God Fruits. As for the Dragon Blood Trees, 2 of them are 10,000-year-old Dragon Blood Fruits specially cultivated in the veins. The 10 Dragon Blood Fruits on them are now all over 7,000 years old. In another 3,000 years, they will become 10 10,000-year-old top-quality Dragon Blood Fruits. The remaining 8 trees are all Dragon Blood Fruits that have just passed 1,000 years old. Song-Chi's idea is very simple. This time, the cultivation in the Secret Realm has multiple accelerations. In the outside world, 1 year can accelerate more than 20,000 years in the Secret Realm. So just cultivate all 10,000-year Dragon Blood Fruits. As for the Tempering Spirit Fruit, it should be able to mature directly for about 4 rounds and get 80 fruits. Thinking of this, Song-Chi could not wait to bury the 5th Order Life Crystal in the Fairyland Spirit Soil below the Silver Apple Mother Tree. Dragon Blood Tree. and quenching God fruit tree. Inside the sky, a mechanical sound rang out. Are you sure to activate the Secret Realm Accelerator feature? Confirmed. With the official confirmation, the entire Cheat Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component was shrouded in red light and entered the Secret Realm acceleration state. After finishing this, Song-Chi posted a new special plant seed purchase post on the family forum. The previous special herb purchase post has now received a lot of replies. The specific stockpiling and purchase management are temporarily in charge of my parents. Song-Chi also gave them a large amount of second level and lower floating land origin as purchase funds. Once the subsequent quantity increases, he will directly sell it to Zhou Ping as a broker of the Four-Armed Blue Blood clan. As for the purchase of special plant seeds, Song-Chi thought about it and finally handed it over to his fourth uncle and his wife. My parents are already very busy, and my second uncle's family has been responsible for the purchase of Terra Stone. As for my eldest uncle's family, Song-Chi plans to let his eldest uncle and his wife help him sell the large amount of storage capsules after he is promoted to the 7th sequence of the family. These trading channels all require a lot of time. Song-Chi himself doesn't have much energy to deal with them carefully, so he can only let the elders take care of them. Of course, the elders in the family will naturally benefit from them. Although it takes a lot of time, the speed at which the elders' ships improve will only be 10 times faster than the exploration of alien starfields. And there is no need to worry about any danger. After arranging these things, Song-Chi returned to the market. He did not rush to strengthen the life system medical repair cabin component, but directly locked himself in the all-attribute training room. With 2 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruits in his hand, he was naturally eager to use them, together with the top-level bodybuilding potion, the body hardening cream, and the psionic training bonus of the full attribute training room itself. Song-Chi stayed in the full attribute training room for more than 20 days. When he came out again, he was already emitting a strong psionic oppression. The level of his guidance technique soared from LV26 to LV29. The 3,000-year-old pyracantha fruit is really amazing. But it's a pity that there are only 2. The 2 pyracantha fruits allowed him to stand directly at the top below the 3rd level. But Song-Chi himself knew very well that the peak of LV29 was only 1 step away from the 3rd level. But if he really wanted to take this step, he didn't know how long it would take. If there were no higher year pyracantha fruits, he estimated that he would be stuck at this step for at least 5 years. There was no other way. As his level of guidance broke through LV28, after exceeding the level of the all-attribute training room itself, the effect of his psionic blessing was greatly reduced. If he wanted to rely on it to accelerate the breakthrough, there would be no chance. This was also the reason why the Shinhua captains were so anxious to upgrade the level of their own ships. Fire element life, I hope you won't disappoint me. Deep-sea clam pearls and the like were difficult to obtain for the time being, so he could only look forward to the pyracantha fruit, and only hoped that the fire element life would be more powerful. After a simple wash, Song-Chi returned soon. After summoning the sky, he could not wait to come to the cultivation secret realm component. After focusing all his attention on this component, he quickly got the corresponding situation inside the secret realm. Nearly a month had passed. Several plants in the secret realm had been around for nearly 2,000 years. The 20 soul-quenching fruits on the soul-quenching fruit tree were about to mature. The dragon blood fruits on the 2 longest-lived dragon blood trees were also 9,000 years old. In about half a month, they would completely turn into 10,000-year-old dragon blood fruits. However, Song-Chi was not concerned about these, but the 2 fully restored silver apples on the silver apple mother tree. Without hesitation, he controlled the 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors to enter the cultivation secret realm. As his mind turned, the 2 silver apples began to shrink rapidly, and were soon brought out by the 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors. After receiving the 2 silver apples, Song-Chi felt a little excited, but he did not rush to use them. Instead, he once again focused on the cultivation secret realm and paid attention to the silver apple mother tree. If the estimate is correct, after the acceleration of this secret realm is completed, new silver apples should be able to hang on this silver apple mother tree again. Chapter 258 Component Quality Improvement Song-Chi's Choice. Although the fruiting speed of the starry sky plants is much slower than those of the floating land plants, it will not take more than 20,000 years. As for the maturity time, Song-Chi is not sure, but what is certain is that it is likely to be no less than the time required for fruiting. There is no need to be anxious. The Secret Realm Accelerator for cultivating the Secret Realm. is free of charge. After this acceleration is over, it can be carried out again in a year. This means that no matter how long the fruiting speed and maturity cycle of this silver apple mother tree are, he can obtain the special resource silver apple stably in the future. Of course, at present, he could only get the lowest level for silver apple, which could upgrade the blue part to purple. After all, the mother tree had fallen to the 4th level, so he could not think of the 5th or 6th level silver apple for the time being, unless he strengthened the level of this cultivation secret realm in the future, and restored the silver apple mother tree to the 5th or even 6th level. Withdrawing his mind, Song-Chi waited for another day, until the 20 soul-tempering fruits were fully mature. He picked them all at the first time, and let them grow again for the next round. In the sky, Song-Chi carefully put away the 20 spirit-tempering fruits. He was not in a hurry to hand them over to Mahjong, but was thinking about whether he could use them later in the Posha Heritage Tower. A light flashed in his hand, and 2 silver apples were taken out. The first one he picked up was the large silver apple, the user of which had already been determined. As his palm slowly approached the light energy aggregation engine component, a mechanical prompt sound from the shipboard intelligence came to his ears. "Are you sure that the light energy aggregation engine is the user?" "Confirmed." A rich orange light shone inside the sky, but it did not last too long. After shining for a while, it quickly dimmed, and was replaced by a more dazzling red light. When Song-Chi looked at this engine component again, it had indeed been upgraded from orange glory quality to red epic quality. Light energy aggregation engine LV49. Quality, red. Features, energy supply efficiency increased by 168%. Feature 2, light energy aggregation. Feature 3, can specify a certain feature of similar components. Consumption, 800/S psionic points energy supply, 8040/S psionic points buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Energy pool, 350,000 can store 350,000 psionic points required for upgrade, 40 strands of floating land origin level 4, 2 strands of floating land origin level 5, 220,000 psionic points, 40 rule stones, 120 titanium crystals, 40 Leviticus crystals. Note, the ship has reached the limit of strengthening, and cannot be strengthened further. Light energy aggregation. Consume 50,000 psionic energy points. Aggregate the energy of the consumed psionic energy points, and allow the engine to enter a high overload operation state. Increase energy supply efficiency by 500%, and increase thrust by 500%, and last for 1 hour, and buffer for 15 hours. The eyes are focused on the energy supply column, and when Song-Chi sees the value of more than 8,000 points, he is completely relieved. You know, just before, this value was only a little over 5,000 points. And don't forget, this doesn't even include the third feature, which allows him to freely match similar engine parts. Why is the silver apple so valuable? Is it just because it can improve the quality of designated parts? Of course not. There is another reason why it is so popular, which is that the captain can actively match the newly added feature. Song-Chi had already known this from the detailed information of the silver apple mother tree in the family, so he was prepared. The ancestral orifice at the center of the eyebrows slowly opened, and several rays of light flowed out from the ancestral orifice of the fire. Among the 3 rays of light, 2 are blue and 1 is purple. They are 2 blue engines and 1 purple engine. Since knowing the characteristics of the silver apple, Song-Chi has already started to purchase engines with top quality characteristics in advance. These 3 parts are the results of this period of time. The 2 blue engine parts have 1 characteristic of double engine thrust, and the second one of double engine energy efficiency. As for the characteristic of the purple engine, it is constant increase of 60% in engine energy efficiency and thrust. Song-Chi struggled for a while about these 3, and finally, he chose the characteristic of double engine energy efficiency. Although thrust is also important, the weakness of the sky has always been the problem of energy supply efficiency. In terms of thrust, the phantom thruster component has increased it, so it is still very powerful at present. After the blue engine is integrated into the light energy aggregation engine component, the energy supply of the engine will soar from 8,000 points to 16,000 points in the next second, which is scary. The only pity is that the new feature column added by the silver apple can only integrate similar parts that have not been strengthened, and the added features have no subsequent growth, so it can only integrate constant, proportional doubling and other features. Otherwise, Song-Chi really wants to directly integrate the features of an orange engine that has been strengthened to the 4th or even 5th level. And it is precisely because of this that the silver apple is only a scarce resource, not a strategic resource. After upgrading the light energy aggregation engine component, Song-Chi turned his sight and looked at the purple components on the sky. There was still a silver apple left in his hand, which was the next level, and could only upgrade the purple component to orange. Song-Chi was still a little entangled about this silver apple. Of course, the general strengthening target has been basically determined. Brainwave remote control system, phantom thruster, plasma guardian and escape orb. But even if there were 4 options, Song-Chi still had a hard time deciding. Brainwave remote control system, needless to say. This component is the purple component he relies on the most so far, and it has saved him from danger many times and brought him great rewards. Phantom thruster is a key component to improve the flexibility of the sky. If it can be upgraded to orange, it will definitely improve the flexibility of the sky again. Plasma guardian is a personal life-saving artifact, and it is also the confidence of Song-Chi every time he leaves the sky. As for the escape orb, this component is a divine component for pursuit and life-saving on the skyship. It would be great if it could be enhanced to orange. After a lot of entanglement, Song-Chi suddenly remembered the super giant 3-eyed flagship. Now more than a year has passed, there is really not much time left for him to continue exploring. Thinking of this, Song-Chi took out another blue component from the Shinhua Zuchu. Remote control Soul Ring LV0. Quality, blue. Feature, remote control number +2. Looking at the feature of this top quality blue remote control component, although it is not clearly stated that the number of brain wave imprints is increased by 2, but the additional +2 control number can make Song-Chi certain that, once this feature is integrated into the brain wave remote control system component, the final result must be +2 available brain wave imprints. In this way, including the original one, Song-Chi can remotely separate and control 3 terracotta warriors at the same time. As for the function of this feature, it can naturally allow him to split into 3 routes, and explore the 3-eyed clan flagship from 3 different routes at the same time, greatly improving the exploration efficiency. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes that had been flashing turned into firmness, and he directly used the second-rate silver apple in his hand on the brain wave remote control system component. Of course, before the fusion, Song-Chi first strengthened this purple component to LV40, after all. When it is promoted to orange later, if you want to strengthen it again, you have to follow the orange component, for now. Strengthening it to the 4th level first can still save a lot of resources. Soon, this component completely changed from purple to orange, and also merged with the blue quality remote control Soul Ring component. Brainwave remote control system LV40 quality, orange consumption after activation, 300 per second psionic points features. When the owner of the flying ship is marked with a brainwave beacon, the Shinhua flying ship can be remotely controlled in reverse. Feature 2, additional remote control quantity +2 effect. After activating the component, a brainwave beacon can be condensed, and the creatures marked with the brainwave beacon, mechanical creations, etc., can be remotely controlled. Control distance, 10 light years. Duration, 36 hours. Buffer, 2 hours. Required for upgrading. For strands of floating land origin 4th level, 90,000 psionic energy points, 50 tons of soul crystals, 62 titanium crystals, 3 law stones. After reading the properties, Song-Chi nodded with satisfaction. The controlled distance of 10 light years is definitely a very scary value. If Song-Chi really doesn't want to expose himself in the future, it will be difficult for anyone to discover the existence of him as the manipulator behind the scenes. Shaking his head, he then started the test that he cared about the most. The hatch of the sky opened, and 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors flew out one after another. One rushed along the central street to the innermost part of the market. One turned and left the market entrance, and the third flew into the air and flew to the top of the market. Soon, a burst of laughter came from the interior of the sky. As I expected, the brainwave imprint has been directly increased from 1 to 3. In the future, I will be able to control the actions or battles in 3 directions at the same time. And the exploration speed of the supergiant 3-eyed clan flagship will also be greatly improved. His mental power has now reached the point where he can do 7 things at once, and it is no problem for him to control the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors to act separately. Wait until the mood calms down again. Song-Chi withdrew his attention from the orange quality brainwave remote control system part and shifted it to other parts of the sky. Light energy aggregation engine was promoted to red quality, and the energy supply efficiency reached 16,000 points per second. For a long time in the future, the sky will no longer be restricted by the energy supply efficiency. In addition, there are still some resources in hand. Song Chi will not be stingy. He wants to further strengthen several parts on the warship. However, this time the strengthening did not start with a few silver and red parts, but chose the Phantom Thruster and Escape Orb. These two may play a significant role in the subsequent Posha Heritage Tower Challenge. Phantom Thruster LV30-LV40 Escape beat LV30-LV40. As the two components are successively strengthened to the 4th level, the effect of the Phantom Thruster component has been improved to increase the thrust of the warship by 200%, increase the speed of the warship by 200%. As for its Phantom Pursuit feature, it has also been greatly improved. Phantom Pursuit consume 10,000 points of phantom energy. After 5s of charging, the thruster enters overload operation. Within 15s, the warship will rush at a speed of 2,000% in the specified direction. During the rush, 10 phantoms will be generated around the warship that follow the warship all the way to confuse enemy units. After the Escape B component was strengthened to the 4th level, the additional space resistance it could provide to the sky reached 400 points, and the single escape distance reached 10 light seconds. After these two, Song Chi then turned his attention to the two parts of Fairyland 5 Elements Energy Shield and Neutron Star Core Armor. However, after thinking about it, the Neutron Star Core Armor part was abandoned. The Neutron Star Core Pulse feature of this part needs a large upgrade to change, and the improvement of the ship's armor alone is not significant. Song Chi still prefers to strengthen the Fairyland 5 Elements Energy Shield. Finally, he upgraded the Silver Legendary Quality Energy Shield from LV42 to LV45. Although he wanted to continue strengthening, he had no more 4th level floating land origin and law stone in his hand, so he had to stop there. Of course, he had also strengthened the life system medical repair cabin component to level 40, and the repair effect was very good. Overall, after this round of quality promotion and strengthening, the combat power of the sky has been greatly improved. In the next few days, Song Chi did not continue to practice the guidance technique. Now he was stuck at the bottleneck of the big level, and the effect of the all-attribute training room was greatly weakened. It was no longer easy to break through by hard practice. Besides, the trip to the Star region, where the Posha Heritage Tower is located, is only in the next few days. Song Chi now just wants to adjust his own state as much as possible. Time flies, and a week passes quickly. On this day, Song Chi, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately exited the visualization state. The quantum communication bracelet on his left wrist beeped. Looking down, the message was sent by the elders, and the content was extremely concise. Come to Shishan to gather, Qingwen Manor. After greeting the grandfather, grandmother, parents and other elders who had been waiting here for a long time, the sky suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared in the depths of the clouds in the sky in an instant. Outside the manor, everyone looked up at him for a long time. At this time, Zhao Hongxue whispered, whether he succeeds or not, Xiaoqi will be the first Qilin child of my 10th direct lineage. These words touched Song Chao's heart. He could not suppress his smile. Song Mingsong glanced around and wanted to scold him, but he thought that his Qilin child was born from his 3rd son, so he forced himself to hold back. However, he did not agree with his eldest daughter-in-law Zhao Hongxue's words. No, Xiaoqi will definitely win the position in the sequence this time. Such a bold statement made everyone around him slightly startled, but Song Mingsong did not explain much. He couldn't say that Song Chi's ship had silver legendary quality parts. Right? Longji Mountain, White Jade Square. Song Chi, Song Zhe, and Song Gang arrived one after another. He didn't know about the other two, but Song Chi was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that the Posha Inheritance Tower path should be inside Longji Mountain. After all, it sounded quite mysterious and involved a lot, but now it seems that this is not the case. Chapter 259: The Eternal Pajuo Heritage Tower Challenge Rules. Before he could think about it, a familiar Zulu ship appeared above the 3 frigates. It was the Kangman Wuji of the Patriarch Song Xuansong. The 3 of them immediately understood, knowing that this time the Patriarch would lead them to the Pajuo Heritage Tower. Don't resist. The path that the Pajuo Heritage Tower is deployed on is of high status, and it is not in the Dragon Ridge continent. A faint voice came from the Kangman Wuji in the sky, and then several interlocking beams of light also emerged from it, spreading all the way to the ship where Song Qi and the other two were sitting. After the 3 frigates were firmly embedded, a violent space fluctuation was transmitted from the Song Mangwuji. It was obvious that Song Xuansong activated the space jump device. A feeling of dizziness came over me, but it was far less than when I was deployed in the alien star field and took the transit warship in the past. Based on this, Song Qi and the other two speculated that the jump distance of the Song Mangwuji was not as far as they had imagined. It was naturally impossible to go around the Dragon Ridge continent, but it was highly likely that it did not exceed the scope of the Dinghai star field. The 3 of them were not surprised to get this result. The path of this Posha heritage tower is quite involved, and is also quite important to the family. It would be strange if it was not included in the family territory, because the jump distance is not far. And Song Qi and the other two's guidance skills are all at the 2nd level. They turned back quickly, sweeping the projection display screen and radar map. The 3 of them were puzzled. No matter how you look at it, this is a normal star field. Apart from the eternally silent starry sky, the only thing that can attract attention may be the small debris belt not far ahead. However, according to the radar map of the warship, there is nothing abnormal about this small debris belt, which only extends for tens of thousands of kilometers. Moreover, it seems that it has been mined by the family's previous pioneering team. When he was confused, Song Xuansong's voice sounded in the warship. "Follow me." The jump had just ended, and the 4 warships had not yet connected to the magnetic wave communication. The reason why Song Xuansong's voice could be easily transmitted to the 3-person ship was that the family's quantum communication bracelet was used. Although the specifications of the Song family's exclusive quantum communication bracelets are the same, due to the different identities of the owners of the quantum communication bracelets, their respective permissions are naturally different. As the head of the Song family, Song Xuansong, the contemporary Earl of Dinghai, has only slightly lower authority than several ancestors in the family. Of course, he can send messages to Song Qi and the other two at will, even if there is a barrier of the Xinhua warship. Kang Mangwuji is in front. 3 frigates are behind, and the 4 warships are heading all the way to the small debris belt in front. Sure enough, the problem is still in this small debris belt. Compared with the other 2, Song Qi had actually expected it. Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar is indeed good, and it has also been strengthened to the 4th level. But the Dinghai Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. If they really want to hide something important, it is impossible for an orange quality radar to detect it. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing for the aristocratic family. Song Qi even guessed that even if the orange radar was enhanced to the 5th level, it would probably not detect any abnormalities. The fact was just as he thought. When the 4 warships arrived at the center of the small debris belt one after another, they soon saw the true face of the small debris belt. The dense small fragments disappeared completely, and what appeared in front of the few people was a vacuum area with a diameter of 10,000 meters. 8 familiar mechanical devices stood in the 8 corners of this 10,000-meter vacuum star field, constructing this 10,000-meter advanced combined illusion. Under the 8 mechanical devices, a series of continuously running micronuclear fusion power supply stations were specially assembled, allowing the 8 illusion-building mechanical devices to operate for thousands of years. Song Qi was not unfamiliar with this kind of mechanical device. He had also built this kind of illusion 1 light-year away from the Blood Blade Star Pirates base. However, the most basic illusion-building device was used to deal with the Blood Blade Star Pirates, which only required 4 illusion-building devices. However, there were 8 illusion-building devices here, and the illusion they built had a larger coverage area and a stronger effect. It is said that this is an advanced combined illusion construction device, and it is also a product of Qiyu Divine Dynasty, one of the 4 super empires of Xinhua mankind. At this time, Song Zai's voice came from the battleship communication group chat. This is an advanced version of the combined illusion. It is said that it takes hundreds or thousands of strands of 4th-level floating land origin to set up a set. It is frighteningly expensive. Song Qi was also a little shocked. He guessed that it would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Nearly 4-digit 4th-level floating land origin. TSK. Without staying on this matter for too long, Song Qi's sight was quickly attracted by a Xinhua battleship hovering on the side, with a length of more than 3,000 meters. Song Zai was very sensible. Without Song Qi asking, he listened to him explain. This is the elder of the Chongling clan of the 2nd direct lineage. He is much older than the clan leader. Over there, Song Xuansong and Song Chanlin chatted briefly for a few words, and then greeted the three people again. The destination of the four warships was a dark vortex channel constructed by the infinite space law on the inner side of this combined illusion. The diameter of this channel was more than several thousand meters, and it emitted extremely strong space fluctuations. Song Qi compared it with a space wormhole in the ancient Starry Sky battlefield, and was shocked to find that it was much stronger than the space force contained in the space wormhole. At this time, the voice of the head of the family, Song Xuansong, sounded again in the three-person ship. This is the path that the family controls to the Pajuo Heritage Tower. Remember, don't stray too far from the Song Mang Wuji. The Pajuo Heritage Tower has existed for who knows how many years. A great sage of the Northern High Tower civilization, who is good at divination, once revealed that this tower is older than the multiverse era before the Broken Star Sea era. It may be an ancient object that runs through a certain universe. No one knows how many paths it has launched so far. In short, there are countless Star Sea races gathered around it, including some with strange means, which makes people hard to guard against. If you are too far away from the Songmang Wuji, I may not be able to save you if an accident really happens. Hearing these solemn words, Song Qi and the other two were startled, and their original expectations gradually turned into vigilance. As the head of the Dinghai Song family, Song Qi and the other two knew very well that Song Xuansong was not an ordinary fourth-rank Shulu captain. As the first sequence of their generation, he had always been the most talented person in the Song family in the past 1,000 years. Even he was so cautious. So it can be imagined that the star field where the Posha Heritage Tower was located was not a place of order, but more likely a place of lawlessness. Kangmang Wuji used the same trick again, and the chimeric beam once again bound the four warships tightly together, followed by the familiar feeling of weightlessness and dizziness. Ugh! In the main control room of the sky, Song Qi almost vomited out all the bitterness in his stomach. The sequelae of this space teleportation were definitely the most serious one he had ever experienced, and they were countless times more serious than the previous alien explorations. Not only him, even he was considered the best performer. Song Zhe and Song Gang vomited so much that they were almost shocked. Although their guiding skills were also second level, they were basically around LV-24 LV-25. Compared with Song Qi, who had used various auxiliary cultivation resources such as pyracantha fruit, deep-sea clam pearls, body-quenching cream, and had already raised his guiding skills to LV-29, his physical fitness was much worse. Ignoring the two, after turning around, his sight was immediately attracted by an object in the distance. It was an ancient giant tower with infinite height, which almost penetrated the entire galaxy. In front of this ancient tower, stars, floating land, starry sky plants, etc., were only foils. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, thunder, ice, a large amount of law power flowed on the tower, just like green leaves surrounding flowers, densely packed, and endless. With just one glance, Song Qi could conclude that this tower must be the Posha Heritage Tower. A tower of inheritance that has lasted throughout the entire Broken Star Sea era and the Multiverse era. How amazing! Compared to the three-eyed royal family's supergiant ancient flagship, this heritage tower that runs through the entire galaxy is obviously much more shocking. At least the terrifying law power surrounding it is far beyond the supergiant ancient flagship. In addition, even at an infinite distance, Song Qi can still see several terrifying creatures surrounding this heritage tower. Staring at one of the giant creatures with a body as tall as 1,000,000 meters, Song Qi's eyes widened. At this time, Song Zhe, who had just recovered, said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Star Sea Giant clan. And it is a 6th level Star Sea Giant. Although it is not a Titan Giant, it is definitely one of the Star Sea Destiny clan." Song Qi nodded gently. Of course he knew it. And he also knew that this creature was ranked 5th in the Song family gene lineage, and was only slightly weaker than the 5th level peak insect mother. Within the Song family, this type of creature has another name, the Son of the Star Sea, originally meaning the darling of the Broken Star Sea. A creature that can easily step into the 4th level, although they do not have the peak talent of the Titans, the Master of Power, and cannot be called the peak tribe of the Star Sea. They are definitely not something that any advanced civilization would be willing to provoke easily. After the three of them all returned to normal, Song Xuansong's solemn voice sounded again. "Follow me closely. Don't pay attention to other alien races, even if they are creatures of the same Shanghai human race. Don't contact them. After saying that, fearing that Song Qi and the other two would still not take it seriously, Song Xuansong continued, a creature or race that can occupy a path of inheritance is not simple. More than 10 years ago, during the family's 6th sequence competition, a member of the family quietly disappeared in this star field. Not long after, his life tablet in the family was also broken. After making sure that the three had listened to it, Kangman Wuji continued to slowly fly towards the Posha Inheritance Tower with 3 frigates. In the middle of the journey, a circle of light-colored aura emanated from the hull of the Songmang Wuji, which also enveloped the 3 frigates behind it. Song Qi and the other 2 were unaware of this. If you explore the 4 warships from the outside, you will find that no matter from which angle, you can't see them clearly. The 4 warships seem to be between half illusion and half reality, making it impossible for all creatures in the outside world to make an accurate judgment. Song Xuansong naturally has his own reasons for this. He is not a weakling, and the combat power of Songmang Wuji is also amazing enough. He can fight even a peak 5th level creature. But this is in the Pajuo Heritage Tower star field. Although the 7th level dominant creatures are not allowed to enter here, there are still many 6th level, and even half-step 7th level creatures. He, a 4th level Xinhua captain, cannot do whatever he wants in this star field. In this case, let him keep himself mysterious enough, which can also reduce the prying of other alien races. The 4 Xinhua warships rushed all the way, and soon approached the endless Heritage Tower. Similarly, they also joined the countless alien races outside the Heritage Tower. Through the warship's projection screen, Song Qi saw all kinds of alien creatures, some of which he was very familiar with. These included mermaids, the Feather Tribe, and even the Black Sky Tribe. What surprised Song Qi the most was that he also saw other Xinhua captains, and their ranks were not low. Among them, there were even battleships of 10,000 meters. But on second thought, it felt normal. After all, the Xinhua humans were not a weak civilization. It was not surprising that there were forces like the Dinghai Song family who discovered the path to the Posha Heritage Tower in the entire Xinhua human river community. Right? Song Xuansong was not interested in these warships of the same human civilization. He had no intention of approaching them to greet them, or even to join the group. He just controlled the Kangman Wuji all the way forward, and took Song Qi and the other 2 on the ship, and continued to approach the Inheritance Tower. Soon, the 4 warships approached the tower of the Pajuo Inheritance Tower. Just when Song Qi was curious about Song Xuansong's next move, he saw 3 groups of light emitting rich orange light suddenly drawn out from the Kangmeng Wuji. These are 3 orange wonders? What is the head of the family going to do? The 3 people had the same doubts in their hearts. And Song Xuansong seemed to have foreseen the future. A faint voice sounded in the ears of the 3 people. If you want to challenge this Posha Heritage Tower, you must pay a corresponding price. The lowest price is this orange Star Sea Wonder. If a 4th level Star Sea creature wants to challenge, it will have to have a red wonder. If it is a 6th level, it will probably have to have a silver wonder. Hearing this, Song Qi and the other 2 suddenly realized. But soon another thought came to their minds. What if the challenge fails? Song Xuansong took the initiative again. You challenge this Pajuo Heritage Tower. As long as you can reach the standard of the Heritage Tower itself, you can get the Orange Wonder reward. And if you can exceed this standard, you may get the Red or even Silver Legendary Wonder reward. Don't think too much. According to my Song family's previous challenge experience, most of the clan members can only get back their capital, and some of them can't even reach the standard of this Heritage Tower. This final sequence competition task, it depends on the specific challenge results of the 3 of you this time. Whoever gets the higher reward in the end will be the 7th sequence of this generation of the family. Chapter 260 Soul Cleansing Clan Soul Cleansing Liquid. As the 3 orange wonders sank into the body of the Inheritance Tower, the ancient tower quickly responded. The tower body hummed softly, and 3 black marks suddenly shot out from the ancient tower. Under Song Xuansong's control, the 3 marks successively sank into the Xinhua warships of Song Qi and the other 2. After that, Song Qi in the main control room of the sky also heard a voice that seemed to come from the ancient times. Registration successful. The next round of challenges will start in a month. Song Xuansong in the Kangmeng Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly. A month later? That's fine. At the same time, his voice was heard again in the 3 frigates. Remember not to stay more than 5,000 meters away from Songmeng Wuji during this month. Hearing this, Song Qi and the other 2 were secretly surprised. 5,000 meters. this range can already reach some of the surrounding alien trading places, so the resources they prepared can also be used to try to trade with those aliens. After greeting each other, the three of them controlled their warships and headed towards the alien trading areas. In this regard, Song-Chi was much more cautious. The sky did not make any moves from beginning to end, and it stayed close to its owner's Kangmeng Wuji. At the same time, the hatch slowly opened, and 3 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta warriors rushed out one after another, and scattered to the surrounding alien trading areas under the control of 3 brainwave marks. The moment the Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta warriors rushed out of the warship, Song-Chi only heard bursts of explosions from the 3 puppets. Such a strong life pressure. His heart trembled. But he soon figured out the reason. There were so many level 4 and 5 alien creatures around, and even level 6 creatures were mixed in. With so many high-level creatures gathered, even if they did not actively emit energy fluctuations in their bodies, the pressure they brought was beyond imagination. Fortunately, although the pressure was strong, it was not as strong as the level inside the supergiant flagship of the 3-Eye clan, which allowed the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors to move normally. The 3 warriors were divided into 3 groups, with the Kangmeng Wujizhulu ship as the center, and continued to check one trading area after another within a radius of 5,000 meters. A few hours later, a certain Void Shadow Killer clan soldier paused, and then quietly approached a kilometer-long tiger-like alien with wings on its back. This creature is also recorded in the Xinhua human civilization. It is called the winged tiger. It is a floating land beast with a strong genetic lineage, and is ranked in the 3rd tier of the Song family's genetic lineage. However, Song-Chi's current focus is not on the winged tiger itself, but on a strange object floating around it that emits a blue glow. This is a blue item that can be transformed into a shipborne component, and it is quite rare among special components. Wing Delivery Platform LV0. Quality, blue. Features, additional +1 delivery platform. Consumption, 500/time phantom energy points charging, 60 seconds. Buffering, 24 hours. Effect, deliver items and creatures of qualified volume and weight to the specified coordinates. Current maximum delivery distance, 0.1 light years. Upgrade requirements, 5 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 500 phantom energy points. It is a blue delivery type shipborne component, and this is also a component that Song-Chi urgently needs. After the brainwave remote control system component is upgraded to orange, it can produce 3 brainwave marks at a time. However, relying solely on the fixed point delivery platform on the current Suncheong, it is impossible to maximize the effects of these 3 brainwave marks. If this blue top quality delivery component can be added, it has the feature of additional delivery platform +1, one of which is equivalent to 2 delivery platforms. Adding the fixed point delivery platform, it is equivalent to having 3 delivery platforms on the Suncheong, which can just maximize the effect of the brainwave remote control system component. As for whether the fixed point delivery platform and this wing delivery platform will conflict, this has to be explained. A special component of a Xinhua warship. The same component can be loaded with 2 pieces, just like the Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree and Void Shadow Killer Soldier Tree on the sky, both of which belong to the Terracotta Warrior type. However, at most 2 pieces of the same component can be loaded. If Song-Chi wants to load another Terracotta Warrior component, he must replace one of the Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree and Void Shadow Killer Soldier Tree. Otherwise it will not be loaded. Based on this limitation, the sky can currently carry this winged delivery platform component. On the wrist of the Void Shadow Killer Clan Warrior, a projection screen emerged from an ordinary communication bracelet. On the screen was a common language of the planetary sea. What is the price of this blue wonder? The aura emitted by this winged tiger was of the 4th level. It was obviously not too concerned about a blue quality wonder. What it really wanted to trade out were the purple and orange wonders in front of it. Therefore, this transaction was very pleasant. Song-Chi only spent 1/3 level void crystal and 10 second level void crystals to successfully obtain this rare item. After receiving it, this rare item was immediately sent back by the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors. Song-Chi also directly loaded it onto the sky, and strengthened it all the way to level 39. In the next month, Song-Chi did not do anything else, but used brainwave imprints to constantly control the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors to wander around the surrounding trading areas. Naturally, he also bought a lot of things, but for the current sky, the effect was not great, which also disappointed Song-Chi. There were still many 3rd level void crystals in hand that had not been traded, including 2 4th-level void crystals. On this day, it was the 25th day since the 4 of them arrived at the star field where the Pajuo Heritage Tower was located. Just when Song-Chi thought that he would not gain anything in the future, the arrival of a new alien race made him cast a curious look. Is this the Soul Cleansing Clan? Looking at this alien race that exuded a strong 4th-level aura and had a strong 4th-level soul power fluctuation, Song-Chi's mind quickly emerged with all the information about this creature. In the biological group Encyclopedia of Xinhua Human Civilization, there is also an introduction to this creature. Its name is the Soul Cleansing Clan, which is a very rare race in the Broken Star Sea that follows the path of the soul. Originally, this extremely rare creature should not be famous. But the Soul Cleansing Clan is just the opposite. It has a great reputation in the territory of Xinhua Human Civilization. The reason is that this creature can produce a special resource called Soul Cleansing Liquid in the process of constantly improving its soul. Soul Cleansing Liquid, one of the high-level soul resources, can be absorbed by Captain Xinhua without loss, and is a resource that is extremely suitable for Captain Xinhua. Song-Chi frowned as he scanned the area. He saw the night harbor in front of the Soul Cleansing Clan, which means that Song Gang had actually discovered the Soul Cleansing Clan a long time ago, but did not inform others, which made him a little uncomfortable. You have to know that in the past 20 days, several people basically shared what they had, and at this moment, Song Gang's behavior clearly showed that he was not planning to inform him and Song Zhe in a hurry. In this regard, although Song-Chi had some thoughts in his mind, he did not intend to speak out in person. As for Song Gang, he had actually discovered that he was a selfish person. It was like this in the evil Buddha continent before, and it is still the same now. For such people, Song-Chi's attitude has always been to keep a distance and not make close friends with them. While opening the quantum communication bracelet, he greeted Song Zhe. Sure enough, after hearing the word Soul Cleansing Clan and Soul Cleansing Liquid, Song Zhe was quite surprised. After thinking about it, Song-Chi finally sent a message to the head of the family. The 4th-level Soul Cleansing Clan has a lot of Soul Cleansing Liquid in their hands. The 3 of them alone cannot consume it. If there is Soul Cleansing Liquid of the 4th level or above, Song Xuansong will be tempted. Soon, Song Xuansong's reply came. Got it. But just when Song-Chi thought that was it, the quantum communication bracelet in his hand received another message. The Soul Cleansing Clan has an almost fanatical pursuit of the soul and brain wave type star sea wonders. If you don't want them to target your high-level brain wave control component, it's better not to let the puppet soldiers go. The Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were about to merge into the Void, but they paused after hearing this reminder. Then Song-Chi gave up the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors and summoned the 4th-level Void Demon, and asked it to approach with a large number of void crystals and soul-tempering fruits. As for the order given to it, it was naturally to trade the soul-cleansing liquid in the hands of the soul-cleansing clan. The higher the quality, the better. When it got close to the 4th-level soul-cleansing clan, the void demon immediately informed Song-Chi of the several types of soul-cleansing liquids that the other party had taken out through telepathy. There were all kinds of soul-cleansing liquids, from the 1st to the 4th level. This 4th-level soul-cleansing clan seemed to have a considerable soul-cleansing clan force behind him. In addition to the 4th-level and 3rd-level soul-cleansing liquids, it also took out a lot of 1st and 2nd-level soul-cleansing liquids. Song-Chi had no interest in the 2nd-level and lower soul-cleansing liquids. His mental power had now reached the stage of 7 functions in one mind. If calculated by the power of the Shanghai Soul, this was already the middle-level 3rd-level soul power. Ordinary 2nd-level soul-cleansing liquids were basically useless to him. His goal was more focused on the 3rd-level soul-cleansing liquid, or even the 4th-level soul-cleansing liquid. In the distance, Song Gang, who arrived first, had already reached a deal with the 4th-level soul-cleansing clan. He exchanged 5 drops of the 3rd-level soul-cleansing liquid from the 4th-level soul-cleansing clan at the price of 10 3rd-level void crystals for 1 drop of the 3rd-level soul-cleansing liquid. Even so, he was still not satisfied, and took out 2 4th-level void crystals and 5 5th-level floating land origins again, wanting to exchange for a drop of 4th-level soul-cleansing liquid. He was quite confident at first, but the 4th-level soul-cleansing clan refused without hesitation. He didn't have much 4th-level soul-cleansing liquid in his hand, only 5 drops. Although the 4th-level void crystals and the 5th-level floating land origins were precious, they were not his first choice. Prioritize the exchange for other high-level soul resources? Hearing the telepathic voice from the void demon, Song Chi's eyes lit up. Wouldn't this just be a good opportunity to use the 20 soul-tempering fruits? Thinking of this, the Void Demon quickly bit at his signal. What do you think of this resource? As he said this, he took out a soul-tempering fruit. After the 4th level soul-cleansing clan scanned the soul-tempering fruit, there was a little light in his eyes. The soul-tempering fruit is a kind of high-level soul resource. It blooms in 2,000 years, bears fruit in 2,000 years, and matures in 2,000 years. It takes 6,000 years to get 20 fruits. Although it is only a deviation among the high-level soul resources, if you take multiple at one time, it still has a certain effect on it. After a moment's hesitation, it offered a price to the Void Demon. 30 of these spirit-tempering fruits for 1 drop of the 4th level soul-cleansing liquid. Song Chi certainly would not agree to this price. And he kept using telepathy to let the Void Demon bargain. After a few minutes, the two sides finally decided on the final price. 15 spirit-tempering fruits plus 1 4th level void crystal for 1 drop of the 4th level soul-cleansing liquid. But at the moment when Song Chi completed the transaction, Song Gang and Song Zhe, who both knew that this 4th level Void Demon was a creature enslaved by Song Chi, sent him messages at the same time. As for what it was, of course he asked Song Chi if he had any spirit-tempering fruits. Song Chi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Although he was more inclined towards Song Zhe, he didn't want to dislike Song Gang. If such a narrow-minded person were to be directly inclined towards Song Zhe, he would inevitably be resented, or even targeted. And he naturally didn't want to do that. So in the end, he said bluntly, I still have 5 spirit-tempering fruits in my hand, you can distribute them among yourselves. After that, the Void Demon took out the remaining 5 spirit-tempering fruits. As for how the two of them would share the money later, that was none of his business. The Void Demon exchanged 100 3rd-level Void Crystals for 10 drops of 3rd-level Soul Cleansing Liquid from the 4th-level Soul Cleansing Clan. In short, it was definitely enough for Song Chi to use alone. After the transaction was completed, some of the resources he had prepared before were basically used up. But Song Chi was already satisfied. With these 10 drops of 3rd-level Soul Cleansing Liquid and 1 drop of 4th-level Soul Cleansing Liquid, he could ensure that his mental power would be further improved in the future. In this way, when the guidance technique is promoted to the 3rd level in the future, after the 3rd life sublimation, it would not be difficult to directly impact the mental power of the divine state. On Song Zhe's side, the 5 soul-tempering fruits were finally returned. The 4th level soul-cleansing clan did not accept the soul-tempering fruit trade again, even though the two added a lot of 4th level void crystals and high-level floating land origin. In this way, Song Chi could guess something. Such high-level soul resources are actually only effective for the first few times they are used, and the subsequent effects will be greatly reduced, since they have already traded 15 soul-tempering fruits from him. The 4th level soul-cleansing clan naturally has no interest in continuing the trade. However, surprisingly, before they left to trade in other areas, the Kangmeng Wuji, which had not moved, started moving. It was unknown what the two had discussed. The final result was that the remaining 4 drops of the 4th level soul cleansing liquid in the hands of the 4th level soul cleansing clan were all received by the head of the family, Song Xuansong. A few days later, the familiar ancient voice suddenly sounded from the 3 frigates. A new round of Inheritance Tower challenges is about to begin. Please be prepared. Chapter 261 Silver Legend 2. For a moment, all the creatures that had registered all received this voice. Without waiting for more thoughts, a beam of light had emerged from this Pajuo Heritage Tower, and then penetrated the endless galaxy in the sky at an indescribable speed. Then, Song Chi saw a large number of creatures of various shapes appearing out of thin air around the Heritage Tower. These creatures were not transmitted from other paths, but challengers of the previous round of Pajuo Heritage Tower. Looking around, the number of these challengers is not small. Not less than 5 figures. Song Chi was shocked. He finally understood the word innumerable that the Patriarch had said before. You know, this also means more than 5 figures of orange star sea treasures. At the same time, there were also alien creatures whispering about this matter, and the light voice soon reached the ears of many aliens around. It's less than 20,000. I remember that it was close to 40,000 when I went in before. Hee. In just a few months, 20,000 pieces of at least orange quality star sea treasures were lost. The moment Song Chi heard this, he was silent. Compared to the Jutian market, which he had always been proud of, this Posha Heritage Tower was really too shocking. Whether it was the speed of making money or the high status, it was far from being comparable to Jutian market. In comparison, Jutian market was almost not even a hair of it. Just as Song Chi was constantly drilling into the horn of 20,000 pieces of at least orange wonders. The other alien creatures around him were also like this. On the side, the obscure halo emanated from the Kangmeng Wuji. And Song Chi suddenly woke up. As if he had thought of something. He breathed rapidly, and his heart was full of fear. If I am not mistaken, he had just fallen into some strange tricks. Even the Tai Sol calming monument could not sense it. If Song Xuansong had not taken action, it is unknown what would have happened next. In the worship communication group chat, Song Gang and Song Zhe also turned pale. Obviously they had also fallen into the unknown strange tricks before. While they were in a state of panic, Song Xuansong's gentle voice sounded in the 3 frigates. That's the 5th level devil tribe. This kind of creature is the best at playing with people's hearts. Although all the alien races around this Pajuo heritage tower have tacitly avoided direct fighting, if they are bewitched by others, they will not take the initiative to fight. Song Xuansong paused, and continued after a few seconds. As for the tens of thousands of orange-quality star sea wonders, although it is true, it is not so exaggerated. Let's not talk about this Pajuo heritage tower, which will only be open twice every 10 years. Among the challengers who have successfully passed the level, there must be at least dozens of. They successfully obtain cross-level rewards. And each of these rewards is equivalent to more than 10 orange items. When you really count them, it's not bad. Song Xuansong changed his tone and said, of course, after endless years, the high-level items stored in this Pajuo heritage tower must be unimaginable. As for whether you can get enough rewards, it depends on your own abilities. This explanation solved all the doubts in the hearts of the 3 people. At this time, there was a new change in the sky above the Pajuo heritage tower in front of them. This abnormality instantly attracted the attention of all the alien races around. Silver legendary item *2. Red epic item *248. Orange honor item *14450. These 3 lines of text from top to bottom are all extremely ancient texts. If you really look closely, I am afraid that few people present can recognize them. However, just like the text of laws that Song Chi condensed every time in the Jutian market, even if it is clearly written in Chinese characters, all the aliens present can still clearly understand the meaning. 2 silver items. His. Seeing all the rewards issued in this round of challenges, most of the aliens showed surprise. Even those who were at the 6th level, and even those who were halfway to the 7th level, were the same. The silver legendary item, which could only be fully utilized by a true 7th level master, was also extremely coveted by all creatures below the 7th level. However, everyone soon realized, because among the creatures that came out in the first round of challenges, there were 2 6th level creatures. For creatures of this level, a single challenge to the Pajuo heritage tower required a silver legendary item. In other words, these 2 were just the normal standards for passing the 6th level challenge. And there was no amazing performance. Of course, it is highly likely that both of them have replaced the silver legendary items in their hands with more suitable ones. And their combat power will be greatly improved in the future. For this, as long as the creatures are confident enough, they will actually do this, using the unsuitable items in their hands as challenge chips, and then choose more suitable rewards after passing the level. In the past, the Song family also had this operation, but it was not safe. No creature could ensure that it would be able to successfully pass the challenge in this Pajuo heritage tower. After all, it is unknown so far, and no creature has been able to summarize a set of relevant passing standards for this Pajuo heritage tower. Although there were nearly 20,000 creatures of various races, less than 15,000 of them received the corresponding rewards. The remaining nearly 5,000 creatures, of course, did not reach the clearance standard, but they were unable to continue the challenge. So they had no choice but to end it early. For these creatures, their orange chips of strange objects could not be taken back, but at least they saved their lives. So remember, just do your best. It is not shameful to fail to reach the clearance standard. In the past, there were many such people in my Song family. On the contrary, if you challenge without knowing your own ability, not only will you not be able to take back the challenge chips, but all the strange objects on your own warships will have to be buried in this Posha heritage tower. That would not be worth it. Song Xuansong's exhortations continued to ring out in the 3 frigates. In this regard, Song Chi and the other 2 naturally understood this truth, and they would never do such a stupid thing. At their current stage, plus their status and position, as long as they survive, they will have a good chance of being promoted to the 4th level in the future. By then, not only will they live for 2,000 years, but they will also be able to become the elders of the family in one fell swoop, and step into the upper echelons of the family, and it is not impossible for them to go further in the future. The 3 people who knew this very well, why would they risk their lives for this little dispute of arrogance? After knowing that the 3 people would not make such a low-level mistake, Song Xuansong suddenly changed his tone. However, if you have that strength, there is no need to be restrained. Try to get better results. All creatures in this Posha Heritage Tower only have one chance to challenge. Don't regret it in the end. While listening to Song Xuansong's teachings, the nearly 20,000 aliens in front also began to leave freely. Then Song Qi and the second batch of challengers received a strong pulling force at the same time. The second round of challenges is about to start. All applicants enter the tower and take their positions. Under Song Xuansong's gaze, the frigates of Song Qi and the other 2 took off at the same time. With them, there were more than 5 digits of other applicants. The world was spinning. And when everyone came back, they were no longer outside the Posha Heritage Tower. Song Qi was highly focused, and his eyes followed the warship's projection screen and the radar map on one side to carefully observe everything around him. In this dark starry sky that had no end in sight, there was only the Sanqiong, and there was no trace of the challenging creatures that had taken off together before. Virtual fantasy space? It seems to be the same as the Taishang Xinkui Tower of the family before. In this case, there is no need to worry about other things, and you can use all the means on the Sanqiong without worry, while making subsequent battle plans for himself. Song Qi soon saw a figure that was rapidly gathering in the starry sky ahead. One after another, alien eagle creatures with a body size of more than 100 meters and a wingspan of more than 100 meters quietly emerged, until the 10th one appeared, and then they finally stopped. 10 second level peak level star sea creatures. Thinking that the hull of the sky is now second level, and its own guidance technique is also second level, Song Qi felt that it was normal. However, the combat power of the sky cannot be calculated in this way. There is no need for the LV-49 Pure Yang sword-like cannon to fire. In a few seconds, under the concentrated fire of the 3 secondary guns, the 10 second level peak alien eagles were torn to pieces. Soon, a strong pulling force came from the sky above his head, and then the scene in front of him changed. Song Qi knew that he had arrived at the 2nd floor of the Pajuo Heritage Tower. It was still the same dark starry sky as the 1st floor, but this time, the number of second-level peak alien hawks increased from 10 to 30. 10 seconds later, these 30 alien hawks were also torn apart by the artillery fire on the sky, and the sky soon arrived at the 3rd floor of the Heritage Tower. It was so easy. However, Song Qi did not relax his vigilance. Song Xuansong had said before that this was a normal phenomenon. In fact, it was not just the sky. Other challenging creatures were able to pass through the first dozen levels quickly. After all, to challenge the Posha Heritage Tower, at least one orange quality item was required. Under this premise, how could the creatures that dared to take the initiative to challenge the Heritage Tower be ordinary? It was normal to be able to crush ordinary creatures of the same level. According to the head of the family, although there is no fixed standard for this Posha Heritage Tower, basically in order to reach the minimum clearance standard, that is, to obtain the same orange treasure reward, at least you have to reach the 50th floor. Thinking of this, Song Qi set a small goal for himself, at least to reach the 60th floor. With the combat power of the sky, he still has a lot of confidence to achieve this step. After challenging all the way, the sky soon reached the 10th floor. At this level, the original alien hawk was replaced by another more powerful creature, the sky-splitting eagle that can beat the 2nd level of the Song family's gene lineage. But the strength is still at the peak of the 2nd level, and it still does not pose much threat to the sky. After the 20th floor, the sky-splitting vulture was replaced by a fiery griffin. This creature was already ranked 3rd in the Song family's gene lineage. It was considered a species with strong talent and amazing combat power. After the 30th floor, the fiery griffin did not change, but it went from the peak of the 2nd level to the beginning of the 3rd level, and the number was 3. In this regard, the sky still dealt with it very easily, and soon reached the 40th floor. At this level, the 3rd level fiery griffin turned into a flying dragon, a 2-legged flying dragon, although its strength was reduced to the peak of the 2nd level again, and the number was reduced to 10. Song-Chi was more serious than before. This bipedal flying dragon, like the thorn dragon, is a creature ranked at the top of the 3rd tier in the Song family gene lineage. Song-Chi is very clear about the combat power of the thorn dragon. By the 45th floor, the bipedal flying dragon's strength had increased to the 3rd tier, and there were 2 of them. At this time, the sky could no longer remain completely unscathed. By the 47th floor, there were 6 of them. On the 49th floor, there were already 5 bipedal flying dragons at the top of the 3rd tier that appeared opposite the sky. Finally, Song-Chi still sent the thorn-winged dragon and the frost moon snow python at the same time, and combined with the artillery fire on the sky, successfully wore out the 5 thick-skinned bipedal flying dragons alive. When he was teleported to the 50th floor, Song-Chi felt relieved, and at the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a ray of brilliance appeared from time to time. Now that he has saved his capital, each challenge in the future will be an improvement in the quality of the final reward. Let me see what level of peak combat power the sky can reach now. Orange artifacts are not enough. Red, at least 1 red artifact must be obtained. He roared in his heart, and then Song-Chi started the challenge of the 50th floor without hesitation. The creature that appeared in front of the sky this time was a half-step 4th level alien hawk. The azure mysterious power circulated around it, announcing that it had initially comprehended a trace of the law of wind. In response, Song-Chi did not hold back and directly summoned 35 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers. These 35 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were only pseudo-4th level creatures, facing a creature that was only half a step to the 4th level. Under Song-Chi's real-time command, they were successfully finished off with the pure Yang sword light cannon. The enemy on the 51st floor was a sky-splitting vulture of the 4th level, which Song-Chi killed in the same way. The enemy on the 52nd floor was a flaming griffin of the 4th level, pushing all the way to the 58th floor. After killing a flying dragon of the 4th level, the sky was teleported to the 59th floor. As long as they cleared this floor, the rewards issued by the Inheritance Tower in the future might be greatly improved. However, the one who blocked Song-Chi this time was a starry sky beast whose genetic bloodline could be ranked in the 4th level of the Song family. A half-step 4th level rock beast, an Earth-attributed star beast with amazing talent in the Earth-attributed law. Although it is not among the top 10 Earth-attributed star beasts, it is definitely not comparable to the previous 2-legged flying dragon. This can be seen from the extremely rich Earth-attributed law power surrounding it. Song-Chi dared to conclude that this half-step 4th level rock beast in front of him was definitely the half-step 4th level creature that had the deepest understanding of the law power he had ever encountered. Chapter 262, the 4th level rock beast. Of course, no matter what, it is only a half-step 4th level creature, facing the sky, which has many parts upgraded to the 4th level. The threat is actually limited. In the challenge all the way to this point, the strength shown by the sky is actually not much. Before this, Song-Chi had not even summoned the Void Demon, nor used the external armor-piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher, not to mention the mixed whole Extreme Yang Sword Intention Divine Light, which has a long cooling time. There is nothing to say about the star beasts. Apart from their unique advantages in one or more laws of power, they rely most on their own vitality that is far beyond the ordinary. So, Song-Chi stayed on the 59th floor for a long time. It took him dozens of minutes to kill the rock beast. Well, without using his trump card, Song-Chi did not care about the time spent. His idea was simple. Try to save the trump cards on the sky for later as much as possible, so that he could achieve better results. On the 60th floor, the gatekeepers on this floor were 2 half-step 4th level rock beasts. At this point, Song-Chi summoned the 4th level Void Demon on the sky for the first time. Once the Void Demon that controlled the laws of space took action, there was naturally no suspense. On the 61st floor, the gatekeepers were 3 half-step 4th level rock beasts. Until the 64th floor, after nearly an hour of entanglement, the sky successfully killed 6 half-step 4th level rock beasts. When it came to the 65th floor, this time it was a bit surprising, because there were no half-step 4th level star sea creatures on this floor. This is a world of fire. The terrifying high temperature has caused the surrounding starry sky to twist violently. What Song-Chi, or the sky, needs to do is to withstand this terrifying temperature, and rise all the way up to the sky until it reaches the 66th floor. It is undoubtedly a 4th level flame. The 66th floor has already begun to touch the scope of the 4th level. Song-Chi quickly made a judgment. The energy level of the flame outside has definitely reached the 4th level. Although there is no active control by intelligent creatures, the threat of this 4th level flame is greatly reduced, but for ordinary creatures, even the best of the 2nd level Star Sea creatures, this level of flame will definitely threaten their lives. However, for Song-Chi, this was easier than facing the 6 giant rock beasts before. In this environment, the Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield can play its best role. The Neutron Star Core Pulse feature of the Neutron Star Core armor, coupled with the 5 Elements rotation, mutual promotion and mutual restraint of the energy shield. In this powerful flame environment, the Fairyland 5 Elements energy shield can maintain the balance of shield value loss and recovery. Facing the outermost energy shield, it is powerless, and this 4th level flame naturally cannot have any impact on the interior of the sky, even though the intensity of the flames increased as the sky continued to rise. The problem was still not big. The 66th floor, which was an infinite sharp metal cutting force, was also perfectly restrained by the 5 elements rotation, mutual generation and mutual restraint feature. Until the 69th floor, the energy of the 5 elements appeared one after another. The sky passed the 69th floor without any surprise, and stepped onto the 70th floor in one fell swoop. At the 70th floor, it had already reached the initial expectation. Song-Chi estimated that he should be able to get at least a red quality Star Sea Wonder reward. Recovering his mind, he turned his attention back to the challenge of the 70th floor. The surging energy before completely disappeared, and the Star Sea creatures were once again the gatekeepers. The gatekeeper of the 70th floor was a giant alien hawk with a body size of more than 3,000 meters, and a wingspan of nearly 4,000 meters. From the degree of solidity and quantity of the wind law gathered on its body, it should be a 4th level creature that has just entered the 4th level, and has not yet fully mastered the power of the law. In response to this, Song-Chi was very alert. Even if it was a castrated 4th level creature, its life essence would not change. With the current combat power of the sky, it would need to go all out to face creatures of this level. Swish, swish, swish. 35 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors rushed out of the sky, under the control of 2 brainwave marks, divided into 2 teams to continue to interfere with the 4th level alien Goshawk. Song-Chi did not expect these warriors to cause much damage to the alien Goshawk, just needed them to attract some attention, and reduce some of the pressure that the sky had to face. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and the hurricane with a diameter of 2 kilometers swept towards the sky as the alien Goshawk spread its wings. Following closely, the alien Goshawk was also swept out by the sparse wind law. The dozens of Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers surrounding it had no way to deal with it. Here, the engine and thruster of the sky were overloaded at the same time, and it easily avoided the strong storm. At the same time, the pure Yang sword light cannon at the bow was also rapidly charging. The LV-49 orange main gun exploded, and the nearly 2-kilometer long sword light shadow collided with the 4th level alien Goshawk that was rushing in front. After a violent explosion, a wound hundreds of meters long was left on the right wing of the alien Goshawk. Shio! The intense tearing pain made the 4th level alien Goshawk groan, but it did not stop flapping its wings, but mobilized more wind laws to condense on its wings, making its flying speed even more amazing. But even so, the distance between it and the sky did not decrease at all, but continued to increase. The LV-49 red engine plus LV-40 purple thruster, the thrust provided by both to the sky is not just talk. Relying on his own speed, Song-Chi quickly formulated a follow-up combat plan. He was not prepared to fight this alien hawk head-on, but to implement the kite tactics that the Shinhwa warship is best at. The energy shield and hull armor are certainly the biggest advantages of the sky, but this alien hawk is a physical creature. Once it is allowed to approach, it will inevitably cause direct damage to the hull armor and the hull of the sky. The Neutron Star Core armor can be quickly repaired through the Neutron Star Core Pulse feature, but the hull cannot. The only part that can repair the hull on the sky is the almost forgotten white quality healing fruit. Its effect is hard to describe, so it is better to avoid it as much as possible. Kite fighting is good in every way, but it takes too long. In addition, Song-Chi has challenged dozens of levels in a row before, and his mind is no longer at its peak. He has fallen into depression. In response to this problem, after kiting this 4th level alien hawk for several hours, Song-Chi did not kill it directly. Instead, he let the void demon drag it slowly after it was severely injured, and he used the gaps to recover his mind as much as possible. However, it was obviously impossible for Posha Heritage Tower to let him take advantage of the loophole so easily. Less than half an hour later, when the time came to the 5th hour, the alien goshawk ended its life on its own. And then the sky was immediately teleported to the 71st floor. After nearly half an hour of recovery, Song-Chi was far from recovering to his peak. But he still got rid of his sluggish state and could fully cope with the next challenge. The gatekeeper of the 71st floor was a 4th-level sky-splitting vulture. Compared with the alien goshawk, the combat power of this sky-splitting vulture was greatly improved. Moreover, compared with the alien goshawk, the 4th-level sky-splitting vulture that controlled the power of space was obviously faster, and its whereabouts were erratic as it chased along. When it was finally killed, the hull armor of the sky was not to be mentioned. After all, it would be almost completely restored when the subsequent challenge to the 72nd floor was made. But the hull was damaged by 6%, which was the first time that the hull of the sky was damaged since it challenged the Pajuo Heritage Tower. There was no rush to activate the healing frig component. The current enhancement level of this white component was LV29, which could repair 10% of the hull after activation. In addition, the current hull level of the sky was also the 2nd level, which was enough to exert all the effects. Song-Chi naturally wanted to maximize its effect. On the 72nd floor, there was a flaming griffin that had just entered the 4th level. It mastered the law of fire. Strictly speaking, its combat power was stronger than the previous sky-breaking griffin. But under the Fairyland 5 elements show Tien energy shield, the threat to the sky was reduced a lot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song-Chi finally performed a deep recovery for more than half an hour, and then reached the 73rd floor. This time, the sky faced a 4-legged flying dragon that had just entered the 4th level. After several hours, it finally killed this 4th-level 2-legged flying dragon at the cost of 20% damage to the ship. Before going to the 74th floor, Song-Chi activated the healing frig component, which reduced the damage to the Songqing ship to 10%. Pajuo Heritage Tower, the 74th floor. The gatekeeper of this floor is the Yinsua giant beast. Although it has just entered the 4th level, the Starry Sky Giant Beast is different from other star sea creatures. They have amazing talents in the laws they are good at. Therefore, even if it has just entered the 4th level, its perception of the power of the Earth law is actually not weaker than that of a normal 4th level unit. In other words, what the sky was facing at this time was actually a 4th level creature with normal combat power. In response, Song-Chi was on full alert. Buzz, the light energy aggregation engine and phantom thruster were running at full capacity. And Song-Chi's first choice was still the kite tactic. This rock beast was powerful, but its speed was a shortcoming. As long as it could be pulled away enough, it would be enough to grind it to death. But Song-Chi soon discovered that no matter how the 2 thrust-providing components operated, the sky could not move at all. When he reacted, he found that it was the giant rock beast that activated a large amount of Earth laws. These Earth laws condensed a large amount of rock and soil walls around the hull of the sky, which seriously hindered the movement of the sky. Before Song-Chi could respond, the giant rock beast in front of him was already flying. The double horns on the top of the head, which were made of thick rock layers, gathered a large amount of Earth laws. It can be imagined that once it was hit head-on by these terrifying rock and soil horns, it would cause terrible damage. At the critical moment, Song-Chi activated the escape orb component. Under a strong spatial fluctuation, the 120-meter-long sky disappeared quietly. When it reappeared, it was tens of millions of kilometers away. The collision missed, and the Yin Song monster roared, and then flew towards the distant sky again. After finally escaping from the attack range of the Yin Song monster, Song-Chi would naturally not let it get close so easily. He kept controlling the sky to distance himself from the opponent. And the main and secondary guns on the battleship also fired continuously, bombarding the huge body of the Yin Song monster. Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon is responsible for slowing down the Yinsua giant beast, making its already inflexible body even more cumbersome. Shadow Devil Breaking Cannon is responsible for weakening the thick rock armor on the surface of the Yinsua giant beast. External Armor Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher is responsible for further destroying the rock armor. As for Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, it is responsible for the main firepower attack. After the double armor breaking of Shadow Devil Breaking Cannon and the special Cobalt Bullet, the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon can already cause considerable damage to the Yinsua giant beast. Finally, under the 3rd round of the Chaos Extreme Yang Sword Light, the Yinsua giant beast was finally completely wiped out. Now the LV-49 Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. Its active characteristic, Chaos Extreme Yang Sword Light has a cooling time of 4 hours, which means that it took more than 12 hours to kill the Yin Song giant beast. Who? Song Chi took a long breath, and there was deep fatigue in his eyes. 12 hours of continuous high concentration. The consumption of the mind is extremely serious. However, there was some good news. After clearing the 74th floor, Song Chi was told that he had 2 hours of rest time. It was not a long time, but it could help him recover a lot. 2 hours later, when Song Chi woke up from a deep sleep, his mind had recovered about 60%. After confirming this, he activated the healing fruit component that had completed a round of buffering, restoring the damaged hull of the sky from 42% to 32%. He also quickly reinstalled 2 special cobalt bombs. After finishing all this, the sky was teleported to the 75th floor. The gatekeepers of this level are 2 giant rock beasts that have just entered the 4th level. When seeing this scene, Song Chi made a decision in his heart. He must fight quickly and decisively. He must not use the kite tactics like in the last round. Otherwise, with only 60% of his mental strength left at the peak, he will not be able to hold on to the end. Thinking of this, the hatch of the sky slowly opened, and Tuoguhong and the Void Demon walked out of the warship one after another. The ancient totem patterns were seen all over their bodies, and they all activated the totem true body form. At the same time, each of them held a silver-white market walking order in their hands, and the law-blessing state of the token had long been activated. This is not over yet. The active characteristic of the slavery metal, which had just completed the buffering, slavery seal frenzy, was activated again. A large amount of blood-colored steam surrounded Tuoguhong's body, and his body size expanded from 1,000 meters to 3,000 meters. A strong 4th-level life pressure emanated from his body. As his body expanded, the Qingming Likong spear in his hand also rose to nearly 3,500 meters. There were strands of cold light flowing on the tip of the spear. Chapter 263 Final Challenge Evaluation. The use of various Trump-level means on the sky fully demonstrated Song Chi's determination at the moment. Under his command, Tuoguhong and the 4th-level Void Demon, who burned their own lives to control the 4th-level combat power, rushed towards the front rock beast at the same time, determined to eliminate the opponent as quickly as possible. In the back, the 2nd rock beast would naturally not just watch and roar to join the battlefield, but Song Chi was also desperate at this moment. The sky engine roared, and the light energy aggregation feature was also activated. At that moment, the speed of the warship suddenly increased several times, and rushed straight towards the 2nd rock beast. Boom! After the dull collision, only the sky was affected. The size of the rock beast was there after all. And how could the 120-meter-long sky be able to shake it? When the thrown ship was stabilized again, Song Chi realized that the sky had been thrown hundreds of meters by the terrifying recoil force in the head-on collision just now. Warning: the warship was damaged. The current hull armor was damaged by 18%, and the hull was damaged by 35%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Listening to the prompt from the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence, Song Chi was unmoved, and without hesitation controlled the sky to rush towards the rock beast in front again. At present, he has only one task, which is to buy enough time for Tuoguhong and the 4th-level Void Demon. With the blessing of the totem body and the market walking order, the strength of both has reached the peak of the 4th level. As long as they are given a certain amount of time, they will be able to deal with the other Yin Song monster. 38% damage to the hull, 43% damage to the hull, 50% damage to the hull. As time goes by, the damage to the hull of the sky is increasing rapidly. The neutron star core armor has the ability to recover, so the impact is not great. But the damage to the hull itself is difficult to repair in a short time. Unfortunately, the quality of the healing fruit parts is too low. If there is a high-quality recovery part, the situation of the sky will definitely be much better. After returning to the family, I really need to find a way to get a high-quality recovery part. Thinking of this, Song Chi was also paying attention to another battlefield. However, his face was not very good. The Void Demon and Tuoguhong, who have the 4th-level peak combat power, are indeed very strong. Every time they attack, they are accompanied by extreme void distortion. At this moment, the Yin Song giant beast has been cut with countless wounds. But the vitality of the star beast is amazing. This level of injury is not enough to make it lose its combat power in a short time. Song Chi's mind was racing, thinking of another way to break the deadlock. The damage to the hull of the skyship has exceeded 50%. But it can't stand this slow consumption. About 10 seconds later, the escape orb, which has also completed a round of buffering, was activated again. When the skyship appeared again, it was already above the head of the other rock beast. The time Song Chi chose to escape was perfect. Just when the rock beast roared to the sky, which happened to appear above his head, naturally activated the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher without hesitation, and launched 2 special cobalt bullets at the same time. In the main control room, watching the 2 special cobalt bullets sink into the ferocious mouth of the Yensua giant beast one after another, Song Chi sighed softly. If he could add another mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light at this time, the effect would definitely be more amazing. But it is still cooling down. Boom! 2 violent roars came from below, mixed with the screams of the Yensua giant beast. As a star beast with earth attribute, its defensibility is indeed amazing. But that is the thick rock armor on its body. 2 special cobalt bullets exploded directly from its mouth, which was not protected by the rock armor on its body. So the damage caused was very amazing. In addition to the damage caused by the Void Demon and Tuguhong before. After this round, this rock beast completely lost its combat effectiveness. Not long after, it fell under Tuguhong's Qi Ming Likong gun. After the death of this rock beast, the situation was very clear. Facing the siege of the 3, the remaining rock beast could only be killed quickly no matter how strong it was. Unfortunately, after killing the second Yensua giant beast, Tuguhong's rampage time was almost over, and he could no longer follow him to the 76th floor. Fortunately, after successfully challenging this floor, Song Chi got another 2 hours of rest time. After a deep sleep, his mental power was much better than when he entered the 75th floor before, and he recovered to about 75% of his peak state, which was not bad. 2 hours later, the unique ancient voice of Pajuo Heritage Tower came again. Are you sure you want to challenge the 76th floor? Once the challenge is started, you will not be able to end the challenge midway unless you successfully pass the level or die. Hearing this, Song Chi's heart trembled slightly, but he still did not hesitate too much. Confirmed to start. After a while, a strong pulling force enveloped the hull of the skyship. Then the space in front of Song Chi changed, and when it stabilized again, he had already appeared in a new layer of virtual illusion space. The gatekeeper creature of the 76th floor was still the Yensua giant beast, but the number increased from 2 to 3. As a kind of star beast, its body size was originally larger than the creatures of the same level. It was obviously just entering the 4th level, but its body size exceeded an astonishing 6 kilometers. The 3 stood side by side opposite the starry sky. Just a glance from a distance gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. However, surprisingly, Song Chi did not summon the Void Demon this time, but instead kept pulling the position of the skyship backwards, as if he wanted to use his speed advantage to repeat the kite tactics he had used many times before. But in reality, this was actually impossible, not to mention that his mental strength was not at its peak, and it was unknown how long he could last. Just the terrifying vitality of the 3-headed rock beasts. Even if the firepower on the skyship was dispersed, I am afraid that the damage caused in the end would not be as fast as their recovery. I don't know what he was thinking. Song Chi just kept pulling the distance between the 2 sides, wandering endlessly in this virtual fantasy space that stretched for who knows how many light years. This naturally formed a rather funny picture in the virtual fantasy space. A battleship was in front. 3-headed Yensua monsters were behind. The 4 seemed to never get tired, and kept chasing each other. Time passed little by little. 1 hour. 3 hours. 3 hours passed. The picture still did not change. Song Chi, who was flying in the front, seemed to enjoy it. 6 hours later, it was still the same. 9 hours later, the picture was still the same. It was not until the 12th hour that Song Chi in the main control room of the sky seemed to come back from his trance. He controlled the sky to change its position, indirectly adjusting the pursuit direction of the 3 rock beasts behind. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the radar map on one side, paying close attention to the position distribution of the 3 rock beasts behind. After another 2 hours, Song Chi, who was highly focused, narrowed his eyes suddenly. He finally seized the opportunity he had been waiting for. Turning his head to look at the radar map of the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar on the side, he could find that the positions of the 3 rock beasts behind him were distributed in a regular triangle, and the distance between them was very close. Seeing this opportunity, Song Chi suddenly activated the escape orb component. Before, he had been chasing the 3 rock beasts. Not for fun, but waiting for the escape orb to complete the buffering. Buzz! After a slight spatial fluctuation, the sky suddenly disappeared from the spot. And when it reappeared, it had already reached the center of the 3 rock beasts. That's right, Song Chi took the initiative to move the sky to the center of the 3-headed rock beast. But this was not a whim, but a long-planned operation. Sensing the location of the sky, the 3-headed rock beast instinctively turned around, turning its ferocious head to the sky in the center, while a large amount of earth law surged from their bodies, and quickly rushed towards the sky. When the sky was completely imprisoned, the 3-headed rock beast roared and rushed over, with the terrifying rock horn on its head, with an unstoppable momentum. Looking at this posture, it would never give up until it crushed everything in the way. The main control room of the sky. Song Chi looked at all this indifferently. His expression was not moved at all, and at the same time, he was still muttering something quietly. 3, 2, 1. As the word 1 came out, the 3 Yin Su outside just rushed to a position just a few meters away from the sky. Under the impact of the terrifying earth energy of the 3, the sky was shaking violently, and the energy shield value of the surface of the warship was decreasing at a very fast speed. At this moment, Song Chi's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light. Right now, neutron star nuclear fission, activate. Buzz buzz buzz, all creatures fell into silence at this moment, with their minds blank. The horrible flames and high temperatures were burning the micro-neutron star transformed by the sky, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was as if they had entered an extreme paradise of fire together. There was nothing else except the flames and high temperatures. The sky was transformed into a micro-neutron star, and the first to bear the brunt were naturally the 3-headed rock beasts that were close at hand. In an instant, the 3 behemoths, each over 6 kilometers in size, had billowing smoke billowing from their bodies. That was under the terrifying high temperature of nearly 10 million degrees in the micro-neutron star, and their bodies were evaporating at an extreme speed. Hiss! After their heads were melted, they could hardly even roar. Looking at the current state of the 3 Yinsua beasts, Song Chi could not help but be shocked. The injuries of the 3 Yinsua beasts were terrible. They were no less serious than when the sky activated neutron star fission directly in the mouth of the golden armored beast. They were even more serious. After a brief surprise, Song Chi figured it out quickly. When fighting with the golden armored beast before, the reinforcement level of the neutron star core armor component had not reached the 4th level, but now the reinforcement level of this component has reached LV43. The large level upgrade has further enhanced the terrifying high temperature carried by the micro-neutron star transformed by neutron star fission. I remember that time when we dealt with the golden armor beast. The temperature emitted by the micro-neutron star was only more than 5 million degrees. But just now, it reached a terrifying 8 million degrees. And the destructive power was naturally very different. Without dwelling on this issue, Song Chi changed his mind and started charging the pure yang sword light cannon. And at the same time, he sent the void demon out of the warship again. At this moment, the 3-headed Yin Sua beast was already seriously injured, and he only needed to carry out the final harvest. And there was no need to worry about other dangers. This was indeed the case. No other accidents happened. Under the continuous attacks of the sky and the void demon, 3 Yin Sua beasts were killed one after another. With the death of the last Yin Sua beast, it also meant that Song Chi officially passed the 76th level. Just like the previous 74th and 75th levels, after passing this level, he was given another 2 hours of rest time. Without any other actions, Song Chi sat quietly in the battleship's main control room and fell into a deep sleep immediately. 2 hours later, the familiar voice of the ancient sounded again. Are you sure you want to challenge the 77th floor of the Inheritance Tower? Once it is opened. Before the voice was finished, Song Chi chose to refuse directly this time. Just kidding. In this way, the trump cards on the sky have been basically used up. If he continues to challenge, Song Chi dares to guarantee that there will be no other ending waiting for him except death. Of course, if he could enter the Zhutian market by himself, that would be another matter. Thinking of the Zhutian market, his heart moved slightly, and he really wanted to try whether he could enter the Zhutian market at this moment. With his mind turning, he was ready to activate the Starsea market order in the ancestral orifice between his eyebrows and give it a try. However, at this moment, a new pulling force suddenly descended on the hull of the skyship. Without waiting for a reaction, the scene in front of him changed again. Unlike the dark starry sky before, this time the skyship appeared in an endlessly extending ancient Pajuo temple. It was called the Pajuo Ancient Temple because there were 4 words engraved in the familiar ancient characters right above the temple. Pajuo Temple. He looked around subconsciously. Song Chi was not the only one in this ancient temple. There were also more than 4 digits of second-round challenge creatures. At this moment, all creatures stood quietly in this ancient hall, with solemn and dignified expressions, and one could hear a pin drop in the whole hall. Yegong and the ship of Brother Song Zhe are also here. It seems that they finished the challenge earlier than me. After capturing the 2 frigates of Yegong, Song Chi muttered to himself, and then waited quietly. Time passed, more than 10 hours later, after him. Many alien races appeared in this ancient hall one after another. In response, no creature showed any strange expression. Because everyone's challenge speed is different. The one who appears first does not necessarily have a lower challenge level. And the one who appears later does not necessarily have a higher challenge level. Suddenly, an eternal sound came from the ancient hall, which meant that all the creatures in this round of challenge had finished the challenge. The next step was the reward evaluation stage that everyone was looking forward to. Of course, this evaluation was for each challenger, and all creatures could only see their own final evaluation and reward. Chapter 264 Super River Level Prodigy Golden Holy Land Wonders. Under the expectation of the crowd, a huge light curtain slowly descended from the sky above the huge Pajuo temple. Looking up, one can see ancient characters jumping on the huge light curtain. Star Level Prodigy Orange Wonders Reward, 4243. Galaxy Level Prodigy Red Wonders Reward, 23. River Level Prodigy Silver Wonders Reward, none. Every time these ancient characters jump, it means that there is one more challenger with the corresponding reward assessment in the jumping column. However, more than 99% of the challenge creatures finally received only orange wonders as rewards. Even for those 4th level challenge creatures, their own challenge chips were red wonders. Even if the rewards they received in the final challenge were also red wonders, they were actually only in the lowest category of star level geniuses. As time went by, the 3 lines of ancient characters continued to jump. When the star level genius evaluation column officially broke through 4 digits, the silver wonder reward column finally changed for the first time. However, the silver light of the recipient of this silver wonder is particularly dim, which means that he is only the lowest level star field level genius, which means that he is a 6th level creature, and he has just met the normal clearance standard. Song Chi did not pay much attention to these things in the outside world at this moment. He stared at the evaluation light screen in front of him, and the ancient characters on it slowly emerged one by one. Final challenge level 76. The 2nd level peak killed 3 4th level star beasts head-on. According to the final evaluation of this tower, he can be listed as a supergalactic level genius. Seeing the last 6 words supergalactic level genius, Song Chi's breathing became a little rapid. He was not unfamiliar with the word galaxy. It was the name of a galaxy that was even wider than the Milky Way in his previous life. Take the Tien galaxy where the Morning Star Principality was located. For example, its diameter reached an astonishing million light-years, which was terrifyingly large. Supergalactic level geniuses, as the name suggests, should be genius creatures that only appear once every few years in the vast sea of stars that is even more than a million light-years. When Song Chi thought that he had received such a high evaluation from the Posha Inheritance Tower, he could imagine how excited he was. He thought about this. The reason why he received such an evaluation was probably because he successfully killed all 3 4th level rock beasts. Otherwise, he would only be evaluated as a river level genius after only clearing the 75th floor. Song Chi was somewhat relieved for this. He knew that he was lucky. Although the guarding creatures simulated by the Pajuo Heritage Tower have normal intelligence and are not puppets that mechanically execute orders, they are different from real creatures. Under the order of the Heritage Tower itself to kill challengers as much as possible, they are more inclined to put the order of the Heritage Tower first, rather than their own safety and life. This also led to the final result. If it were a normal 4th level creature, no matter how Song Chi planned, it would be difficult to let 3 4th level creatures get so close without any defense. And even more so, after the sky flew past, the weakest head was exposed at the same time. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore. In any case, it was a fact that he had received this supergalactic genius evaluation. Now Song Chi only expected one thing. What kind of reward he would get. Red, silver, or above silver, with full of curiosity and expectation, His eyes continued to move towards the bottom of the light curtain. As expected, at this moment, detailed reward items were listed under the light curtain. Based on your challenge evaluation, you can freely choose from the following 5 rewards. 1. Meditation Seal Golden Holy Land. 2. Light Attribute Advanced Law Crystal Silver Legend. 3. Tianquan Super Base Main Cannon Silver Legend. 4. Tianquan Holy Sword Silver Legend. 5. Emperor Barbarian's Royal Blood Soldier Terracotta Silver Legend. Please note that the first option is the only option. You will not be able to get other rewards after actively choosing it. If you actively exclude the first option, you will be able to freely choose 2 from the second to 5th options as rewards for this challenge. You have 2 minutes to choose. Please make a decision as soon as possible. At this moment, Song Chi's mood is somewhat indescribable. The evaluation of Super Galaxy level Tianjiao has made him mentally prepared in advance. He knows that the reward he will get this time may be very precious, but he didn't expect it to be so amazing. 1 gold and 4 silver, what does this mean? You should know that the silver legendary item has already touched the 7th level, and the gold one will naturally be even rarer. At the same time, at this moment, he finally knew the title of the higher quality items above the silver legendary item. Golden Holy Land. Quickly regaining his mind, Song Chi forced himself to turn his attention back to the 5 rewards in front of him. There is no time for him to think about these things now. He must make a decision as soon as possible. Should he choose the only Golden Holy Land item Zen Meditation Seal in the first item, or choose 2 silver legendary items from the 2nd to 5th items? Obviously, this put him in a dilemma. Logically speaking, considering the Broken Star C's first level first tier quality, he should have chosen the Zen Meditation Seal without hesitation. But the actual situation was not that simple. These 5 choices were only listed in words, but the actual objects were not displayed, which made it impossible for Song Chi to judge whether the so-called Zen Meditation Seal could be transformed into a shipboard component of the Xinhua warship. If it could be transformed in the end, it would be great. But what if it could not be transformed into a shipboard component? If so, Song Chi could even imagine his subsequent appearance of being dumb and swallowing bitter herbs. The following silver legendary items are different. Not to mention anything else, at least the light attribute high-level Law Crystal and Emperor Barbarian Clan Royal Blood Soldier Terracotta can definitely play a great role. Needless to say, the Law Crystal is the most valuable among the same level items. As long as a creature that follows the corresponding law can be found, it can definitely be sold at a price that satisfies people. And the Emperor Barbarian Clan Royal Blood Soldier Terracotta, if I guess correctly, it must be a silver quality soldier tree component. In addition, the Tianquan Super Base main gun artifact can also be transformed into a main gun, a super main gun, or even a star destroyer. Compared with the Zen Meditation Seal, the certainty of choosing the silver legendary artifact reward is much higher. And this is why Song Chi was entangled. You have the last 10 seconds. Please make a choice as soon as possible. This sudden reminder became the final push for Song Chi to make up his mind. With the fall of this reminder, Song Chi did not hesitate anymore. I choose the first one. When he said the first word, Song Chi's voice was obviously trembling slightly, but he still firmly expressed it clearly. Choosing the silver legendary item as a reward is certainly safer, and you can choose 2 items, but in front of the 4 words Golden Holy Land, it still seems too weak, at least Song Chi thinks so. If he misses this opportunity, Song Chi doesn't know when he will encounter the Golden Holy Land quality item again, but what he knows is that this time will definitely be very long, the kind that starts at 10 years. So, he made this choice firmly. As the choice was made, the projection screen in front of him quietly dissipated, and then Song Chi only felt a group of extremely dazzling golden light appearing in front of him. This golden light, that filled the entire interior space of the sky, made Song Chi subconsciously close his eyes. This situation did not last too long. When Song Chi opened his eyes again, the shining golden light had dissipated, and was replaced by a small group of light floating in front of him. This group of light also exuded a strong golden light, but it was not dazzling. Looking closely, you can still vaguely see the object in the light group that looks like a small seal. Seeing this, Song Chi, who had been anxious for a long time, hurriedly mobilized the dark energy in his body to gather towards his palm, and at the same time stretched out his palm and grabbed the light ball in front of him. At the moment, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to determine whether this strange object could be transformed into a shipborne component. What Song Chi didn't know was that while he was busy checking the properties of the strange object, The outside world had already become a mess. Countless exclamations sounded in the originally quiet Pajuo temple. Look at the giant projection screen above. Star Domain Level Prodigy Orange Strange Object Reward, 42804281. Galaxy Level Prodigy Red Strange Object Reward, 212. Galaxy Level Prodigy Silver Strange Object Reward, 34. Super Galaxy Level Prodigy Gold Strange Object Reward, 01. What shocked the alien races in the Star Sea was the newly appeared Super Galaxy Level Prodigy column. The appearance of the golden strange object made no creature calm. You know, even in some advanced civilizations, the best golden treasures are enough to serve as the foundation of civilization. And this thing that is enough to serve as the foundation of advanced civilization is now so brightly appearing in front of us. Who can ignore it? The few 6th level existences among the challenging creatures are now trying their best to scan the surroundings, trying to determine who has obtained this golden level holy treasure. However, this is obviously impossible. After all, the rewards issued by the Posha Heritage Tower can only be seen by the challenger himself. Song Chi, who didn't know this, was still concentrating on checking the attribute panel in front of him. Special item, meditation seal. Quality, gold. Transformable, Pajuo meditation seal. Note, a creation of the Pajuo civilization, which has integrated a lot of the power of the law of time. As a golden holy quality item, it has unimaginable power. Seeing that the transformable column was not blank, and that the Pajuo meditation seal was also a shipborne component, the tension and worry on Song Chi's face turned into excitement at this moment. Obviously, he made the right bet. In addition to being happy, he did not forget to continue to check the specific properties of this Pajuo Zen seal part. Pajuo Zen seal LD0. Quality, gold. Features. The slots consumed by the component loading are constant at 3. Feature 2. Zen seal inner speed. Feature 3. Zen seal outer time stop. Feature 4. Time resistance plus 1000. Feature 5. Pajuo time realm slow. Consumption. 40/S psionic points effect. The loaded warship is affected by the external time law, and when attacking, it will automatically weaken its power by 30%. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade required. 40 strands of floating land origin 0 level, for 1000 psionic points, 10 G of sand of time Zen seal inner speed. Consume 50,000 psionic points, specify a shipborne component in a buffering or charging state, accelerate the time of it, or one of its characteristics, if the buffering or charging time of this component or component characteristic is less than 1 month. Then it will directly complete the buffering or charging in the next second, otherwise, its buffering or charging time will only be reduced by 80%, cooling time 240 hours. Zen seal outer time stop. Consume 50,000 psionic points, cast on a specified unit within a 1,000 meter range, suspend the time around it, last 1 second, cooling time 720 hours. Pajuo time realm slow. Consumes 100,000 psionic points, with a loaded warship as the center of the sphere, condenses a time barrier with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The time within the barrier will be slowed down by 1 time, including the actions, reactions, thoughts, energy transfer of creatures, etc. Note, the warship that releases the barrier itself is not affected by this, lasts for 2 minutes, cooling time is 10 years. After reading the properties of this Pajuo Zen seal component, Song Chi subconsciously said, "Fuck. The properties of this component are indeed worthy of the name of the Golden Holy Land. As for its specific strength, let alone its power reduction of the law of time. One of the strongest laws in the Star Sea, the most important thing is those characteristics. First of all, the Zen seal inner speed. Characteristic. It can allow all components or certain characteristics of components with a buffer or charging time of less than 1 month to complete the buffer or charging in the next second, and those with a time greater than 1 month can also directly reduce 80% of the time. This may be a bit vague. For example, take the mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Light of the pure Yang Sword Light cannon component. After being strengthened to level 49, its buffer time is 4 hours. If the Zen meditation seal internal speed feature is used on it, it means that after the first mixed whole extreme Yang Sword Light is launched, it only takes 1 second to activate the same second one. If it is replaced with the Slave Seal Frenzy feature, its current cooling time is 6 months, and it cannot complete the buffer in 1 second, and can only be reduced by 80%, which means it will take 36 days to cool down again. As for whether it can be used a second time, Song Chi estimated that it should not be possible. It is highly likely that before a round of cooling is completed, A component or a feature can only take effect once. For this feature, Song-Chi feels that it is a perfect match for the sky at the moment. After all, in addition to the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature, the Secret Realm Accelerator feature of the Cultivation Secret Realm can also be used. The buffering time of these two features is not short. One is half a year, and the Secret Realm Accelerator is as long as a year. Now with the Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed feature, both will be able to complete the buffering in the shortest time. Chapter 265 Shocking Melee Song Gang's Death. The only thing that made Song-Chi feel sorry was that this characteristic was obviously a constant characteristic. No matter whether its enhancement level was increased in the future, its attribute would not be further increased. But even so, he was still very excited. Because if the Zen Seal Inner Speed characteristic was used on the Secret Realm Accelerator characteristic, the frequency of harvesting the Silver Apple in the future would be beyond imagination. This is a rare resource that can be used to improve the quality of specific components. It's exciting to think about it. In addition to Zen Seal Inner Time Speed, Zen Seal Outer Time Stop is also a top quality feature. Its effect is to confine the designated unit at the time level. It is a control feature that is extremely difficult to defend and dodge. Finally, there is the Pajua Time Realm Slow feature. This feature is actually more like a special domain power, and the effect is also very terrifying. Although the current time slowing rate is only 1 times, this feature is not constant. With the subsequent strengthening of the components, the slowing rate can be further improved. Not to mention more. 5 times, 10 times should still be achievable. And the range of the barrier will also increase. Just imagine, once this barrier is opened, the enemy units in the entire barrier can only fight with themselves by slowing down their movements and thinking by 5 or 10 times. What kind of one-sided situation would that be? However, the cooling time of this feature is a flaw. A full 10 years. Even if the subsequent enhancements will be reduced to a certain extent, it should not be reduced too much. In addition to these 3 features, the first one, the number of slots consumed by component loading is always 3, is actually a good feature. You should know that only the red quality special parts often require 3 slots. Not to mention the gold parts that are 2 grades higher. Generally speaking, the gold special parts require at least 5 slots, and some may even reach 6. Which means that this feature saves at least 2 special slots for the sky. Alas, some people say that I deliberately make up the number of features. So I changed feature 1. After the intense excitement, Song-Chi calmed down. His brows were furrowed, and he was no longer as happy as before. The properties of this Posha Zen Seal component need not be explained. It is definitely the best of the best. But the headache is that, as a special auxiliary component of the time type, one of the resources required for its enhancement is called Sand of Time. So far, he has never heard of the existence of this resource. He has never heard of it, and it may not be easy to get it in a short time. Thinking of this, Song-Chi was helpless. Shaking his head, he tried not to think about it. If he couldn't get it himself, the family might not be able to get it. He would ask the head of the family later, and there might be a surprise. After all, the Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. How could there not be some foundation in the family? Maybe there would be the sand at this time. And even if there is no such thing, the family should have corresponding channels or news. When he officially becomes the 7th sequence, Song-Chi believes that the family will provide him with these supports. Thinking of this, for the sake of safety, the Posha Zen Meditation Seal component was directly loaded onto the sky. With the loading of this component, there was only 1 vacant slot left on the sky, which was about to be insufficient. Purple Fire Ship, ship level LV-20, the current special slots of the sky are 34 2 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8, and after the Posha Zen Seal is installed, the special slots occupied by the special parts on the sky have reached 33. In response to this, Song-Chi's response method is very simple. Are you sure to upgrade the Purple Fire Ship from LV-20 to LV-21? Sure. After 9 times in a row, the fire ship of the sky reached LV-29, and at LV-25, the warship added 8 more slots. In this way, the blank special slots returned to 9 slots, which was considered to be maintained in a safe range. As for whether the Shinhua ship body level 29 would directly trigger the Shinhua battleship promotion task, there is no need to worry about this. The promotion task of the Shinhua battleship needs to be initiated by the captain himself. As long as the captain has not agreed, this problem will not occur. Thinking of the Shinhua battleship promotion task, Song-chi couldn't help but sigh again. It's a pity that the gatekeeper creatures killed in the virtual fantasy space before were not officially recognized as aliens by the Shinhua battleship. Whether it produces floating land origin or not is not a big deal. Song-chi is not short of those third-level floating land origin now. The key is that since it is not recognized by the Shinhua battleship, then killing it cannot be regarded as bathing in the blood of aliens. Otherwise, he would have started the battleship promotion task of the sky in advance. 10 4th-level Star Sea creatures, I am afraid that they can lift the sky to the 3rd level. Just when Song-chi was confused, the warship communication request suddenly sounded and brought him back to reality. The communication was sent by Song-zae, but it was not a private communication, but a communication group chat. Song-chi was initially puzzled as to why Song-zae dared to initiate communication in this Pajuo temple. But when he saw the discussions in the ancient temple, he suddenly understood. As soon as the communication was connected, Song-zae and Song-gang asked almost at the same time in the group chat, "How is it? Is the evaluation result out? What reward did you get?" Song-chi, who had expected this result, smiled lightly, and did not reply directly, but asked, "What about you?" Seeing Song-chi like this, Song-zae and Song-gang also smiled to cover up. And finally the three of them chose to remain silent tacitly. In a corner that the two could not see, Song-chi shook his head. There was silence for about 2 minutes. Finally, Song-zae took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. "See, Golden Holy Land Wonder, there is a creature among our challengers who has obtained a Golden Wonder. Golden Holy Land, this is the first time I have heard of a wonder of quality above the Silver Legend." Song-chi was surprised. This is not quite what he imagined. As the great-grandson of a 4th-level elder in the family, Song-zae should have been exposed to many secrets, and if it was said that a veteran 4th-level Shinhua captain of the Song family did not know the specific classification of wonders above the Silver Legend Wonder, he would definitely not believe it. This thought did not stay in his mind for too long. After thinking about it, it was actually easy to explain. Song-zae is now only a 2nd-level Shinhua captain. His great-grandfather probably does not want him to be too ambitious. As time passed, Song-chi's eyes occasionally swept across the giant projection screen in the sky in front of him. Star Domain Level Prodigy Orange Wonder Reward, 50125013. Galaxy Level Prodigy Red Wonder Reward, 2526. Galaxy Level Prodigy Silver Wonder Reward, 56. Super Galaxy Level Prodigy Gold Wonder Reward, 01. As he glanced at it again, a strong repulsive force suddenly came over him. Before the creatures in the ancient temple could react, more than 7,000 creatures of various races were teleported out of the Posha Heritage Tower at the same time. Obviously, the second round of challenges and the final evaluation have been completed. Outside the Pajuo Heritage Tower, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of alien races from the Star Sea, thousands of alien races including Song-chi appeared one after another. And then the Heritage Tower took the initiative to announce the specific results of the second round of challenges. In the sky, as soon as the challenge results appeared, Song-chi noticed something was wrong. The 6 words Golden Strange Item Reward in the 4th line seemed to have infinite magic, making the atmosphere around the entire Pajuo Heritage Tower become extremely weird. The starry sky, which was originally extremely noisy, was strangely silent at this moment. In response, the group of challengers who reacted the fastest flew downwards at the first time and returned to the side of their elders. The sky was also among them. Song Xuansong had emphasized many times before that the reason why the star field around the Pajuo Heritage Tower could maintain a certain order was just the result of the tacit consent of all alien races. And it was definitely not the order constructed by the Pajuo Heritage Tower itself. Since it was determined by all alien races themselves, this order would never be very solid. As long as a small fuse appeared at the right time, it could be completely detonated in an instant. At present, this Golden Holy Land Wonder is obviously enough to serve as the so-called fuse, because of the extremely fast reaction. Without too many twists and turns, the sky easily returned to the vicinity of the Kangmeng Wuji. However, not all creatures have such a strong sense of crisis. After Song-chi and other challengers who reacted to the first batch returned to their elders, a terrifying battle broke out almost immediately around the entire Pajuo Heritage Tower. Countless attack methods wrapped in various laws of power rushed to the thousands of second-round challenge creatures in the sky at the same time. Although some of the elders of this group of creatures tried to stop them, they were just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the blink of an eye, more than 1/3 of the nearly 7,000 challenging creatures in the sky were killed. Among the flying blood and flesh, There were also a large number of Star Sea wonders, including high-quality orange and red ones. As for the Song family, except for Song Qi, Song Gang and Song Zhe reacted a step slower. The two frigates were almost submerged in the infinite law attack at the same time. That is, the energy shields and hull armor of the two warships were strengthened to the 4th level, so they were not annihilated in this terrifying attack in the first time. But it couldn't hold out for long. There were more than 5 digits of aliens above level 4 who attacked at this moment. Not to mention the energy shields and hull armor of level 4, even level 5 might not be able to withstand it. In less than 2 seconds, the energy shields on the surface of the two frigates were completely dimmed, the shield value had been worn out and fell into overload. Even the hull armor was now covered with various pits, and it was obvious that it couldn't hold out for too long. Below, Song Xuanzong's reaction was certainly not slow, even faster than Song Qi. After seeing the 6 words Golden Wonder Reward, he immediately activated a certain component on the Song Mangwuji. 2 beams of light shot out from the Song Mangwuji Zhulu ship, and rushed straight to the 2 frigates in the sky. Song Zhe's ship was fine, as the location from which it was teleported was not far from the Song Mangwuji. At this moment, it was enveloped by the beam of light, and was falling downward at a very fast speed. But Yagong was not so lucky. It was very far away from the Song Mangwuji, although it was also within the range of the beam of light. The power of the beam of light had already been worn out by the infinite law means in the process of shooting. At this moment, the protection of Yagong was limited, and the brilliance of the beam of light itself was still dimming rapidly. Judging from the situation, it might not last long. In the night harbor, Song Gang's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were full of panic. He was roaring in his heart. As a genius born in the ancestral lineage, his grandfather was a 4th level elder. He had always been the focus of all the clan members wherever he went. He was only in his early 30s, and he still had a good time to enjoy in the future. He had not yet stepped into the 4th level to become the leading figure in the family. How could he die here in frustration? After venting his crazy anger in his heart, Song Gang looked at a special part on the night harbor. Short-range transpositioner. Scanning this special purple component, he glanced at the Songqiong on the side of the Kangmengwuji far below. If we were to say the safest place at the moment, besides the Kangmengwuji, it would be the Songqiong, which is closest to it. Thinking of this, Song Gang's eyes flashed with cold light, and he subconsciously remembered the scene in the evil Buddha continent where Song Qi did not choose to help him, which immediately made him determined. Accompanied by a flash of purple light, the short-range transpositioner component was activated. At the same time, on the Songqiong on the side of the Kangmengwuji, Song Qi's eyes suddenly condensed when he heard the prompt from the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence. Attention! The warship is locked by an unknown ability. Please be careful to avoid it. If Song Qi was still a little suspicious at this moment, then the message from the abnormal state purifier component in the next second made his eyes instantly cold. Transposition mark. This is the special mark on the Songqiong detected by the abnormal state purifier component. After getting this result, Song Qi's cold eyes suddenly swept towards the night harbor in the sky in the distance. Through the direction of the gradually increasing transposition force, and the fact that who would benefit the most from the transposition with himself, it is not difficult to guess that it was Song Gang who was making trouble at the moment. After retracting his gaze, Song Qi sneered fiercely. Transposition? It has to be done in time. On the sky, the purification aura derived from the abnormal state purifier was trying its best to dispel the transposition mark. Although the component that emitted this mark may have been strengthened to the 4th level, making the abnormal state purifier unable to purify it immediately, it also greatly weakened the effect of this mark. In the night harbor, Song Gang's expression gradually changed from a sinister smile to fear. Although the ability to change positions was still gradually taking effect, it was much slower than before. At this moment, the light column outside the night harbor had completely dissipated, and he didn't have time to wait. Damn it. Why? Why is it so slow? With a resentful voice, the night harbor's hull finally couldn't hold on, and it completely sank under the bombardment of the dense law power from the outside world. At the moment when the ship sank, because the captain himself did not leave the warship, Song Gang also died with it. Chapter 266 Dragon Whale State Return to Ruin / The sinking of Song Gang, or Yagong, was inconspicuous among the thousands of sea creatures in the sky. But it was definitely not a trivial matter in the eyes of the Song family. In addition to his own excellent talent, his grandfather was also a family elder of high status in the ancestral lineage. Whichever one of the two was the case, the impact would not be small. Of course, this was the thought of Song Xuansong and Song Zhe. But Song Qi was different. In his opinion, Song Gang was more like a self-inflicted punishment. Song Mang Wuji, although it was emitting a strong domain power at this moment, it pushed all the alien creatures around it away by nearly 3,000 meters, but as long as the object Song Gang chose to exchange positions with was any creature 3,000 meters away, he believed that Song Xian Song would be able to pull it into the domain in the first time. However, this person was vindictive, and he was extremely afraid of death, and insisted on choosing the safest Song Qiong to exchange positions. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Song Mang Wuji in the middle, Song Xian Song frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Through the domain power emitted by the ship, he certainly sensed the last little action of Yi Gang, but now the other party was dead, and as the head of the family, it was not easy to say anything. As soon as he thought about it, another part of the Song Mang Wuji was activated, and then the speed of Song Zhe's ship being pulled down in the sky increased again. Although Song Qi noticed this change, he did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention had already shifted to other things. A large number of star sea wonders appeared in the sky. White and blue ones can be ignored, but star sea wonders of purple quality and above are really coveted. With just a casual glance, Song Qi captured at least 4-digit purple wonders, and there were also many orange and red wonders. In this regard, even though he had just obtained a golden holy treasure, Song Qi could not remain calm. His eyes were shifting, and his mind was turning rapidly, thinking about the possibility of his own benefit. First of all, it can be confirmed that when Song Zhe is drawn into the field emitted by Song Mang Wuji, Song Xuansong will definitely teleport away directly, and will never stay here for a second longer. Song Mang Wuji is indeed strong in combat. It has the strength to confront the 5th level alien races in the Star Sea head-on. But now this is a problem of the 4th and 5th levels? Tens of thousands of 4th level and above beings are fighting each other. If they stay for one more second, they will be in greater danger of sinking. Therefore, Song Qi had little time to plan for the large number of high-level wonders in the sky, and he had to make a decision as soon as possible. After much thought, he could only use the Zutian market and market walking order as the core elements of the plan. With a flash of light in his hand, 7 tokens emitting silver-white light were summoned, which were the 7 market walking orders. The market is now level 28, and it has condensed 9 walking orders. Except for the 2 from Aelin and the Treeman, the rest of the market walking orders are all here. I hope my luck will be better. While muttering, the Fire Sunflower Soldier tree components on one side were also activated, and 10 level 29 Fire Sunflower Soldier appeared in the sky, sweeping the 10 second level Fire Sunflower Soldiers. Song Qi shook his head, and then threw the 7 market walk orders in his hand to 7 of the Fire Sunflower Soldiers one after another. If possible, he would rather let the 4th level Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers try, which would increase the success rate. However, the Zutian market is only at the 2nd level at present, and the market walk order can only allow creatures at the 2nd level and below to use and enter the market. This is not the end. Song Qi activated the Law Blessing state of the walk order for 5 of the Fire Sunflower Soldiers, which can allow them to last longer in the future. Unfortunately, the other 2 had been used in the Posha Inheritance Tower before, and the buffering has not been completed yet. 10 Fire Sunflower Soldiers stood on 3 platforms in succession, with a number of 442, and the number of market walking orders was 322, which ensured that each group of Fire Sunflower Soldiers that were subsequently released would have the opportunity to return the stolen treasures to the market. Unfortunately, the 3 platforms were not large, and could only accommodate 4 soldiers at most. Song Qi could only add 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers on the last one, and then selected a Fire Sunflower Soldiers on each of the 3 platforms, and marked them with brainwaves. After finishing all these, he did not rush to release them, but continued to check the situation in the sky. After such a long time, 70% of the challengers in the second round had been turned into meat paste under this indiscriminate attack, which also made the number of Star Sea wonders floating in the sky more amazing. Although many of them were taken away by the aliens below by various means, they were only a small part after all. However, despite the large number of these wonders, Song Qi told himself that he must not be impatient. Since he had decided to take action to pick up this big bargain, he naturally had to try his best to pick the best ones. Purple as the base, orange as the main color, and red as the best. At this moment, Song Qi was selecting the specific landing points of the 3 launch platforms. only in places where orange and red exotic objects were more dense. The chance of obtaining the fire sunflower soldiers by launching them would be greater. As time passed, Song Zai's ship had already landed less than 3,500 meters above the Kangmangwuji under the protection of the light column. It was about to enter the domain range. Song Chi finally stopped waiting. With a thought, 2 launch components and 3 launch platforms were activated at the same time. Buzz buzz buzz. After a slight spatial fluctuation, 10 fire sunflower soldiers plus 2 void shadow killer soldiers disappeared in the sky at the same time. Above his head, 3 areas with the most orange and red strange objects simultaneously emitted a weak spatial fluctuation, and then 12 soldiers appeared out of thin air. In the sky, in just a blink of an eye, Song Chi's face turned black, and the 2 soldiers' tree parts had sent several notifications of the soldier's death. Song Chi was not surprised by this, after all. It was the area with the most high-level strange objects, and the attacks and surveillance faced were naturally the strongest. It was normal for the Fire Sunflower soldier of the 2nd level, and the Void Shadow Killer clan soldier of the pseudo 4th level, to not be able to withstand such a scene. The reason why he changed color was because a soldier with a brainwave imprint also died immediately, which meant that the group would lose the opportunity. Concentrating his mind, Song Chi could only shift his attention to the other 2 groups. In a flash, under the brainwave picture in his heart, Song Chi quickly controlled several Fire Sunflower soldier to collect the floating strange objects nearby. After grabbing 1 or 2 strange objects, without any delay, he directly activated the market walking order in his hand and sent the things to the market first. But even with such decisiveness, under the bombardment of the laws all around, all the terracotta warriors only lasted less than 2 seconds and were almost all annihilated in the energy impact, and only 3 terracotta warriors were successfully teleported to the market, one of which only had half of its puppet body left, and it stopped moving as soon as it entered the market's walking room. There was no time to go back to the market to see what kind of strange things these 3 Fire Sunflower terracotta warriors had gotten for him, and how many more, and there was no time to let them leave the market for a second attempt. Song Mangwuji had successfully picked up Song Zai. The next second, the space around the Zhulu ship suddenly shrank, until only the last 300 meters remained, and it stopped just when it covered the 2 frigates. Song Chi did not pay attention to this, but stared at the Kangmangwuji with a strange look on his face. If he was not mistaken, just when it was towing back Song Zai's ship, he also saw 2 star sea wonders shining with a faint red light in the beam of light emitted by the Kangmangwuji. In other words, when Song Xuansang rescued the ship, he also brought back 2 red epic quality wonders. The key is that he also used special means to conceal the brilliance of the 2 red wonders, avoiding the prying of most alien races. In this regard, Song Chi could only secretly praise. The old ones are still the best. Don't resist. The slightly solemn voice echoed in the 2 frigates. Song Chi and the others knew that the master was going to take them away directly. Although they were only in the middle and outer areas of the melee area, it was not easy to get out safely. They could only rely on their special ability to escape. However, there were too many alien races around. So many that even though Song Xuansang had deliberately concealed the brilliance of the 2 red epic artifacts before, they were still accidentally captured by some alien creatures, due to their envy for the 2 epic treasures. Just before the Kangmangwuji was about to be teleported away, 2 10,000-meter tall 5th level star sea creatures attacked. The 5th level life forms have reached a very high level in the perception of the law. At this moment, when the 2 attacked, it was the kind that directly caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The black ice froze the star sea, and the 10,000-meter tall rock and soil spear tore through the void. 1 ice and 1 soil. 2 completely different law attacks swept in from the left and right at the same time, and the power they carried was vast and terrifying. In the sky, Song Chi's eyes widened. Compared with the means controlled by the 4th level creatures, the power of the law controlled by the 5th level life forms was too terrifying. How could the 4th level creatures be able to tear the void of the star sea at will? The rolling black ice and huge rocks filled his entire field of vision. The wide range of the 2 made him frightened and unable to even think of dodging. This was the most critical thing. At this moment, he realized that the 4th level evil Buddha he had faced in the evil Buddha continent, who had reached the 5th level combat power after being blessed by the original rules of the floating land, was exactly what the gap was with the real 5th level life. But even so, the second sequence of the family still couldn't compete with it head-on. It can be seen from this that the gap between the 4th order unit and the fifth order life form is probably much greater than imagined. Just when Song-Chi was uneasy, the mysterious ice law that covered the sky and the sun had already invaded. And it also contained the 10,000-meter-long rock and soil spear. However, the Kangmangwuji Zulu ship also responded. The 1,000-meter-long ship body suddenly changed, and the sharp metal friction sound continued to echo. In an instant, Kangmangwuji was transformed from a Zulu ship into a nearly 4,000-meter-high mythical mecha giant. A halberd shining with dazzling silver light was held in the palm of the mecha giant's hand. At the same time, the infinite power of space law overflowed from the inside of the mecha giant. Half of it flowed into the silver halberd tip in the palm of the mecha giant's hand, and the other half gathered around, condensing into a virtual image of a void dragon whale at a very fast speed. Until then, Song-Chi and Song-Zhe heard the words coming from the mecha giant belatedly. Secret art dragon whale state. Song-Chi's eyes sparkled. He had heard his grandfather Song-Ming Song mention this secret art before. This was the first time he saw a tribe member using it with his own eyes. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at the phantom of the dragon whale beside the giant mecha transformed by Song-Mangwuji, and then instantly overturned his idea. This phantom of the dragon whale condensed by the law of space, he was somewhat familiar with it. Thinking carefully, the second order family that he saw from the perspective of the void demon in the evil Buddha continent before fought against the fourth order evil Buddha, it also condensed this phantom of the dragon whale, but at that time it was condensed by the law of ice, and its size was far less than that condensed by the head of the family. In this instant, the size of the void dragon whale phantom was close to 8,000 meters, covering the mecha giant and the two frigates. The sky, with the protection of the void dragon whale. The Fairyland 5 elements show Tien energy shield that had been constantly rippled by the pressure of the 5th level energy returned to calm. And the depleted shield value was also recovering rapidly. This is not over yet. The void dragon whale phantom is just one of the means Song Xuansong is using at this moment. After the long halberd in the mecha giant's hand gathered a large amount of space laws. A terrifying halberd light condensed on the tip of this silver long halberd. Secret technique, Guishu slash. The indifferent voice sounded again in the ears of Song-Chi and the others, but under the shining halberd light, they could hardly open their eyes at this moment, and could only vaguely see the mecha giant waving his hand and slashing, and then the halberd light of thousands of meters long pushed out horizontally. Bang! The halberd light that cut through the void collided with the 10,000-meter long rock and earth spear that was whistling in front of them, making a terrifying explosion, and the energy impact caused by the collision between the two caused all creatures below the 4th level without the protection of their elders within a radius of 10,000 meters to explode and die. At the moment when the halberd of the void and the spear of the rock collided, the black ice in the sky had already invaded the mecha giant. Awing! The dragon whale was groaning, trying its best to resist the erosion of the infinite black ice law. But this was the full force of the 5th level life after all. Although Song Xuansong had made great achievements in the law of space, it was still not enough to compete with the law power of the 5th level life. Even if the law of space was one of the strongest laws in the Star Sea, the shadow of the dragon whale was dimming rapidly. And finally it completely collapsed after protecting the three for more than 10 seconds. The black ice law, which was no longer blocked, surged again, vowing to freeze everything and freeze it. In the sky, Song-Chi's breathing almost stopped. Just when the black ice law was about to touch the sky, a sense of weightlessness came first. When he turned around, he found that the three of them had returned to the teleportation point of the Inheritance Tower path, controlled by his family. Chapter 267, the 7th sequence of the Song family. Obviously, everything before was within the calculation range of the master. By blocking the rock and earth spear with the Guishu halberd edge, and resisting the mysterious ice law with the void dragon whale, it only takes a short while to delay the charging time of the special teleportation method. Just as he retracted his thoughts, Song-Chi noticed that the left arm of the mecha of the master's ship was frozen by the extremely cold mysterious ice. Although the impact was not great, it was enough to show the urgency of the situation just now. If the teleportation was slower, the result would probably be even worse. In this regard, Song-Chi and the others had no other thoughts at all. Instead, they felt that the Patriarch's combat power was unfathomable. You know, just now, it was not a simple confrontation with two 5th level aliens from the Star Sea, but it was also based on the need to divert attention to protect their two younger generations. Thinking in this way, the combat power of Song-Mangwuji is indeed very strong, and it must not be simply viewed as a 4th level Zulu warship. Buzz buzz buzz. when Song Mangwuji was transformed into a battleship again. Song Xuansong did not say anything else, but only quickly uttered one word. Let's go! It was another return trip that they didn't want to recall. In the advanced illusion space, when the two recovered from the aftereffects of the transmission, Song Xuansong and Song Changlin, who had been waiting on the side, said, "Okay, now you can take out the rewards you got in the Posha Heritage Tower. As for Song Gang, there is nothing we can do about it. I will inform them later. You don't need to worry." Listening to the words of the head of the family, Song Qi and the other person looked at each other in the battleship communication. "Brother Song Zhe, you go first." Song Zhe looked over with a smile, didn't say much, nodded, and then sent out a detailed shipborne component attribute diagram. Wehen Destroyer Cannon LV0. Quality, red. Looking at the red quality super main gun that Song Zhe took out, Song Qi's face was calm, and no emotion could be seen. But in his heart, he had some doubts. Did he really get this super main gun from the Posha Heritage Tower? If he really got it from the level, he should have chosen one of the many red treasures. Why did he choose a super main gun? The super main gun is a shipborne component that can only be used by the Zhulu ship. Which second-level Xinhua captain would choose a shipborne component that will only be used 100 years, or even hundreds of years later? Or did the rewards given by the Heritage Tower after he passed the level, except for the super main gun, happen to be all treasures that cannot be converted into shipborne components? Or was it simply prepared by his great-grandfather in advance? Of course, although he had doubts in his heart, Song Qi did not show them. On the side, Song Xuansong and Song Changlin looked at each other, and they also did not speak. If that was the case, they couldn't say much. After all, the rules of the family sequence competition had always been like this. The family would have to take back the reward later, regardless of whether it was obtained from the Posha Heritage Tower. The value of the red epic treasure was there, and the ancestors were happy to use it to improve the family's heritage. After all, the shipborne parts of the elders were different from the family's heritage. The three of them turned their eyes and looked at Song Qi. Song Qi, who had been prepared, sent out the attributes of the three-eyed soul-securing ring on the sky without hesitation. Of course, it is the attribute at level 0 after uninstallation. Song Qi actually considered for a long time which shipborne component should be handed over to the family. First of all, Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal is absolutely not an option. Once this golden holy domain component is revealed, the family will definitely take it away. There may be a lot of compensation, but for Song Qi, no matter what compensation is, it is not as good as this golden component itself. In addition to Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal, there are several red and silver components on the warship. Song Qi considered these components for a long time, and finally decided to take out the three-eyed soul-securing ring component. This component is obviously the most marginalized among all the red and above components on the sky, and he was originally planning to hand it over to the family. Now he could also use it to get the sequence position in his hands, killing two birds with one stone. As for the problem that this component may expose when the ancient starry sky battlefield is informed to the family later, he is not worried about it, not to mention his own status in the family at that time. The three-eyed soul-fixing ring itself is of extraordinary significance to the family. He believes that the family will never make a fuss about this matter. Besides, he had already done a great deed by reporting the wreckage of a flagship of the three-eyed imperial family. The family hadn't even had time to reward him. So why would he bother about such trivial matters? In the Song Mangwuji, Song Xian raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of surprise. He was not surprised by the quality of the three-eyed soul-securing ring, although the silver legendary parts were rare. With his status, he would not lose his composure like that. After all, there were such parts in the Song Mangwuji. The reason why he was so surprised was that he saw the huge potential of this component at first sight. As long as this component could be strengthened to a certain level, it would be a component that would be the foundation of the family. In the past 3,000 years, too many third-level Xinhua captains in the family failed to be promoted to the Zhulu ship. You know, before this, the best component in the family that maintained the strengthening level of the component was only orange. And it could only work on 4 components at a time. And it could only be used internally. And the buffer time was not short. This means that the third-level clansmen who have started the battleship promotion mission can only use it once at most. That is, to unload 4 parts without damage. And the other parts can only be left to fate. Once the promotion fails, it is basically impossible to start again. As for this three-eyed soul-securing ring in front of us, as long as its strengthening level is increased, it will be able to consolidate the soul twice before the official promotion. That is, it can unload 20 to 30 parts without damage before the promotion. And basically all the essential parts on a Shinhua battleship can be unloaded. In this way, even if the subsequent promotion fails, with these elite shipborne components with enhanced levels, the second impact will be very simple, which will greatly increase the probability of the birth of a 4th level clan member in the family. Thinking of this, Song Xuansong and Song Chonglin looked at each other again. Unlike the expressionless look before, this time, there was a clear flash of surprise in their eyes. However, even so, they did not directly announce the final result of the sequence competition, because the sequence involved the entire Song family, and the specific matters had to wait until they returned to Longji continent and discuss with all the clan elders before they could officially decide. Although the results of this trip to the Posha Heritage Tower were not satisfactory. You two are both good. Take out the 2 parts, and then we will go directly back to the Dragon Ridge continent. The Moon Mark Cannon and the three-eyed soul-securing ring flew out of the 2 frigates one after another, and were finally pulled into the Kangming Wuji. Then the 3 warships rushed out of the asteroid belt. Dragon Ridge continent. The sky, accompanied by violent spatial fluctuations. The Kangming Wuji appeared out of thin air with 2 frigates. Inside the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the ancestral hall of the family. When Song Qi and the other 2 walked into the ancestral hall, projections of the family elders had already appeared on the giant bronze chairs around the ancestral hall, and a few real bodies were interspersed among them. As Song Xuansong returned to the position of the head of the family, he quickly explained the Posha Heritage Tower of this time. When hearing the words of Song Gang's death, the expressions in the eyes of the projections of the elders around the ancestral hall were different, especially Song Gang's grandfather. Originally, when he saw that only Song Zhe and Song Qi returned with Song Xuansong, he had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, Song Xuansong took the initiative to confirm, which made the last bit of expectation in his heart shattered. After Song Xuansong took the initiative to send a voice message and informed him of the specific situation, he could only sigh. The golden object, the fighting among alien races, the distance of the teleportation point was too far. All of these were unavoidable. However, as the properties of the three-eyed soul-securing ring emerged, the attention of the elders was instantly attracted by this special silver component. As long as this silver component was used well, it would be of great use to the 4th level Shinhua captains like them. Without too many twists and turns, the elders only discussed briefly, and then quickly made a decision. The 10th direct vein. Song Qi, my grandson is here. According to the unified decision of the elders, today you will officially become the 7th sequence of the Dinghai Song family. Enjoy the authority of the family vein master, and will be fully cultivated by the family for the next 100 years. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, family. After kneeling respectfully, Song Qi was dismissed. The Patriarch and the elders knew that his mental state was not very good, so they asked him to go back to the vein to recuperate first. As for the subsequent matters related to the sequence, such as the allocation of family resources that the sequence can obtain every year, the reward for handing in the three-eyed soul-securing ring parts, and the family inheritance secrets, he had to go to the family ancestral temple again in 3 days. Flying above the sky, Song Qi in the control room of the sky opened the quantum communication bracelet. At this moment, the family group chat was completely exploded, all congratulating him on becoming the 7th sequence of the family. For a while, the word Song Qi and the 7th sequence flooded all the family channels. Seeing this, Song Qi could only sincerely thank everyone in each group chat. Otherwise, he was really afraid that his personality would inexplicably become cold tomorrow. Regardless of the channels that became more and more explosive after his speech, Song Qi shifted his attention to the 2 new channels that appeared after he officially became the 7th sequence. The first one has very few members, only a few hundred, compared to the hundreds of thousands of general channels. This group chat named Level 3 Clan Member Channel is obviously much quieter. At this moment, in addition to the messages congratulating Song Qi, there is also a pinned message. Song Qi, the 7th order member of the family, handed in the three-eyed soul-securing ring component today, and the specific properties are as follows. In the future, all clan members can take the initiative to apply for soul securing from the family before they are officially promoted. While lamenting the efficiency of the family's work, Song Chi turned his eyes to the second channel, which has even fewer people. Only dozens. He opened the channel and scanned the names of the members' accounts. Ancestor Vane Family Master Song Xuan Song. Heaven Vane Song Tian Shu. First Straight Vane Master Song Hingtong. Ancestor Vane Song Yen. Looking at these names, Song Chi understood instantly. These are the Vane Masters of each Vane in the family, the elders and other high-level figures, and he also saw his grandfather. At this point, Song Chi has basically understood, from today on, he has entered the threshold of the family's high level, or it is more appropriate to say that he is a core member of the family. As for whether the members in these channels are all the high-level members of the family, he is not sure, and he is not curious. As long as he continues to steadily improve himself, these will appear in front of him in the future, he is very sure of this. After browsing the two new channels, Song Chi responded to the congratulations from the elders and brothers and sisters in the vein one by one. Not long after, the Sanqiong successfully returned to Qingwen Manor. Seeing him back, Song Yu and others were extremely excited. Family sequence, this was something they had never dared to think about before. Okay, Shao Qi needs to rest now. Don't disturb him if you have nothing to do. In the end, it was Song Ming Song who persuaded the excited people of the 10th Straight Vein to retreat. Chapter 268 Red Component Eye of the Spirit. After returning to his personal courtyard, Song Chi did not rest immediately, but summoned the sky in the courtyard. After entering the battleship, he walked straight to the loaded Pajuo Zen Seal component, and with a change of mind, the Zen Seal Inner Speed feature of this Golden Sanctuary component was activated, and as for the designated function component, it was the Slave Seal Frenzy feature of the Slave Metal. In addition to this feature, the sky has the Secret Realm Accelerator for cultivating secret realms. However, the Secret Realm Accelerator feature is still in effect, and cannot trigger the Zen Seal internal speed. In addition, the Pajuo Time Realm Slow feature of the Pajuo Zen Seal component itself has not been used yet, and cannot be used either. Therefore, with the idea of using it early and cooling it down early, Song Chi first used this Zen Seal internal speed feature on the Slave Seal Frenzy. With the triggering of the characteristic effect, the Slavery Seal Rage that originally took nearly 6 months to complete the buffer was directly reduced to less than 36 days. After finishing this, Song Chi wanted to go to the market first. He still didn't know what kind of strange things the 3 Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warriors had brought back to him. However, at this time, he suddenly felt extremely tired. So he had to put this matter aside for the time being and quickly returned to the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. This deep sleep lasted for 18 hours. When Song Chi woke up again, it was already the next day. Fortunately, his spirit had fully recovered. Without further hesitation, he immediately went into the market after washing up. Jutian Market. In 3rd floor. In addition to the 3 Fire Sunflower soldiers that successfully entered the market, the several market walking orders that were lost in the star field where the Pajuo Heritage Tower was located had already been recalled by Song Chi. And now they were all quietly suspended in their respective walking rooms. Song Chi's target at this moment was the 3 walking rooms where the 3 Fire Sunflower soldiers had successfully teleported into the market. In these 3 rooms, there were still unknown quantities and qualities of Star Sea wonders waiting for him to check. As soon as he entered the first walking room, in addition to the silver walking order floating in the middle of the room, Song Chi immediately saw 2 strange objects on the floor of the room. The 2 strange objects each emitted blue and orange light. The orange glory strange object was fine, but the blue strange object obviously surprised Song Chi a little. But there was nothing he could do. In the previous situation, he could only try his best to let the Terracotta Warriors grab the one closest to him. When he approached to check, the blue strange object was an ordinary ship armor part, which was not of much value, and was directly skipped by Song Chi. The properties of the orange artifact are pretty good. It can be converted into a shipborne secondary gun of the same quality. Red Fire Sky Cannon LV0 quality, orange features. Red Fire Sky Cannon feature 2, secondary gun power increased by 45% consumption, 5/shot psionic points power, 6.2 no buffering and charging required upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin level 0. 1000 psionic points. 10 kilograms red flame iron red fire sky cannon, each time it hits an enemy unit. There is a 5% chance of triggering the red fire sky cannon effect. Red fire sky curtain, with the triggering unit as the center. It explodes with scorching red fire energy, burning indiscriminately within a radius of 50 meters. This secondary gun component is obviously also a secondary gun of the range attack type. In addition, the sky is indeed still lacking a secondary gun, and the blue quality electromagnetic lightning cannon can no longer keep up with the pace of the sky. It can be regarded as a component that just happens to be needed. For this result, Song-Chi is still very satisfied, even if there are no high-quality rare items in the next 2 walking rooms. This red fire sky curtain cannon alone has reached the minimum guaranteed harvest. After all, it is just a casual attempt. What can be unsatisfactory to harvest an orange-quality top-grade secondary gun, as if to verify his words? There was only one blue-quality item in the second walking room. In front of the door of the last walking room, Song-Chi pushed open the door with expectation. Although he had already got the guaranteed prize, it was impossible for him to say that he didn't want to get more high-quality items. As soon as he opened the door, the shining red light attracted his attention. The item brought back by the Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warrior in this walking room was a red epic quality item. With great surprise, Song-Chi took a step forward. Soon, the detailed properties of this strange object appeared in front of him. Strange object, Spirit Testing Stone. Quality, red. Transformable, spiritual eye. Note, a strange object that was once used by a certain lost civilization to test the talents of ethnic members, and was later included in the Posha Heritage Tower. It is a rare epic strange object. Ignoring the others, Song-Chi's eyes were fixed on the column of transformable, and soon a look of surprise appeared on his face. The peering eyes in this transformable column is a shipborne component, and it is a rare patrol radar. A red quality patrol radar, it can be imagined that its properties must be stronger than Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic detection radar. The sight is focused, and the properties of its shipborne components also emerge. Peering eyes LV0. Quality, red. Features, detection distance increased by 110%. Feature 2, detection priority plus 1200. Feature 3, peering eyes. Consumption, 40/S phantom energy points detection range, 50 light seconds. Accuracy, 500. Upgrade required, 20 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 2000 phantom energy points phantom eyes. Consume 10,000 phantom energy points. After 30 minutes of charging, spiritual peeping is performed on January 10th of the patrol radar's detection range. Actively search for all White Star Sea wonders within the range. Cooling time 240 hours. Song-Chi's eyes widened, with a look of joy in them. There is no doubt that this peering eye is the best among the patrol radars. It not only has the rare feature of increasing the detection range and improving the detection priority, but the key is its peering eye feature, which is extremely important for any Shinhua battleship. Because it can search for floating land in the Star Sea at a fixed point, it greatly increases the harvest of a Shinhua captain in the exploration of alien star domains. Although it can only search for white objects at present, it is obviously a growth type characteristic. As long as the enhancement level is raised, it is believed that blue, purple, and even orange objects will be within its search range. The only pity is that it may not have the ability of Star Map Collector. In the future, when exploring alien star domains, it will not be able to jump to star domains beyond the detection distance at will. Fortunately, it is a red radar, which has the characteristic of improving the detection distance. When the enhancement level is increased, the range that can be detected should be far beyond the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar. At that time, the distance that the warship can jump should still be considerable. As for the magic energy detection characteristics of the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar, Song-Chi thought of a way to deal with it later to find a special component for ground detection. Although he was very satisfied with this peeping eyes patrol radar, Song-Chi could not install it immediately. The enhancement level of the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar has reached the 4th level, and the resources consumed are not small. He still has to apply for the use of the 3-eyed soul-fixing ring from the family later. As the one who handed over this clan guarding component, he had the priority to apply for the right to use it, so he didn't have to worry about any trouble. After leaving the inn, Song-Chi still did not leave the market, but walked to the innermost part of the market and started a new market transaction that had already cooled down. Of course, before this transaction started, Song-Chi went out for a trip, and when he came back, the sky was already full of various herbs that had been classified. These were purchased by my parents from the Pulse recently, and the family bought them at a low price. As long as Zhou Ping could eat them all, they could earn at least millions of strands of zero-level floating land origin. In addition, there are also many seeds of various floating plants purchased by fourth uncle. But because they just started to purchase more than a month ago, the quantity is not large. In Jutian Market, in Xiuxian Xiao's shop, Song Qijing, who looks like a four-armed blue blood, and Zhou Ping are constantly arguing about the purchase price. At this moment, he is an alien who has successfully obtained the market walking order, and he has no concerns about affecting the overall style of the market, which also allows him to bargain freely. 3 million strands of zero-level floating land essence? No. I collected it with great difficulty. It must be 5 million. On the other side, Zhou Ping did not give in at all, and argued, 5 million strands is too high. You have to understand one thing. I am the only one who wants this thing. If I don't want it, you can only waste all these herbs in your hands. Song Qi didn't buy his trick. Not taking it. I'm afraid the profit behind you is very big. Except for me. Where can you get such a quantity? But, as he said that, he deliberately paused, and waited until he successfully aroused Zhou Ping's curiosity, and then continued, if you can trade all of them with second level or above floating land essence, I can take the initiative to reduce the price to 20,000 strands of second level floating land essence. As he spoke, Song Qi's expression did not change at all. In fact, this was his ultimate goal. Now he has tens of millions of rank 0 and rank 1 floating land essences in his hands. He has no shortage of them. What he wants is rank 2 or above floating land essences. At least rank 2 floating land essences. As long as the proportion is raised, there is a chance to exchange for rank 3 floating land essences in the outside world. This will also allow him to further digest the rank 0 and rank 1 floating land essences in his hands. Zhou Ping's eyes flickered for a while, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the large amount of urgently needed herbs in Song Qi's hands, and nodded in agreement. After both parties completed the transaction, Zhou Ping asked tentatively, Brother Blue Blood, I wonder if you can continue to provide these in the future. Song Qi, who knew he would ask, hesitated for a long time before saying, It's not easy to get these things. You know, I have been observing you buying herbs for a long time. But in the end, I only got so many. Although I can make a lot of money, it's too troublesome. Hearing his embarrassed reply, Zhou Ping seemed a little unwilling. He continued to argue, It doesn't matter if the quantity is small. I will buy them all. How about this? I will try to trade with you more second level and third level spiritual machines in the future. If the sect master agrees, even fourth level spiritual machines, floating land origin are fine. Song Qi, who was waiting for him to say this, pretended to be entangled again, and finally pretended to be coveting the fourth level floating land origin and agreed. After completing the transaction with Zhou Ping, Song Qi went to the tree people who had just entered the market last time. Friend, do you want to buy these floating land plant seeds? Without beating around the bush, Song Qi directly took out the seeds that his fourth uncle had purchased over the past month. Seeing that the tree people in front of him were quite sensible, they basically all bought these seeds at a price dozens of times higher than the purchase price from Maizhong. And Song Qi nodded with satisfaction. You have to know that these seeds are all seeds dropped by powerful plants on the floating lands of the major star seas under the jurisdiction of the Song family. And the potential is at least the second level. If they don't even look down on these, then Song Qi really doubts their vision as tree people. Song Qi did not leave after collecting the second and third level floating land origins that the other party had used to buy tree species, which were not many in number. He reached into a storage capsule on the left and took out a few blood-colored seeds. Not only was the surface of these seeds bright red, but they also exuded a strong bloody smell. They were the seeds obtained from killing the blood crow and locust tree before. Although they were several species of starry sky plants, the family was not very interested in them, because not only were they difficult to control, but they also had a long growth cycle and needed a lot of blood and flesh to feed them. Even if they were placed in the secret realm to accelerate time for cultivation, they would cause great damage to the secret realm itself, and the cost effectiveness was too low. So Song Qi simply gave them to the tree people to try. Originally, he thought that the treemen would not be very interested in it. But after he took out these blood crow meat Sephora seeds, several treemen showed obvious interest. Soon, several treemen discussed it, and finally took out 10 strands of the 4th level floating land essence. This meant that these 10 strands of the 4th level floating land essence would be exchanged for the 5 blood crow meat Sephora seeds in his hand. Song-chi paused. This was actually beyond his expectation. But thinking that the treeman offered so decisively, he shook his head slightly. This is the seed of the starry sky plant blood crow meat Sephora. Once cultivated, it is equivalent to controlling an infinite number of blood crows. The 4th level floating land origin is not enough. Having said that, the cultivation of the starry sky plant is much more difficult than that of the floating land plant. Even if we have unique talents in this area, it is not easy at all. From the tone of these tree people, it can be seen that they are very straightforward. So in the end, they gave a new price again. 5 strands of 5th level floating land origin. This is the highest price we can offer. Hearing this, Song-chi, who was no longer satisfied, nodded and agreed. He never expected that the seeds of this blood crow meat locust could bring such a big surprise. The 5th level floating land origin. This is extremely tense within the Song family. Chapter 269 Secret Art. Law. Divine Mind State. Original Secret Realm. Song-chi calculated, with these 5 strands of 5th level floating land origin, he now has 15 strands. As for the other 10 strands, they were obtained by him and Song Bei from the treasure house of the god's palace in the bloody floating land. At that time, a total of 20 strands were found, and the 2 of them each got 10 strands. Apart from these, there were no other eye-catching wonders, resources, or alien races in this market transaction. As time passed, this market transaction ended quickly. When Song-chi opened the market panel, he found that with the end of this market transaction, he finally met the conditions for promotion to LV-29. In this regard, Song-chi naturally strengthened it to LV-29 without hesitation. Name, Tien Market. Market Owner, Song-chi. Level, LV-29. Specifications, 6800 mx 6800 m. Basic configuration, 100 shops. 1 1900 mx 1900 m stall area. 1 3-story inn. 1 LV-28 full attribute training room efficiency doubled when practicing psionic energy. 1 LV-28 psionic protection array. 1 LV-28 ultra-long-range space door random launch platform. 1 second-level spiritual machine synthesis platform. Additional configuration, light hiding platform. Feature, avoid danger. Feature 2, space anchor. Required for upgrade, market transaction amount of 300,024.6 W/300, 000 second-level floating land origin, 1 ethereal crystal. After reading the properties of the Tien market that was enhanced to LV-29, Song-chi frowned. Just as he had thought before, even if it was upgraded to LV-29, it would not be easy to upgrade to the 3rd level, not to mention the market transaction volume. As long as he did it slowly in the future, he would be able to meet the requirements by opening more transactions. However, the Void Spirit Crystal was an extremely rare thing. Although it was not as good as the Space Law Crystal, it was not so easy to get. I could only ask the family in a few days. I hope the family can have some reserves. Thinking of this, he strengthened all the basic configurations in the market to LV-29, and then some in the sky. Soon, the newly loaded red fire sky cannon was upgraded to level 20. It was not that he was unwilling to continue upgrading, but that the titanium crystals in his hand had already run out. Although he had just received 50 pieces from Zhou Ping, it was not enough to upgrade this orange secondary cannon to level 30. So Song-chi simply did not upgrade it. At this moment, most of his thoughts were on the family sequence. He heard that after becoming a family sequence, he could obtain a certain amount of titanium crystals, mid and high-level floating land origins, and law stones every year. With the inclination of these resources, he should be able to continue upgrading. Retracting his gaze from the secondary gun, Song-chi turned to look at the Pajuo Zen meditation seal component. The current enhancement level of this component is still level 0, mainly because the Sand of Time is difficult to obtain. His eyes flickered, and Song-chi struggled for a long time, but finally shook his head and chose to ignore this component for the time being. Let's wait until the day after tomorrow to ask the head of the family. If the clan has a reserve of resources such as the Sand of Time, it would be the best. If not, then we can only use that thing. What he was talking about was the Hunyuan copper obtained from the flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan before. As a universal enhancement resource, it can naturally replace the Sand of Time. If Song-chi really wants to strengthen the Pajuo Zen meditation seal component, he can use this resource instead. The reason why he didn't make such a choice was that he felt it was not worth it. Although the sand of time is rare, it can't be compared with super strategic resources. Qingwen Manor. When Song Qi came out of his personal courtyard, everyone in the vein was still busy. Of course, it was not still about his promotion to the 75th sequence of the family. Although the veins were still celebrating, most of them were the clansmen on both sides of Qinghua Lake and the core clansmen on the island. Now they have basically revealed this matter, because they have more important things to do. With the promotion of the Wrath of Mad Lion, the third-level floating land origin eruption, suppressed by the vein is naturally not enough. Now everyone is working overtime to expand this origin eruption It only needs to expand the diameter of this eruption to a certain extent, and then let the family's internal affairs department's special soul-inducing worship come to perform origin soul upgrading. In the future, this origin eruption on Qinghua Island will evolve to the 4th level. At that time, the Wrath of Mad Lion can be used to suppress it. In this way, the station in the vein does not need to be moved. After all, it is too troublesome. A 4th-order origin eruption can produce countless times more medium and high-level floating land origins each year than a 3rd-order eruption which is a matter of great importance to every straight vein. Increasing the diameter of the eruption is not a simple task. It requires the Xinhua warship to carry out small-scale, precise, and continuous bombardment with secondary guns. Only in this way can the effect of enlargement be achieved slowly. If there is a mistake, it may also pose a threat to the Xinhua warship. Therefore, in order to ensure that this matter can be carried out in the best condition, the core members of the vein all choose to take turns. Seeing this, Song Qi also joined in. 4th brother, you are awesome. You have become a member of the family without knowing it. In the future, your brother, will have to call you 7th Prince. In the warship communication, Song Yu's voice became more and more strange, as if he had transformed into a resentful woman. Song Qi rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Of course, Song Yu was just deliberately adjusting the atmosphere. He knew what was going on in his heart. As the saying goes, it is good to take shelter under a big tree. The 5th brother of the 7th sequence. Just listening to him makes him look so elegant. On the other side, Song Qi connected with the raging lion, and the first sentence he said made Song Mingsong's eyes slightly fixed. Grandpa, I'm going to start the cruiser promotion mission. Song Mingsong changed his usual personality, and said solemnly after thinking carefully, are you really in a hurry to be promoted now? The suitable star field controlled by the pulse. Because the 3rd-level alien races promoted by Angry Lion were basically all slaughtered. It's better to wait for the follow-up. Song Qi was of course clear about this. He just smiled and said, Grandpa, I have marked a blood barbarian continent here, where there are many 3rd-level wolf barbarians, and even half-step 4th-level tribal totem creatures, which should be enough to meet the needs of the sky's promotion. It has been a while since he discovered and marked the space beacon of the blood barbarian continent. The reason why he has not told his grandfather and others is that the totem spirit beasts in the large barbarian tribes on this floating land may exert the 4th-level combat power by relying on the special extraordinary system ability of totem belief, which is too risky. Now it is completely different. Not to mention that the Wrath of the Lion has been promoted to a chasing ship. Although it cannot transform into a Mecca for the time being, it is still enough to crush these castrated 4th-level combat forces. The current combat power of the sky alone is not afraid of these. After hearing that Song Qi had been prepared, Song Mingsong was relieved, but then he asked, what about the special resources that may be needed for the battleship to be promoted? Only the ice source stone is missing. Song Qi answered truthfully. Okay, when we come back from the ancestral temple the day after tomorrow, your uncle and I will accompany you to the blood barbarian continent. Song Qi's mouth moved, as if he wanted to say that there was no need to be so exaggerated. There was really no need for this on the uncle's side. On second thought, according to Grandpa's character, and it was also the good intention of the elders, he didn't say it in the end. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in a flash. Longji Sacred Mountain. Song's ancestral hall. Song Qi, who was very excited, rushed to the hall early. Compared with the big battle 3 days ago, today there was only the head of the family, Song Xuansong. In this solemn hall, there was no need for Song Qi to speak. Song Xuansong waved his hand, and then Song Qi felt the void in front of him surge, and a large amount of resources appeared out of thin air in the next second. 3,000 titanium crystals, 200 lost stones, 200 strands of 4th level floating land origin. 2,000 strands of 3rd level floating land origin. Looking at these resources in front of him, Song Chi was delighted. This is the annual resource subsidy of the family sequence. I hope you can continue to strengthen the warship and improve yourself. As he said, Song Xuansong glanced at Song Chi, and then continued, the 2nd level of the guidance technique is still too low. After all, if you want to learn the family inheritance secret technique and comprehend the laws in the future, you need the mind state to lay the foundation. After Song Chi nodded seriously, he took these resources again, and Song Xuansong stepped down from the high platform of the hull, while asking softly, how is your mental power now? Song Chi did not dare to hide it, and answered truthfully. 7 functions in one mind? Song Xuansong was a little surprised. Generally speaking, a 2nd level Xinhua captain who can reach the 3rd stage of the ordinary mind state, that is, the level of 6 functions in one mind, can already be called a genius, which is a very difficult thing to achieve. And if you want to go one step further at the 2nd level of the guiding technique and achieve 7 functions in one mind, it is even more difficult. Originally, he thought Song Chi should only be able to use 6 functions in one mind, so this was unexpected. After thinking about it, he continued, if you can use 7 functions in one mind, do you still have the drop of the 4th level soul cleansing liquid in your hand? Yes. For this question, the two of them answered it as they asked, because they basically knew it well. If Song Chi, who is at the 2nd level now, dares to absorb the 4th level soul cleansing liquid at will, his entire mind will be blown up in an instant. This is easy to deal with when your subsequent guidance technique is promoted to the 3rd level. After the 3rd life sublimation, your mental power should be able to reach the state of 9 functions in one mind. At that time, if you absorb this drop of 4th level soul cleansing liquid in one go, you will definitely be able to break through the state of 10 functions in one go and transform into a mind state mind. Song Chi nodded, indicating that he understood, while Song Xuansong continued to step slowly, and said again, the other sequences of the family basically need to withdraw additional high-level soul resources from the family. Since you have already prepared yourself, you can naturally exchange these soul resources for other things. Have you thought about what you need? Resources to accelerate the practice of guidance technique or? Hearing that there was an additional supply of resources, Song Chi's heart moved. His eyes turned, and then he shook his head. Forget about resources for practicing the guiding technique. He did not choose resources that could accelerate the practice of the guiding technique or breakthroughs. After all, the fire element life might get pyracantha fruits of a higher age later. What he needed more now was the sand of time. Master, does the clan have a special resource like the sand of time? Song Xuansong was surprised again. As a kind of time-related resource, he was not unfamiliar with the sand of time. Now that Song Chi took the initiative to propose this resource, it meant that it must have a shipborne component with time attributes. Thinking of this, Song Xuansong looked at Song Chi with interest. Time attributes shipborne parts. This thing is one of the rarest shipborne parts, and the quality is usually not low. He guessed a lot in his mind in an instant, but Song Xuansong didn't think much about it. Many people in the clan have secrets, and he himself is the same. This is very normal, and no one will get to the bottom of it. Sand of time, I remember there are some reserves at home. Why, do you need it? Song Chi was delighted, and then nodded firmly. While the two were talking, Song Xuansong had already walked all the way to the center of the hall, and stood in front of Song Chi. He waved his hand gently. And then Song Chi saw the resource he had been thinking about for a long time. It was the extremely rare sand of time. Here is 1 kilogram. The clan doesn't have much in reserve. This is all we can give you. Song Chi happily took it. Although 1 kilogram is not much. The first upgrade of the sky only requires 10 G, which can still be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels. Okay. I have to take you to a place. Don't resist. Song Xuansong smiled and spoke calmly. But Song Chi felt that his heart was extremely calm. He gave the head of the family the greatest trust without reservation. Song Xuansong put his hand on his left shoulder, and a feeling of weightlessness came over him the next second. When Song Chi opened his eyes again, he found that he was already standing on an ancient land. This was a vast and boundless starry continent. Looking up, an unimaginable giant mountain stretched across the end of his vision. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of kilometers long and narrow it was, like a towering dragon whale lying on the continent. Infinite space laws appeared above it. Shocking people. Song Chi's steps were a little shaky, and the dizziness and swelling pain in his mind almost made him dizzy. At this time, a sigh from the head of the family, Song Xuansong, came to his mind, which instantly restored a trace of clarity in his mind. With this clarity, he quickly retracted his sight and stopped looking directly at the dark mountain in the distance that looked like a supergiant dragon-backed whale. His intuition told him that his situation was caused by this. Song Xuansong's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and at the same time explained everything to him. This is the family's dragon-rich secret realm. The one above the sky is the manifestation of the original law. With your current mortal state of mind, you cannot directly touch it, even if you just look at it directly. Hearing the words dragon-rich secret realm, Song Qi's eyes turned, and he secretly said in his heart, as expected, before, on the family secret realm platform, there was no such dragon-rich secret realm at all. When challenging the immortal puppet's secret realm before, Song Qi had suspected that the family might have other secret realms. Now it seems that his idea is indeed correct. And this dragon-rich secret realm is not an ordinary secret realm. As a primitive secret realm, its area is not only frighteningly large, but also contains a variety of primitive laws. Although the laws in the secret realm are much worse than the laws of the Star Sea, relying on these directly revealed primitive laws, it is enough to greatly accelerate the perception of the laws of the Star Sea and the outside world by the Song family members. Just when Song Qi was confused, Song Xuansong's voice sounded again. Come with me, and I have to take you to get something important, as the sequence of each generation of the family. Chapter 270, Yenshin Sword. Level 5 Knife Coin. Orange top grade upgrade fire source. Song Qi's expectation rose again. What would be the most important thing in the family sequence? Following Song Xuansong, the two soon came to a valley, but this was not the final destination. There was no magnificent city in the valley as Song Qi imagined, only gravel. After passing through the valley, Song Xuansong circled a few times, and finally walked into a mountain cave. The entrance to the cave was not big. If you hadn't known it beforehand, it would have been hard to find an inconspicuous cave in this corner. However, as the two slowly walked into the cave, Song Qi found that he was totally wrong. The interior of the cave was terrifyingly large, with a height of tens of thousands of meters. When they were halfway there, Song Qi exclaimed. He found a familiar object, or creature, the humanoid Mecca, which was pitch black and more than 3,000 meters tall. Was the fourth-level Morwa Dunkong Mecca that could have been anything else? Then Song Xuansong's words also confirmed his thoughts. It is the Morwa royal family and Morwa flying Mecca that the original ancestor sealed. The two continued to move forward until they entered a fork in the road. At the end of the fork, there was a large stone chamber that had been excavated. When he walked into it, Song Qi's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of surprise. There were a large number of high-level wonders in this stone chamber. After a rough scan, it was estimated that there would be no less than hundreds of them. The lowest among them were purple wonders emitting purple light. There were also hundreds of orange and above wonders, and there were even dozens of red wonders. Unfortunately, all the Star Sea artifacts in this stone chamber have two characteristics. First, they cannot be transformed into shipboard parts. Second, they are all weapon-type artifacts, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Song Qi was puzzled, but Song Xuansong explained faster. These are the weapons that will be used by the Xinhua warship to transform into mechas in the future. Logically speaking, you are still a little far from this point. But the three-eyed soul-securing ring you handed in is of great significance to the family. After discussing with a group of clan elders, you can choose a red-quality weapon here in advance, just in case. Song Qi was very interested in this. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that the Sanqiong would probably use this kind of weapon soon. As mentioned before, the Xinhua warship can change its mecha form. This is an ability that only the 4th level Zhulu warship can control. However, this ability is not unique to the 4th level and above Xinhua warships. Before the Zhulu warship, the Xinhua warship also had the possibility of changing its mecha form, just like its second order. However, in order to achieve this, in addition to mastering the power of the mind state in advance, an extremely rare super strategic resource, micro-spiritual activated metal, is also required. It is not too difficult to have a mind state before the guidance technique is promoted to the 4th level. Basically, there will be at least several in each star field. Then spread it to the galaxy, the river galaxy, and even the river galaxy community. There are really a lot of them. What really restricts a Xinhua warship's ability to control the transformation of Mecca forms before the 4th level is actually this micro-spiritual activated metal. As an extremely rare existence among super-strategic resources, this kind of resource is pitifully rare in the entire Broken Star Sea, and the probability of searching for it is too small. Moreover, even if it is really found, the probability of it falling into the hands of Xinhua captains below the 4th level is not great. After all, this resource can also be effective for those Xinhua warships above the 4th level, improving the activity of the warship and the time and combat power of the transformation of the mythical Mecca form. Such a resource, with a heaven-defying attribute, is coveted by all high-level Xinhua captains. But by chance, Song Chi had the news of this micro-spiritual activated metal, and he just had to go get it later. In this way, as long as the guidance technique is advanced, the sky will meet all the requirements for changing the Mecca form. By then, he will be able to control the ability of changing the Mecca form at the 3rd level. Just like the second sequence of the family. Just as Song Chi was thinking, a voice came from his side again. Go ahead. In addition, you can freely choose a component below red quality. These are the rewards from the family for you handing in the 3-eyed soul-securing ring. Now, you can think about what kind of components you need. While striding towards the location of the dozen red wonders, after hearing the words of the patriarch, he stopped abruptly, and then asked tentatively, "Is the orange top-quality upgraded fire source also okay?" After asking, his heartbeat accelerated a little. The orange top-quality upgraded fire source is related to whether the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree component can be strengthened to the 5th level, as soon as possible after the sky is promoted to a cruiser. Only by strengthening this component to the 5th level can he continue to explore the supergiant flagship of the 3-eyed royal family, obtain the micro-spiritual activated metal, and continue the subsequent series of plans. Song Xuansong did not seem surprised by Song Chi's question. He did not think much and nodded directly. Upgraded fire sources have always been scarce, especially orange fires. However, your contribution this time is not small. The original ancestor specially took out a portion of orange top-grade star fire. If you are sure, of course you can. With full of joy, Song Chi walked all the way to the innermost side of the stone chamber and began to carefully select. Special item, Yin Song Blade. Quality, red. Transformable, none. Note, a red special item evolved from the frigate Sanyuan stone or vein, with the ability to burn the universe. Special item, Yenshin Sword. Quality, red. Special item, the Yuan Halberd. Quality, red. While checking carefully, Song Xuansong behind him reminded, the choice of mecha weapons, generally speaking, is the best one to suit yourself. Although you have not yet begun to comprehend the laws, you can ask yourself, what kind of laws do you want to follow in the future, and then make the corresponding selection. In addition, if you feel it is not suitable in the future, you will have a chance to come here to replace it, so don't worry too much. Song Chi nodded, indicating that he understood, and his mind began to run fast at the same time. If he wants to go in the future, which law should he follow? He did not dwell on this question, and quickly made his choice. Space law. Apart from other things, space-time law is the strongest law in the Star Sea. Basically, all creatures in the Star Sea find it difficult to resist the temptation of both. Of course, whether one has talent or not, whether one can cultivate it, is another matter. Secondly, Song Chi has another reason. There is a red intermediate space law crystal in the market at the moment. With the help of this law crystal, he believes that he should be able to make some achievements in this space law. At least in the early stage. Although he had made a decision, there was no space-related red item in front of him. In the end, Song Chi could only choose the Yenshin sword. Compared with those items with obvious attributes, this Yenshin sword was a panacea. Although it could not bless a variety of space law effects in the future, it would not be weakened. As he touched it, the Yenshin sword began to shrink slowly, and finally became a meter long. Holding this red quality long sword, Song Chi swung it left and right. Under his current LV-29 guidance technique, the movement in this stone room was really not small. Compared with the purple quality Qingming Likong gun, it was many times stronger. After putting away the Yenshin sword, Song Xuansong took Song Chi to get the orange-colored star fire. Facing this fire, Song Chi could not calm down for a long time, and even had the urge to merge it directly on the spot. However, he also knew the pros and cons, and forced himself to suppress the urge in his heart, and continued to follow Song Xuansong. Whether it was the Yenshin sword or the star fire, neither of them was the most important thing in the family sequence, as the patriarch said before. The two of them moved forward all the way, until they turned again at another fork in the road. This new stone chamber is different from all the previous ones. Its area is only a few square meters. Since entering, Song Chi's sight has been on the red lights floating in the middle of the stone chamber. There are 4 red lights, none of which are big, only about the size of a palm. Through the outer red light, Song Chi can see the true appearance of the 4. These are 4 palm-sized small knife coins, each of which has mysterious patterns and extremely sharp knife intent. Even if he only looks at it from a distance, Song Chi can still feel as if countless knives are cutting his skin fiercely, making him feel pain all over his body. At this moment of doubt, Song Xuanzang's voice came again. He stretched out his hand and landed on one of the 4 floating knife coins, explaining to Song Chi, "This coin is called the Origin Knife Coin. It is condensed from a special part on the ship of the original ancestor. You only need to activate it actively to remotely summon the projection of the original ancestor's mythical Mecca. It is the last life-saving trump card given to you by the family." After speaking, Song Xuanzang handed the knife coin to Song Chi. Song Chi took the knife coin, but he thought of another thing in his heart. At the Blood Blade Pirate's lair, the original ancestor descended in the form of a Mecca projection. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that my grandfather used this kind of origin knife coin. By the way, unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to use it. The cost of condensing each of these things is not small, and it takes a long time. Understood, Patriarch. After finishing these, the relevant matters were basically completed. Before the two left the Dragon Ridge secret realm, Song Xuanzang suddenly reminded them, if possible, you still have to advance to the 3rd level as soon as possible. The entire Morning Star Principality will enter the Endless Vortex next. And if you want to save your life or even get enough benefits in it, you must be at least at the 3rd level. Song Chi didn't understand, but he nodded subconsciously, something that could make Song Xuanzang take the initiative to remind him. And it was also extremely serious. Could not be a trivial matter, and the head of the family would not harm him. So the promotion of the sky was imperative. At the foot of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, White Jade Square, Song Chi did not rush back to Qinghua Manor, but took out the 1 kilogram of time sand as soon as possible, and then started to strengthen the Pajuo Zen seal components. Are you sure to spend 40 strands of 0-level floating land origin plus 4,000 psionic energy points plus 10 G of time sand to upgrade the Pajuo Zen seal from LV0 to LV1? Sure. LV0 LV1, 10 G of time sand is required. LV1 LV2 requires 15 G of time sand. Soon, spending 990 G of time sand, Song Chi successfully strengthened Pajuo Zen meditation seal to LV18. He sighed. It was a pity that this component was not strengthened to the 2nd level. Even so, the properties of this Golden Sanctuary quality component are still greatly improved. Pajuo Zen meditation seal LV18. Quality, Gold. Feature 4, Time resistance plus 2,800. Effect, the loaded warship is affected by the external time law. When attacking, it will automatically weaken its power by 35%. Zen seal outer time stop. Consume 70,000 psionic points. Casts on a designated unit within a range of 18,000 meters. Pauses the time around it. Lasts 2 seconds. Cooldown time 600 hours. Pajuo time realm slow. Consumes 140,000 psionic points. With a loaded warship as the center of the sphere. Condenses a time barrier with a diameter of 30,000 meters. The time within the barrier will be slowed down by 3 times, including the actions, reactions, thinking, energy transfer of creatures. Note, the warship that releases the barrier itself is not affected by this. Lasts 4 minutes. Cooldown time 9 years. Song Chi mainly looks at several characteristics of the components, except for characteristic 1. Characteristic 2 is a constant characteristic. Characteristic 3 and characteristic 5 have significant changes, and the attributes have been significantly improved. Satisfied? Song Chi retracted his gaze. His eyes moved quickly. In addition to the promotion of the sky, the sand was also very important. Although he had listed it as a high-priced acquisition resource in the Jutian market, it might be difficult to get it in a short time. He still had to think of other ways. After hesitating for a long time, Song Chi opened the communication channel in the Pulse and explained to the elders in the Pulse, and then opened the quantum communication bracelet again. Soon, an extremely eye-catching pinned post appeared on the family forum. In addition to the fact that the poster of this post is the new 7th Order member of his family, there is another point that attracts attention. That is, the longevity resource Dragon Blood Fruit. In urgent need of Sand of Time, you can trade with the longevity spiritual object Dragon Blood Fruit and high-level floating land origin. In addition, the detailed content in the post is naturally the introduction of Dragon Blood Fruit, which not only has ordinary Dragon Blood Fruit that can prolong life by 10 years, but also has high-quality Dragon Blood Fruit that can prolong life by 20 years, and even 10,000-year-old top-quality Dragon Blood Fruit that can prolong life by 50 years. When this post was published, it instantly attracted the attention of the entire family, including some clan members who had lived for hundreds of years and were about to die, but were unable to be promoted. For a time, Song Chi's private chats exploded. However, most of them were those who wanted to trade with other rare objects or resources. For such people, Song Chi ignored them all. All he needed was the Sand of Time. Above Qingwen Manor, Raging Lion, Mountain, and Sky were suspended side by side. In the Battleship Communication Group chat, Song Ming Song said in a rough voice, "Since the Battleship promotion mission has been started, there is no time to lose. Let's go directly to the Blood Barbarian continent." Chapter 271 The promotion mission of the Skyship is started. Yes, after returning to the 10th Strait Vein Station, Song Chi directly started the Battleship promotion mission, and did not even rush to absorb the orange star fire. Anyway, before the Skyship is promoted to a cruiser, regardless of whether the fire is purple or orange, the enhancement level of the battleship components cannot break through the 5th level, and the special slots are also sufficient, and Grandpa is also pressing, so Song Chi simply started the Battleship promotion mission directly. Battleship promotion mission Sky. Current promotion success rate, 0.1%. Special resource formula for promotion 0/3, Ice Source Stone *1, 10,000-year volcanic lava Iron Mother *1, level 3 Blood Core *1. Additional promotion resources, none. Bathing in alien blood, none. Unlike the initial 1% success rate of the psionic airship to upgrade to a frigate, the initial success rate of the frigate to upgrade to a cruiser is only 0.1%, which means that if you upgrade directly without any preparation, only 1 out of 1,000 frigates may succeed, which is a very low probability. In addition, the special resources needed for the Sky to be upgraded to a cruiser were not as unlucky as before. Only 3 of the 4 possible resources were needed, and the Tianlong crystal was not used. In the Sky, Song Chi successively took out 3 resources, namely, the Ice Source Stone, the 3rd level Blood Core, and the 10,000-year volcanic lava Iron Mother. The latter 2 were prepared by Song Chi himself, while the Ice Source Stone was obtained from the family sequence subsidy resources. As these 3 resources were successively integrated into the battleship, the current promotion success rate also changed suddenly. The original 0.1% instantly increased to 10.1%. After finishing this, a part that was just temporarily lent to him by the vein was activated on the Sky, a blue-quality warship Chimera device. Because it was the lowest quality Chimera part, this part could only generate 1 Chimera light band, and could only Chimera a Xinhua warship with the Sky. As for the warship that was Chimera at this moment, it was neither the Raging Lion nor the Mountain, but a 20-meter-long psionic airship on the vein side. This psionic airship is a transit warship arranged by the Pulse. In addition to it, there are several members of the Pulse inside its airship. They will leave space beacon marks on the Blood Barbarian continent in the future. They will be transit warships between the Blood Barbarian continent and the 10th Strait Pulse in the future. In addition, Song Ming Song and Song Shan, who have put away their ships, are also among them. The Sky needs to bathe in the blood of alien races to upgrade to the 3rd level. This is naturally not something that can be completed in just 24 hours. The subsequent transit warships must be arranged with strong spatial fluctuations. The Sky, which activated the Holy Cross beacon component, towed another psionic airship and disappeared over Qinghua Lake, Alien Star Region, Blood Barbarian Floating Continent. As a level 3 life-type star sea floating continent, the area of Blood Barbarian continent can only be considered average among all level 3 floating continents. Not large. It is precisely because of this that the news that the Sky had slaughtered 2 large tribes not long ago has now spread throughout the continent, greatly increasing the vigilance of all the large tribes of the wolf barbarians on the continent. Just now, the 2 warships were just launched into the Sky outside the floating land. Soon after they landed inside the floating land, They were immediately discovered by a large wolf tribe nearby. Above the sky, the totem spirit beast of this tribe had already entered the totem true body form. With the blessing of a large amount of faith power, an inexplicable fourth-level pressure spread from the sky above the tribe to the surroundings. In the sky, Song-Chi stared at the golden eagle phantom with a wingspan of several thousand meters opposite, without any expression on his face. Compared to the cold moon snow python on the sky, the golden eagle totem spirit beast of this tribe is obviously far inferior. Because of the limitation of Fulu's own level, it has always remained at the peak of the third level. Because of its insufficient blood power, it is difficult to touch the threshold of the half-step fourth level. This also makes it unable to comprehend the power of the law. It only has the fourth level energy under the blessing of totem faith. This is like a person who only has internal strength, but lacks various means to perfectly utilize and release this internal strength. Compared with real creatures of the same level, its combat power is pitifully weak. With the assistance of the furious lion and mountain, it didn't take long for the golden eagle to fall under the pure yang sword-like cannon. Looking at the success rate of the battleship upgrade, it has increased from the previous 10.1% to 10.2%, which means that a third-level peak alien only increased the success rate of the sky by 0.1%. Fortunately, in addition to the totem beasts, the third-level wolf barbarians, and those second-level wolf barbarians in this wolf barbarian tribe can also increase the success rate. The third-level wolf barbarian is the same as the spiritual beast golden eagle, also 0.1%. The second-level wolf barbarian has little effect, and it can only increase by 0.1% after dozens of them. After killing all the second-level and third-level wolf barbarians in this wolf barbarian tribe, the promotion success rate of the sky barely reached 13%. Then the three warships continued to head to the second large tribe. Time passed slowly in such a daily routine, and 3 months passed in a flash. In these 3 months, the three warships successively slaughtered more than 20 large wolf barbarian tribes, with a large number of second-level and third-level wolf barbarians, as well as the third-level peak totem spirit beasts, and even a few half-step fourth-level totem spirit beasts. Now the promotion success rate of the sky is not far from 60%. But this is not enough. The promotion of a cruiser is not a trivial matter. The promotion success rate of less than 60% is still too low. So, the three warships continue to wander on this blood barbarian continent. One of the last few large tribes left in the blood barbarian continent, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. Because the totem beast itself is extremely compatible with the wolf barbarian tribe, and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's own bloodline is also quite good, it has reached the level of half-step fourth level early. So, this battle is particularly fierce. Compared to when Song-Chi dealt with the cold moon snow python, it was much more dangerous. However, this was based on the perspective of the frigate and cruiser. At this moment, Song Ming Song was personally controlling the wrath of the Mad Lion to fight against the Zulu ship. And the situation was completely different, because Song Ming Song himself did not yet possess the power of the divine mind. The wrath of the Mad Lion could not really exert the mythical Mecca form of the Zulu ship's strongest means. But even if it was only in the battleship form, it was a solid fourth-level combat power, facing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf in front of it, which was blessed by the totem true body. It was completely crushed. Not long after, this half-step fourth-level Howling Moon Silver Wolf was dragged to the front of the sky like a dead dog by the furious fighting lion. Song-Chi did not hesitate and directly activated the pure yang sword-like cannon to end the other party's life. With the blessing of this half-step fourth-level alien blood, the sky's promotion success rate increased by another 0.5%. Warship Promotion Mission Sky. Current promotion success rate, 60.2%. Promotion Special Resource Formula 3/3. Ice Source Stone *1, 10,000 years Volcanic Lava Iron Mother *1, 3rd level Blood Core *1. Additional promotion resources, none. Bathing in Alien Blood, half-step 4th level Howling Moon Silver Wolf. A total of 50.1%. At this point, the sky's promotion success rate officially exceeded 60%. There are still many 2nd and 3rd level wolf barbarians in the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. Their tribal treasure house cannot be missed. If it is like the one in front, 15 strands of 4th level floating land origin will be quite good. Grandpa's reminder came from the wrath of the Mad Lion. 3 warships landed one after another. Song-Chi began to kill the 2nd level and above wolf barbarians in the tribe. Grandpa and Uncle were responsible for searching for the tribal treasure house of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. After several hours, the sky basically killed all the suitable wolf barbarians. At this time, a call from Uncle was heard in the distance, as if the treasure house of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe was found. When Song Qi and Song Ming Song came together, they found that Song Shan had indeed found the location of the treasure house. However, it was not the treasure house itself that caused him to exclaim, but a strange object emitting purple light in the secret room next to the treasure house. Song Qi was quite familiar with this cylindrical strange object. Totem Spirit Pillar LV0 Quality, Purple Features, Totem Pattern Consumption, 8/S Phantom Energy Points Effect, Bind a life form and transform it into a Totem Spirit Beast currently bound. None. Worship the Totem Spirit Beast and automatically accumulate Totem Faith value. The Totem Spirit Beast consumes Totem Faith and can perform special blessings on itself or Totem believers. Faith Pool 0/1000. Each 0-level worshipper can provide 1 point of faith per day, no need to charge or buffer. Upgrade requirements: 8 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 800 psionic energy points, 8 life pronuclei 0 level totem pattern. Engrave the totem pattern for the 0 level worship creature within a radius of 10,000 meters of the totem spirit column. The engraver will be able to actively activate the totem pattern to bless himself, lasting 1 minute. Cooling time 144 hours. After looking at the properties, Song Qi became more and more certain that this strange object was a weakened version of the totem spirit column component on the sky. Not only is it of purple quality, but it also lacks the true totem body feature, making it much less effective than the orange quality totem spirit pillar. But to be honest, even with just the totem mark feature, this component can be considered a pretty good amplification component. In this regard, Song Qi naturally withdrew from the distribution immediately. Song Ming Song and Song Shan knew that there was a similar component on Song Qi's warship, and they didn't say much. As for the final ownership of this purple totem spirit pillar component, the old man gave it to his uncle Song Shan. According to Song Ming Song, now that the Wrath of Mad Lion has been promoted to a chasing deer ship, it does not lack the combat power increased by a few enslaved creatures. In comparison, the mountain needs it more. In this regard, the uncle did not hesitate. He really needed this component. In addition to this purple wonder, there were no other resources in the treasure house that would make people shine. There were only a few thousand strands of the 3rd level floating land origin, which were finally divided among the 3 people. Song Qi was determined not to want it earlier. Originally, his grandfather and the others came to assist the promotion of this guy, which was already a waste of their time. He should not take any of the gains in the middle. But he could not resist the tough attitude of the two. After dealing with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe, the 3 warships continued to visit the last 2 large tribes. After cleaning up these 2 tribes, the success rate of the skyship's promotion had reached more than 65%. Unfortunately, this was still not enough. In the sky of the Blood Barbarian continent, the 3 warships were quietly suspended, waiting for the arrival of the transit warship in the vein. According to the plan made before, the transit warship in the vein was one every 5 days. According to the time, a transit warship should arrive today. While waiting, Song Ming Song said, 65%. This is not enough. Anyway, it has been less than 4 months since the battleship promotion mission was launched. Shaoqi, don't be anxious. Later, see if your elders in the vein have other 3 star sea floating lands, or news of 3rd level civilizations. The success rate must be at least 80% before you can try to promote. Song Qi nodded seriously, but he refuted in his heart. 80%. Grandpa, you are still a little conservative. If it is less than 90%, or even more than 95%, your grandson will never be officially promoted. Seeing Song Qi nod, Song Ming Song sighed softly. Unfortunately, the foundation of our 10th direct vein is still too shallow. If it is really difficult to find news of other 3rd level floating lands or civilizations in the future, we can only ask other veins in the clan. If these can be avoided, Song Ming Song naturally does not want to go to this part. But there is no way. In a short period of time, suitable 3rd level floating lands or 3rd level civilizations are not so easy to find. If he had to owe someone a favor for this, there was nothing he could do about it. Song Qi had his own ideas about this. Although the Blood Barbarian continent had been cleared out, he still had the humanoid aliens in the asteroid belt. With that half-step 4th order humanoid alien, it would be too easy to gather the 2nd order and 3rd order aliens among those humanoid aliens. There were quite a few of those aliens, and after killing them all, the skyship might be able to reach a 90% success rate. The next day, the three of them took the transit warship back to Longji continent. As soon as they returned, they heard good news. Second Uncle Songhai successfully discovered a level 3 life-type floating land in the alien star field during his last exploration. According to Second Uncle, the dominant creature on this floating land is a species with a human body and a dog head, which seems to be the dog-headed man recorded in the complete works of Star Sea civilization. However, the Black Sea only discovered this floating land in the last period of time after returning. So more information about this floating land has not been collected yet. Song Chi and his three friends showed great interest in this floating land in the Star Sea, whose information was still unclear, no matter whether it was a dog-headed person or any other race. It should not be dangerous in front of the two warships, the Sky and the Wrath of the Lion, which had 4th level combat power. After all, it was only a 3rd level floating land in the Star Sea. However, if you want to go to this floating land, you have to wait another month. Only when the alien star field of the Black Sea is deployed and cooled again can it lead the rest of the tribe there and establish a transit link with this 3rd level floating land. Song Chi was not in a hurry. It had been less than 4 months since the promotion mission started, and he still had plenty of time. Chapter 272 Orange Fire Sea Dragon Vein Temple. In addition, he also took this opportunity to use the star fire. Although it would not be lost if it was stored close to the body, it could be used directly. Seeing his own fire seed upgraded to orange with his own eyes, it would be more reassuring. In the underground secret room of Qinghua Lake, Song Chi sat cross-legged in the middle of the secret room. The star fire emitting endless orange light, under the effect of the strong absorption force, began to gather rapidly towards his forehead. Outside the secret room, Grandpa, Uncle, Dad, Mom and others were all there. The upgrade of the fire seed was never a trivial matter. It was of great importance. They would never allow any accidents to happen. Looking at the fire ancestral orifice between Song Chi's eyebrows, as the star fire was absorbed into it, the originally empty chaotic space suddenly turned into an orange ocean. At the same time, the fire seed in the center of the chaotic space also began to beat violently. It sensed the energy fluctuations that were extremely attractive to it. The star fire was moving rapidly towards the center of the ancestral orifice space. It was unknown how long it had been. When the two fire seeds officially came into contact, they were like some kind of combustion aid was added to them at the same time. As the flames grew brighter, they also quickly intertwined with each other. But soon there were other changes. The purple fire seed was really fed with a lot of firewood. The flames became more and more intense with each passing second. On the other hand, the star fire, which was briefly intense before, was more like its last glimmer of light, and then gradually dimmed with the passage of time. In the chaotic space, Song Chi could not tell the passage of time, and he did not know how long it had been, until the fire seed completely devoured the star fire. The original purple fire seed also suddenly transformed, and turned into a ray of orange fire. With the help of this orange flame, Song Chi felt that the area of the entire ancestral space was expanding rapidly. In addition, his mind was extremely clear, and his mental power was improved to a certain extent. Of course, it was still a long way from being able to use one mind and 8 functions at once. Yet there were no other spiritual resources or life sublimation in the future. It would take at least 100 years to make another breakthrough. It is often said that the more you advance in the later stages of the guiding technique, the more difficult it is to improve your mental power. When he opened his eyes again, an orange flame flashed in Song Chi's eyes, and then he fell into deep joy. Orange seed of the flame, this means that even if he does not upgrade in the future, the upper limit of the sky is still the 5th level, which is the 1st level of the battleship, which is already considered the high-end combat power in the human civilization of the flame. In addition, as long as the sky is upgraded to a cruiser in the future, then the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree parts will no longer be restricted, and can be directly strengthened to the 5th level, and continue the exploration of the 3-Eye Clan flagship. Because of this, he has never used all the subsidy resources of the family sequence before, in order to save them to strengthen this Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree, and now he is finally getting closer and closer to this goal. The core members of the entire 10th Straight Vein cheered for the improvement in the quality of Song Chi's fire seed. On the contrary, Song Chi did not dwell on this matter for long, and soon resumed his daily practice. However, compared with the past, he reduced the task of practicing the psionic guidance technique, and instead lengthened the time for visualizing the mythical Mecca projection rubbing map. In the meantime, He naturally did not forget to open the market transaction. But the result was not satisfactory. In addition to the usual gains, there were no unexpected gains from the several market transactions. Not only did the fire elemental life not bring back the pyracantha fruit of a higher age, the acquisition shop did not acquire any precious resources, not to mention the sand of time, the primordial copper, the micro-spiritual activated metals, and so on. 1 month later, 2 warships were suspended over Qinghua Lake. In addition to the Black Sea, the other was also a psionic airship, which was another transit warship in the vein. Although the Blood Barbarian continent occupied a transit fleet, because of the previous promotion of the Wrath of the Mad Lion and Song Chi's official selection into the family's contemporary 7th sequence, the 10th direct vein received a large number of applications from collateral clansmen to join the vein. Although Song Ming Song has raised the screening criteria for entry, there are still many new clansmen, including several additional transit fleets. As the Black Sea officially launched the alien star field, the space beacon that was laid a month ago was activated, and the 2 warships that were embedded together disappeared at the same time in the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent. In the unknown starry sky, Song Chi, Song Ming Song and Song Shan rushed out of the psionic airship one after another. After summoning the warship, the 3 began to check the floating land of the star sea below with a diameter of nearly 10 million kilometers. This is a floating land in the star sea that is about to reach the peak of level 3. Be careful later. There is a high probability that there are native creatures of the half-step 4th level on this floating land. Song Chi and Song Ming Song, who were half-step 4th level creatures, were not afraid, even though they were half-step 4th level creatures blessed by the origin of the floating land. But the mountain and the Black Sea were not. Song Ming Song actually wanted the 2 to stay outside the floating land first. But seeing the expressions of the 2, he did not say anything more. It was only tens of thousands of meters away from the ground of the floating land below. At this time, dozens of huge fireballs were thrown from below, rushing straight towards the 4 Xinhua warships, with an amazing speed. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not be faster than the Xinhua warships, which were famous for their speed. The 4 warships only slightly turned their bodies, and easily avoided the attacks of the fireballs, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Scanning the radar map on the side, the ones who launched these attacks were a group of dog-headed creatures with human bodies holding wooden sticks. Through previous understanding, everyone had determined that this creature was the dog-headed man, which was very common in the Star Sea. So they did not take it too seriously. Dog-headed men are well known for their close combat species. In front of the Xinhua warships, which are famous for their firepower and speed, they are almost living targets. What's going on? Do kobolds also know long-range spells? The 4 people had the same doubt in their hearts. In the official list of civilizations and races, there was rarely any information about kobolds being able to cast spells. Everyone's mind turned. After a while, several people looked at each other in the warship communication, and almost all of them thought of something. Dragon Vein kobolds. If kobolds can cast spells, then the only possibility they could think of was that these kobolds were not ordinary kobolds, but extremely rare kobolds with dragon blood. Thinking of this, not only did everyone not show any worry, but their interest was greatly increased. Dragon Vein dog-headed man. There are 2 possible sources of this creature. Either it is the blood left by those dragon species that are naturally lustful, or these dog-headed men devoured and refined some kind of dragon blood essence, thus stealing the dragon race's innate ability to control magic. No matter which one it is inseparable from the dragon. If they can dig out the information of the dragon behind it, all of them will benefit from it. Dragons, especially pure-blooded dragons, are extremely rare. Even the Dinghai Song clan, a top principality, enslaves only flying dragons. Compared with those pure-blooded dragons, the lowest flying dragons are far inferior. Because high-level pure-blooded dragons are rare, the value of each dragon is unimaginable. If they can really take this opportunity to dig out a pure-blooded dragon, their gains will definitely not be small. They looked at each other, and there was no need to discuss anything in detail. The 4 warships flew over and simultaneously covered the group of dragon vein dog-headed people on the ground below with artillery fire. If there is a chance, they will naturally explore the giant dragon that may exist behind this floating land. But the most important thing now is to help the sky to improve the success rate of promotion. After a round of artillery fire, the dozens of dragon vein dog-headed people below suddenly wailed. This is the result of Song Ming Song and the other 2 deliberately holding back. Otherwise, in this round alone, all the dog-headed people would have to be killed. Finally, only the sky was left to continue firing. And soon all the dozens of dragon-veined dog-headed people above the first level were killed. On the land covered with explosion holes and broken limbs, 4 warships slowly landed. Song-Chi deliberately left one alive, a second-level peak dragon-veined dog-headed man. Under the enslavement parts of the wrath of the Mad Lion, the dog-headed man was quickly enslaved. How is it? Song Ming-Song shook his head. Let's go and take a look at a dog-headed man camp not far away. This second-level dog-headed man doesn't know much. But one thing is certain, there are a lot of dragon-veined dog-headed men on this continent. This sentence made Song-Chi and the other two think a lot. The most important point is that there must be traces of a giant dragon on this floating land. Or in other words, a giant dragon must have appeared in the not too long time. Otherwise, there would not be so many dragon-veined dog-headed people. Based on this point, several people rushed to the dog-headed people camp not far away. This dog-headed people camp is not big, and there are only a few hundred dog-headed people. But there are 2 third-level dragon-veined dog-headed people among them. Song-Chi finally killed all the dog-headed people, leaving only 1 third-level one. After Song Ming-Song enslaved him, he easily got more information from him. Holy Dragon City? Dragon Vein Temple? According to him, the biggest force on this floating land is the Holy Dragon City, and there is a Dragon Vein Temple in this Holy Dragon City, which is dedicated to the Dragon Clan. After receiving this news, the crowd did not rush to attack, but wandered around for several days after arriving at the outskirts of this city. In the Battleship Communication Group chat, Song Ming-Song, Song Shan, Song Hai turned their eyes to Song Chi again. Seeing this, Song Chi shook his head. Still haven't detected any life energy fluctuations beyond the 3rd level. Song Chi had always thought that when the sky was officially promoted, he would apply for the soul guiding system together, and finally replace the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar with the spirit seeing eyes. So the sky is still equipped with the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar component. During these few days of wandering, he was continuously monitoring the life energy fluctuations inside the Holy Dragon City ahead, with the magic energy detection feature. This Holy Dragon City is indeed the strongest force on the level 3 life floating land, gathering most of the level 3 creatures on the floating land. In the past few days, Song Chi has detected the existence of more than 300 level 3 dog-headed people in this city, including more than 10 dragon-veined dog-headed people of the half-step level 4. However, he has never detected the existence of level 4 or above creatures. So, either the pure-blooded dragon has left this floating land or died, or the so-called pure-blooded dragon itself is only level 3 or half-step level 4. After confirming this, several people no longer hesitated, and 4 warships soared into the sky, under the roar of the engine. Before millions of dog-headed people could react, the 4 warships flew all the way to tens of thousands of meters above the Holy Dragon City, and then began to sweep all directions with firepower. On the side of the sky, in addition to the main and secondary guns, the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher was also activated, bombing the city below frantically. Seeing that the success rate of the warship's promotion was accumulating at a fast speed, Song Chi could hardly hide the smile on his face. In the Holy Dragon City, hundreds of 3rd-level dragon-veined dog-heads activated the blessing spell at the same time. And then an elliptical energy shield appeared above the entire Holy Dragon City. Under the bombardment of the 4 Xinhua warships, the energy shield seemed to be shaky, but it finally bought some time for the panicked dogheads in the city. Song Chi and the other 4 could see that, led by some 2nd and 3rd level dragon-veined dogheads, a large number of 0-level and 1st-level dogheads were heading towards the Dragon Vein Temple in the center of the city. Seeing this, in order to avoid any accidents, Song Ming-Song quickly said, "Go all out." The 6 main guns exploded at the same time. The Shadow Devil cannon on the skyship was not idle either, and now it was its home field. As the Shadow Devil cannon weakened, the energy shield above the city was soon completely broken, and the bombardment of the dog-headed people in the city began again. As time passed, the success rate of the skyship's promotion had gradually increased to 80%, but under this indiscriminate bombardment, the more than 1 million dog-headed people below had been slaughtered by the vast majority, and it seemed that the success rate could not rise again. Song Chi turned his sight and looked at the Dragon Vein Temple in the city, which stood out among the ruins. Buzz! The pure Yang sword light cannon exploded, and a 1,000-meter-long sword light shadow shot out. However, when it landed on the temple building, The sword-light shadows seemed to be absorbed by some special energy, without causing any ripples. Song Ming Song and his companions also noticed this, and the artillery fire of the four warships began to focus on attacking the temple. It may be that the simultaneous attack of the four warships exceeded the tolerance of the temple, and wisps of black energy emanated from the temple building, resisting the bombardment of artillery fire with all their strength. Inside the temple, more than 100,000 ordinary dog-headed people gathered here, led by a half-step fourth-level dragon-veined dog-headed person at the top of the hall. These 100,000 ordinary dog-headed people began to pray to a huge diamond-shaped crystal above the hall. Infinite black energy emanated from this diamond-shaped crystal. In the innermost part of this crystal, there was also a strong space fluctuation spreading, with the crazy prayers of the 100,000 ordinary dog-headed people below. The space gap inside the diamond-shaped crystal was slowly expanding. As the space crack expanded, more black violent energy overflowed from it, and soon filled the entire temple. At a certain moment, these violent black energies rushed into the bodies of the 100,000 dog-headed people below. And then the bodies of these dog-headed people began to explode continuously, and the blood mist generated rushed madly to the diamond-shaped crystal above. Seeing this scene, the dragon-veined dog-headed people above the temple were not only not horrified, but became more fanatical. With the blood of the lowly lower tribesmen, we respectfully invite the great Dragon Lord to come and punish those lunatics who dare to blaspheme the majesty of the Lord. Chapter 273 The Abyss Demon Dragon Sky's promotion success rate is 95%. Song Ming Song and his companions were unaware of what was happening inside the Dragon Vein Temple below. The temple building of the Dragon Vein Temple was constructed of special materials, which not only had a strong soul-devouring effect, but also had a certain amount of magnetic wave interference, making it impossible for a number of patrol radars to make accurate detections. And if they were inside the temple at this moment, they would definitely be able to recognize the foundation of the diamond-shaped crystal stone at the first time. Space Beacon Device. The Xinhua human civilization has its own unique Xinhua warships to place space beacons at fixed points. How many civilizations are there in the Broken Star Sea? Naturally, there are also many tribes or civilizations that have ways to place their own space beacons. And most of them are like this diamond-shaped crystal. The space beacon mark is placed in a certain type of tough object or material by special means, and then randomly placed in the distant star sea, waiting for the discovery of predestined creatures. However, this method of placing space beacons has great disadvantages, including the fact that this space beacon is very unstable. It is not certain whether it can be discovered by alien creatures, or when it will be discovered by alien creatures. Even if it is discovered, it is not easy to use this space beacon to open a relatively stable channel connecting the two star fields. One of the methods is to sacrifice countless lives like this. But if you really want to do this, it is still very difficult. Unless the creature that places the space beacon device is the kind of creature that is very good at bewitching. As time passed slowly, Song Chi in the sky above the city gradually realized something was wrong. Although the temple building had a certain isolation detection effect, as the dark and violent energy inside it continued to gather, the magic energy detection feature of the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection radar still slowly detected the 4th level energy fluctuations. No, Grandpa. The energy fluctuations in the Dragon Vein Temple below are continuing to rise, and now have reached the regular 4th level, and are still rising. Hearing Song Chi's reminder, Song Ming Song and the Raging Lion immediately showed a deep vigilance. In the past, he would never do this. But after the trip to Tangshan floating land, Song Ming Song has completely changed his temperament. Now, in his mind, he prefers to win in a stable way rather than taking risks, seeking wealth and fame and danger. Wrath of the Mad Lion. The bow position. The slot for the super main gun, that will only be added after the upgrade to the chasing deer ship, has already been equipped with a super main gun with an amazing muzzle diameter. This is an orange quality super main gun, and it is also provided free of charge to all the tribe member Xinhua warships after they are promoted to the 4th level. It can be regarded as a disguised investment in the tribe members. As Song Ming Song took the initiative to activate the active characteristics of this orange quality super main gun, a ball of light with a diameter of more than a kilometer gathered at the bow of the Wrath of the Mad Lion. Even though Song Chi and the other two were at least 10,000 meters away from the Wrath of the Mad Lion, they could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the ball of light. It was definitely not an ordinary 4-tier attack method. Although the three were a little surprised, they were not terrified. They actually had a certain understanding of the super main gun of the Xinhua battleship. Why is it called a super main gun? It is because the power of this main gun is often far greater than that of an ordinary main gun. One shot may be equivalent to the effect of dozens of main gun shots. If some attack characteristics are added, this power will be even more terrifying. However, corresponding to this terrifying effect, the charging time and buffer time of the super main gun are also very long, which can be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. Below, the building of the Dragon Vein Temple has been covered with a layer of strong tyrannical power. Looking at these strange black energies, Song Qi and others were puzzled. There are many energies in the records of Xinhua human civilization. As Xinhua captains who have received orthodox education, they basically have a certain understanding of this, but for this kind of black tyrannical energy in front of them, everyone feels extremely unfamiliar. 10 seconds later, the super main gun of the Wrath of the Mad Lion was fully charged. And Song Ming Song did not hesitate to launch an attack according to the coordinates of the 4th level energy source provided by Song Qi. Boom! The dazzling 1,000-meter light ball turned into a 1,000-meter diameter scorching ray, piercing towards the Dragon Vein Temple below. The power carried by this scorching ray may not reach the level of the 5th level, but it will never be weaker than the peak of the 4th level. As it penetrated tens of thousands of meters in an instant, it soon bombarded the temple building below. The previously sturdy temple building, when it came into contact with the blazing beam of light, was like paper, and was completely shattered in an instant. Inside the Dragon Vein Temple, the original sacred scene had long disappeared without a trace, and the eerie white bones and endless blood made the temple look like a purgatory on earth. In the sky, the beam of light pierced through all the way and rushed straight to the diamond-shaped crystal above the temple. 2% asterisk times plus /. At the top of the hall, the Dragon Vein dog-headed man, who was a half-step 4th level, danced with joy and stared at the 1,000-meter light column with horror. It can be imagined that, once this beam of light, with the peak power of the 4th level hits the diamond crystal, the crystal will certainly not be able to withstand this terrifying power. If this is true, then everything it has done before will be in vain, and it will no longer be able to use this object to ask the Great Dragon Master for the essence of the dragon. Compared with the panic of the half-step 4th level Dragon Vein dog-headed man, the unknown existence behind the diamond crystal seems extremely angry. It is not easy to completely communicate with a low-level floating land, and it feels that it cannot allow failure at this moment. A larger black violent energy surged out from the void crack inside the crystal stone, and finally all flowed into the body of the Dragon Vein dog-headed man in the horrified eyes. Bang! After a dull explosion, the whole body of the half-step 4th level Dragon Vein dog-headed man suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist. With the blessing of this half-step 4th level blood mist, the space crack in the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly increased by a large part, and even the void inside it became much more stable. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Even so, the terrifying light column in the sky had already flown close. Just as the beam of light was about to collide with the diamond crystal, a huge black scale claw suddenly poked out from the space crack. Boom! The piercing rays fired by the super main gun bombarded the giant claw covered with black scales, emitting a terrifying explosion wave. Sizzle! The blazing rays and the terrifying high temperature were burning the black giant claw crazily, but the effect was hard to describe. The two sides actually remained deadlocked. Above the sky, through the blasted temple wall, Song Qi and the other 4 were staring closely at the black scale claw below. Dad? Can you tell what kind of creature this is? In the mountain, Song Shan, who had never been able to see the origin of the black scale claw, asked Song Ming Song. Maybe. Song Ming Song in the Wrath of the Lion was about to answer, but was interrupted by a sudden roar. On! A large number of roars came from the interior of the Dragon Vein Temple below. Looking down, you can see a large number of black figures suddenly appearing in the Dragon Vein Temple. These creatures have wings on their backs, and their bodies are covered with pitch-black scales. Some are more than 1 kilometer long, and some are only 100 meters long. Looking carefully, it turned out that it was transmitted through the node where the terrifying giant claw and the beam of light were in a stalemate by the void channel below. After seeing these black figures clearly, Song Ming Song shouted 4 words solemnly. Abyss Demon Dragon. After hearing these 4 words, Song Qi and the other 2 suddenly had a lot of information about the Abyss Demon Dragon in their minds. The Abyss Demon Dragon is an extremely powerful race in the Abyss civilization. As a dragon in the Abyss civilization, they can be ranked in the 5th tier in the gene lineage of the Dinghai Song family. They are the darlings born in the Star Sea under the peak race of the Star Sea. This kind of creature, not only has terrifying physical strength, but also has a spiritual talent that is difficult for ordinary creatures to achieve. They call themselves magical talents, and the magic they control is obviously different from ordinary magic. It is extremely powerful, and is called dragon language magic. Thinking of this, several people looked at the black-scaled giant claw in the temple below, and their eyes were filled with fear. The dragon claw alone is so big. There is no doubt that the one behind this dragon claw must be a 5th level or higher abyss dragon. Thinking of this, how could everyone not be afraid? At this moment, a beam of mixed whole extreme yang sword divine light of nearly 3,000 meters suddenly shot out from the bow of the sky. Swish! The speed of the mixed whole extreme yang sword divine light was beyond imagination. It almost instantly crossed tens of thousands of meters, and then fell fiercely on the black-scaled giant claw. Under this attack, the two attacks that were originally in a stalemate suddenly changed. Even though the 5th level abyss dragon has earth-shattering combat power, don't forget that it only stretched out a dragon claw across the endless time and space. With the bombardment of the mixed whole extreme yang sword divine light, it subconsciously retracted its giant claw in pain. At the same time, the other 3 warships that had already noticed this broke out at the same time, and multiple purple and above quality main guns fired together. Kakaka. Suddenly, the diamond-shaped crystal in the temple could no longer withstand the continuous attack and shattered. As the crystal shattered, the space crack connected to it naturally began to collapse. The collapse of the void channel. The endless void turbulence and void gale raged wildly in it. Facing such a situation, even the terrifying 5th level abyss dragon behind him could do nothing. On, the angry dragon roar came from the space crack, revealing endless anger and unwillingness. A few seconds later, the space crack completely collapsed, and the entire void gap disappeared. Seeing this scene, Song Chi and his companions all smiled brightly. Not only because the 3-level floating land of the Star Sea under their feet would soon be completely under the command of their 10th direct vein, but also because of the dozens of 2nd and 3rd level abyss dragons that had been teleported from the temple below. These were all giant dragons with pure blood. Abyss dragons, in the Western dragon system, are pure-blooded dragons with strong blood. They are almost at the 3rd level when they grow up. In the future, as long as they have certain opportunities, it will not be difficult to break through the 4th level. Moreover, the Abyss Dragon family has a dominant dragon. The value of these dozens of pure-blooded Abyss Dragons is really not small. Whether they are handed over to the family, or they are cultivated by themselves, they will get great benefits. Okay. Try to capture them alive. These are all wealth. In Furious Lion, Song Minsong gave orders while saying to Song Chi, "As for Xiao Qi, you continue to clean up the remaining dragon vein dog-headed men. The number of 2nd and 3rd level dragon vein dog-headed men in this temple alone will not be less than 4 digits. Don't waste them." Song Chi nodded and controlled the sky to continue cleaning up the dragon vein dog-headed men. Time passed little by little. An hour later, the success rate of the sky reached 82%. 2 hours later, the success rate reached 84%. 4 hours later, the success rate reached 87%. The continent under his feet is indeed a floating land close to level 4. There are many 2nd and 3rd level creatures bred on it. After clearing out all the dog-headed men in the entire Holy Dragon City, Song Chi continued to control the sky to wander on the entire floating land. Although the 2nd and 3rd level creatures in other areas are far less dense than those in the Holy City, there are still many of them. With the continuous search and hunting of the sky, the promotion success rate is constantly increasing. After 7 days, Song Chi, who had almost visited the entire floating land, finally stopped searching. Firstly, there were very few 2nd and 3rd level creatures left on this floating land. And secondly, the promotion success rate of the sky has reached an extremely high level. Battleship Promotion Mission Sky. Current promotion success rate, 95.3%. Special resource formula for promotion 3/3. Ice Source Stone *1, 10,000 year volcanic lava Iron Mother *1, level 3 Blood Core *1. Additional promotion resources, none. Bathing in the Blood of Aliens. Half-step 4th level Dragon Vein Dog-Headed Man. A total of 85.2%. 95.3%. Looking at this number, Song Chi's eyes flickered finally. He found Grandpa and the other 3. During this period, a large number of clansmen from the veins have been sent here to start the development of this 3-level floating land, which is almost no 2nd level and above creatures. As for Grandpa and his family, In addition to enslaving dozens of abyss dragons and sending them back to the family, they left the floating land under their feet to explore the surrounding areas one by one to see if there are other floating lands in the Star Sea. Seeing Grandpa and Uncle shaking their heads one after another, Song-Chi basically understood that the three-level floating land under his feet is most likely a lonely floating land, and there are no other floating lands in a large area of the surrounding star fields. After reaching this conclusion, Song-Chi also made a decision. In this case, I will go to the Beifang star field next. There are still many second-level Beifang tribes there. After cleaning them up, the success rate of the promotion of the sky should be improved. Chapter 274 98% success rate Sky number 1 promotion. Hearing the 95.3% success rate, Song Ming Song and the other two hesitated to speak. In their opinion, this success rate is far beyond imagination. If it were them, they would have started the promotion directly. Song-Chi also wanted to do this. Only after the promotion can the subsequent plans be carried out step by step. Seriously speaking, he is more anxious than anyone else. But no matter how anxious he is, he will not lose his mind. Promotion is not a joke. 95% also has a certain chance of failure. Since it can be done, why not just improve it a little bit? It will only take 1 or 2 months anyway. With this in mind, Song-Chi said goodbye to his grandfather and the other two. After returning to the Pulse through the transit warship, he immediately went to the Beifang Star region. In addition, he was also hunting the void demons through the market. A month and a half later, Song-Chi controlled the sky and arrived at the family's internal affairs hall. After the three-eyed soul-securing ring component was handed over. If you want to apply for soul securing now, you must report it through the internal affairs hall. The application has been submitted. Please wait. 7th Palace. In the internal affairs hall, the clan member responsible for reporting the matter looked respectful. Song-Chi nodded and waited quietly. After 1.5 months of hard work, he killed countless second-level Beifang tribes and second and third-level void demons, and finally pushed the success rate of the sky to 98.2%. After the success rate exceeded 98%, the difficulty of upgrading increased again. Every 0.1% increase became particularly difficult. If you want to increase it to 100%, it will probably take at least 3 months. Song-Chi finally gave up and came directly to apply for Guling. There was no other way. After this period of delay, there were only 3 years left before he set himself to continue exploring the Three-Eyed Clan flagship. He didn't have much time to waste on this less than 2% success rate. Logically speaking, with a success rate of 98.2%, the promotion of the Shinhua battleship was just a formality. Successful promotion was almost inevitable, so there was no need to apply for Guling. But Song-Chi thought it was better to be safe. In addition, the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar itself also needed to be uninstalled. So it happened to be uninstalled together. As a person with priority use rights, Song-Chi's application was quickly responded to. 7th Palace. Your soul-binding time is tomorrow morning. Remember to come in time. The next day, in a secret room in the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, looking at the Zulu ship quietly docked in front, Song-Chi's eyes flashed with a strange light. If the judgment is correct, this Zulu ship is most likely not a normal 4th-tier battleship. Purple hull armor, purple main guns, and the inexplicable sense of simplicity on its appearance. It is most likely a heritage battleship. In other words, the Zulu ship in front of us was a warship of an ancestor of the family thousands of years ago, and is now inherited by a clan member. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes jumped. Could it be that the family specially released a heritage warship for the three-eyed soul-securing ring? Thinking of this, Song-Chi felt that the possibility was very high. Now, no matter which Zulu ship in the clan, it is impossible to say that it will never explore alien star regions, and will not leave the family. If the three-eyed soul-securing ring is loaded on these warships, as long as they go out, there is a possibility of loss. In comparison, a 4th-tier heritage warship does not need to worry about this. They have already lost their ability to upgrade, and do not need to go out to seek resources for upgrade. At the same time, they are enough to strengthen the three-eyed soul-securing ring to a very high level, which is the perfect choice. Shortly after entering the mountain stone chamber, a question came from the warship in front. Excuse me, should we directly secure the soul? Hearing this, Song-Chi became more certain of his thoughts. If it was really an elder, then even if he was now a member of the family sequence, The other party would never use the words "excuse me." Since the other party used it, it means that he is most likely a member of the clan who just bound to this inherited worship. And his current guidance skill level is not high, either level 2 or level 3. As for the quality of this person's seed of fire, Song Chi estimated that it would never be lower than orange. Only in this way can the three-eyed soul-fixing ring be strengthened to level 5. And only by strengthening to level 5 can the effect of this silver legendary component be brought into play as much as possible. Why would a person with an orange seed of fire choose to inherit a fire worship regardless of his future potential, and be willing to become a dead bone in a tomb? Song Chi did not know the specific reason, but he could probably guess it. It was nothing more than that the original worship sank accidentally, all the core components on the worship were burned, and the remaining life was not enough to train a new worship, so he could only choose to inherit the worship of his family ancestors. But it was actually not bad. A 4th level inheritance worship, with the 4th level psionic training platform on the worship, it was enough to allow his guiding technique to break through the 4th level in the future. So, at least, he could live freely for 2,000 years, which was better than dying in such a miserable way now. Directly fix the soul. Song Chi summoned the sky and directly stated his decision. Soon, 12 rays of light shot out from the Zhulu ship in front, shooting all the way towards the sky. After they sank into the warships one after another, Song Chi also activated the absolute closed state of the sky. In this state, even the owner of the three-eyed soul-fixing ring parts cannot see what kind of soul-fixing parts he chose. The reason why he could clearly recognize the parts on the angry lion before, that was because his grandfather had no defense against him, and now that he activated the absolute closed state of the worship, outsiders could not know which parts he had fixed the soul. Looking at the 12 beams of soul-fixing light in front of him, Song Chi hesitated for a moment. He was selecting the parts for the subsequent soul-fixing. He could only fix 12 parts, so he had to choose carefully. At this time, the voice of the Air Clan member came from the outside world again. After strengthening to the 5th level, the soul-fixing ring can last for 20 days, and the cooling time is only 10 days, so it can be fixed for the second time after 10 days. Hearing this, Song Chi breathed a sigh of relief. The second soul-fixing means that 24 parts can be fixed. For the current Song Chiung, it is enough to unload all the essential parts. Soon, the first batch of 12 parts were unloaded by him. Poshazin Seal, Fairyland 5 Elements Energy Shield, Neutron Star Core Armor, Slavery Metal, Light Energy Aggregation Engine, Cheat Songs Number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, Shadow Devil Breaking Cannon, Red Fire Sky Curtain Cannon, Brainwave Remote Control System, Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree, External Armor Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher. 10 days later, the second round of 12 parts were also determined by him. Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, Totem Spirit Pillar, Tai Soul Calming Monument, Life System Medical Repair Cabin, Phantom Thruster, Escape Bead, Plasma Guardian, Water Molecule Isolation Membrane, Holy Cross Beacon, Proportional Zoomer, Cold Light Sky Thrust Cannon, Wing Launching Platform. At this point, all the purple quality and above parts on the sky have been unloaded, and Song Chi can start the promotion with confidence. Are you sure to let the sky be promoted? Sure. The promotion of the Xinhua battleship did not take long. After only a few hours, while Song Chi was waiting nervously, the battleship promotion was officially completed. The ship, which was only 120 meters long, expanded to 1,300 meters. Compared with ordinary cruisers, it was obviously much larger. However, without the decoration of the hull armor, the appearance of the warship itself was greatly reduced. Therefore, Song Chi boarded the sky as soon as possible and quickly reloaded the parts that had been unloaded before. With the loading of these parts, the appearance of the sky was instantly raised again. In addition to the changes in the hull, another change was the change in the warship's guns. In addition to the addition of a main gun slot, the other 4 secondary guns also gained a new module projection effect. Each secondary gun will project 9 secondary gun projections at equal distances around the ship. Together with the ship itself, there are a total of 40 secondary guns. In addition, after the battleship is promoted from a frigate to a cruiser, the 50% increase in all basic components is further improved to 100%. In other words, the power of all loaded basic components will be twice their own power. This is almost like adding an orange effect amplification feature to all basic components that is strengthened to about the 3rd level. It is not an exaggeration. Finally, the ship's level was upgraded to level 30, and 10 more special slots were added to the sky, which now reached an astonishing 62. However, Song-Chi still had a component in his hand at the moment, which was the Silver 3 Generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar. This component had been replaced by the Peering Eyes. Next, he needed to trade it out as soon as possible while the enhancement level of this component was still there. Fortunately, he had arranged it early, and a senior 3rd level member of the Tien clan would buy this 4th level orange radar from him. As for the price given, it is naturally the value of an orange radar itself and all the resources to enhance it to the 4th level. However, there will be a slight discount in between. After all, Song-Chi is in a hurry to sell it. Fortunately, it is not much different. Just add a certain amount of resources to basically enhance the red quality Peeping Eyes to the 4th level. After multiple enhancements along the way, Peeping Eyes components were successfully enhanced to the 4th level by Song-Chi. Soul-Seeing Eyes LV40. Quality, red. Features, detection distance increased by 170%. Feature 2, detection priority plus 2000. Feature 3, Soul-Seeing Eyes. Consumption, 500/S phantom energy points detection range, 2.2 light years. Accuracy, 2200. Required for upgrade, 5 strands of floating land origin level 4,130,000 phantom energy points, 83 titanium crystals. For Rule Stone Soul-Seeing Eyes, consumes 50,000 phantom energy points. After 10 minutes of charging, performs spiritual espionage on May 10th detection range of patrol radar. Actively searches for all orange and below star C artifacts within the range, cooling time 240 hours. As you can see, as this red radar is enhanced to level 4, its properties have been greatly improved. Compared with the previous Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, the properties are really incomparable. The detection range of Peering Eyes is as high as 2.2 light years. Even without the feature of the star map collector, the sky will be able to make space jumps of more than 2 light years in the alien star field in the future. After this component, Song-Chi immediately set his sights on the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree component. Now everything is ready. He will strengthen this component to the 5th level in one fell swoop. And then, he can continue to explore the supergiant flagship of the Three-Eyed Royal Family. Of course, the first step is to get the Microspiritual Activated Metal. Thinking of the Microspiritual Activated Metal, Song-Chi could not help but think of his own guiding technique. He had been stuck at the peak of level 29 for half a year, but there was no sign of a breakthrough. Although he had been mentally prepared, knowing that a breakthrough to a higher level was far from easy, he still felt uncomfortable when he had not made any progress in half a year. So much so that after the sky was promoted to a cruiser, he had already thought about whether to strengthen the psionic training platform on the battleship to the 3rd level to shorten the time required for a breakthrough. After thinking about it, Song-Chi still strengthened it to level 30. Anyway, he now has a lot of 3rd level and lower floating land origins, so he really doesn't need this. It's good to shorten the time. I hope the fire element life can be faster. The last market transaction, the fire element life has given a definite answer. It has found a higher year firethorn fruit, and it will be available soon. For this, Song-Chi still has great expectations. He eliminated all these messy thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree component. Are you sure you want to consume 4 wisps of 4th level floating land essence plus 90,000 psionic energy points plus 62 titanium crystals plus 3 law stones to strengthen the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree from LV40 to LV41? Confirmed. After spending 138 wisps of 4th level floating land essence, 720 titanium crystals, 129 law stones, 1 wisp of 5th level floating land essence, Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree parts were successfully strengthened to the 5th level. After reaching the 5th level, the number of Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Trees that can be summoned increased from 35 to 40, and the level of these soldiers also reached LV50. Although they are only pseudo-5th order, and cannot even confront ordinary 4th order creatures head-on, their puppet bodies have been greatly strengthened. It is believed that it will be easier to explore the Three-Eye Clan flagship in the future. After strengthening these 2 parts, Song-Chi still has more than 1,000 titanium crystals, nearly 100 strands of 4th order floating land origin, and more than 100 law stones. If he wants to continue strengthening, he can strengthen some parts. However, after seeing the Posha Zen seal part, He did not continue to use the remaining resources in his hand. Several clan members have already come to him, saying that they have resources such as the Sand of Time, but they have not yet reached an agreement on the price. However, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, he has to keep some resources to strengthen this golden sanctuary part in the future. Chapter 275. The micro-spiritual activated metal is in hand. After strengthening several parts, Song-Chi glanced at his personal account. Gold merit points, 138. The previous transaction of Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar parts brought the gold merit points in his account back to 3 digits, and taking into account the 2 ancient corpses that have not been traded, it can be counted as more than 300 points. This amount of gold merit is not small, but Song-Chi is not satisfied. Now that the Sky has been promoted to a cruiser, there is an additional main gun slot. He must get a high-quality main gun as soon as possible. Moreover, according to his current vision, the Orange Glory main gun is not enough. He wants a main gun of at least red quality. After all, with the power of the current Pure Yang sword light cannon, it is obviously not enough to determine the outcome of the battle. A more powerful main gun is required. As for the red quality main gun, it starts at least 800 gold merit points in the family, and the best ones even require more than 1,000 points. The 300 points he has now are far from enough. However, he also has his own arrangements. Although the merit points in his hand are not enough, there are still dozens of ancient corpses waiting for him to collect on the battlefield of the ancient star field. Counting these, it is not difficult to collect more than 1,000 gold merit points. It just so happened that the Void Shadow Killer clan's Terracotta Warriors had also reached the 5th level, and it was time to go to the ancient star region to start the next step of exploration. Having made the decision, Song-Chi did not hesitate. He quickly took back the Sky and began to purchase a large number of resources in the family's merit building and the ordinary floating land origin market. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to stay in the ancient star region battlefield for most of the next 3 years. He would not return to the Dragon Ridge continent unless there was something important. Therefore, he had to prepare various resources that might be used in the dozens of subsequent market transactions in advance. As for the Terra Stone, the herbs needed by Luofu's sword sect, and the seeds of plants needed by the tree people, Song-Chi would leave a second-level enslaved humanoid alien in his courtyard, plus dozens of storage capsules, and a market walk order to facilitate the monthly handover in the vein. At the foot of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the warship berthing area in the corner of the White Jade Square, the 1,300-meter-long Sky, and a 1,000-meter-long cruiser were docked side by side. In the communication projection of the 2 warships, Song-Chi saw the Sand of Time resources that he urgently needed. 7th Prince, I mined these 500 G of time sand from an asteroid in my early years, but this stuff is usually only used by high-level time-related shipborne components, so it has been kept until now. Seeing that the other party was slow to get to the point, Song-Chi took the initiative to speak. Uncle, what do you want to trade? Let me remind you that 500 G is far from enough to exchange for the 10,000-year dragon blood fruit, unless Uncle can take out more time sand. This sentence directly blocked the subsequent words of the man opposite, who was born in the 4th direct lineage, and was considered to be Song-Chi's uncle. However, this person reacted quickly. He was only 160 years old now, and there were still several hundred years left for his lifespan. He didn't really need dragon blood fruit. Therefore, his goal quickly changed. In that case, let's exchange for storage capsules. Hearing that the other party had turned his attention to the storage capsules that their lineage had just launched, Song-Chi was not surprised. He had bought this storage capsule from Alan of the Xingyuan Empire at a low price. After his grandfather's ship was promoted to the Zhulu ship, and he himself became a member of the family sequence, he had asked his uncle to sell it on his behalf not long ago. The result was not wrong. Once this storage capsule was launched within the family, it was immediately sought after by the family members. Among them, the storage capsule with an internal space of 1 cubic meter was named Type 1. Song-Chi purchased it for only 1 strand of the first-level floating land essence. But now it is sold for 10 strands of the first-level floating land essence in the family. The second type of storage capsule is about 30 centimeters long and has an internal space of 2 cubic meters. Song-Chi purchased it from Alan for only 5 strands of the first-level floating land essence. But now it is sold for 5 strands of the second-level floating land essence. The third type is about 40 centimeters long, with an internal space of 4 cubic meters. Song-Chi only purchased this type of storage capsule for one strand of the second-level floating land origin, and sold it for one strand of the third-level floating land origin. Even so, this storage capsule is still in short supply in the clan, which means that Song-Chi had stockpiled it for a year or two in advance. Otherwise it would have been sold out long ago. And this is the result of the timely purchase restriction by the uncle and his wife. Song-Chi thought about it, and then said, 20 storage capsules of each of the 3 types. How about it? Hearing his offer, the communication projection in front of him shook his head. After a long period of bargaining, the two sides finally decided on 35 storage capsules of each of the 3 types. After the transaction was completed, the uncle of the 4th direct lineage controlled the ship to soar into the sky, while Song-Chi did not move. He clicked on the resources in his hand. After several transactions in the past few days, he collected 1800 G of Sand of Time, which was enough to strengthen the Posha Zen seal for another round of small enhancement. Forget it. There are basically only these people in the clan who have resources like Sand of Time. Don't waste time at home. It's time to go to the ancient Starfield battlefield again. Having made a decision in his heart, Song-Chi also quickly started the enhancement. After 12 consecutive enhancements, after consuming 1710 G of Time Sand, Pajuo Zen Seal parts were successfully enhanced to level 30. Pajuo Zen Seal LV30. Quality, Gold. Feature 4, Time Resistance plus 4200. Effect, the loaded warship is affected by the external time law. When attacking, will automatically weaken its power by 45%. Zen Seal External Time Stop. Consume 90,000 psionic points. Cast on a designated unit within a range of 1000 km. Pause the time around it. Lasts 4s. Cooldown time 480 hours. Pajuo Time Realm Slow. Consume 200,000 psionic points. With a loaded warship as the center of the sphere, condense a time barrier with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The time within the barrier will be slowed down by 7 times, including the actions, reactions, thoughts, energy transfer of creatures, etc. Note, the warship that releases the barrier is not affected by this, lasting for 10 minutes, cooling time 7 years. After the 3rd level, the properties of this golden component are more and more amazing. It can be believed that its help to the sky in the future will reach an unimaginable degree. Unfortunately, as this component was enhanced to the 3rd level, Song-Chi only had the last 100 G of Sand of Time left, which was not enough to support its continued enhancement. Moreover, as all the Sand of Time in the clan was basically exchanged by him, this component would probably not be upgraded for a long time in the future. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes flickered. I can only wait to go to other star regions in the Principality to see if I can trade for some more Sand of Time. Thinking of this, Song-Chi looked at the other resources on the battleship again. After strengthening the Posha Zen seal, there were about 700 titanium crystals left, and the other 4th level floating land origins and law stones were not touched, so he could strengthen a few more components. Thinking about it, he instinctively looked at the 2 components: Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and Light Energy Aggregation Engine. The current enhancement level of both is LV49. They only need to be enhanced by 1 more level, and their properties will be greatly improved. Finally, he used more than 200 titanium crystals, 2 strands of 5th level floating land essence, dozens of strands of 4th level floating land essence, and dozens of law stones to successfully enhance the 2 components, 1 red and 1 orange, to the 5th level. In addition, Song-Chi used hundreds of titanium crystals and hundreds of 2nd and 3rd level floating land essences to enhance the 2 components: Holy Cross Beacon and Red Fire Sky Curtain Cannon, from LV20 to LV40. In this way, the properties of the 4 parts have been greatly improved. However, after this, the various resources in his hands have basically reached the bottom. Don't think about strengthening other parts in a short time. After finishing these, Song-Chi had no other worries. He controlled the sky to soar into the sky. When he arrived at the depths of the sky, he directly activated the alien field of the sky. Asteroid Belt. Humanoid Alien Station. After briefly instructing the half-step 4th level humanoid alien, the sky rushed into the space wormhole in front. Song-Chi has little time left to explore. There are only 3 years left. He must seize every moment. The other end of the space wormhole exits, the ancient broken star field. As the 1,300-meter-long Song-Chiong rushes out of the wormhole, Song-Chi's eyes instinctively sweep towards the outer area of this star field. He frowned. It can be clearly seen that Compared to more than 2 years ago, the area of this star field has obviously shrunk a lot. Even the wreckage of 2 ordinary three-eyed warships in the outer area has been swallowed by the void. Fortunately, the wreckage of the 2 warships had already been explored, so there was nothing to regret. The only result was that Song Chi's sense of urgency increased further, and he had to speed up the exploration. The only good news was that with the loading of the wing delivery platform components, and the 3 brainwave imprints provided by the brainwave remote control system, Song Chi could explore in 3 directions at the same time, greatly improving the efficiency of the exploration. One team continued to open up the safe zone around the remaining dozen ancient corpses, and tried to get all of them as soon as possible. One group went directly to the rare mineral storage room, slowly consuming the energy of the advanced alloy mecha guard, and seeking the micro-spiritual activated metal. Another group continued to explore the other cracks in the hull of the supergiant flagship, and tried to open up a new entry route as soon as possible. In a short period of time, Song Chi had already made plans for a long period of time. At the same time, he changed his mind, and 40 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors were summoned. After the brainwave beacon was marked, the first batch of 12 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors were dispersed and deployed. However, the result was not ideal. It might be because he had not been here for more than half a year. The positions of the hidden traces of the law in this star field had changed slightly. Not long after they were deployed, 12 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were annihilated by the energy of the law trace. There was no other way. Song Chi could only wait for the 2 launch platforms and the brainwave remote control system components to be rebuffered. After several hours, when all 3 components were buffered, the second round of Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers was also deployed. Time passed day by day in this continuous daily routine. On the 15th day, the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors, who were responsible for opening up a safe zone around an ancient corpse, were the first to achieve results, successfully opening up a safe zone with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Then the skyship was directly teleported there with the escape orb, and then the proportional zoomer part was used to successfully retrieve the ancient corpse back to the warship. On the 38th day, the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors, who were responsible for continuously consuming the advanced alloy mecha guarding the rare mineral storage room, also sent good news, successfully exhausting all the energy of this mecha with a 5th level combat power. Then, all the resources in this rare mineral storage room were taken back to the market by the soldiers in storage capsules. In addition, the 4th level void crystal in the body of the 4th level void demon that died in the mineral storage room was also taken back by Song Chi. As for its body itself, it had no other value, because this void demon died of exhausting all its vitality. There was no vitality left in its body, so it was naturally impossible to use its body to refine the 4th level biological source blood. In the sky, Song Chi looked at the piles of resources in front of him, and his eyes showed surprise that was difficult to conceal. 3.2 kilograms of micro-spiritual activated metal, 3,500 titanium crystals, and 400 lost stones. These were all resources obtained from the rare mineral storage room. In addition to the micro-spiritual activated metal, the titanium crystals and lost stones were extra surprises. However, he did not have enough 4th level floating land origins at the moment. Even if he had enough titanium crystals and lost stones, it would be difficult to continue to strengthen the several high-level components on the battleship. He could only wait until he obtained enough high-level floating land origins in the future before trying to continue strengthening. As for the 3.2 kilograms of micro-spiritual activated metal, don't think it's too little. In fact, only 1 kilogram of micro-spiritual activated metal is enough to make a cruiser active enough, so that it has the ability to transform into a mecha. This 3.2 kilograms of micro-spiritual activated metal is enough to further enhance the activity of the warship itself, allowing the warship body to gain a certain self-healing ability, and greatly improve the time it takes to transform into a mythical mecha. Thinking of this, Song Chi did not hesitate to fuse all the 3.2 kilograms of micro-spiritual activated metal into the hull of the sky. This micro-spiritual activated metal was fused into the hull itself, not the hull armor. Once fused, it would benefit the warship for life. Even if the hull armor was replaced, the quality of the seat of fire itself would not be affected. As this micro-spiritual activated metal merged with the hull of the warship, Song Chi could clearly feel a mysterious feeling emanating from the sky. This feeling could not be described in words. It was as if the battleship itself had acquired the ability to breathe and had its own activity. Once the hull was damaged in the future, It would be able to slowly repair itself by absorbing the energy of the star sea, or relying on the energy provided by the battleship engine. Thinking of this, Song-Chi was somewhat tempted and wanted to try the so-called mythical Mecca form. But his own mental power had not yet reached the requirement, which made him feel helpless. Chapter 276 Guidance breaks through the third-level Three-Eye Clan flagship's arsenal. After calming down his eagerness, Song-Chi turned his mind back to exploration. On the 62nd day, the safety zone around the second ancient corpse was also successfully opened up, and it wasn't long before the sky successfully pulled it into the cabin. On the 75th day, the two terracotta warrior teams responsible for exploring a new route to enter the ship lived up to expectations, and finally opened up a new route to enter the ship. But the result disappointed Song-Chi greatly. Although this route successfully led to the interior of the supergiant flagship, it was just an empty storage cabin. Not only did it not store any supplies, it was also terrifyingly large. The 5th level Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors could not even explore the storage room, because the closer they got to the storage room hatch, the more terrifying the pressure became. The 5th level Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors could only walk 200 meters away from the hatch, and could not go any further. After more than 2 months, they only explored a worthless route. How could Song-Chi not be disappointed? But there was no other way, so he could only let the two terracotta warrior teams continue to explore other routes. On the 93rd day, Song-Chi did not conduct any exploration or safe zone development operations on this day, because today was another market trading time. As usual, thousands of alien races were conducting their own transactions in the market. In the freestall area, once the market transaction was opened, the fire element life immediately found the blue blood Song-Chi. As for the purpose, it was still to borrow the market walking order. This time there are 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruits. It only takes half an hour. After half an hour, the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit will be returned to you on time together with the walking order. Song-Chi naturally agreed and threw the market walking order to the other party very readily, no matter what the other party wanted behind his back. He only needed to know that the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit would definitely allow his own guiding technique to break through the third level. Half an hour later, the fire element life did not disappoint him, and brought the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit. After the market transaction was over, Song-Chi sat cross-legged on the phantom energy training platform in the sky, and swallowed the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit without hesitation. The effect this time was not as mild as the previous times. Song-Chi felt like he had swallowed a mouthful of magma. The unbearable burning sensation started from his mouth, spread all the way to his lower abdomen, and finally his whole body turned into a small furnace. A large amount of burning breath overflowed from his body, causing the temperature in the entire sky to rise. Resisting this uncomfortable feeling, Song-Chi assumed the standard posture for practicing the Dalian technique, and with difficulty entered the practice of the phantom energy Dalian technique. Song-Chi knew very well that the reason he felt this way was because the pyracantha fruit was too old. The energy contained in the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit had long exceeded the scope of the second level. If he could not use this huge energy as soon as possible to raise his own Dalian technique level to the third level, this huge energy would not only be of no benefit to his body, but might also damage his foundation for practice. Because he knew this, he had to suppress the discomfort in his body, and use this energy to push his own level of guidance as soon as possible. Once he broke through, all of this would be solved, and this huge energy would be a great help to his practice. It was even possible to push his guidance to level 31 or 32 in a short period of time, saving him a lot of time. Under the circulation of the psionic guidance, the hot energy in his body, like magma, began to circulate along his limbs and bones. Gradually, Song-Chi felt that the bottleneck that had been stuck on him began to loosen. This was the first time he felt a breakthrough in more than half a year. Sensing this, Song-Chi became more determined. The speed of the psionic energy in his body accelerated further under his control, driving the burning energy to continue to flow around his body. After an unknown amount of time, Song-Chi seemed to hear a subtle click sound in his ears. And then he felt that the amount of psionic energy stored in his body suddenly reached a new height. At the same time, his psionic energy surged throughout his body, and infinite dark energy circulated outside his body. A huge energy pressure instantly filled the entire sky. In addition, the magma-like energy in his body, at this moment, seemed to have turned into only a little warm water, and it was no longer possible to cause unbearable burning damage to his body. Song Chi knew that his own guiding technique had successfully broken through LV-30. With the breakthrough of the guiding technique, everything in his body was improved as a whole, including the resistance to alien energy. Guiding technique LV-30. From today on, I am also a true third-level life form in the Star Sea. Even if I don't make any progress in the future, I can still travel across the Star Sea for 600 years. Thinking of this, Song Chi's face instinctively showed deep excitement, but it was quickly restrained. No, there is still one step left. The final step of life sublimation. Only after the third life sublimation can it be considered a true third-level life. Moreover, with this life sublimation, my mind can also reach the level of 9 functions in one mind. I only need to absorb the drop of 4th-level soul-cleansing liquid, and it will be transformed into a true divine mind. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Song Chi quietly waited for the arrival of the third life sublimation. Soon, an indescribable soft energy enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, his body, which had been tense for who knows how long, completely relaxed. Countless cells in his body were fully absorbing the essence of this huge life energy in order to transform themselves. In addition, Song Chi's mind became extremely clear at this moment. Under the baptism of unknown energy, the power of his mind was rapidly increasing. Time passed. Several hours later, when the third life sublimation was completely over, Song Chi's whole body had undergone earth-shaking changes. First, his physical strength had reached the third level from the original second level, and the blood energy in his body had become more than 10 times stronger. In addition, the power of his mind had also increased from 7 functions to 9 functions, and he was only a stone's throw away from the mind state of the divine mind. In addition, the volume of the psionic energy in the body is far from what it was at the second level, and after being promoted to the third level, the psionic energy can be released out of the body. A large amount of psionic energy overflowed from the body and surrounded the body. Under Song Chi's deliberate control, this majestic psionic energy wrapped his body together and actually soared directly from the psionic practice platform. Sure enough, after being promoted to the third level, Captain Shinhua can walk in the air. And this is because I have just been promoted to the third level and am not familiar with the control of the psionic energy in my body. In the future, relying solely on psionic energy, I can instantly escape hundreds of meters and become a true superpower. After briefly familiarizing himself with the changes in the psionic energy in his body and his own body, Song Chi quickly returned to the psionic practice platform and repositioned himself in the practice posture of the guiding technique. The effect of the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit in the body has only been partially consumed, so it cannot be wasted. Time passed. Half a month later, when Song Chi came down from the psychic training platform again, his level of guiding skills had reached LV-31. Although it did not reach LV-32, he had already walked a distance on the road to LV-31, and was not too far from LV-32. In this regard, Song Chi could not help but sigh at the powerful effect of the 4,000-year-old pyracantha fruit. With just one spiritual fruit, he not only successfully broke through the bottleneck between the second and third levels, but also further broke through a small level of the third level. The effect was really amazing. Overall, it definitely saved him more than 10 years. Thinking of this, Song Chi looked down at the white jade porcelain bottle in his hand. It contained a drop of the 4th level soul cleansing liquid. In the end, he gave up the idea of absorbing it directly. According to the original idea, he was going to use it directly after the breakthrough of the guiding technique. But when he thought about the time it took to break through his own guiding technique, he still resisted this idea. After careful calculation, the time it took to break through the third level and absorb the residual medicinal effects of the pyracantha fruit was nearly 2 months. In other words, during these 2 months, he completely stopped exploring the ancient starfield battlefield outside. This naturally made the already limited time even more tense. So, Song Chi's idea was to wait until the exploration of the ancient starfield battlefield was completely completed before absorbing the 4th level soul cleansing liquid. On the 168th day, the third ancient corpse was successfully pulled into the cabin of the Sancheong. On the 249th day, 2 groups of Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors successfully opened the entry route to the ship. This time it was no longer a dead end, but a cabin storing various levels of floating land essences. In this cabin, Song Chi harvested up to tens of millions of 0-level, 1st level, 2nd level floating land essences, and the 3rd level floating land essences were also as high as 1 million, which was frighteningly many. However, what made people angry was that, Except for these 3 types of floating land essences, there was nothing above the 4th level floating land essence. Song-Chi guessed that this floating land origin storage room was probably the lowest level. And there should be a mid-level origin storage room. Or even a high-level origin storage room above it. Unfortunately, just like the empty cabin before, the 5th level Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors could not reach the hatch of this cabin at all. The pressure from the outside world was so strong that Song-Chi, who originally wanted to use the 3-eyed Divine Guard's chief order to try to open the hatch, had to give up this idea. He had no choice but to let the 2 groups of Terracotta Warriors withdraw from the corridor and continue to explore other routes to enter the ship. On the 382nd day, the 7th Ancient Corpse was successfully captured by the sky. On the 469th day, the 10th Ancient Corpse was captured. On the 661st day, all 15 ancient corpses were captured by Song-Chi. Looking at these ancient corpses that were reduced to about 60 meters by the proportional zoomer, Song-Chi sighed. In the past 2 years, although all the ancient corpses were captured, the exploration of the supergiant flagship was indescribable. In the past 2 years, in addition to obtaining the batch of resources of microspiritual activated metals, the only harvest was the tens of millions of low-level floating land origins. Song-Chi was naturally unwilling to accept this. How could there be only these things in the wreckage of a flagship of such a size? It was just that he was too weak to conduct a full-scale exploration of the wreckage of this ancient flagship. On the 836th day, 3 groups of Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors, who opened up the ship entry route, brought him great good news. A new ship entry route was opened up, and this route seemed to lead to the arsenal of the 3-eyed clan flagship. The door of one of the arsenals was still completely open, and there might be weapons of the Overlord clan that were far beyond imagination. Song-Chi was very excited about this news. 12 pseudo-level 5 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors rushed into this unfamiliar weapons warehouse corridor one after another. It was very similar to the mine corridor before. This was also a very long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were different weapons warehouses, not to mention the ones in the distance. The Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors could see several warehouses, including Weapons Warehouse 1, Weapons Warehouse 2, Weapons Warehouse 3, Weapons Warehouse 4, Weapons Warehouse 1, etc. The one with the hatch fully opened was the Weapon Warehouse 2, under the command of Song-Chi's brainwave imprint. The 12 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors slowly walked along the corridor to the Weapon Warehouse 2. Song-Chi made a rough estimate, and soon found that the pressure in the corridor of the Weapon Warehouse was stronger than that in the mine corridor, but not much stronger. With the current pseudo-5th level Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, it should not be difficult to explore the whole process. He was quite happy to get this result. After all, it was the Weapon Warehouse on the 7th level battleship of the Overlord civilization. There should be many weapons with amazing power. As long as he could get these weapons, he, a 3rd level Xinhua captain, would benefit a lot. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes suddenly trembled in the sky. In the other 3 perspectives deep in his mind, through the fully open hatch of the Weapon Warehouse 2, he saw a scene that frightened him. In this Weapon Warehouse 2, there were dozens of void demons. They gathered beside several weapons in the Weapon Warehouse 2 that were emitting rich light, and devoured the magnificent energy in these strange weapons bit by bit. If it was just an ordinary 4th level void demon, Song-Chi would never be so frightened. Before this, there were already many 4th level units that died in the hands of the sky. The key is that among these void demons, there are 5th level ones, and one of them is several times larger than the 5th level void demon. Although he could not sense the pressure emanating from it, Song-Chi guessed that it was most likely a 6th level void demon. While he was terrified, Song-Chi also showed an extremely painful expression on his face. Among the strange weapons gnawed by these void demons, several of them emitted red light, which were obviously red epic quality naval guns. Among them, the one gnawed by the 6th level void demon emitted a dazzling silver light. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was a transparent light curtain barrier between this weapon warehouse and the corridor outside, which prevented the dozens of void demons inside from sensing the existence of the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors. Holding back the pain, Song-Chi turned his sight to the other weapon warehouses. Since there were silver legendary quality naval guns in this weapon warehouse too, there might be some in other weapon warehouses as well. Chapter 277 Gold, another golden wonder appeared. Even if they knew that there was a special isolation light curtain, as long as the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors did not actively insert their puppet bodies into the light curtain. Even if they made a big noise in the corridor, the Void Demon in the Weapon 2 library would not be able to sense any movement. Song Chi still maintained sufficient vigilance. The instructions of the brainwave imprint were very clear. The 12 Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors' movements were all extremely light, and they did not dare to make too much noise. After all, there was only a layer of light curtain separating them. Next to them were several 5th-level Void Demons, and a 6th-level terrifying existence. It was always better to be careful. While holding his breath and concentrating, Song Chi looked at the weapon depot one on the other side with trepidation. Whether the hatch of the weapon depot could be opened depended on the power of the three-eyed Divine Guard and the Guard Commander's order in his hand. While shifting his sights, Song Chi actually thought about whether he could snatch food from the mouths of those Void Demons. A silver wonder, and several red wonders, the value was not small. It was indeed worth taking a risk. However, after carefully considering the effects of various components on the sky, he decisively gave up this unrealistic idea. In order to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the 6th-level Void Demon and several 5th-level Void Demons must be controlled. To do this, the only component on the sky that can do it is the Pazuo Zen Meditation Seal. But the problem is that the Pazuo Zen Meditation Seal has just been strengthened to level 30. Whether it can restrict the Void Demons inside a 7th-level warship hull is not to mention whether it can ignore the 7th-level hull. Even if it can ignore the 7th-level hull, Song Chi cannot guarantee that this component will definitely work on the 5th and 6th-level Void Demons. The Golden Sanctuary parts are powerful, but their enhancement level is only LV 30. Can they really be effective against creatures of level 6? Song Chi dare not make such a promise. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking and turned his attention back to the weapon warehouse one in front of him. With a prayer in his heart, a Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warrior walked towards the hatch of the weapon warehouse one. Beep beep beep. As the guard chief's order in his hand was swiped in the specific identity verification area of the hatch, Song Chi was delighted. The hatch in front of him really made a movement. Swish, accompanied by a familiar sound, the airtight hatch slowly opened. But when Song Chi looked over with expectation from the perspective of the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors, he was suddenly startled in the distance in the sky. The situation inside the Weapon Warehouse 1 was almost exactly the same as the Weapon Warehouse 2 that he had seen before, or even better. Not to mention the mess inside the cabin, the originally neatly arranged strange weapons. There was no trace of energy fluctuation. They had already been devoured by the group of Void Demons and turned into a pile of scrap metal. As for how those Void Demons avoided the hatch and entered the warehouse, it was very simple. Although the hatch was tightly closed, there were several cracks on the hull outside the arsenal. These Void Demons entered the arsenal through these cracks. Seeing this result, Song Chi found it difficult to accept. He did not know the quality of the various naval guns placed in the arsenal, but at least there would be no shortage of red epic naval guns. However, at some point, these priceless weapons had all been eaten and destroyed by the Void Demons. In his opinion, this is a waste of natural resources. Suppressing the anger rising in his heart, Song Chi controlled the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors to turn around and come to the hatch of Weapon Warehouse 3. As for Weapon Warehouse 4, it was originally on the same side as Weapon Warehouse 2, and it was also adjacent to each other. If the hatch was opened rashly, if there were other Void Demons in it, then all the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors would probably not be able to escape. Beep, beep. After the familiar sound, the hatch opened, and the result was no different from before. All the naval guns and weapons in Weapon Warehouse 3 had already turned into a pile of scrap metal. In the sky, Song Chi's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. But he still forced himself to cheer up and continue to control the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors to go to the weapons warehouse. From the beginning to the end, he was most looking forward to the weapons warehouse, which should be the storage warehouse for the most core weapons of the ancient flagship under his feet. The weapons collected in it need not be said much. At the same time, as the weapons warehouse on a 7th level flagship of a hegemonic civilization, its protection measures must be one of the strongest areas on the entire warship. The hulls of the other weapons warehouses can be torn apart, but this weapons warehouse may not be. With this idea in mind, Song Chi controlled a group of Void Shadow Killer clan warriors to rush straight to the weapons warehouse. The three-eyed guard chief ordered to brush the hatch again. This time was a little different from before. The hatch of the weapons warehouse did not open immediately. After more than 10 seconds, it seemed to have passed the verification. The heavy hatch slowly opened. In the sky, Song Chi's heartbeat accelerated. If there was no harvest in the weapons warehouse, then the time spent on opening up the route in the previous months would be in vain. While praying, his sight followed the perspective of the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors and looked behind the hatch. It was this one glance that made him unable to look away. Golden light, the shining golden light completely enveloped the entire weapon depot, and it was this golden light that attracted Song Chi's sight. If he was not mistaken, the golden light emitted by this weapon depot at this moment was almost the same as the light emitted by the previous Zen meditation seal, which means that there is a high probability that there is a golden holy level wonder in this weapon depot. Thinking of this, Song Chi's mind suddenly became like a thunderstorm day, with uncertain weather. It was cloudy in the last second, but the sun was shining brightly the next second. Although he was surprised, he did not lose his composure. He suppressed his excitement and controlled the 4 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors to enter the weapons warehouse one after another. This time, his worries were a bit unnecessary. Unlike the previous mining rooms, there were no special alloy mecha guards in these weapons warehouses. In addition, the weapons warehouse had been well preserved for 100,000 years. So except for a few Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors, there was no danger in it. Seeing several terracotta warriors easily take back the large naval gun emitting rich golden light, Song Chi thought he was dreaming. A golden holy level wonder. Was it really so easy to get it? However, he was too lazy to care about these, since it was already in his hands. It would be safest to send this wonder in the shape of a naval gun back to the market as soon as possible. Only by sending it back to the market, this weapon could truly be considered his. The 4 terracotta warriors of the Void Shadow Killer clan carefully carried this wonder to the end of the corridor. Outside the crack, a second-level slave creature had already been released. When passing through the hatch of the weapon warehouse too, Song Chi held his breath again, praying in his heart that nothing unexpected would happen at this critical moment. Maybe his prayers really worked. Or maybe it was the effect of the isolation light curtain itself. Anyway, nothing unexpected happened along the way. This golden artifact was successfully delivered to the second-level humanoid alien outside the rift, and then brought into the market through the market walking order. When this golden holy domain artifact was sent back to the market, the remaining 8 Void Shadow Killing Clan terracotta warriors in the weapon warehouse successfully obtained 2 orange quality artifact weapons, and were then sent back to the market one by one. Although Song Chi was satisfied with this, he still felt a little bit disappointed that he didn't get the red and silver quality items. After sending all 3 items back to the market, he instinctively looked at the weapon warehouse for that he had not checked yet, with the idea that the most valuable things were already in his hands. It would not be a big deal even if they were discovered. He controlled a Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warrior to approach the weapon warehouse 4, and then brushed the guard chief order on the hatch lightly. Beep! Hearing the beeping sound, Song Chi directly let another terracotta warrior with a brainwave mark take over the guard chief order for safety reasons, and walk towards the crack at the end of the corridor first. The Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors can be resurrected infinitely, but there is only one of these 3-eyed divine guards. The guard commander order. If you accidentally lose it, it will be too late to regret. The Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors had just walked to the edge of the rift, and suddenly there was a violent collision behind them. Seeing this, Song Chi hurriedly controlled the warriors to throw the guard commander order in his hand to the second-level humanoid aliens not far outside the ship, outside the exit of the space wormhole. In the quietly suspended Song Chiong, Song Chi's face was a little ugly, as he had expected before. This weapon warehouse 4 adjacent to weapon warehouse 2 did have a large number of void demons. The moment the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors opened the hatch, they immediately alarmed the other party. Several 5th-level void demons attacked quickly. Under the terrifying law of space, they quickly eliminated all the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers, even the soldier at the edge of the rift. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and sent the 3-eyed guard chief order back to the market early. Otherwise, it would be difficult to recover it from the void demons for the second time. Several 5th-level void demons walked all the way to the edge of the rift, and their eyes swept outside the ship. Seeing that there were no other soldiers, they returned to the weapon warehouse 4 and continued to gnaw on several red-level exotic weapons. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Song Chi in the sky calmed down, then suddenly disappeared and entered the Jutian market, on the 3rd floor of the inn. In the designated walking room, Song Chi successfully got the 3 strange objects brought back, and the 3-eyed guard chief order was also kept by him. After leaving the inn and returning to the sky, he began to carefully check the specific properties of the 3 strange objects. The first thing he checked was naturally the naval gun-type strange object emitting a strong golden light. For this strange object, Song Chi's only hope was that it could be transformed into a shipborne component. Only in this way could the value of this golden holy domain strange object reach the highest level. Special item: 3-eyed divine light cannon. Quality: gold. Transformable: 3-eyed blasphemous god cannon. Note: the 3-eyed royal family used the original eyeball left behind by an 8th level great being of their family as the core, created a super ship cannon after a long period of evolution and the long-term cultivation of a large amount of 3-eyed divine power. It eventually turned into a golden holy domain quality special item. Without dwelling on the properties of this special item, after seeing that the special item itself could be transformed into a shipborne component, Song Chi tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, and continued to look at the properties of its shipborne components. 3-eyed blasphemy cannon LV0. Quality: gold. Features: blasphemy 3-eyed super base divine light. Feature 2: real armor breaking. Feature 3: main cannon power increased by 140%. Feature 4: each normal attack of the main cannon has a 10% chance of triggering a triple attack. Feature 5: main cannon normal attack charging time reduced by 20%. Consumption: 4,000/time psionic points attack, 360. Charging: 4 minutes. Buffering: 10 minutes. Required for upgrade: 40 wisps of floating land origin level 0, for 1,000 psionic points, 1 kg of light stone. Restriction: Star Destroyer cannon slot can only be loaded with blasphemy 3-eyed super base divine light. Consumes 100,000 psionic points after 24 hours of charging. A super base divine light with 1000% of the power of the Star Destroyer cannon is triggered. Annihilates everything that stands in the way. Buffering time 720 hours. Real armor penetration, ignoring ordinary protection attributes, can cause 100% damage to energy shields, ship armor, biological scales, etc. After seeing this frighteningly high-quality golden sanctuary cannon, Song Chi deeply interpreted what true ups and downs are. When he saw the amazing properties of this main gun, the smile on his face was so bright, but when he saw the last restriction, his heart sank to the bottom again. Star Destroyer? This is a Star Destroyer. Song Chi felt like crying but had no tears. It's not that the Star Destroyer is not good, just the opposite. It's because it's too good. So good that ordinary Shinhua warships that don't have Star Destroyer slots can't be loaded at all. And what level of warship can have a Star Destroyer slot? As far as Song Chi knows, in the Shinhua human civilization, only the Shinhua warships that reach the 7th level of the ship body can be called Star Destroyers, which are the existence used by the Shinhua human civilization to suppress the level of civilization luck. At present, the Sky has just been promoted to a 3rd level cruiser, and it is still a long way from becoming a Star Destroyer. In other words, he can't use the Golden Sanctuary quality shipborne parts in front of him at all, let alone now. Even in 100 or 1,000 years, it is very likely that he will not be able to use it. Thinking of this, Song Chi felt very uncomfortable. What was the difference between this and the 10 billion cash in his previous life? But he was told that he had no right to inherit it. After a lot of helplessness, Song Chi could only comfort himself that it was better to get it than not to have it. Moreover, he could use this Golden Star Destroyer cannon to calm down the Zhutian market in the future. He could even bring out the Golden Holy Treasures. Who would dare to doubt his status as the Lord of the Market in the future? After finally adjusting his mentality, Song Chi stopped thinking about it, and sent this Golden Holy Quality cannon to the market as quickly as possible. He placed it in the most conspicuous position of the market's wonderful item exchange shop. Then he returned to the sky and began to check the remaining 2 orange treasures. Chapter 278 Return, news reported. As the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone, misfortunes never come alone. The orange strange object that he checked next gave Song Chi another head-on blow. It was a strange naval gun that could not be converted into a shipborne component. As an orange quality naval gun, it should be an extremely powerful weapon, no matter what warship it is mounted on. However, the Shinhua warship is different. It cannot be converted into a shipborne component, which means that the psionic system on the Shinhua warship cannot be perfectly matched with this naval gun. If a warship has multiple different energy supply systems, various conflicts will inevitably occur during the battle. Therefore, For the Xinhua warship, this kind of naval gun that cannot be converted into a shipborne component not only cannot improve the combat power of the warship, but may also affect the normal performance of the warship on the battlefield. However, although the Xinhua warship cannot be loaded, it does not mean that this kind of strange naval gun can only be sold at half price like other strange objects that cannot be converted into shipborne components. Although the Xinhua human civilization follows the Xinhua warship system in such large-scale interstellar wars, the Xinhua warship is not the only combat unit. Others such as mobile war stars and conventional fleets are also extremely important parts of interstellar wars. These rare warship guns that cannot be converted into shipborne parts can be loaded on mobile war stars and conventional large warships to improve the firepower of these combat units. As far as Song-Chi knows, the Song family has been purchasing these rare warship guns that cannot be converted into shipborne parts for many years. Although the purchase price is only 80% of the ordinary shipborne parts of the same quality, it is much better than half the price. Moreover, don't forget the market. Not to mention anything else. The Goblin Luke and the Star Source Empire alone are likely to be very interested in this orange quality rare warship gun. It is not impossible to sell it at the price of regular orange parts later. Putting away the orange strange cannon, Song-Chi looked at the second orange cannon. This time it was finally normal. This cannon can be transformed into an orange quality main cannon component. Annihilation Beam Cannon LV0 quality, orange features, particle annihilation wave feature 2, main cannon power increased by 40% consumption, 500/time psionic energy points attack, 27 charging, 10s, buffer 60s upgrade required, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 1000 energy points particle annihilation wave, consumes 2000 psionic energy. After 5 minutes of charging, it fires an annihilation particle wave with 200% main cannon power towards the designated direction. Buffer time 72 hours. Looking at this main cannon, Song-Chi wanted to load it on the sky, just in time to lack a main cannon. But after hesitating for a moment, he did not do so. It has been said before that the orange glory quality main gun is not enough to play a decisive role in a war for the current level of the sky. And this is obviously not what Song-Chi wants. In his opinion, at least the red quality main gun is enough. Having made a decision, Song-Chi naturally did not hesitate anymore and directly took this orange component into the ancestral orifice of the eyebrow. In the next few months, a group of Void Shadow killing clan warriors continued to open up other routes to enter the ship. But the final result was helpless. Either it was a dead end, or the connected ship space was a worthless area. In the sky, Song-Chi looked along the projection screen in front of him and gazed at the broken starry sky full of void cracks outside the ship. Alas, it's time to leave. Compared with 5 years ago, the area of this starry sky has shrunk by more than half. I must report it to the family. Today, it has been 3 years since he came to this ancient star field this time. And it has been exactly 5 years since he set a time for his own exploration. After sighing, Song-Chi's face turned into a smile from the heart. In 5 years, he has gained enough in this star field. 1 golden object, 2 silver objects, a red ship secret realm, a star plant silver apple mother tree, a dozen 4th level peak ancient corpses, 2 4th level slave creatures. With so many gains, if you only take out one, it would be a great opportunity for other 2nd and 3rd level Xinhua captains. So, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? Yes, there are still many good things in the three-eyed royal family's supergiant ancient flagship in the distance. There is no doubt about this. But the remaining time is not enough for him to continue exploring. With the current 5th level Void Shadow killing clan terracotta warriors, it is impossible to conduct a full-scale exploration of the wreckage of the 7th level ancient flagship. In this case, rather than letting those void demons get the upper hand, reporting to the family is the most correct choice. With the foundation of the Song family, Song-Chi believes that he will definitely be able to get the most benefit from the wreckage of this ancient flagship. Maybe he can get some rewards from the family in the future. Of course, the biggest reason for deciding to report to the family is not this, but the family style of the Song family, which makes Song-Chi believe that he will never be treated unfairly in the future. If the Song family is the kind of family that is difficult to control due to internal strife, it is still unclear whether Song-Chi will report this starry sky today. Because in that case, he could not be sure whether the ancestors of the family would covet these things on him. After all, No one knew how long he had discovered this ancient starfield battlefield, and how much benefit he had gained from it. It was not impossible to arouse the covetousness of the 5th level Xinhua captain. Retracting his sight, Song Qi controlled the sky to turn the ship around, and then quickly sank into the space wormhole behind him. In the core space of the supergiant asteroid, Song Qi activated the Holy Cross beacon that had already cooled down, and remarked a space beacon mark in this space, and then simply instructed the half-step 4th level humanoid alien. Not long after, dozens of 3rd level humanoid aliens were summoned in, and then Song Qi took them into the sky. Since it was decided to report to the family, it can be expected that the family will send a large number of people in the future. In this way, this humanoid alien tribe will naturally have no need to exist. Song Qi will send these 3rd level humanoid aliens back to the vein. 2nd uncle, father, 4th uncle, aunt and others can now all try to let the ship impact the 3rd level. These 3rd level aliens can increase their promotion success rate in the future. Don't underestimate these few short years. Because of the various trading channels he provided, the speed at which the veins earn floating land essence is now very amazing. With sufficient floating land essence, the combat power of the elders in the veins naturally increases very quickly. Adding to the accumulation of decades in the past, many people have the confidence to impact the 3rd level. Longji continent, Qingwe Lake. Through the market as a transit, Song Qi easily returned to the family from the asteroid belt. Soon after leaving the courtyard, there were many greetings around. In the whole 3 years, Song Qi showed up once. If it weren't for the slave creature still there, the monthly resource acquisition was still going on, the elders in the veins would have been worried about him. Seeing him coming out of retreat, naturally, he greeted him immediately. Song Qi responded with a smile, while walking without stopping, all the way to his uncle's courtyard. In the courtyard, the 3,000-meter-long Wrath of Mad Lion was quietly parked above the Origin Eruption Eye. 3 years had passed. The original 3rd Order Origin Eruption Eye had already turned into a 4th Order one. Under the suppression of the Wrath of Mad Lion, these 3 years also provided hundreds of 4th Order floating land origins to the veins. Not long after Song Qi entered the courtyard, Song Mingsong, who sensed his coming, immediately walked out of the Wrath of Mad Lion. Guiding Technique LV39, congratulations, I wish Grandpa to be promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible. Sensing the life fluctuations of the peak of the 3rd level on Grandpa, Song Qi congratulated him immediately. But Song Mingsong was not moved at all. Guiding Technique LV39, it seems that he is only one step away from the 4th level, but in fact, it is not easy to break through this major level barrier, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. Grandpa, just as Song Qi was about to speak about the ancient starfield battlefield and the supergiant flagship, Song Mingsong took the lead in throwing the 2 objects over. Song Qi looked at it carefully, and then he was overjoyed. Among the 2 things, one was the origin of the floating land. There were not many of them, only 100 strands, but the grade was not bad. It was the 4th grade floating land origin. The second one was a white jade porcelain bottle, which contained a drop of blood with a majestic bloody aura. Grandpa, is this the source blood of the 4th grade peak ancient corpse? Song Mingsong nodded gently. This is just one drop. The other one is still being refined. It should take about half a year. Hearing this, Song Qi was quite happy. Before heading to the ancient starfield battlefield, he gave the 2 ancient corpses in the sky to his grandfather, hoping that his grandfather would use the Wrath of the Mad Lion to refine the source blood in between practicing the guiding technique. He did not expect it to be so fast. Thinking of this, Song Qi summoned the sky, and then Song Mingsong's eyes jumped, looking at the 10 ancient corpses of the same level that Song Qi took out one after another. Song Mingsong was speechless for a while. After a long pause, he asked about the source of these ancient corpses. Song Qi naturally did not hide it. This is related to the news I'm going to tell you next. Soon, Song Qi quickly told his grandfather all the relevant things about the ancient starfield battlefield. When he heard about the wreckage of the 3-eyed royal battleship with a length of more than 100,000 kilometers, Song Mingsong stood up subconsciously. His eyes widened. Shao Qi, the relevance of this matter is beyond imagination. Are you sure that what you said is true? Seeing Song Qi nod without hesitation, Song Mingsong, who knew his grandson's temperament very well, fell into deep thought. He kept walking back and forth in the courtyard. From this, we can see that he was not calm at the moment. About 5 minutes later, Song Mingsong said solemnly, "No. This matter must be reported to the family." The terracotta warrior tree parts on my warship have only been strengthened to the 4th level, which is not as good as your Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors. With our ability alone, we can't explore the wreckage of the 7th level warship in a short time. While muttering to himself, Song Ming Song suddenly raised his eyes and stared at his grandson and said, "Shao Qi, hurry up. You can directly chat with the head of the family with the quantum communication bracelet. Since the star field is about to collapse, the family must seize every moment." Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Inside the family ancestral hall, Song Xuansong's illusory projection sat high above the ancestral hall. He closed his eyes, and all his mind seemed to be not on the Dragon Ridge continent. At this moment, the communication bracelet quietly placed beside him suddenly beeped. The projection opened his eyes with difficulty, glanced at the message on the communication bracelet, and when he saw that the sender of the message was Song Qi, he frowned slightly. Why did she send a message at this time? Could it be that he has broken through the state of mind? Thinking of this, the projection's eyes suddenly trembled, and then closed his eyes again, as if something crucial had happened to the main body. Beep! Qingwen Manor. Hearing the reply from the communication bracelet, Song Qi quickly turned his eyes over. Qi, have you reached the state of mind? Don't worry. Our clan has some things to deal with in the alien star region, which will take about half a year. Hearing this, Song Qi and Song Ming Song looked at each other, and then Song Qi quickly sent another message. Master, this has nothing to do with the state of mind. I have something extremely urgent to report to the clan. On the evil Buddha continent, on a battlefield in the 100 Arms domain, Song Mangwu Ji and another Song family Zhu Lu ship were hanging high in the sky. The two Zhu Lu ships relied on firepower to frantically suppress a nearly 10,000-meter high Ganoderma Lucida meat mountain below. At this moment, Song Xuansong in the Kangnang Wuji raised his eyebrows. In the warship communication, the elder from the Tianmai clan asked in confusion, Xuansong, is there something wrong? Song Xuansong nodded. Qi, the 7th sequence that was just selected some time ago, seems to have something very important to report. Hearing this, the elder from the Tianmai clan frowned slightly, paused for a while, and said, you go and deal with it first. That kid doesn't seem to be a person who makes up stories. There must be something really important. As he said this, his mind moved, and a large amount of mental power, like substance, was released from his mind. Then his ship suddenly changed its form, from the Zhulu ship to a mythical Mecca. The next second, the right arm of the mythical Mecca pressed down, and its palm was aimed at the amazingly high Lingji Meat mountain below. There was a sharp metal friction sound, and the countless alloy armor plates on the palm of the Mecca's right arm shrank and changed, and finally turned into a huge black hole in the palm, which was a grim muzzle. A large amount of light gathered in the palm, and when it condensed to a certain degree, a beam of light with a diameter of more than a kilometer suddenly burst out from the palm of the Mecca's right arm, and rushed straight into the Lingji Meat mountain below. The muzzle transformed in the palm of the Mecca giant's hand is exactly the super main gun on the 4th level Zhulu ship. Under the blessing of the law comprehended by the elders themselves, the power is even more terrifying. After the battleship is transformed into a mythical Mecca form, the functions of all parts will not disappear, but will be attached to the Mecca form in various ways. With the blessing of the power of the law, the functions will be further improved. This is the reason why the combat power is even stronger after the transformation into the mythical Mecca form. Chapter 279 Song Family Shocked Acquired Space Wormhole. In addition, there are also many gun muzzles on the palm of the left arm of the Mecca, and on the shoulders of the Mecca. That is the main gun of the battleship, and the secondary guns appear in the Mecca form. In addition, there is also a layer of light shield on the surface of the Mecca giant, which is the energy shield component. As for the hull armor, the shipborne engine, etc., they also have their own evolution. While not affecting the function of the components, they can be perfectly integrated into a mythical Mecca, and then with the blessing of the laws comprehended by the captain of the battleship himself, it can play a stronger effect. This is the reason why the Xinhua battleship's combat power has skyrocketed after changing into the mythical Mecca form. Song Mangwuji in the battle, seeing the elder of the clan activating the mythical Mecca form without hesitation, Song Xuansong did not hesitate. While controlling the battleship to quickly pull up and get out of the battle range, he tried his best to turn his mind back to the projection clone. In the mythical Mecca form, the combat power is greatly improved, and he believes that the elder of the clan can hold on for a short time, so he dared to turn around and leave the battlefield without hesitation. Okay, tell me, but if the situation is not as urgent as you said before, the clan will never easily change the action plan that has been set. In Qinghua manner, Song Qi and Song Ming Song stared at the projection clone of the head of the family on the communication screen in front of them. The two did not show any hesitation on their faces from beginning to end, and they had absolute confidence in the news of the ancient starfield battlefield. Song Xuanzong's projection clone's face froze. Through the change in his expression, he could see that Song Qi and the others were very serious at the moment. Seeing this, his expression gradually turned serious, waiting for the two's subsequent explanation. One was a formal 4th-rank Xinhua captain several decades later, and the other was a newly promoted contemporary sequence of the family. The identities of both were here. Even though he was the head of the family, he had to pay attention. Here, Song Qi and Song Ming Song looked at each other, because they had already arranged it. Song Qi took the initiative to speak. Master. It's like this. Not long ago, during an exploration of an alien star field, I discovered an ancient starry sky battlefield. In that battlefield, there was a super battleship with a length of more than 100,000 kilometers. After a period of exploration, I also found out some information. This super battleship should be from the Three-Eyed Clan civilization, one of the 10 dominant civilizations. It is the flagship of a 7th-level Three-Eyed royal family. As Song Qi spoke out the information about the ancient starfield battlefield one by one, the expression of Song Xuanzong's clone projection on the communication screen gradually changed from solemn to shocked, and finally to excited. After Song Qi finished speaking, he was silent for a long time. His eyes seemed to have many questions to ask. But somehow, he only said 4 words in the end. Maybe you are sure? Although there were only 4 words, Song Xuanzong spoke each word with great solemnity, just like Song Ming Song before. After hearing all this information, he was very uneasy. For this, Song Qi was also prepared. Master, the Three-Eyed Soul-Fixing Ring component is what I got from the 7th-rank flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan. In addition, he paused and took out the Three-Eyed Divine Guard and the Guard Commander Order from his body. This should be the identity token of the former Three-Eyed Royal Family's exclusive Guard Captain, which I also got from the flagship. After saying that, without waiting for Song Xuanzong to continue speaking, Song Qi said solemnly, Master, the starry sky is about to collapse, and there is not much time left for the family. Evil Buddha Continent, 100 Arms Domain. In the Kangmeng Wujizhulu ship hanging high in the sky, Song Xuanzong's eyes suddenly brightened, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Through communicating with Song Qi through the projection clone, he already knew everything. As the contemporary Earl of Dinghai, the 6th-generation head of the Song family, he is naturally not the kind of person who is not good at making decisions. In just a few minutes, he extracted a lot of key information from the news provided by Song Qi, and also saw unimaginable terrifying value from this information. Unknown terrifying pressure. 7th-level warship wreckage. 6th-level void demon. Silver legendary artifact. High-level floating land origin. Etc. All of this, even for the Song family, a Qinghai family with a heritage of nearly 3,000 years, is unimaginable. And unlike Song Qi, as the head of the Song family, a senior 4th-level Xinhua captain, Song Xuanzong's knowledge is far beyond that. In Song Qi's eyes, the unknown terrifying pressure inside the ship is at least the 7th-level life pressure in his eyes. Only the life essence of the 7th level can make the 5th-level puppet soldiers unable to move. And this is definitely one of the greatest opportunities in the Three-Eyed Royal Super Flagship. The 7th-level life form is a great existence, known as the Master of the Star Sea. Their life essence has long reached a height that ordinary creatures cannot imagine. And it is precisely because of this that the corpses, flesh, blood, and true spirits of the 7th-level life forms are all unimaginable wealth. Take the enhancement of the Xinhua warship components as an example. If you want to enhance a component to the 7th level or above, you need to use something like the Master's True Spirit. Beep beep. After a brief consideration, Song Xuanzong quickly activated a special communication component. This is an orange quality component. Even if it is hundreds of light years away, it can actively communicate with the bound person temporarily. As the communication was connected, a puzzled voice soon came from the other side. Xian Song, why did you contact me at this moment? Is there an accident in the Baibi Great Domain? Knowing the duration of this component on his ship, Song Xian Song recounted everything Song Qi said before as briefly as possible. After listening, The female voice on the other side of the communication was silent for a long time. In the end, Song Qian Song took the initiative to say, Ru Zhu. I mean to temporarily cancel this operation. Although there are more than 10 dominant creatures on this evil Buddha continent, they are not the ones that my Song family can challenge. In comparison, this three-eyed royal family's 7th level flagship is what we can really hold in our hands. Not long after Song Qian Song finished speaking, the female voice on the other side of the communication finally sounded again. Cancel the operation. Has Xiwan been notified? If the starry sky collapses, I'm afraid that the condensing sky tower on his Akala will have to be used. Yes, Yuanzu has been notified, and he also agrees to cancel this operation. Kang Mengwuji did not fall from the sky, but sent a message to the giant Mecca below that was suppressing the Lingji Meat Mountain with all its strength. Grandpa Shichi, you can stop, the plan has changed, this operation is officially cancelled. Hearing this sudden message, Song Shichi's face was stunned, and his heart was full of doubts. However, based on his trust in Song Xuansong, he still quickly controlled the giant Mecca to rise from below. When it was pulled up to the same height as the Kangmengwuji, the giant Mecca had already transformed into a Zhulu ship again. Xuansong. But is there really a big thing happening with Chi Kid? Song Xuansong nodded. It's very involved. The original ancestor and Ruzu will return to Longji continent next. If they can grasp it, it is not impossible for the ancestors to make further progress. As soon as these words came out, the elder from the Tien my clan was shocked. Song Xuansong's words were not exaggerated. He knew very well what level the ancestors of the family were. What did Song Qi find that allowed them to make further progress? Qingwe Manor. Song Qi and Song Ming Song naturally did not know the situation of the family's top leaders. But they had certain guesses in their hearts. This is about the wreckage of a 7th order dominant warship. The family cannot send out only some 4th order elders. After all, Song Qi has already pointed out that there are 6th order void demons and multiple 5th order void demons in the flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan. Grandpa, do you think the ancestors of the clan will show up? Song Ming Song glanced at Song Qi and said firmly, 9 out of 10. Why do you think I have to report this matter in person? I just want you to show your face in front of the ancestors. This will not only further enhance your status in the family, but also be of great benefit to you in the future. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Song Qi and Song Ming Song were summoned to the ancestral hall by the family early in the morning. This time, Song Qi felt that the scene of entering the ancestral hall was more grand than the one when he was officially conferred the 7th order of the family. This can be seen from the 3 silver chairs in the sky that are obviously more majestic than the bronze chairs around. It is obvious that the 3 people sitting on these silver chairs are most likely the 3 5th order ancestors of the family. Seeing this, Song Qi muttered to himself. Sure enough, the ancestral vein, the heavenly vein, and the earthly vein all have a 5th level ancestor. Of course, this is just his personal guess. No one knows whether the family has other hidden ancestors. But from the current point of view, there are at least 3 5th level Xinhua captains in the family. This kind of strength is probably not much worse than that of the Eagle family that has been passed down since the founding of the country. In the hall, Song Xuansong asked again, and Song Qi naturally reiterated what he had said many times. In the ancestral hall, a large amount of mysterious aura has been filled without knowing when. These mysterious energies are a kind of isolation method unique to the Song family ancestral hall. Under the cover of this mysterious aura, everything that happens in the hall will never be intercepted by external means. At this time, the figure on the left of the 3 silver chairs said softly, Child, take out the 3-eyed divine guardian order. Song Qi did not hesitate at all, and he took out the 3-eyed divine guardian order immediately. The next second, a ray of law power surged from the sky, and after rolling up the 3-eyed divine guard Wei Chonling in his palm, the ray of law power swept toward the sky again, and soon brought the Wei Chonling to the hand of the figure. In the center of the hall below, Song Qi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. He could clearly sense that the ray of law power just now was a ray of space law, but it was known for its cutting power among all the laws. In his impression, it was always the space law with extreme destructive power. But just now, he gave him a gentle feeling, like a spring breeze. He once thought it was his own illusion. But when he thought about the fact that the one who made the move was the 5th level ancestor of the family, Song Qi quickly understood the reason. The several 5th level ancestors of the family, all of them have reached a very high level in their own laws. It is also reasonable that they can control the power of the law to this extent, because they have comprehended the laws far beyond the ordinary 4th level Xinhua captains, and the 4th level life of the Xinghai. Just as he was thinking, the vicissitudes of life sounded again in the sky. Three-eyed divine gold, this guard chief's order is guaranteed to be true. With the confirmation of the clan's ancestor, the clan elders in the ancestral hall no longer had any doubts. At the head of the ancestral hall, Song Xuansong also made the decision immediately. Since it has been confirmed by the ancestor, then there is no time to delay. Above the sky of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the Zhangqiong and several Zhulu warships were suspended side by side. At this time, another Zhulu warship flew over from below. Song Qi was very familiar with this Zhulu warship. It was the inheritance warship carrying the three-eyed solid soul ring. This battleship was not going to go to the asteroid belt with Song Qi. At Song Xuansong's signal, the three-eyed soul-fixing ring component in the battleship was activated, and then a soul-fixing beam sank into the Kangmeng Wuji. Then, a component flashing with orange light rushed out of the Kangmeng Wuji, and was quickly pulled into the engine room by the Zhangqiong. Battleship Chimera Level 40. Quality, Orange. That's right, Song Xuansong lent the high-level Chimera device in his own battleship to Song Qi. Soon, 5 interlocking light bands rushed out of the sky, and successively interlocked 3 surrounding 10,000-meter class battleships, the Kangmeng Wuji, and a third-level cruiser that served as a subsequent transit battleship. Of course, there were also a large number of clan elders in this transit cruiser. As the sky activated the alien domain with the space beacon in the asteroid belt, the 6 Xinhua battleships disappeared at the same time in the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent after a certain period of charging. At the same time, in the asteroid belt with a diameter of 21 light-years, the sky appeared out of thin air with 5 battleships. When the warships entered the core space of the supergiant asteroid, everyone had no doubts about what Song Qi had said before, because they not only saw the wreckage of the 10,000-meter three-eyed warship, but also saw the entrance to the 10,000-meter diameter space wormhole. Among the 3 10,000-meter battleships, the vicissitudes of the original ancestor came from the Akala. Looking at the intensity of the space fluctuations, this doesn't look like a natural wormhole. Hearing this suddenly, the elders of the Song family, including Song Xuansong, showed a trace of doubt in their eyes. Not to mention Song Qi and Song Mingsong. An elder of the clan asked, "Original ancestor, is it possible that this space wormhole can be derived later?" Of course. Although this technology is extremely rare, some high-level civilizations do have the special ability to artificially create space wormholes. As far as I know, the Three-Eyed Civilization is one of them. After listening to this explanation, everyone in the Song family was thoughtful and could not calm down. Artificially creating space wormholes, compared to long-distance space transmission stargates, this technology is obviously much more advanced. Chapter 280 Ninkong Tower 50 years the first ancestor of the Song family. In the sky, Song Qi rubbed his brows, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the past 5 years, he had never found any abnormality in this space wormhole, let alone guessing that it was not a natural wormhole, but an artificial one. In the final analysis, it was still that his current vision was too shallow, and this cannot be solved in a short time. It takes a long time to gradually enrich his own experience. The group did not stay in the core space of the giant asteroid for too long, and continued to move forward along the space wormhole. When all the warships rushed out from the other end of the space wormhole, most people were shocked by the scene in front of them. Although they had heard the term hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Song Qi more than once before, when they really saw it with their own eyes, the shock was still deeply rooted in their hearts. Although most of the people present were 4th-level Xinhua captains, who had lived for hundreds of years, the 7th-level hegemony-class civilization warships were not something they had seen before, not to mention the warship in front of them, which was still waiting for them to explore later. Even in the 3 10,000-meter battleships, the 3 ancestors of the family also showed excitement in their eyes. For them, this was also a great opportunity. At this moment, on the far right of the 3 battleships, the only female among the 3 5th-level ancestors of the Song family said, "Xiwan, use your condensing void tower component. According to the current situation, it will take less than 5 years for the starry sky to be completely swallowed by the void. For the family, this is far from enough." In the main control room of the Akala battleship, Song Xiwan nodded gently. As his mind turned, the next second, silver light flashed in the battleship, and the silver quality condensing void tower component was activated. Behind the 3 battleships, Song Chi and others only saw a majestic space log gushing out from the Aquila, and then spreading to the entire surrounding starry sky at an unimaginable speed. With this change, everyone soon discovered that the surrounding starry sky seemed to have undergone some inexplicable changes. In the battleship communication group chat, an elder with a frightening seniority noticed the abnormality at the first time. Space solidified? After saying this, everyone immediately turned their eyes and scanned the circle, and then found that it seemed to be true. This extremely broken starry sky had completely stopped at some point. Not only did the space winds and the void cracks in the starry sky stop moving, even the originally madly expanding void outside this space all stopped. Just as everyone was curious, Aquila, the voice of the Central Plains ancestor, sounded again. The surrounding starry sky has been imprisoned by me for 50 years. After 50 years, this starry sky will completely collapse. We don't have much time left. Those who have special exploration methods, don't hide them. The family will not lose your share of benefits. These words completely aroused everyone's enthusiasm, and soon various remote exploration methods emerged one after another. Looking at the 3 battleships again, in the battleship communication, the 3 looked at each other, and then nodded in unison. The next second, 30 terracotta warriors were released one after another, and the landing point was the safe area outside the weapons warehouse corridor that Song Chi had explored not long ago. Song Chi caught this scene immediately, and then his eyes twitched slightly. Among the 30 terracotta warriors, 20 were 6th level terracotta warriors, and the other 10 were at the peak of the 5th level. At this moment, they gathered outside the weapons warehouse corridor at the same time, and the pressure they exuded was no weaker than that of ordinary 6th level creatures. Song Chi had of course informed the family of the news that the 6th level void demon was gnawing on a silver legendary artifact. Therefore, the 3 ancestors' targets at this moment were precisely those 6th level and 5th level void demons. A silver legendary artifact, and multiple red epic artifacts. Even as a 5th level battleship captain, they were also very jealous. If they had time, they certainly did not want these artifacts to be destroyed in vain by the mouth of the void demon. 30 terracotta warriors successively poured into the crack that Song Chi had told them about before, which naturally alarmed the 4th level void demon guarding the corridor. And the conflict broke out. For the 6th level terracotta warriors, although they are also pseudo 6th level, the 4th level life is no match for them due to the huge difference in level. Of course, it is not a one-sided massacre. If a 6th level terracotta warrior wants to kill a 4th level life head-on, it still takes a certain amount of time. However, this is a one-on-one situation. At this moment, with 26th level terracotta warriors here, the battle will naturally be overwhelming. Be careful. The 6th level void demon and the 5th level void demon have been alarmed. As soon as the voice fell, the 6th level void demon rushed out of the open hatch of the weapon warehouse too, followed by several 5th level void demons. And the battle was about to start. A few minutes later, the faces of the 3 people in the battleship darkened. No. This void demon has a senior 6th level combat power, and the 6th level warriors alone cannot pose much threat to it. Can it be let out of the battleship? As long as there is no barrier from the battleship, I can freeze it in the air. Aquila in the battleship. Song Xiuan shook his head. The 6th level void demon is already very intelligent, and it is very difficult. The 3 discussed it, and finally made the same decision. Let the first ancestor come out of retreat. It's not just this 6th order void demon. If I sense correctly, the life pressure inside the warship must be at the 7th order level. With our soldiers, even if we succeed in killing this 6th order void demon, it will be difficult to bring back the corpse of the 7th order master. Agreed. In the main control room of the sky, Song Chi received the communication from the head of the family. Chi, do you want to stay here or go back to the Dragon-Rich continent? Song Chi was stunned, but soon understood something. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, I can't participate in the follow-up here. Let's go back to the Dragon-Rich continent. Obviously, Song Xuansong had seen that his guiding technique had broken through the 3rd order. But his mental power still remained in the ordinary state. There was only one result. He had not absorbed the drop of the 4th order soul-cleansing liquid. So Song Xuansong took the initiative to ask him whether he wanted to go back to the Dragon-Rich continent. After thinking this through, Song Chi made the most favorable choice for himself. If he continued to stay here, he would only be able to watch other people in the clan explore the supergiant flagship. Instead of doing this, he might as well return to Longji continent to absorb the 4th level soul cleansing liquid and completely transform his mind into a divine state. Master, after I absorb the 4th level soul cleansing liquid and reach the divine state, the subsequent inheritance of secret techniques and the comprehension of laws will be. The original ancestor said in person that the subsequent exploration of this starry sky may continue for another 50 years. It naturally does not take that long to break through a divine state of mind. Song Qi must consider these in advance. Song Xuansong smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. My projection clone is still in the clan. When you transform your mind into a spiritual state, you can go directly to the ancestral temple. My projection clone will naturally take you to the Dragon Ridge secret realm." After receiving this reply, Song Qi had no other questions. He directly controlled the Songqiong to turn the ship around and return to the core space of the giant asteroid. Here, the 3rd level transit warship was already waiting for him. In addition to the 2 cruisers, there were also many 2nd and 3rd level clansmen in the transit warship opposite. They were all responsible for the transit of the 2-star fields in the future. They had already summoned warships to lay down space beacons in this asteroid belt. Another mosaic light band was emitted from the sky. And when the mosaic was completed, the 2 cruisers simultaneously activated the active return function of the warship. You heard it right. In the process of exploring the alien domain, it is not only possible to return passively when 24 hours are up, but also possible to return actively in advance. However, the Xinhua warship generally does not use this function. After all, the 24-hour exploration time is not long. So who would choose to return actively? As for those who are in danger, the charging time required for active return is very long. And it is basically difficult to wait until this function takes effect. And the Xinhua warship has sunk. A quarter of an hour later, violent space fluctuations were heard around the 2 Xinhua warships. And then, they disappeared together in the core space of the asteroid. Above the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the 2 Xinhua warships quickly separated, and the Sky warship leaped straight towards the Qinghua Manor. As for the other cruiser, it was quietly suspended in the air. Then a 3rd level Xinhua captain jumped out of the hatch of the warship and summoned his own ship at the same time. With the appearance of this cruiser, the previous cruiser fell downward with a dozen tribesmen, leaving only the 2nd cruiser quietly suspended, as if waiting for something. Song family, Dragon Ridge secret realm. Song Xuansong's projection clone flew all the way, and finally stopped at the foot of a huge mountain. If Song Qi was here, he would definitely find that this mountain was the ancient mountain that he had seen before, which looked like a crawling dragon whale. After landing on the ground, Song Xuansong's projection clone took a step and walked all the way to the top of the mountain. Yes, he did not choose to fly, but climbed up the mountain step by step. After an unknown period of time, when there was still some distance from the top of the mountain, the projection clone stopped. Not far in front of him, on a raised bloodstone, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was dressed simply, sitting cross-legged quietly, as if he had merged with the mountain below him. From time to time, strands of mysterious power flowed through his body, and the 2 completely exclusive feelings of ordinary and mysterious were constantly intertwined in his body. Behind him, Song Xuansong's projection clone had a respectful look in his eyes. But before he could speak, his plain voice had already reached his ears. "Young Song, is there something wrong?" Song Xuansong bowed. "First ancestor, it's like this." After describing the whole thing respectfully, the figure in front of him, who was called the first ancestor, had quietly disappeared. When the voice reached Song Xuansong's ears again, it was already beside him. A 7th level battleship of the 3-eyed royal family? 7th level life pressure? After only a few hundred years of seclusion, the family actually found an opportunity of this level? Song Xuansong's heart trembled, thinking that the ancestor's perception of the law of space might have reached a new level. As someone who also followed the law of space, he actually failed to notice it in advance. Although he is just a projection clone at the moment, it is also extremely terrifying. Without daring to think too much, Song Xuansong continued. It was discovered by a young man from the newly opened 10th direct line of the family. Not long ago, he also handed over a very good silver component to the family. If you can describe it with the 4 words very good, it should not be bad. What about the attribute screenshot? After looking at the attribute diagram displayed by Song Xuansong, the voice beside him sounded again. Not bad. Not bad. If it can be strengthened to level 6 or even level 7, It will be helpful to my ship in the future. This contribution is not small. Remember not to treat the little guy below unfairly. Let's go. The three-eyed royal flagship. If we can really get a good harvest, my Dihai Song family may have a chance to see the immortal family in the future. Song Chi naturally didn't know what happened in the Dragon Ridge secret realm. After returning home, he first greeted his parents, and then went directly to the Zhutian market. In the freestall area of the market, Song Chi sat cross-legged on the ground quietly, holding a porcelain bottle in his hand, which contained the drop of the 4th level soul-cleansing liquid. Looking at this drop of soul-cleansing liquid that he had exchanged for 15 soul-quenching fruits, Song Chi's eyes flashed with an extremely determined look. This time, he wanted to break through the 10 functions of one mind in one go and reach the state of mind. However, before that, he did not rush to use this drop of soul-cleansing liquid, but turned around to activate the limit-breaking state. Now his mental power is at the level of 9 functions of one mind, and when activating the limit-breaking state, he can just enter the level of 10 functions of one mind. His idea was also very simple. Although the state of mind transformed in this way would not last long, it could allow him to feel the power of the mind state in advance, and increase his chances of successfully transforming the state of mind using the soul-cleansing liquid. With the activation of the limit-breaking state, Song Chi only felt that he had one more thought. Under these 10 thoughts, the power of the mind suddenly seemed to be catalyzed by unknown energy, and continued to surge wildly in his mind. Song Chi could feel that his own mind power was undergoing a great change, which was a change from virtual to real. A large amount of mind power was constantly blending. In this blending process, the originally illusory mind power was rapidly solidifying. It was during this continuous blending and solidification process that, after breaking through a certain limit, Song Chi discovered that his mental power could already overflow from his mind. Countless tiny threads transformed from his mind continued to extend outwards, and several third-level soul cores that Song had deliberately stacked on his side began to float in the air. That was the power of controlling objects with thoughts that only the mind in the divine state could achieve. In addition, Song Chi could also sense the strands of mysterious power around him at this moment. That was the law of the secret realm of the market. He could not sense it before, but now he discovered their existence under this divine state of mind. Song Chi even had a hunch that if he took out a few crystals of law at this moment, he would be able to initially comprehend the origin of the law. But before he could do so, a strong sense of fatigue had already surged into his mind, which was a sign that the limit-breaking state had reached a limit. Helplessly, he could only withdraw. As he withdrew from the limit-breaking state, the mind state that he had transformed before suddenly receded like a tide. This feeling gave him an inexplicable sense of loss, but he was soon shrouded in intense fatigue. Song Chi didn't think much about it, and fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Only by keeping his spirits up could he start to absorb the drop of the 4th level soul-cleansing liquid later. While he was in a deep sleep, the ancient starry sky battlefield in the distance appeared. As a Xinhua warship with a length of 100,000 meters appeared, the elders of the Song family said respectfully at the same time, "Welcome the first ancestor."